Wong Jang, the male lead, was a young man who didn't care much about the world, living a carefree life in his hometown. Suddenly one day, his father forced him to go work as a bodyguard for some girl. Since he had free time and didn't mind the money, he agreed. While sitting at the train station, Wong Jang kept wondering whose daughter was so lucky. Right then, breaking news flashed on the TV. Recently, a bank robbery had occurred at Jiangning Bank in Yicheng. After several days, the suspect was finally caught. But the interesting part was that when the police found the criminal, he was tied up with his hands behind his back and dumped right in front of the police station. The police are currently still searching for the mysterious vigilante who silently did this good deed. Leaving a little memorable souvenir here isn't bad, huh? Wong Jang smiled after hearing the news, feeling quite pleased with himself, because that criminal was the masterpiece he had just completed last night. At this time, the train had also arrived at the station. Wong Jang blended into the crowd, squeezing his way onto the train. He struggled to push through the throng of people. But when he reached his seat, he found a fat guy occupying it to hit on a girl. And the girl was clearly not enjoying it at all. "Brother, move aside a bit. This is my seat," Wong Jang spoke up. Interrupted, the guy's expression clearly showed extreme annoyance. He looked up, not hiding his attitude at all, and mocked Wong Jang for being an ignorant country bumpkin. Wong Jang saw that the other party was a big guy, but acted like an immature child. So he didn't bother arguing, just calmly repeated what he had just said. "Brother, this is my seat. Please move aside." Who knew? The other party was not only unreasonable, but also an arrogant scoundrel. Hearing Wong Jang say that, the fat guy pulled out his wallet, took out a bill, and handed it to Wong Jang with a condescending attitude, saying he was buying his seat. This blatant disrespect for others infuriated the girl sitting next to him. But Wong Jang put on an extremely excited expression, practically drooling when he saw the money. "This much?" he asked. "If it's a lot, then take it and get lost." The guy let go, dropping the bill on the floor, then took out his phone and started typing, mocking Wong Jang for being inexperienced, easily satisfied by a single small bill. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Wong Jang suddenly snatched the phone from his hand, saying that compared to the bill, he liked this phone much more. Then he threw it straight away. The scoundrel instantly went crazy. He stood up, frantically trying to slap Wong Jang's face. Wong Jang wasn't annoyed at all, just reminding him that if he didn't go look for his phone now, with so many people on the train, he wouldn't be able to find it later even if he wanted to. Although the guy was furious, he had no choice but to stand up and go look for his phone. Wong Jang successfully kicked his ass, sat down in his seat, and muttered, "Stupid brat, country folks aren't that easy to bully." The young man sitting opposite couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. At the same time, the beauty who had just been harassed by the scoundrel was also very grateful that he had helped her out, so she took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Wong Jang. She introduced herself as Nuanu, a sophomore at the Capital Medical University. "My name is Wong Jang." He reached out and shook the beauty's hand. Before the two could exchange more than a couple of sentences, the scoundrel found his phone and returned. Seeing Wong Jang comfortably seated, he went mad and yelled, "You classless country bumpkin! You took the money. Why are you still?" His words broke off when he met Wong Jang's murderous gaze. "If you dare to blabber one more word here, I'll throw you out the train window. You just wait. Let's see how I deal with you when we get to the capital." The scoundrel still wouldn't give up. "No need to wait until the capital. I can deal with you right now," Wong Jang said as he took off his flip-flop and pointed it straight at the guy's face, repeating once more, "If you dare say one more word, I'll put you in a coffin right now." Wong Jang wasn't joking. He was just annoyed that he had provoked such a shameless scoundrel. At this moment, the guy still put on a self-righteous face, his voice getting louder. "I'm just afraid you can't do it. Looking at you. If you're not a factory worker, you're a farmer, right? Do you work at some construction site moving bricks? How about I introduce you to a job?" Wong Jang didn't reply. He was originally standing in front of the guy, but suddenly, as if teleporting, he appeared behind him, startling the guy. Then, Wong Jang whispered something into his ear. It was so quiet that the guy couldn't even hear it clearly. "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear you," the guy said angrily. "It's nothing. I just think you should go change your pants." Wong Jang crossed his arms and said, then looked down at his crotch. At this moment, the arrogant guy finally realized that, without knowing when, his crotch was completely soaked. As a natural reflex, he screamed out loud, then covered that area with both hands. Whispers and discussions had already started in the train car, criticizing and mocking him for being an adult who couldn't even control his bladder. He truly had no dignity at all. Some people even took out their phones to record it, making the scoundrel so embarrassed that he immediately ran away. Wong Jang guessed he wouldn't dare come back to cause trouble, so he leisurely sat back in his seat. You're amazing. How did you make him pee his pants just now? Nuanu asked. Do you really want to know? Wong Jang asked, receiving a continuous nod from her. It's actually nothing. I just poked his forbidden acupoint. Hearing this, Nuanu's eyes lit up. Do you know traditional Chinese medicine? It's amazing that you understand human meridians so well. I also study traditional Chinese medicine. When you're free, can we discuss and research together? Sure, if I'm free, I'll come find you. Along the way, the two talked very happily. When they reached the final station, Nuanu took out her phone, wanting to ask for Wong Jang's contact info. But he refused, reasoning that since they were both in the capital, if it was meant to be, they would definitely meet again. After saying goodbye to Nuanu, Wong Jang walked straight out. As soon as he reached the door, he met two tall men in black suits and sunglasses, looking exactly like gangsters. Excuse me, are you Wong Jang? Our boss sent us to pick you up. While saying this, the two men secretly scanned Wong Jang from head to toe, evaluating him. They really doubted if this was the high-class bodyguard their boss had spent a fortune to hire. Looking at this weak, scholarly appearance, they were afraid the eldest miss would throw a fit if they brought him back. Wong Jang followed them into the luxury car. Ready to take on the job, who would have thought the scoundrel from the train had followed him all the way here? After seeing Wong Jang get into the car, he took out his phone and called his second uncle. Hello, second uncle, I met a tough guy today. Can you help me out? The car carrying Wong Jang started moving, quickly taking him to the Taiping Mountain Villa. The villa in front of him was incredibly luxurious, dazzling him for a moment. The two men led him straight into the living room. Here, a blonde girl was sitting on the sofa, her back facing him. Wong Jang looked at her back and secretly gave her a 75 out of 100. Eldest miss, according to the master's orders, we have brought Mr. Wong here. From now on, he will be your high-class bodyguard. The two men began to report. Hearing this, the eldest miss was so angry that she smashed the TV remote in her hand. Then she stood up abruptly. Having you guys is enough. Why does my dad always want to monitor my life? I really can't stand it anymore. As she spoke, she turned around. When they made eye contact, Wong Jang was stunned for a few seconds. Looking at her face-to-face like this, he had to give her a 90, no less. While Wong Jang was busy admiring the eldest miss, she was also intently observing him. But her first impression of Wong Jang was a young man with stubble like a middle-aged uncle, wearing dirty clothes and flip-flops. As an eldest miss who grew up in luxury, she immediately put on a look of disgust. Why is such a sloppy person in my house? He's dirted the floor. Hurry up and kick him out, she yelled. The two men were extremely troubled. The eldest Mrs. Germophobia was acting up again. It looked like she was about to throw a massive tantrum. Seeing that she was complaining about him dirtying the floor, Wong Jang kicked off his flip-flops, tossing them to the sides. But the moment those dirt-covered flip-flops hit the floor, the girl cringed even more. Zhang Yong, the eldest miss shouted, startling the man next to her. I don't care if my dad hired this guy or not, but I, Shangwan Shishir, will not accept him. Kick him out of the house right now. The bodyguard named Zhang Yong was also in a very difficult position, not understanding why his boss had found such an unreliable guy to be the Mrs. Bodyguard this time. But Wong Jang, the one being chased away, didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he calmly asked Shangwan Shishir, your menstrual cycle has been irregular for a long time, hasn't it? That's why you get angry so easily. A situation like this is very serious. Hearing this, Shangwan Shishir was so embarrassed her face turned bright red. Trembling, she pointed her finger straight at Wong Jang's face, cursed him for being a pervert, and then ran straight into the house. Seeing this, Zhang Yong gave him a thumbs up and praised. Good job, brother. You actually managed to leave the eldest miss speechless. It's nothing, Wong Jang replied, feeling extremely smug, thinking that if Shangwan Shishir wanted to mess with him, he was ready to make her cry to a rhythm. Then, Zhang Yong intimately put his arm around his shoulder, whispering that the eldest miss was actually tough on the outside but soft on the inside, and everything would be fine once she calmed down. Wong Jang glanced at him. Even through the sunglasses, he could see the dark circles under his eyes, so he said, Brother Zhang, your eyes are so dark. Your wife must be complaining a lot at home, huh? Damn, you can even see that? To be honest with you, I really don't have much status at home. Do you have any way to fix this, brother? Zhang Yong asked in surprise. Yeah, we're brothers from now on. Of course, it's easy to talk, Wong Jang said. Zhang Yong, who had a bit of prejudice earlier, now felt this young man was very interesting, very worthy of becoming sworn brothers. While the two were shaking hands, Shangwan Shishir returned. This time, she brought along another great beauty and a little beauty. On the left was Chung Fei, the design director of the Lanhai group. On the right was Han Xingye, Shangwan Shishir's best friend, who also came from a prestigious family. Three beauties standing together, truly a masterpiece. Wong Jang gave them all a 90, praising his own self-control. Any other guy in this situation would probably have a nosebleed. Han Xingye ran up to Zhang Yong, put her hands on her hips, and asked in an annoyed tone, "Zhang Yong, who is this dirty guy? Was he the one who made Shishir cry?" Zhang Yong looked troubled, because Wang Zhang was personally invited by Master Shangwan, yet he was being treated like this by these temperamental young ladies. But Wang Zhang didn't seem to mind at all. Let me explain. After he explained the whole story in detail, Cheng Fei, being the oldest among the three beauties, was naturally the most tactful, knowing Wang Zhang was a specially invited bodyguard, but wearing old, dirty clothes. She told Zhang Yong to take him to the guest bedroom to shower and change first, then bring him back to the living room for a proper introduction. Zhang Yong nodded and led Wang Zhang away, leaving the three of them in the living room. Shangwan Shishir pleaded with Cheng Fei to help her kick Wang Zhang out no matter what. She was puzzled. Why kick him out? The more the merrier. Who knows? He might even be able to cure your illness. It wasn't clear what illness Shangwan Shishir had, but hearing Cheng Fei say this, she pouted. So many doctors have come and couldn't cure it. What use is finding him? Sister Cheng Fei, whose side are you on anyway? Sure. If he's someone Uncle Shangwan invited, he must be highly skilled. With one more person protecting you, maybe you won't get kidnapped like last time. Cheng Fei earnestly advised Shangwan Shishir, but it seemed it still wasn't enough to erase her initial prejudice against Wang Zhang. After a while, he finished showering. He came back out. Wang Zhang's appearance was now clean and neat, completely different from before, leaving the three girls stunned for a moment. Han Xingye was the first to react. She no longer called Wang Zhang a dirty guy like before, but instead put on a completely boy-crazy look. Wang Zhang, your skin is so nice. You're so handsome. If I use my own hands to make a mask, your skin can be this nice too. Wang Zhang joked half seriously. Yes. Han Xingye, seeing that he was handsome and a smooth talker, was thrilled, clapping her hands. She was truly a hopeless fangirl. Seeing her like this, Cheng Fei couldn't help but cough a few times, reminding Han Xingye to rein it in and get down to business. Then she faced Wang Zhang and said seriously, Wang Zhang, if you were personally invited by Uncle Shangwan, you must have some outstanding qualities. Why don't you show us a little? So Shishir can feel at ease with you. Show you? Wang Zhang thought for a moment. He actually didn't know what to show. He suggested Cheng Fei lend him her outer coat. Hearing this, Shangwan Shishir jumped up, immediately rushing to block Cheng Fei, while shooting Wang Zhang a fierce glare. What do you want to do to Sister Cheng Fei, you pervert? In contrast to her fierce reaction, Cheng Fei was very calm. She took off her outer coat. While reassuring Shangwan Shishir, she handed it to Wang Zhang. He held the coat, brought it up to his nose to sniff it for a moment, and said, Have you been feeling tired and dizzy frequently lately? Cheng Fei's eyes widened in surprise, because everything Wang Zhang just said was true. Seeing her so confused, he explained that the perfume Cheng Fei sprayed on her coat wasn't normal perfume, but a drug that could paralyze the nerves. It was just that the effect was very subtle and hard to detect. But after using it for a long time, the nervous system would become weak, losing self-control, leaving one at the mercy of others. Hearing this, Cheng Fei panicked even more. How is that possible? I bought this perfume myself at an official store. Is someone trying to harm you? I'm not sure about that. However, you don't need to worry. Just stop using this perfume and the symptoms will disappear, Wang Zhang added, saying that from now on, he was here. Not to mention these shady anesthetics. Even if someone harbored intentions to assassinate the beauties here, he had enough power to make them regret their stupid actions for the rest of their lives. Wang Zhang's extremely confident demeanor and steady tone completely convinced Cheng Fei. She stood up, excitedly suggesting that Wang Zhang go shopping with them this afternoon and buy him some new clothes while they were at it, since being Shangwan Shishir's bodyguard required a neat appearance. So that afternoon, Wang Zhang obediently followed the three girls out. Wherever they went, they attracted a lot of stares from others. Guess who that guy over there is? How can he take three top-tier girls out shopping at the same time? If he's not a rich second-generation heir, then he must be a piece of dog shit that one of those three girls stepped on. In short, neither of them are good people. Wang Zhang, with his sharp hearing, heard all these words and couldn't help but feel annoyed. I'm working as a legitimate bodyguard, yet I'm being labeled a bad guy. This is so unfair. Just as he was thinking this, Wang Zhang suddenly heard Shangwan Shishir loudly scolding him. Sister Cheng Fei told you to go try on clothes. Why are you still spacing out? Yeah, I'm going, Wang Zhang replied absent-mindedly. While Wong Jang was in the fitting room, Shangwan Shirshir kept grumbling and complaining outside, saying that he was so clueless even when just going out shopping. How could he possibly protect them? Maybe he's just a bit nervous because it's his first time shopping with beauties, Cheng Fei defended him. Right at this moment, Wong Jang finished changing. The moment he pulled back the curtain and stepped out, Shangwan Shirshir froze. When Wong Jang showered earlier, he already looked completely different. But now, dressed up, he was even more handsome, making these three beauties stare without blinking. Cheng Fei immediately stood up, swiped her card, and packed up all the clothes they had just picked out for him. Then, since they were tired of shopping, they started discussing where to eat. Wang Jing felt a bit sluggish. These women are really boring. If they're not shopping, they're eating. The only thing that salvaged his mood was that they took him to an incredibly fancy restaurant. I didn't expect to have the chance to come to such a high-class restaurant in my life. Wang Jing marveled before his seat was even warm. Shut up, don't put on that country bumpkin look. Don't embarrass me, Shangwan Shirshir yelled again. She originally wanted to scold Wang Jing a few more times. But at this moment, Han Xingye noticed that Zhang Mingquan and his subordinates had also just entered the restaurant. This guy was the crown prince of the Lanhai group, the same company Cheng Fei worked for. But the main point was that lately, he had been constantly pestering and causing trouble for her, so all three of them hated his guts. As soon as Shangwan Shirshir saw Zhang Mingquan's face, she lost her appetite. Cheng Fei, we meet again. What a coincidence. Zhang Mingquan excitedly came over to greet them, but everyone knew it wasn't a coincidence. He had followed Cheng Fei here. Then, Zhang Mingquan noticed a stranger at the table and asked suspiciously, I wonder who this guy is. He's Sister Cheng Fei's boyfriend, Shangwan Shirshir replied nonchalantly, being so blunt that Wang Jing choked on his water. Hearing this, Zhang Mingquan panicked and asked Cheng Fei if what Shangwan Shirshir said was true. Who knew that the usually serious girl would now cooperate so well with Shangwan Shirshir, using Wang Jing as a shield. That's right, we're dating. Wang Jing sighed. If I have to take on this extra meat shield mission, I should be getting paid extra. But whatever, since I'm a good guy, helping out a beauty won't cost me a piece of meat. Are you really Cheng Fei's boyfriend? Zhang Mingquan started asking aggressively. What's your name? Where do you live? What are your parents' names? Wang Jing was clearly unhappy about suddenly being interrogated by some random guy who popped out of nowhere. He snapped back. What does it have to do with you? This attitude infuriated Zhang Mingquan. You country bumpkin, what did you just say? Cheng Fei, how could you fall for such a vulgar person? Zhang Mingquan rudely pointed his finger at Wang Jing's face while questioning Cheng Fei sitting opposite him. I don't know who the vulgar one here is, Cheng Fei said, extremely angry, raising her voice. Zhang Mingquan, please watch your words. Wang Jing reached out and patted the back of her hand to reassure her. This small gesture was seen by Zhang Mingquan, making him even more of an eyesore. At first, he mocked Wang Jing for being a weak, cowardly man who had to let Cheng Fei speak up for him, and then he started provoking him. If you've got the guts, try hitting me. You cowardly weakling. Zhang Mingquan was the dignified crown prince of a large corporation, naturally assuming Wang Jing wouldn't dare touch him. But he didn't expect to run into a reckless guy. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Wang Jing lifted his leg and kicked him straight in the crotch. Seeing this scene, Cheng Fei, Shangwan Shirshir, and Han Xingye were all deeply shocked. As for the guy surnamed Zhang, he fell to the floor in agony, his whole body curled up, looking extremely pathetic. Not intending to stop there, Wang Jing stepped right on his face. I didn't plan on getting physical, I was just fulfilling your wish. Who asked you to provoke me first? Saying that, Wang Jing turned to warn Zhang Mingquan's subordinates that if any of them dared to charge at him, they would suffer the same fate as their boss. Seeing that Wang Jing was a reckless guy who walked the talk, the group didn't dare make a move, only running over to help Zhang Mingquan up. As he left, he still gritted his teeth and threatened Wang Jing. You just wait, this isn't over. Seeing him like that, Cheng Fei looked worried and apologized to Wang Jing, because she knew Zhang Mingquan was the type to seek revenge for the smallest grievance, fearing Wang Jing would face big trouble later. Anyway, I'm the Shangwan family's bodyguard now. If anything happens, I have you girls to cover for me, right? Wang Jing said with a straight face. His words made Shangwan Shirshir unable to hide her annoyance. You're truly hopeless. With that one sentence, the image you just built up in my heart has completely collapsed. I don't really care what kind of image I have in your heart anyway. After all, I'm a man, not someone with an irregular menstrual cycle, Wang Jing replied with the same nonchalant attitude. Shangwan Shirshir was left speechless by his teasing. She slammed the table and stood up, but couldn't say a word. Seeing this, Han Xingye covered her mouth and giggled, realizing her best friend had truly met her natural enemy. After that, they started eating together. But not long after the meal began, a squad of fierce-looking police officers suddenly stormed in, saying they had received a complaint about a fight here and came to resolve it. Behind them was Zhang Mingquan, being supported by 2 people. Seeing this, Shangwan Shishir and the others despised him even more. This guy is too dramatic. He just got kicked in the nuts, yet he's putting on this embarrassing show to extort us. Cheng Fei immediately recognized the leader of the group as Wang Heping, the deputy captain of the criminal police squad in this district, not someone to be trifled with. But Wang Jang completely didn't care about the other party's status as captain or deputy captain. He bluntly mocked Zhang Mingquan for not being a real man. Calling for backup when he couldn't win a fight was truly embarrassing. But a scoundrel like Zhang Mingquan didn't care about face. He pointed at Wang Jang, then like a child, started tattling on him to Wang Heping. Uncle Wang, it was this insolent brat who hit me. Speaking without evidence. Did anyone see that? Wang Jang shrugged and replied. Then do you have evidence to prove you didn't hit him? Wang Heping put his hand on his shoulder, speaking in a highly threatening tone. How ridiculous. Now you need evidence to prove you didn't hit someone. Just from this one sentence, it was clear Wang Heping wasn't someone who separated public duty from personal interest. Before Wang Jang could reply, the eldest Miss Shangwan jumped up, saying that the 3 of them could testify that Zhang Mingquan was clearly making false accusations and framing them. You guys might be accomplices, so your words aren't trustworthy, Wang Heping retorted shamelessly. He truly had the ability to make Shangwan Shishir foam at the mouth with anger. She questioned Wang Heping on what basis the one-sided complaint from that scoundrel was trustworthy, while her words were not. Why else? Based on the fact that he has a good father, Wang Jang answered for Wang Heping this time, his tone full of mockery. Wang Jang slowly stood up. Wang Heping was clearly standing in front of that guy, yet suddenly, somehow, exactly like when he dealt with that fat guy on the train, he appeared right in front of Zhang Mingquan out of nowhere. Then, Wang Jang swung his hand, giving him a painful slap. It was so hard it left a 5-finger mark on his face, along with a warning. Next time I see you on the street, I'll put you in a coffin. Starting from today. Han Xingya was the first to react to this situation. She stood up, clapping her hands, praising Wang Jang for a great hit. Unexpectedly, what just happened truly provoked that bastard, causing him to pull a gun from his waist. At this point, even Wang Heping panicked. He didn't expect this precious son to dare hide contraband on him. Mingquan, what are you doing? He hurriedly tried to stop Zhang Mingquan, but anger had made him lose all reason. His finger was already on the trigger. Unfortunately for Zhang Mingquan, just as he was about to fire, Wang Jang once again appeared behind him at godlike speed. Wang Zhang's large hand tightly gripped the other's neck, while his other hand snatched the gun away. Zhang Mingquan fell completely into a passive position. Let me go, he struggled to say. Looks like I haven't been to the city in a while. Everything has changed, huh? All right, since I've met such a scoundrel, I don't need to be too polite. Wang Zhang's hand applied a bit more force, making Zhang Mingquan unable to breathe. The situation just now was so clear, yet Wang Heping deliberately ignored right and wrong, charging Wang Zhang with causing a public disturbance. Behind him, 2 of his subordinates pulled out their guns and aimed them straight at him. Wang Heping threatened Wang Zhang to let go immediately, otherwise he wouldn't show any mercy and would open fire. But the more he threatened, the tighter Wang Zhang's hand gripped Zhang Mingquan's neck. To be honest, even if all of you came at me together, you absolutely wouldn't be my match. I advise you to save your energy. I can tell you my principles in life. Wang Zhang's tone was extremely calm and composed. He said, First, I know very well how to protect my rights, so don't even think about bullying my people, especially women. Second, I'm also a very petty person. If anyone messes with me, I'm ready to pay them back 100-fold. Third, I'm someone who doesn't like to reason. Only when people don't touch me first will I not touch them. But if anyone messes with me, I don't mind sending their whole family to the afterlife. Hearing this, Wang Heping couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end from tension. He had been a police officer for many years and knew that Wang Zhang's words were absolutely not empty threats, and that he was no simple person. As for that guy Zhang Mingquan, he was always finding trouble for him to solve. It was fine before, but this situation was extremely awkward. If Wang Heping pushed too hard, he was afraid of provoking Wang Zhang. But if he backed down, it would be like slapping his own face. Thinking this, Wang Heping tried to find a tactful way out with words. Ahem, I'm not taking anyone's side. Zhang Mingquan used a gun illegally, and you had a dispute with him that affected public order. Legally speaking, I have to take both parties back to the police station. Who wants to arrest my miss? Suddenly, another male voice chimed in. This person also brought along another group of people, aggressively entering the restaurant. Saying that, this person walked straight towards the three young ladies. Thanks to Ms. Chung Fei's timely notification, the master heard the miss was in danger and immediately sent me here to save her. Seeing that her side had arrived, Han Xingye breathed a sigh of relief, then put on a wronged look and started complaining. Li Jian, you came just in time. Hurry up and help us teach them a lesson. We were happily eating here when suddenly these cops rushed in like evil spirits, unreasonably wanting to arrest us. And that guy Zhang Mingquan is extremely despicable. Not only does he have evil intentions towards Sister Ching Fei, but he also wanted to harass me. At this point, Han Xingye hesitated for a moment. And he kept staring at my chest. I'm a young girl, being openly harassed by him like this. How can I marry anyone in the future? As she spoke, Han Xingye sobbed a few times, sounding very pitiful. Hearing this, Li Jian's face darkened, anger flaring up intensely. As for Zhang Mingquan, although he was indeed a scoundrel, he was clearly framed by Han Xingye just now. How could he stand being baselessly blamed like that? He yelled, "You stinking bitch, what nonsense are you talking about? Who has the mood to look at you? Uncle Wong, hurry up and deal with them for me." Seeing Wang Heping still standing there, he got even louder. "Uncle Wong, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and arrest them." Despite Zhang Mingquan's constant urging, Wang Heping still had no reaction. Seeing him screaming so miserably, Han Xingye couldn't help but giggle. It seems you still don't understand the situation. Facing such a stupid person, she didn't mind educating him a bit about her family background. The Han family was the #1 martial arts family in the capital. For generations, family members had been high-ranking training officers in the military, and she was the eldest miss of this family. Hearing this, Zhang Mingquan's face turned pale. He had truly only focused on Cheng Fei, so he had never looked into Shangwan Shishir and Han Xingye. His family background did have some influence in the business world, but having a bit of money didn't mean he could casually mess with a family that had influence in the military like the Han family. Zhang Mingquan immediately dropped his reckless attitude, then desperately explained that he really hadn't looked at Han Xingye's chest earlier, nor did he have any intention of harassing her. But Li Jian clearly didn't want to listen, nor did he believe what he just said. Seeing him aggressively walking over, Wang Jang also very cooperatively let go of the scoundrel in his hand. Then he pushed him towards Li Jian. As a result, Zhang Mingquan was punched by him, and his #2 front tooth immediately fell out. Seeing this scene, Han Xingye kept clapping her hands, praising Li Jian for a good hit. Keep hitting him. Shangwan Shishir didn't have very expressive facial expressions, but she was clearly very satisfied seeing that scoundrel being punished like this. Li Jian kept hitting him continuously until Zhang Mingquan collapsed weakly on the floor. His appearance right now was incredibly pathetic. His whole body was trembling nonstop, reaching out towards Wang Heping for help. But Wang Heping, after all, was just a petty police captain. How could he dare offend the Han family, a power that even the police chief had to respect? Therefore, he was in an extremely difficult position in this situation. Seeing Wang Heping like this, Wang Jang couldn't help but step forward, kindly reminding him a few words. "Mr. Police Officer, I advise you not to get involved. After all, the father of the Han eldest miss here is much more powerful than the father of that guy surnamed Zhang." Wang Zhang's words were not wrong, so Wang Heping could only watch helplessly as Li Jian beat Zhang Mingquan to a pulp. He beat him until Han Xingye's anger subsided before stopping. At the same time, Wang Zhang also secretly pierced a tiny needle into Wang Heping's right shoulder, though the purpose was still unclear. Only after they had completely left did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Today's situation was truly too dangerous. It seemed that in the future, if he wanted to cause trouble, he had to thoroughly investigate who the other party was first. Dinner was over. The four of them rode back together in Shangwan Shishir's convertible supercar. Along the way, Han Xingye kept marveling, saying that today was the happiest day of her life, especially when Wang Jing kicked that guy in the nuts. It was truly satisfying. While the three of them were happily chatting, Wang Jing suddenly turned and asked, "Shangwan Shishir, how are your driving skills? What does it have to do with you? You're my bodyguard. Who gave you the right to call me by my name? Call me eldest miss." Shangwan Shishir snapped back. Wang Jing didn't mind her temperamental attitude and said, "Then see if you can shake off the car behind us. It's been following us for a long time." When Wang Jing warned her, Shangwan Shishir finally checked the rearview mirror and discovered that there was indeed a car tailing them. Cheng Fei quickly picked up her phone to call Master Shangwan. Meanwhile, Shangwan Shishir shifted gears and stepped on the gas. Accelerating suddenly, her car shot forward, temporarily widening the distance with the tailors. But both Ching Fei's and Han Xingye's phones had no signal. They temporarily couldn't contact anyone. This abnormality made them start to worry. Sigh. If I had known, I would have asked Li Jian to take us home earlier. Shangwan Shishir continued driving, but the car behind was also very persistent, having already closed the gap between them. Continuing like this wasn't a solution. Shangwan Shishir started getting anxious. Turning around, she saw Wong Jang still calmly admiring the plants and flowers along the road, which infuriated her. Wong Jang, aren't you my bodyguard? Don't just admire the scenery, think of a way. A bodyguard's job is to fight, not to provide ideas. Wong Jang replied nonchalantly. Are you even a man? Shangwan Shishir glared in anger. I am a man. Because I don't have an irregular menstrual cycle, Wong Jang shrugged. Using this line 3 times a day, but it still worked perfectly to piss off the eldest miss. Driven by anger, she continued to step on the gas and accelerate. The car sped like flying. Seeing this, Wong Jang nodded. Very good, just take a few more turns. Don't drive towards the Taiping Mountain Villa. Try to drive to a place with fewer people. Shangwan Shishir absent-mindedly followed his instructions, then continued driving for another hour. The car behind them was still tailing them persistently, making her so anxious she couldn't sit still. It's been an hour. Why haven't we shaken them off yet? Wong Jang didn't reply, instead secretly praising her. He couldn't tell before, but now experiencing it, this girl's driving skills were really not bad at all. It was just that the gas in the tank could only last for another hour at most, so it wasn't hard to see that Shangwan Shishir was panicking. In contrast to her reaction, Wong Jang seemed very calm, telling her to just keep driving until they ran out of gas. Shangwan Shishir really couldn't help but doubt him. Do you really have a plan? Although this was a bodyguard personally hired by her father, who had instructed her to treat him a bit better, up until now, Shangwan Shishir still couldn't believe Wong Jang was a man who could protect her. Meanwhile, the people in the car tailing them had almost achieved their goal by forcing the target to move closer to Dushan Bridge. They were fully prepared to execute the next step on this bridge. Right before reaching Dushan Bridge, Shangwan Shishir became anxious again. Wong Jang, what now? Dushan Bridge of Yemi Mountain is right ahead. My gas is only enough to drive for another 15 minutes. Han Xingye in the back seat panicked upon hearing the words Dushan Bridge, because this place was famous for its narrow terrain and thick fog. Even experienced drivers had to slow down when they got here. They were driving at such high speed, she was afraid they would be in danger. But Shangwan Shishir had no way back, while the car behind was still chasing relentlessly. Wong Jang just sat still in the passenger seat, leisurely whistling. She decided to rely on herself, using this foggy place to completely shake off the pursuers. No sooner said than done. Shangwan Shishir continued to step on the gas, speeding like crazy on the bridge where she couldn't even clearly see the road ahead. She kept speeding until a blinding light from the opposite direction shone straight at her, like a car driving the wrong way. By reflex, Shangwan Shishir immediately let go of the steering wheel and screamed in terror. At this moment, Wong Jang in the passenger seat immediately leaned over. He grabbed the steering wheel. The car swerved, weaving back and forth for a while, and finally came to a complete stop. The light that blinded Shangwan Shishir came from 2 large trucks parked across the entire width of the bridge. And if Wong Jang hadn't braked in time, the convertible supercar they were driving would have probably crashed right into them. Now the car couldn't be driven anymore, and Shangwan Shishir's mind was blank, completely unable to think of any countermeasures. However, Wong Jang remained as calm as ever from beginning to end. This demeanor truly infuriated the eldest miss. Say something. Do you believe that when we get back, I'll immediately call my dad to fire you? Wait until you can get back first, then we'll talk. In the back seat, Cheng Fei also started getting anxious. Wong Jang, this is no time for jokes. Right now, we can only rely on you. Right. Wong Jang, you must protect us, Han Xingye chimed in. Shangwan Shishir had been kidnapped before, so they were all very afraid this would happen again. I've joked enough. Wong Jang didn't intend to be an irresponsible bodyguard. He had to be worthy of the salary he received. He told the 3 women to stay in the car, while he opened the door and stepped out, casually lighting a cigarette. From the tailing car behind, a muscular guy covered in tattoos also stepped out. As soon as he saw Wong Jang, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Why is there a man here? Who is this? Didn't the file say there were only 3 women? He thought. Then, this guy felt it didn't matter much, because Wong Jang didn't look like he knew how to fight. Moreover, even if he did, their side had 9 guns, more than enough to deal with him. Wong Jang was surrounded by this group of unidentified people, but he didn't look panicked at all. He even politely put out his half-smoked cigarette, then put on a flattering look and asked, I didn't expect such a grand welcome. I wonder what orders you have, boss. Seeing his bowing and scraping, the other party thought Wong Jang was scared and trying to curry favor, so he praised him for being sensible. Then, he pulled out a pistol, patted it on his face a few times, and said, I'm here to take the Shangwan girl away. Do you have any objections? No objections at all. Boss, do whatever you want. Wong Jang waved his hands frantically. Before the tattooed guy could speak, Shangwan sure couldn't take it anymore. She opened the car door, poked her head out, and yelled, Wong Jang, are you even human? Why are you such a coward? Did you not see they have 9 guns, woman? Besides, they want you, not me. Whether you're safe or not, what does it have to do with me? Wong Jang yelled back. Shangwan sure was truly so angry she couldn't speak. In the back seat, Han Xingye also started to panic. Perhaps only Cheng Fei remained clear-headed, reassuring her that Wong Jang was probably just trying to piss off Shangwan sure, and that he would definitely protect them. But the other side had many people and guns. Cheng Fei was actually very worried, not knowing if the 4 of them could safely escape this danger. Outside the car, Wong Jang was still putting on an act with the kidnappers. He used the excuse of being a bit nervous to ask the tattooed guy for permission to light a cigarette. Seeing Wong Jang's attitude wasn't bad, he immediately agreed. Then he unbuckled his belt, promising that after Wong Jang finished smoking, he would show him a good time. Inside the car were 3 beautiful girls, and outside, this scoundrel was unbuckling his belt. You didn't have to think hard to know what he was planning to do. Shangwan sure was now extremely tense, and Han Xingye was already scared to tears. However, the high-class bodyguard Wong Jang was still leisurely smoking. The only strange thing was that what he held was just a normal cigarette, yet it emitted a thick cloud of smoke. Moreover, the 3 people in the car caught a whiff and found the smoke smelled very sweet. But those scoundrels, after inhaling it, were knocked down by the seemingly harmless smoke, rolling on the ground, looking extremely agonized. Han Xingye felt this was a bit magical, so she got out of the car to see for herself. Wong Jang, how did your sweet-smelling cigarette make them suffocate like that? This drug only affects men. It can cause male hormones to produce 100 times more than normal, so naturally, it has no effect on you girls. As for me, do you think I'm stupid enough to let the drug affect myself? Then what exactly does it do? Looking at their movements now, it's really shameless. It's almost time, Wong Jang replied. A few seconds later, the thug stopped rolling and passed out directly. Seeing how effective this drug was, Han Xingye asked Wong Jang for a pound of it. That way, she could easily deal with those perverts who constantly stared at her in the future. Hearing this, Wong Jang almost dropped the cigarette in his hand. A pound? A pound could take the lives of these men in an instant. Besides, this drug is priceless. It's not like I carry it with me all the time. Sigh, money isn't an issue. Just give it to me. Han Xingye kept pleading. All right, stop making a fuss. Wong Jang pushed Han Xingye away, then approached the kidnappers. These guys were clearly targeting Shangwan sure, but being able to cut off the phone signal in such a large area proved the mastermind's power was no joke. Among these guys tonight, the tattooed guy seemed to be the leader. Wong Jang came up with the idea of taking him back to interrogate him and get all the answers at once. It was unclear how long it took, but the tattooed guy groggily woke up. The first person he saw was Wong Jang. Only now, the situation had changed. He was the one in control. Speak. Who sent you to kidnap the Shangwan eldest, miss? Wong Jang asked while taking out a lighter to light a cigarette. Seeing this, the other party became extremely anxious. Please don't light that cigarette. Although he was a scoundrel, he wasn't an idiot. Based on the situation earlier, this guy guessed Wong Jang used this drug to knock them out. He didn't know what the drug was, or who Wong Jang ultimately was, to the point where even with 9 guns, they couldn't stop him. But those things weren't as important as keeping his little life right now. Thinking this, the tattooed guy started negotiating with Wong Jang. If I tell the truth, can you guarantee you won't kill me? However, Wong Jang wasn't someone easy to deal with. He didn't allow the other party the right to negotiate terms with him, because after all, his life was in his hands now. Afraid Wong Jang would take action, the tattooed guy hurriedly told the whole story. Roughly after the time it takes a candle to burn out, Wong Jang had gathered quite a bit of information. The mastermind behind this kidnapping was Li Mingho of the Azure Dragon Gang. But Wong Jang was a bit puzzled, because that guy surnamed Li was the #1 boss in the capital. He didn't need to do petty jobs like kidnapping a wealthy young lady. I don't know about that. I'm just a lowly subordinate following orders. How would I dare ask the reason, the guy said. Seeing him so cooperative, Wong Jang temporarily spared his little life. Seeing this, the other party was extremely grateful. Thank you for sparing my life. I, Shun Liang, will definitely repay this favor. If you ever need help, boss, even if I have to jump into a sea of fire, I absolutely won't refuse. He spoke rapidly, originally just saying some flattering words to curry favor. Who knew Wong Jang would say, "You said it yourself." Shin Liang let out a loud huh, realizing he seemed to have just dug his own grave. Wong Jang squatted down in front of him, flashing a highly dangerous smile, saying he indeed needed his help with something. Shin Liang's inner self strongly objected, but outwardly he didn't dare offend Wong Jang. "Boss, please speak. If it's something I can do, I, Shin Liang, definitely won't refuse." Taking advantage of the other party opening his mouth to speak, Wong Jang flicked a pill of some sort from his hand. The pill shot into Shin Liang's mouth. He involuntarily swallowed it immediately. Shin Liang coughed a few times, his mood instantly turning panicked, wanting to reach in and dig the pill out, fearing it was poison. "I don't intend to take your life," Wong Jang said. "That's a poison I put a lot of effort into creating. Let's call it 3 months undying. Just like its name, this drug's effect lasted for 3 months. The person who took it had to come get the antidote within 3 months. Otherwise, their whole body would slowly rot, ultimately leading to death, with no way to save them. Only I have the antidote. Other drugs will actually cause the toxicity of 3 months undying to erupt instantly. Even if you have a fever or a cold, you can't take a single pill. Otherwise, even the gods won't be able to save you." Wong Jang did this to force the other party to cooperate with him. Then, he told Shin Liang to return to his headquarters and explain today's events to Li Mingho. He then emphasized, "Remember this clearly. You must tell that idiot Li Mingho that I, Wong Jang, have returned." That night, Shin Liang returned to the base. He recounted the entire incident to Li Mingho and bowed his head in apology for failing his mission. After hearing the story, the man named Li fell into a thoughtful silence. Meanwhile, his other subordinates began to whisper and criticize Shin Liang. He boasted that he would personally handle the whole process and that there would be absolutely no mistakes. In the end, he came back a failure. What a disgrace. Shin Liang is known as one of the best in our gang. Is there really someone who could injure him this badly? We should thank that person. Otherwise, with Shin Liang's steady promotions, we'd never get a chance to show our talents. Haha. Shin Liang heard every word, but with Li Mingho present, he could only grit his teeth in anger. Otherwise, he would have already stood up to fight them. After a moment of silence, Li Mingho stood up, stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, and asked, "Are you hiding any details?" Shin Liang hesitated before answering. That person also said something else." "What did he say?" Li Mingho asked impatiently. "He said that when I returned, I must pass on the message that Wong Jang is back." Upon hearing this, Li Mingho didn't get angry as expected. Instead, he laughed. "In that case, he must have called me that idiot Li Mingho, right?" Shin Liang was stunned. He had deliberately omitted the sensitive words to avoid angering his boss, yet Li Mingho had guessed them anyway. It seemed these two had known each other for a long time. It was unclear whether Li Mingho's attitude was one of anger or excitement. He turned around and poured himself a glass of wine. If he's really back and has his hands in this, then we'll no longer concern ourselves with the Shangwan family's affairs. Li Mingho took a sip of wine, then stared into the distance through the glass window, muttering to himself, "He didn't come looking for me, and I don't want to bother him. After all, I've waited for so long. I've finally been waiting for you, Wong Jang." Meanwhile, at the Shangwan family villa, Shangwan Shishir flew into a rage after hearing that Wong Jang had let Shin Liang go. She couldn't forgive the man who had planned her kidnapping and wanted to torture him to death to satisfy her anger. You have to let out a long line to catch a big fish. Don't you understand such a simple principle? Wong Jang replied, meaning they had to release Shin Liang to catch the mastermind behind him. But it seemed Shangwan Shishir already held a grudge against him, so she thought he was just making excuses while she held on to her anger. Only Chung Fei trusted his way of handling things. Shangwan Shishir thought she was speaking up for Wong Jang, which made her even more annoyed. After returning home, Chung Fei had called old Master Shangwan to report the incident and requested more bodyguards since Shangwan Shishir had almost been kidnapped the second time. But he refused, saying that Wong Jang was enough. This showed just how much trust old Master Shangwan had in him. Only Shangwan Shishir refused to accept it. However, since her father was so insistent, she had to obey, no matter how unwilling she was. She sighed and sat down on the sofa. Just then, a sharp abdominal pain shot through her, making her face turn pale. Wong Jang noticed her expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Shangwan Shishir didn't answer, but Han Xingye quickly spoke up, saying she was having menstrual cramps. It was a struggle for her every month. For some reason, Shangwan Shishir's cramps were much more severe than others. Painkillers didn't work, and many doctors had failed to cure it. So every month, she had to endure this near-death pain. Seeing that Wong Jang had some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, Cheng Fei suggested he try to diagnose Shangwan Shishir. Although they bickered all day, Wang Jang couldn't bear to see her suffer like this. He told the young miss to lie down for a bit, and he would help her with a massage to relieve the pain. Shangwan Shishir obediently lay down, but she didn't forget to grumble. Massage is fine, but don't you dare let your hands wander, or I'll take your life. Don't worry, I'm only interested in women with taste. And you're not that type of woman, Wang Jang retorted, then began to massage Shangwan Shishir's lower abdomen. His words always had a way of infuriating the young miss. Normally, Shangwan Shishir would have bristled and started a fight with him as usual. But this time, she was surprisingly obedient, because she had just realized that the places Wang Jang massaged no longer hurt. It even felt a little comfortable. After a while, Wang Jang stopped. The moment he stopped his hands, Shangwan Shishir felt a little disappointed. You're not massaging anymore? I'll continue for you tomorrow. A daily massage can relieve menstrual cramps. Combined with acupuncture and the medicine I prescribe, your irregular periods can also be cured. Only then did Shangwan Shishir feel that Wang Jang was strangely reliable. Although they had argued all day, she now had to shyly thank him. However, her gratitude didn't last more than 3 seconds. Wang Jang suddenly jumped up, saying he had to wash his hands immediately because he had accidentally touched something unclean. That single sentence made all of Shangwan Shishir's gratitude vanish in a flash. Instead, it brought back her anger. You bastard, Wang Jang. Get the hell out of my sight. Although the two were like fire and water, Cheng Fei, observing from the side, could truly see that Wang Jang was a very dependable person. After he left the living room, she found a chance to speak with him privately, thanking him for both massaging Shangwan Shishir and for fighting off the kidnappers earlier that night. Old Master Shangwan is a leader in China's business world. In just 10 short years, he rode the wave of development, taking the Shangwan family to new heights. And Shangwan Shishir is his only daughter, so she has been targeted by many competitors. Even people within the family hope something happens to her, putting old Master Shangwan in a difficult position and forcing him to step down. By protecting Shangwan Shishir's safety, Wang Jang was also doing the Shangwan family a great service. I never thought that you, who usually look quite weak, would act with such integrity at a critical moment. No wonder Uncle Shangwan trusts you so much. It seems he's seen how capable you are before, hasn't he? Cheng Fei said it all in one breath, but her little thoughts were seen through by Wang Jang. He walked over and patted her shoulder a few times. All right, you don't have to beat around the bush to dig into my background. Just know that I'm very formidable. Having her intentions exposed, Cheng Fei was a little embarrassed, but continued. Then can I ask you for another favor? Shishir has lived away from her parents since she was young. Uncle Shangwan is busy with work all day, and to make up for his guilt towards her, he spoiled her rotten. That's why Shishir has a quick temper. But her bark is worse than her bite. So, can you please not take it to heart? Wang Jing thought it was something serious and replied immediately. Don't worry, I'm just teasing that girl for fun. I have no interest in holding a grudge against her. After saying that, Wang Jing left. He was getting sleepy. Cheng Fei watched his retreating figure for a long time, wondering about the background of someone so completely trusted by old Master Shangwan. The skyscraper glistened under the sun. In the office, Shun Liang respectfully asked, Boss, are you really giving up on the plan to kidnap Shangwan Shishir? Giving up on cooperating with Chen Kangmei? But we still have to rely on him. Li Mingho replied calmly. A mere Chen Kangmei is nothing. He then casually placed a document on the table. His Meilong group is no match for the Shangwan family. Now that the Shangwan family has announced its entry into the military industry, no one can take that away from him. He has no other way to go, only hoping to use their daughter to threaten the Shangwan family. What kind of outcome can a person like that have? Mingho then clasped his hands together and analyzed. Besides, Wang Jang is back now. Compared to that Chen Kangmei, I'm more interested in Wang Zhang's next move. Shun Liang hesitated. Boss, but look at this poison in me. Mingho cut him off directly. If he said he'll give you the antidote in 3 months, then just shamelessly go find him. But his expression instantly turned extremely grim. You better change that lecherous habit of yours for me. If there's a next time, don't ever appear before me again. Hearing this, Shun Liang was scared shitless. Yes, boss. I'll change right now. He then scrambled away as if his life depended on it. Watching his subordinates retreating back, Mingho thought, Wang Jang, you're back. Why haven't you come to find me? Mingho frowned, his eyes filled with deep thoughts. Do you really have to make me come find you? The intersection was always bustling with people. Shangwan Shishir wearily rubbed her forehead. Quan Juda? That glutton Han Xingya said she wants to eat roast duck. We've already picked the place. Suddenly, a shout echoed through the air. Thief! Wong Jang, in the driver's seat, looked out the window in surprise. Miraculously, a snatch and run was happening right on the crosswalk. The girl with a heart as vast as the Pacific Ocean yelled, "Quick, help them!" When she turned and saw his indifferent face, she grew anxious and urged, "Hurry up and go." Wong Jang executed a series of divine maneuvers worthy of a pro driver. Sure, in the passenger seat, only had time to open her mouth before getting a face full of wind. The black car weaved through the crowd and stopped right in front of the two thieves. The car door suddenly flew open. Without hesitation, he rushed out to do a good deed, then unexpectedly launched a roundhouse kick to one of their faces. The light, mid-air spin sent the man flying to who knows where. Wong Jang's shoe then continued to test the durability of the other guy's CM. He was immediately kicked up high and far. The unfortunate bag, with no one to hold it, fell freely to the ground. He simply raised his arm and caught it with great style. The lady ran over to express her gratitude. Thank you. I really can't thank you enough." She handed him a business card with an introduction. "I am the president of the Wolfgang Wu, a Lian beauty center chain. This is my card. For what happened today, I will definitely repay you when I have the chance." Wang Zheng politely replied, "I just helped out since I saw it happen." The lady immediately refuted, No, you're too modest. In this day and age, people with your skills and passion are too rare." A strange girl casually walked past Sure. "Excuse me, please move a little." After some time, he was surrounded by women like an idol. Sign here for me." "Me first." Wang Zheng helplessly signaled for help. "Shengwan Sure, come help me." She decisively turned her face away and ignored him. "Who told you to act all handsome while catching a thief? You brought this romantic luck upon yourself, so you can enjoy it yourself." He patiently dealt with the ladies. "Don't rush, one at a time." But inside, he grumbled, "Didn't I just catch a thief? Is it really necessary to make such a big deal about autographs? Is it that serious?" Luckily, Bufan temporarily came to the rescue. "Police business, please step aside." "You, sir, you are now being charged with assault. We need to confirm some important details of this case. Please come with us to the police station to give a statement." Sure defended her man regardless of the consequences. "He's being charged with assault? He's a hero who did the right thing." Wang Zheng calmly asked in return, "Is it the Pingjiang branch station?" The man avoided his gaze as he confirmed, "Yes, that's right. I'm very busy. Please cooperate quickly." She completely ignored him and pulled Wang Zheng away. "We're also very busy. We don't have time to go to the police station with you. Wang Zheng, let's go. Han Xingya is waiting for us to eat." Bu Fan came closer and grabbed Wang Zheng's shoulder, his face darkening. "Today, you must come back to the station with me." Sensing something was wrong, he tilted his head and forced a smile. "What the hell is this?" With a simple arm throw, Wang Zheng successfully flipped Bu Fan into the air as easily as eating a piece of cake. The surrounding crowd, after witnessing the scene, began to buzz with discussion. He hit a cop. "What are you standing there for? Call the police. Isn't the one on the ground a cop?" Just then, Lian, holding her phone to contact the authorities, shouted a warning. "He's not a cop. He's an imposter." Feeling that he couldn't hide it any longer, Bu Fan clicked his tongue in annoyance. "I've been found out." A foot silently pressed down on his stomach, preventing his escape. Wang Zheng scornfully exposed the other's deceitful face. "Kid, trying to impersonate a cop to help your buddies is one thing, but you also wanted to get revenge on me. You've got guts. Too bad your acting skills aren't good enough." This made Bu Fan extremely frustrated. AI Lian quickly arrived with the real, bona fide law enforcement officers. "The thief is here." One of them solemnly gave a firm guarantee. "Ma'am, rest assured, we will definitely not let these thieves get away. Then I'll have to trouble you, Chief." She wasn't bothered by such trivial matters. "I know what to do. You've all worked hard today." AI Lian's true identity greatly surprised Wang Zheng. The chief's wife? She turned to express her gratitude. "Aya, thank you so much for today. I wonder if my benefactor has a business card? It would be convenient for us to repay you in the future." He awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. "I'm just a humble bodyguard. I don't have a business card. I do have a WeChat though." She happily made a suggestion. Great. Then add me on WeChat." Sure, standing beside him, impatiently urged, "Wang Zheng, hurry up. Han Xingya is rushing us." He calmly exchanged contact info with AI Lian while placidly replying, "All right, I got it." After everything was settled, Wang Zheng waved a final goodbye to her. She didn't forget to leave a message. "If you ever need help with anything, just let me know. No need to be polite." In her heart, she was already thinking about matchmaking. Wong Jang, huh? He looks like he's not even 27. He'd be a good match for my anger. No, I have to call her right away. Night gradually fell upon the tall buildings below, while the full moon cast its gentle, silvery light everywhere. At a traditional restaurant that was still open, the fragrant aroma mingled with the lively chatter of the diners, creating a very warm and peaceful atmosphere. Wong Jang was currently showing off his superb slicing skills. His expression and gaze were completely focused on the task. Soon, countless beautifully arranged plates of food were neatly placed on the table. Xingye was extremely impressed with his masterful skills. Wong Jang, you're so amazing. Can you teach me? If I learn this trick, I could open a roast duck shop. I'd definitely become the roast duck king of all of China. He silently activated his judgment mode in his heart. This girl is at it again. But on the surface, he still tried to be polite. You girls should eat quickly. If you don't want to eat, I'll eat it all. Sure, and Xingye simultaneously guarded their portions, as if afraid someone would steal them. Who said I'm not eating? I want to eat more too. At the same time, a hand gently pushed a plate of food forward. Only Sheng Fei found an excuse to refuse. I don't have much of an appetite today. I can't eat. You all help me eat it. Wang Zheng didn't pay much attention and focused on enjoying the dish he had made himself. Thanks. Suddenly, she directly asked a question, which startled him a bit. But Wang Zheng, the way you carve and eat roast duck is exactly like my father. Do you know him? His name is Sheng Zichao. Wang Zheng quickly took a sip of water and then slowly explained. How could I possibly know your father? I'm from the countryside. I don't know anyone in the capital. This made Xingye curious. Sister Sheng Fei, why did you suddenly ask that? Didn't Uncle Sheng pass away a few years ago? Xingye, sitting opposite, immediately used her finger to signal for silence. Don't say any more. Sheng Fei calmly explained in detail. I'm sorry, I've ruined the mood. It's nothing really. I just felt that the way Wang Zheng eats is particularly similar to my father. He remained silent, not saying a single word in reply. Just then, someone's loud scolding suddenly came over. If there are no more seats, then kick a table of customers out. I, Jiang Dongfeng, am waiting. Witnessing the poor waiter being berated by the aggressive group, Xingye's delicate eyebrows furrowed in displeasure. I dare you to tell your boss to stir-fry you. There are so many uncultured rich kids these days. Wang Zheng also secretly watched them with a judgmental gaze. Do they really think they're so great just because they have a few stinking coins? After settling into his seat, Dongfeng suddenly found himself drawn to the lively conversation from their table. Xingye was even playfully trying to feed Wang Zheng a piece of duck meat. His expression immediately revealed a lecherous look, so much so that he was drooling. They're all beautiful girls. It seems coming here today was the right decision. However, being naturally shy around girls, he turned a plan with his cronies. Yiming immediately leaned close to Lu Han's shoulder and whispered. The other had no choice but to shyly agree. This, all right. The next second, he approached Wang Zheng's group's table with his hands clasped together respectfully. I'm very sorry, but our restaurant is quite crowded right now. There are 4 customers who would like to share a table with you. I wonder if that would be convenient. Xingye repeatedly waved her hand in strong protest. Not convenient, not convenient. We paid our own money to eat here. Why should we have to sit with some disgusting people? It's polluting our sight. Lu Han persisted, hoping she would change her mind. Miss, perhaps you could reconsider? Those people are not to be trifled with. However, before he could finish, Dongfeng and his gang officially cut in. Miss, there are no more seats in the hall. I wonder if we could share a table with you all. We can get to know each other, become friends. Only then did Xingye look up at the difficult group of young men. He proudly flaunted his status. I am Jiang Dongfeng, the CEO of Badian Entertainment. It's a blessing to be able to meet such beautiful ladies. Next to me is none other than young Master Su Yiming of the Hanyuan Group. She cleverly passed the ball of responsibility to Wang Zheng. I'm blessed too, but you have to ask him. He's our brother-in-law. Do you want to share a table? If he says yes, then it's a yes. The poor young man, who hadn't even had a bite to eat, was suddenly forced to carry the whole burden. To be suddenly saddled with this out of nowhere, Wang Zheng pouted in silent dissatisfaction. Well done, Shangwan sure. Giving me more trouble. Whatever. I don't like this type of trashy rich kid anyway. And since he didn't like them and had someone backing him up, he became even more unruly, coldly refusing them to their faces. No, don't come and ruin our mood while we're eating. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongfeng's blood boiled. He slammed his hand on the table. The arrogance deep in his blood made him utter a sentence that dug his own grave. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. I guarantee you'll find it very hard to live in the capital soon. After saying that, he thought he was so cool. His brother-in-law even added a bonus self-expulsion order from Earth. If you know what's good for you, get out now. Otherwise, I'll make sure your parents don't die an easy death. Hearing this, Wong Jang couldn't take it anymore. He turned slightly and whispered a reminder. 3 young misses, if you're afraid of seeing blood, close your eyes now. Then he stood up under the astonished gazes of Shir and Xingya. Wong Jang walked straight over, grabbed Dongfeng by the sleeve, and dragged him away like a puppy. He didn't seem to resist, just stood there dumbfounded as he watched Wong Jang pick up the duck carving knife from before. Before he could finish his sentence, the sharp blade glinted with metallic light. Then, a scene not suitable for children and breastfeeding women unfolded. Dongfeng let out a loud, pained scream, looking in horror at the fresh tattoo just carved onto the back of his hand. But he was no singer. The high note he had just let out gave Wong Jang such a headache that he had to cover his mouth. He coldly looked at the man collapsed beside him, stealing the script he was about to perform. Don't say anything about settling scores later. If I have a grudge, I'll settle it on the spot. Our male lead seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, quickly nipping the actions of the underlings in the bud. And you guys, if you dare to call for backup or make a scene, you'll end up just like him. After eliminating the potential threat, Wong Jang turned back to his prey on the table. Don't look at me with such affectionate eyes. You insulted my parents. Not cutting out your tongue is already merciful enough. This action awakened the fighting spirit in Xingya. She clapped her hands excitedly. Awesome. Wong Jang, I'm liking being with you more and more. Lu Han was bewildered by the turn of events and the other's attitude, thinking he had mistakenly applied for a job at a mental asylum. This. Then he helplessly turned to the newcomer for help. Manager. Haren, as if blind, ignored the mess on the other side and politely carried out his duty. Mr. Wong Jang, someone in the Emperor's Hall would like to invite you over. Also, the bill for this table has been put on his tab. These 3 words made Xingya exclaim in surprise. The Emperor's Hall. Then she came over and took his hand, asking curiously. That's the private room exclusively for national leaders at Kwanjuda. Even my dad can't just eat in the Emperor's Hall. And you got invited? Do you know them? Shir casually brushed her hair back, still holding her ground. He's just a swindler. Sheng Fei neither agreed nor disagreed, silently analyzing on her own. Only the innocent Xingya casually urged Wong Jang. Hurry up and go. Don't keep them waiting. I've never even been inside the Emperor's Hall. He awkwardly reminded her. Don't put me on the spot. Before he could get far, he was stopped by Haren. I'm very sorry, but that person only invited Mr. Wong Jang. Seeing her wish unfulfilled, Xingya immediately put on a tearful, pouting act. I want to see the Emperor's Hall too. Sheng Fei quickly stood up to remind her friend. Xiaoya, don't cause trouble. You can't just enter the Emperor's Hall. Wong Jang didn't want to drag this pink burden along either. He smiled gently and instructed, it might be a bit inappropriate for you girls to go. Just wait for me here. Seeing everyone stopping her, Xingya didn't insist anymore. All right. Seeing that things here were settled, Haren turned to the other battlefield. Also, he coldly looked at the customer being pinned down on his table. Mr. Jiang, the guest in the Emperor's Hall invites you and your friends to leave the restaurant. Otherwise, he cannot guarantee that nothing unpleasant will happen at Badian Entertainment tonight. It's unknown whether Dongfeng was afraid his group would go bankrupt, or if he saw his co-star had already left, but he gently grabbed the knife and muttered, fine. Then, without hesitation, he pulled it out of the back of his hand. Under the horrified gazes of his underlings, he cosplayed a waiting statue and spoke with deep affection. Wong Jang, I'll be waiting for you. Then, like a drenched rat, he ordered his lackeys to leave the restaurant. Let's go. Wong Jang glanced after them, having already laid out a mat for him in his heart. Just another character. I need to get rid of him quickly. Soon, the 2 of them left the noise behind and approached the Emperor's Hall. Haren only stopped outside, bowing respectfully. Mr. Wong Jang, please go in. He didn't ask any more questions, just replied softly. The heavy wooden door was pushed open. He saw a tall figure already standing there, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Wong Jang, you're here. Mingho's appearance didn't surprise Wong Jang too much. I already guessed it was you. With the blood of a soldier flowing in his veins, he immediately stood at attention. Captain, Yilang reporting to you. Time seemed to freeze. He was like a statue on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he put on an indifferent expression again. You and I are not soldiers anymore. No need for salutes. Sit. As soon as he was seated, Mingho poured out his heart. Captain, you're finally back. You don't know, for the past 4 years, every time I wanted to give up, I would think of you guys. His eyes were now filled with arrows of resentment. The only thing that kept me going to this day is our brotherhood and our hatred for that family. Hearing this, Wong Jang was lost in memories of the past. The moment Zai Chao kept urging, "Captain, don't worry about me. Go quickly," while Mingho's steady voice echoed in his ear. If it weren't for them, our Long Lin special forces, those sharp blades, couldn't have forced us to this point. The more he mentioned it, the more his blood boiled. That was basically a trap to harm Long Lin. If old Sheng hadn't covered for us, he wouldn't have. Then he sighed sadly. After that incident, I went underground in the capital. Xiangzi has been missing without a trace until now. You went abroad. The next second, his face brightened slightly as he asked, "Oh right, after you left, an assassin named the Eastern Evil King moved into the global underworld." An image of Wang Zheng immediately appeared in his mind. I heard that he, by his own strength, easily completed major missions on the underworld's bounty list within a year. He went from being unknown to jumping into the top 10 of the world's assassin rankings. Everyone guesses he's Asian, but no one has ever seen his face. Because everyone who has is dead. And yet, Mingho was very certain of one thing. I know that person is you. Besides you, there's basically no one else with that kind of godlike solo combat ability. I thought you put yourself in a dangerous mission to escape, but I didn't expect you to still come back. Not letting the other monologue any further, Wang Zheng interjected. Actually, this time, the old master asked me to come back. Hearing this, he turned on his suspicion mode. The old master asked you to come back? What does he mean? But he just naively scratched his head. I don't know either. He first had me act as a bodyguard for the Shangwan family's daughter. Even so, Wang Jing knew something was about to happen. But it's also time for him to make a move. The Long Lin unit was scattered because of being framed 4 years ago. He definitely won't be willing to let it go. Mingho subconsciously clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. If the old commander is preparing to make a move, our chances of revenge are much higher. But he was doused with a bucket of cold water. Mingho, we will definitely avenge the grudge from 4 years ago. But not now. Wang Jing's expression remained calm from beginning to end. Right now, we are still no match for the enemy. He didn't dare to disobey. I understand what you mean. The two then changed the subject. Let's talk about something to be happy about. I found one of our relatives. A relative? We still have relatives. Xiangzi has appeared. No, it's old Sheng's daughter, Sheng Fei. Right? Who wanted you to kidnap Shangwan Shishir? Not long after, the moonlight shone on the Tianping mountain villa. As soon as he entered, he heard Xingye's chattering. I threatened and cajoled you all the way, but couldn't get a single word out of you. Wang Zheng, did you used to work for the intelligence bureau? Your mouth is so tight. She had no intention of giving up and switched to a honey trap. Aya, just tell me, who was in the Emperor's hall? Otherwise, I'll definitely be thinking about this all night and won't be able to sleep. My chest will sag, and you won't have any eye candy in the future. Wang Zheng's face showed his disgust. This girl, don't talk nonsense. He coldly pushed her hand off him. You said it yourself. You want to know the secret of the Emperor's hall. How can this benefit be exchanged? But, then he put on a perverted, scary face. Make me comfortable, and then I might consider telling you. But he was immediately interrupted by Shishir, who jumped in, scolding and playfully slapping him. Pervert. He quickly grabbed her arm. Where's your mind going? I meant let me take a comfortable shower. Tonight, if it weren't for some young lady's despicable thoughts, I wouldn't have even had to get physical with those rich kids. You think I want to be covered in sweat? Wang Zheng's sharp words made her choke with anger. He coldly turned his back. No more talking. I'm going to shower. Xingye watched him with a bored expression. He's finding another excuse to avoid the question. Then she couldn't help but turn and ask, Sure, Wang Zheng shares a room with you. Do you really not know anything about his social connections? But Sure was also at a loss. Ever since he arrived, he's been like my shadow, never leaving my side. I haven't seen him meet anyone. Before today, I thought he didn't have any friends. While they were gossiping, Sheng Fei walked over and pulled Xingye's hand. Xiaoye, it's getting late. We should go home. She still lingered. But, she was then lectured. About what we want to know, I've already asked Uncle Shangwan. He just said that some things are better left unknown. Just trust Uncle Shangwan's decision. And as for matters related to the Emperor's Hall, we shouldn't get involved. But this only made Shishir feel more frustrated. Better left unknown? What secret is this Wang Zheng hiding? Not long after, the bedroom door was seen slowly creaking open. With the determination to find out the truth, Shishir was ready to do something sneaky. While this guy isn't back yet, she quickly discovered a suspicious object. Damn it, why is this suitcase pushed in so deep? Unexpectedly, she was caught red-handed by Wang Zheng. What are you doing? She immediately straightened up, but her cheeks flushed when she saw something. He was only wrapped in a towel, standing proudly in front of her, which scared the daylights out of Shishir. Shishir was startled and screamed, Pervert! Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Wong Jang simply stated, this is my room. I can do whatever I want. On the contrary, you. He directly stepped forward and lifted her chin with suggestive words. Coming to my room in the middle of the night, and so boldly at that? Are you trying to reward this sincere little bodyguard? Only then did she realize something was wrong and frantically pushed him away. Can't I have taken a wrong turn? You hooligan. Who cares about you? Wong Jang still wanted to reason with her. I'm the one whose room was barged into. You're the hooligan. Sure left angrily, not forgetting to warn him. You just wait. Tomorrow I'll have my dad deal with you. Suddenly, the suitcase exposed under the bed caught his attention. So he stood there foolishly, misunderstanding. She's that interested in me? Then Wong Jang crouched down to open it and take a look. Inside was full of clothes, and a photograph on top immediately caught his eye. He picked it up and looked at the faces in the picture. The scene then shifts to a coffee shop somewhere. He was sitting inside, leisurely drinking. Unconsciously, he turned to observe the entrance of the shopping mall across the street. At this moment, Wong Jang also recalled a past event. The perfume on you is not ordinary. To be precise, it's a type of drug that can paralyze the nerves. It's not easy for others to detect, but with long-term use, the muscles will permanently soften, leaving one at the mercy of others. His words left Shang Fei utterly astonished. Even so, she still found it hard to believe. How is that possible? I bought this perfume myself from a specialty store. Just as he was reminiscing, the phone on the table suddenly rang. He snapped out of it and picked it up to see the message. The content was, the document is the intelligence you requested. But honestly, Fong Nier's purchase records for the past 6 months are all very normal. You might be disappointed. Wong Jang kept calculating in his mind. The main store shows no trace, and the purchase records are watertight. It seems the person behind Shang Fei is no ordinary person. Suddenly, a woman approached and asked, Sir, excuse me, may I sit here? He looked her over and silently sized her up. Not bad. Can give her an 85. Outwardly, he feigned confusion. You are. She quickly sat down opposite him and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Zhang Mingqi. This is my business card. May I have your name? He replied unhurriedly, Wong Jang. Then she handed over another business card. Wong Jang took it and looked it over. So she's the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. Surely she's not here to seek justice for her brother? Mingqi quickly denied it. No, Mingquan got into a fight and brought it upon himself. I came to find you today to ask for your help with 2 things. He seemed very pleased with her attitude. It's rare to meet such a reasonable and beautiful woman. Not bad. Go ahead. She didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. Director Shang Fei is a very rare talent for Lan Hai. I hope you can help me persuade her not to leave Lan Hai because of Mingquan's loss. Then she pushed a folder in front of Wong Jang. This is a transfer agreement for 3% of Lan Hai's shares. As long as Shang Fei agrees to stay, all of this will be hers. I will also guarantee that Mingquan will not dare to offend her from now on. He simply threw a jab back at her. You think I don't know? Shang Fei just won the top prize in an international fashion competition not long ago. With her status, why would she need this small share to stay in a place of trouble? Besides, I don't like that Zhang Mingquan guy. Knowing he wouldn't be easily persuaded, Mingqi decided to offer a bigger benefit. 10% of Lan Hai's shares. Shang Fei will become the largest shareholder of Lan Hai from now on. She can receive an annual shareholder dividend of about 300 million. How about it? Upon hearing this, he could only spread his hands and surrender. 300 million. I'm swayed. But I don't have the ability to make decisions for Shang Fei. Finally, the reason you came to me is also. Seeing that it still wasn't persuasive enough, she placed a valuable item on the table, cutting him off. This is the Platinum membership card for the nationwide, top-class Tiangong International. All expenses are free. There are only 10 of these cards in the whole country, and I only have 2. Please accept this and don't pursue my brother's mistake any further. Only a fool would refuse this. Wong Jang smiled unusually. Miss Zhang is indeed generous. It's very comfortable talking to you. What about the second matter? Mingqi didn't mind telling him. The second matter concerns my brother's face. Mingqiwan's face is very swollen, but it doesn't hurt or itch. There's no sensation even when you press it. Our private doctor is at a loss. I think since Mr. Wong has this special technique, you must also have a way to cure it. Along with that came a few words of advice. Mingquan has been taught a lesson. I asked Mr. Wong to be lenient with him. Hearing this, Wong Jang fell into deep thought for a moment. Soon after, he held up the gold card and discussed the possibility of milking it for more. There's no such thing as baseless hatred in this world. I have the antidote, but I want to know, how much sincerity does Miss Zhang have? She didn't mind being direct. Mr. Wong, the day you slapped Mingquan, Did you already think about your revenge for later? If that's the case, your scheming is too terrifying. Wong Jang put the exchanged item back down. Well said, well said. Think about it carefully. At this point, Ming-Chi could only back down first. I'll treat you to dinner. You can choose the place. Is this condition acceptable? He immediately became enthusiastic again. Miss Zhang is really confident in herself. But I agree. He also added, I'll choose the place, but I want one more condition. During dinner, you must fulfill one request of mine. Don't worry, it won't cross the line. Finally, Wang Zheng stood up to conclude the negotiation. After this meal, the grudge between me and Zhang Mingquan is over. After discussing everything, the two walked out of the coffee shop opposite the Lanhai shopping center. Mingqi bowed again to thank Wang Zheng. For Mingqiwan's matter, thank you very much, Mr. Wang. It was rare to see him reply so politely to someone. Not at all. I really like Miss Mingqi's way of handling things. I hope we have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Watching her retreating figure, he couldn't help but gossip a little. Born from the same parents. But how can the two of you be so different? Are you really siblings? Only then could Wang Zheng examine the business card he had just received. Tiangong International, huh? I'll have to go there to broaden my horizons when I'm free. It wasn't until the sky was dyed orange that Sheng Fei got off work. As soon as she came out, she ran into a familiar face. Wang Zheng, why are you here? He politely put his phone away and smiled in reply. Shengwan Shishi's father is here today, so I don't need to protect her. I just wanted to come and see the Lan Hai group, which specializes in men's clothing. I want to steal a couple of suits. Sheng Fei didn't reply to his lame joke. As she got into the car, she asked directly about what was on her mind. Zhang Mingqi just came to me to sign a new stock contract. I signed it. Is this related to you? Wang Zheng didn't say yes or no, only gave a vague comment. This Zhang Mingqi girl is truly a ruthless one. To her, this evasive attitude was the clearest answer. Why did you have to help me? He was caught, so he didn't lie, bluntly giving a reason. Don't overthink it. I just feel that you are a talent, and you're valuable. As long as Sheng Fei benefited, she didn't press further. I'll treat you to a late-night meal then. Consider it a thank you for your help this time. Wang Zheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely lucky inside. This girl's mind is so sharp. Next time I make a move, I have to be more subtle. Otherwise, the relationship between me and old Sheng will be seen through in an instant. It's just that this expression was caught by her. Soon, the sun had gone to bed, but the noisy nightlife atmosphere was just beginning. The drunkards around weren't focused on eating and drinking, but on the table over here. How can a guy like that get a beautiful woman? Why am I still single? Sitting next to a beauty, and he can eat like that. What kind of person is he? Let's see when he gets dumped. Sheng Fei wasn't a rock on the side of the road. She knew she was being stared at, but she chose her words politely to remind him. You should still eat a little slower. It's not good for your stomach. Unfortunately, Wang Zheng felt there was no problem. You have to eat your fill to be able to work. It lets me know I'm still alive. A shout suddenly cut through their conversation. Who are you calling a hooligan, little girl? I told you, as long as you drink this bottle of wine, I'll order 20 dishes for you. What are you being so reserved for? Brotherly thought his meal was as big as a cartwheel. This thought made Lu Xian feel contempt. I won't sell myself for a few dishes. A few underlings chimed in to flatter him, which only made her angrier, and she grabbed the glass next to her. It's your blessing that Brotherly has taken a liking to you. Other women couldn't even ask for it. As soon as the words were out, Lu Xian directly threw the glass of water in Brotherly's face. Dream on. But the liquid in the glass seemed to be gasoline, which made the man's whole body flare up with anger. You dare, you dare. Then he reached out and slapped her. Everyone was startled by the loud noise. That girl got hit, but someone else quickly stopped them. You dare to meddle in Brotherly's business? Aren't you afraid of getting stabbed? Eat your food, eat your food. Didn't see anything. Sheng Fei couldn't stand it anymore and pushed her chair back to stand up. Before she could do anything, she was stopped by Wang Zheng's hand. He spoke with extreme reliability. Let me handle this. On the other side, Lu Xian used all her strength to grip a beer bottle and charge forward. But how could a woman's strength compare to a man who had been around the block? With just one kick, she was sent flying backward. Lu Xian struggled on the ground, clutching her stomach in pain. A deep male voice suddenly rang out, asking a completely unrelated question. What's your name? And yet, she answered, perhaps because the male lead's aura was too strong. Lu Xian, a sophomore at Capital Normal University. Who are you? Wang Zheng was being strange, asking for someone's name, but not answering their question. Who I am is not important. Are you scared now that things have come to this? Lu Xian had no sense of caution, letting the stranger help her up, and strongly answered the question. Of course not. These two words successfully piqued Wong Jang's interest. That's good. Then he gently placed the empty beer bottle back into Lu Xian's hand, to her astonishment. This is... Then Wang Zheng pointed directly at Brother Li and ordered the girl beside him. Go hit him. Wang Zheng's action caused a lively discussion among the people. Hey, is he sick? Doesn't he know who Meng Dilly is? Brother Li can summon hundreds of underlings with steel pipes with just one phone call. Doesn't he know he's sending that beauty to her death? Beauty, don't go. But contrary to their worries, Lu Xian looked at him with emotion. Thank you. Then, she gathered all her courage, gripped the bottle tightly, and walked straight forward, ignoring all the discouraging words around her. Girl, don't be rash. Are you all crazy? Dilly glanced at Lu Xian and sneered. You don't know what's good for you. Suddenly, an arm shot out a sharp silver needle. He was startled when he saw the small object fly towards him and stick into his body. What's going on? Dilly stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. Just then, Lu Xian smashed the glass bottle on his head. His underlings shouted in horror. You dare to hit Brother Li? That guy must have pulled some trick. At that moment, Xiang Rui aggressively approached with a weapon in hand. Let me go stab them. Seeing the situation, Wang Zheng had an idea. Before he could understand what was happening, Dilly was horrified to see him charging straight at him. In a flash, Wang Zheng reached out and grabbed his pants. He effortlessly lifted Dilly, causing him to scream in panic. What are you doing? Next, Wang Zheng threw Dilly towards the charging Xiang Rui. He accidentally stabbed him right in the stomach. When he realized what had just happened, he started trembling. Boss, As Dilly collapsed with his wound, Xiang Rui screamed in terror. I didn't mean to. The surrounding people who witnessed the scene started to panic. He's injured. Someone's injured. Call the police. Call an ambulance. Taking advantage of the chaos, Wang Zheng quickly pulled Lu Xian's hand. Follow me. Dilly roared as he saw them get into a car. Quick, remember the license plate. I'll make him pay for this. Meanwhile, Sheng Fei was already in the driver's seat. She waited for the two to settle in before speaking in a serious tone. Causing a bloody incident in a public place is no small matter, Wang Zheng. At this moment, Lu Xian felt guilty. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You've provoked Meng Dilly, the local tyrant. I don't know how to thank you. Seeing her troubled expression, Wang Zheng spoke gently to reassure her. It's okay. I've left myself a way out. In a few days, that Meng Dilly will obediently come looking for me. But you probably can't keep this part-time job anymore. You should go back to school and study. At that moment, Sheng Fei glanced through the rearview mirror as if trying to read the mood of the person in the back. Then she spoke softly. What's wrong? Are you from a poor family trying to earn money? Or are you just experiencing life? Lu Xian sadly lowered her head. To experience life, to have more opportunities for social interaction. After hearing this, Wang Zheng remained silent, not knowing what to say. Just then, she leaned forward slightly to give directions. The turn up ahead is Capital Normal University. You can just drop me off there. After that, the car slowly stopped in front of the university gate. Lu Xian got out and waved goodbye to them. Thank you so much for today. When only the two of them were left in the car, Sheng Fei said sarcastically, It seems your skills at picking up girls are really good. People are reluctant to leave, surrounding you and asking for your number. Wang Zheng crossed his arms, feigning helplessness. There's nothing I can do. This charm is unstoppable. Hearing this, she giggled. Show off. As she was about to drive off, he stopped her. Wait a minute. Don't drive yet. Wang Zheng quietly observed the situation in front of them. Let's see what's going on. Lu Xian was being blocked by Zhu Feng. This young master has cars, has houses. I was kind enough to confess to you, giving you face, but you didn't want it. Not stopping there, he forcibly pulled her. Since you don't want face, I don't need it either. Come with me. You've seen the car, what are you still resisting for? Lu Xian quickly grabbed onto something. Stop. Zhu Feng, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some stinking money. Let me go. But then she was extremely surprised when Wang Zheng suddenly reappeared. Zhu Feng angrily snapped when he was cut off. Who is that? A decisive spray right in the face from Wang Zheng made Zhu Feng choke uncontrollably. You, cough cough. What did you cough cough cough? Do to me, cough cough cough. His underling immediately rushed forward aggressively to question him. Hey, what's going on? But Lu Xian ignored them and ran towards the safest harbor at that moment. Wang Zheng. And he just held up that terrifying weapon, making the underling jump back. You guys continue. Only after the matter was resolved did he speak. This is for you. My self-made Wang's brand pepper spray. If anyone gives you trouble, just a light press, and the effect will increase several hundred times after a few hours. After that, Wong Jang didn't forget to gently remind her. It's late now, go back. Lu Xian's cheeks flushed red. But, surprisingly, the shy young girl changed 180 degrees into a strong woman. I still want to teach this guy a lesson. And Zhu Feng had to suffer again. Shoo. Now, even if he tried to open his mouth for a while, besides the uncomfortable wind blowing in, not a single word came out. Humph, humph, humph. Shoo. Lu Xian ignored him and turned to wink at her benefactor. Thank you so much for today. See you another time. Leaving Wang Zheng to laugh at how cute she was. Kicking a dog when it's down. This little girl really has the style of my youth. At some luxurious villa under the poetic dark night. A woman was heartbroken for Zhu Feng. First, it was your vice-provincial governor's seat. Now, even a university student dares to bully our little Feng. Mr. Zhu, you can't tolerate this anymore. Zhu Qihua, as the chief secretary of the capital government office, was lost in thought. At school, everyone knows about little Feng's family background. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? The vice-provincial governor's seat was just taken, and now little Feng runs into trouble like this. Could it be a test from that mysterious person? And then he stopped caring about his son and decisively turned away. Call an ambulance. First, take little Feng to the hospital. His swift action made Zhu Feng feel wronged. Dad, cough, cough, cough. And Yi Hui was constantly comforting him. Son, don't be afraid. Your father will definitely help you. Mom will help you too. A murderous aura even emanated from her. That woman. Mom won't let her live peacefully in the capital. As soon as she finished speaking, she was determined to act immediately. Hello? Judge Chen. This is Yi Hui. I have a favor to ask you. It's like this. The next morning, the warm sunlight illuminated the entire area. Mingqi smiled her standard smile as she introduced Wang Zheng. This is my personal designer. He will help you with a professional design. He didn't forget to make eyes at her, his mouth dripping words sweeter than honey. Miss Zhang Mingqi is still the most thoughtful, even specially coordinating an image for me for the party. It was clear she didn't want to accept this compliment, as her heart was racing. Isn't it because you're so impulsive? One phone call, and you want to go to a party with me. You came to my company before I even agreed, completely giving no one a chance to refuse. And then this conversation was ended by her next sentence. Then I'll leave this to you too. I'm going to change first. A while later, Mingqi came out with a completely new look. Wang Zheng. The staff immediately informed her, Mr. Wang is also, when she was cut off by a scream as if someone had met their idol. So handsome. This also attracted her attention. Wang Zheng was already used to the stares, so he just calmly said, I told you, your reactions don't need to be this big. Then Mingqi had to exclaim from the bottom of her heart, I never expected it. You really can surprise people. Of course, a professional flirt like him would never miss the opportunity to sprinkle a few words. Good in the living room, good in the kitchen. I guarantee if you try my cooking, you'll fall in love with me. She didn't hesitate to reply, Really? Then I must try it when I have time. Let's see if I fall in love with you. Then she urged with a smile that could outshine the sun, Let's go to Yalan Bar. It seems I'll be stunning them today. Wang Zheng's eyes were already glued to Mingqi as if with super glue. Humph, humph. This is truly a gift from heaven. A man's nemesis. At Yalan Bar, in the high-end party room, countless well-dressed guests were mingling. In a corner, ladies were surrounding a gentleman and chatting lively. Young Master Su, have a drink with us. That person was Su Tianran, the young master of the Su group. I have a date with Mingqi. I still have other things to do. Suddenly, Chu Xiaonan, the CEO of the Chu group, the richest family in China, burst out laughing when he heard the conversation. Haha, compared to Miss Mingqi, other girls are naturally a step behind. Since ancient times, talented men have been paired with beautiful women. It's no wonder that in young Master Su's eyes, there is only Miss Mingqi. Those people had successfully angered the girls behind them, while he was extremely satisfied. Young Master Chu, you're too kind. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Miss Mingqi is here. Tianren quickly walked towards his true love. Mingqi. The cheerful look on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a stunned expression. The crowd was equally surprised when Mingqi and Wang Zheng walked in arm. Zhang Mingqi actually brought an outsider here herself. Who is he? Well, isn't this putting young Master Su in a difficult position in front of everyone? All the gossip reached her ears, making Mingqi a little embarrassed. Wang Zheng, what on earth are you trying to do? He didn't explain much, just reminded her. Keep your arm linked with mine. Don't let go. This is the small request I mentioned earlier. The issue she cared about was something else. But this doesn't mean that you and I. At this moment, Mingqi was sighing in frustration. Anyone with eyes can see that Su Tianran has feelings for me. I haven't publicly rejected him all these years because I'm wary of his power in the capital. But this move by Wong Jang is clearly making me publicly reject Su Tianran, putting me at a stalemate with him. Just as she was about to pull her hand away, Wong Jang stopped her. Don't move. Don't let go. That action made Mingqi's narcissism reach a new level. Rare and hard to find. Wong Jang, what is his intention? Surely it's not just to satisfy his vanity of being a beautiful woman's boyfriend? Suddenly, Tianran appeared and was about to put the third wheel in his place. Ahem, get to know the new person. Mingqi, you're here. I wonder who this friend is. She smiled her standard social smile and introduced. My friend, Wong Jang, the young master of the Wong family. He fell into thought. The Wong family? The Wong family of Hangzhou? But Wong Jang spoke up and denied it, creating a new ancestor for his clan. The Wong family of Philadelphia, USA. Mingqi, beside him, was holding back her laughter so hard her face was contorting, and he was still displaying his professional, Hollywood-level acting skills. Mingqi and I met when she was studying in the US. It's been several years since we last saw each other. She decided to remain silent and wait for the good show. Well done, Wong Jang. I didn't expect you to be so smooth when you're bluffing. I'll play along for now and see what game you're playing. By now, Tianran seemed to believe him somewhat. So that's how it is. I wonder if Mr. Wong is here in the capital for fun or for business this time. Even while reaching for a glass of wine, Wong Jang's mouth never stopped. The Wong family in Philadelphia bought 2 diamond mines in South Africa 20 years ago, and never mind them. I'm here in the capital this time to check on the situation of the diamond mines, simply to do some market analysis. He didn't forget to express his deep affection to match the setup. Of course, the most important thing is still to see Mingqi. After all, it's been many years. I've missed her a lot. Mingqi suddenly realized something. The Su family is extremely powerful in China with its diamond chain industry. Although it's said they can cover the sky with one hand, outsiders basically wouldn't know the details so well. How does Wong Jang know so much? While Wong Jang was discussing very professionally, young Master Su, rest assured, we won't enter the Chinese market in the short term. She turned on her Conan mode and made some divine deductions. Could he be doing this on purpose? From the beginning of the party, he was determined to get close to Su Tianran. But what is his intention? Finally, the conversation ended with a clinking of glasses. Tianran seemed very satisfied. I will welcome young Master Wong, at least in manner. Wong Jang was also very concerned about his new partner. But young Master Su, don't work too hard. It will lead to nervous exhaustion, insomnia, and frequent dreams. Even with heavy makeup, I can still see that your eye sockets are a bit swollen. This sentence made him freeze. This, how did he find out? Tianran's gaze quietly swept over the treacherous smiles around him. Damn it. For years, to not give anyone with ill intentions a chance, I've tried to pretend to be proficient. I never thought that today, this guy would expose everything with one sentence. He probably didn't just come to investigate. After giving a very well-intentioned reminder, Wong Jang made his exit. It's my first time at Yahello Bar. I still want to look around elsewhere. Please excuse me. He smiled with interest, watching the 2 figures gradually recede. The Wong family of Philadelphia, huh? Interesting. It was evening now, and the moon was high in the sky. Wong Jang was sitting in the car. I say, Miss Zhang, do you know how much of a killer that look of yours is to men? If you have something to say, just say it. Mingqi tilted her head to the side. Did you get my permission? You used me to get close to Su Tianran on your own. This makes me unhappy. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? He wasn't the least bit guilty and even uttered a sentence full of hidden meaning. This meal, isn't it about mutual exploitation? Aren't you planning to use me to achieve some goals? Mingqi frowned and observed Wong Jang with a puzzled expression. But I don't understand why you have to target Su Tianran. You must know how powerful he is in the capital and his strong military background. He replied quickly without much thought. Because I don't like the sight of him. His hand clenched, and a dark, murderous aura emanated from Wong Jang. It's not just him. I don't like the sight of the entire Su family. This is a story from many years ago. If I have the chance, I must uproot the Su family. A moment later, his car stopped by the lake. Mingqi glanced over and continued. Now you can tell me the reason. Before she could finish, he opened the car door and stepped out. She followed him, questioning as she walked. Why did you have to tell me what you just said? Aren't you afraid I'll sell you out? Wong Jang placed his hand on the railing and looked into the distance, explaining 2 reasons. First, you are very ambitious in your career, and your abilities are not limited to managing just one lawn high. Second, it's because of your mother, Su Huihan. Hearing this, Mingqi grabbed his hand in astonishment and suspicion. How do you know my mother? Could it be that my mother is related to the Su family? He turned to scrutinize her. Did your father, Zhang Xiaozi, tell you that your mother died from postpartum hemorrhage after giving birth? Once again, she was stunned. How do you know this? And what does this have to do with the Su family? Why bring it up so suddenly? Wong Jang frowned as he recounted a piece of the old days. She fell in love with a poor man and even had 2 children with him. Because of this, the old master of the Su family felt it was a disgrace to the family's name. He used their 3 lives as a threat to force Su Huiyan to return home. For her children's sake, she had to grit her teeth and accept. But if Su Huiyan returned to the Su family, she would definitely be the first heir and receive a large fortune. The competitors didn't want her to come home, so they could only create some accidents. Mingqi imagined the calculating gazes that once surrounded her mother. So, you're saying my mother didn't die from postpartum hemorrhage, but was murdered by the Su family? She clenched her fists and looked down at the lake, her voice choked with emotion. Why should I believe you? Then she turned around with a sorrowful expression and asked directly, what do you mean by this? Wang Zheng shrugged indifferently and replied simply, go back and ask your father, won't that make it clear? Without another word, she immediately turned to leave, but he added, join forces with me. Let's go to the Su family and take back everything that rightfully belongs to you. Mingqi didn't say a word, only glanced back quickly. Then she got in the car, slammed on the accelerator, and sped off, leaving him standing there. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he took his phone out of his coat. After a few taps, Wang Zheng dialed a number, 001215. The person on the other end immediately screamed so loudly it almost burst his eardrum. Oh my God, benefactor, you finally appeared. Have you thought of how you want to be repaid? Don't be polite. Even if you ask me to offer up all the assets of the Wang family in Philadelphia, I would be happy to agree. Wang Zheng held the phone and calmly proposed, I know you bought 2 diamond mines in South Africa at a low price, but haven't started mining them yet. I want you to use the strength of the Wang family to loudly enter the Chinese market and crush the Su family's diamond brand. Can you do that? The other side generously replied, of course, no problem. You'll definitely see the results in 2 months. Then he lowered his head and added a sweet suggestion. And for developing the business in China, I can introduce you to a very suitable person. Her name is Zhang Mingqi. Time slipped through the cracks of the night, and the moon cast its silver light on the sleeping floors below. The next morning, Wang Zheng and Ming Hao strolled leisurely through the bustling streets. Ming Hao, walking beside him, started his interrogation. So, Zhang Mingqi agreed to cooperate with you? Zhang Xiaozi didn't react. Wang Zheng showed no expression, just a slight curl of his lips. No one understands a daughter better than her father. Zhang Xiaozi knew he couldn't hide it from Zhang Mingqi, nor could he stop her from seeking revenge. So, giving her the money he had accumulated over the years was the best choice. As he walked, he nodded. So this Zhang Xiaozi is a smart man after all. Just then, Kuan Ding brushed past them, his face full of murderous intent. As if sensing the killing intent, Ming Ho glanced around and sounded the alarm. Captain, 3 people 5 meters to the left. 2 more in front on the right. 1 behind on the left. And 2 more in ambush in the right corner. Including the one who just passed. That's 9. Wang Zheng chuckled after hearing this. It seems your senses haven't dulled after all these years. He then added, but there's 1 more behind us. He exclaimed with delight. Captain, you're still as formidable as ever. Why don't we team up again today? He didn't discuss further and pretended to smooth his hair as he reminded him. 200 meters ahead, 7th floor, east wall. There's a skilled sniper. Ming Ho excitedly slapped his shoulder and challenged. With us here, a skilled sniper in this terrain is useless. How about we have a competition? See who can catch more prey. Wang Zheng didn't need to think. His hand was already inside his coat. Then let's compete. Then he pulled out a thick stack of cash from his coat and suddenly threw it into the air, scattering it everywhere as he shouted, go. Seeing the red rain of money falling from the sky, people excitedly ran to grab it. Money is falling. Move. That's mine. Wu Ling's group, scattered in different corners, couldn't hide their shock at the scene. This is bad. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ming Ho took a running leap. He did a graceful somersault and then flicked his fingers, throwing a hidden weapon. Wu Ling thought the other was just showing off, so he didn't dodge. As a result, he was unlucky enough to be hit straight in the heart. But Ming Ho's attacks were diverse, striking both high and low, leaving the other man no time to dodge. Even hiding in a corner couldn't save him. This situation made Kuan Ning certain that their side was about to be wiped out. She frantically contacted her accomplice. Mission failed. Retreat. Before she could finish, she felt a cold injection of anesthetic in the back of her neck, making her turn around in shock. After taking care of business, Wong Jang turned and instructed, "The rest are yours. Have your bodyguards handle the scene. I'm going to catch the sniper. Leave a few witnesses." Mingho immediately accepted the order. The next second, he instantly vanished from the spot, teleporting to the rooftop of a tall building where the target was hiding. Wu Ling, still unaware that the devil was near, was just focused on ordering his men. "Leave your positions quickly. Quickly." At this moment, Wang Zheng kindly reminded him from behind, "I'm afraid you have no men left." Seeing the person who had appeared out of nowhere, his heart jumped. A moment ago, he was on the street 200 meters away. In the blink of an eye, he's here. Then he reassured himself. Whatever, now is not the time to solve puzzles. Wu Ling rushed forward, thinking to himself, the one who strikes first is the strongest. However, his attack was easily blocked by Wang Zheng. Even so, he wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he felt excited. As expected, you're no pushover. But a sharp blade was revealed from his arm guard. His heart became extremely excited. So what if you're strong? The real killer move is yet to come. As soon as he drew his secret weapon, he charged forward aggressively, threatening, "Go to hell." Witnessing his opponent's tenacity, Wang Zheng just opened his mouth slightly and then blew out a strong puff of air. This made Wu Ling pause in confusion. What is this smell? My senses. It's unknown whether it was his opponent's breath or something strange, but his whole body suddenly sank into darkness. It was a long time before he heavily blinked his eyes open. Opposite him, Shishi couldn't hide her frustration. Another assassin. Will these assassinations ever stop? Seeing that Wu Ling had woken up, she immediately walked over to question him. Who sent you? However, all she got was an indifferent turn of the head. Shir was so angry she was speechless. In the end, she had no choice but to leave, not forgetting to instruct her bodyguard. The interrogation is up to you. As long as you don't kill him, you can torture him however you want. The door was slammed shut with force. In the quiet room, only two people remained. Wang Zheng finally spoke. An elite special forces soldier. How could you have fallen to this point? Wu Ling showed no fear and retorted with annoyance. Seeing your skills, you must also be from a special forces background. Aren't you just the same as that hooligan Li Mingho? He even put on a very arrogant expression. In fact, if I hadn't come to the capital, I would have been doing well in the Golden Triangle. But his boasting only made Wang Zheng scoff. An elite special forces soldier from the Langya Special Forces in the Golden Triangle can't hold his own? If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. He didn't expect the other to be so easily tricked. He blurted out his identity with just a few words. How did you know I'm from Langya? Now that it was confirmed, he didn't hesitate to explain. The existence of the Langya Special Forces in China is a top secret. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't know. But I'm different. He brought up the arm guard from before. I invented that move of yours. I only taught it to the Langya people. How could I not know? That information immediately turned Wu Ling into a clown. He couldn't believe it and questioned loudly, "You're from Longlin?" Seeing the other's growing shock, Wang Zheng calmly dropped another bomb. "Not just me, Li Mingho too. So for you guys to make a move on him, you're really overestimating yourselves." These introductions were like a dagger to the heart, making Wu Ling lower his head in sorrow. The difference between Langya and Longlin can't be described in a few ranks. To fall into your hands, I am completely convinced. Kill me or beat me, do as you please. However, he leisurely made an offer. As long as you agree to my condition, I can let you go back. Curiosity made Wu Ling look over at him blankly. Then he shook his head, determined to refuse. No need. As a special forces soldier, you also know how strict our secrecy is. If I can't withstand your interrogation methods, I will choose to hypnotize myself, forcing my brain to die. This attitude was completely to Wang Zheng's liking. Just that the method is a bit naive. Not bad, but you don't understand. As a Longlin member, I have 100 ways to prevent you from hypnotizing yourself. Do you believe me? The expression on the face opposite him made Wu Ling extremely panicked. What on earth do you want to do? At this point, there was nothing left to hide. Wang Zheng pulled out a large needle and coldly proposed, "I want you to do one thing for me every 3 months." Mentioning this, Wang Zheng looked thoughtful. As for what it is, I haven't thought of it yet. That attitude made Wu Ling's heart uneasy. Can I refuse? His tone carried a certain gravity. But, as if seeing through his opponent's thoughts, Wang Zheng reminded him as he inserted the poison needle, "You are not allowed to refuse." Those words made Wu Ling lose his composure and scream, "You might as well kill me." He leisurely admired the needle in his hand and introduced, "This is a rare poison I found in an ancient book called the 100-Day Burial Poison. After being poisoned, in 100 days, the bones will break, joint by joint." With his keen senses, Wu Ling quickly understood the situation. That is to say, I must find you for an antidote every 3 months. If the mission fails, does that mean I can't get the antidote? Wong Jang came over to untie him and bluntly declared, a useless pawn. What do I need it for? I've already said, you have no right to choose. After freeing him, he immediately laid out a detailed plan. I've thought of it. The first thing is to go back to your place and develop your armed forces. You don't need many skilled people. In 3 months, expand to 300 people for me. This would be considered a powerful force in the Gordon Triangle. His tone also carried a bit of comfort. As for the money, you figure it out yourself. If I'm satisfied after 3 months, I will provide certain manpower and resources. Wu Ling immediately accepted. Deal. As soon as the cooperation was successful, Wong Jang's eyes showed a sharp glint. He calmly reminded him, for your sake, I'll let Chen Kongmei off this time. But don't let there be a next time. Those words sent a shock through Wu Ling. How do you know my second uncle? He smiled slyly and continued to explain. I told you, I have my ways. All right, if there's a next time, I'll get rid of Chen Kongmei and let you rightfully inherit the Longmei group. That's not a bad thing. He was so shocked he couldn't speak. However, Wong Jang, with his sharp eyes, reminded him, you can't hide it from me. His voice was extremely calm as he continued. I see desire, viciousness, and ambition in your eyes. And these are all things I need recently. With his intentions seen through, Wu Ling could only obediently follow. I will do as you say. This attitude made Wong Jang very satisfied, and he encouraged him. Okay, I look forward to your good news. The next day, Shishi's questioning voice echoed throughout the house. What? You let him go again this time? In contrast, Wong Jang seemed calm. Who was it that gave me full authority to handle it? The question made her stammer. Did I say that? But she quickly regained her composure, sat down, and continued to question him. Whatever. I don't care how you handle it. Now tell me, did you find out anything? Wong Jang replied immediately. It's Chen Kongmei of the Meilong group. The information sent Shishi into such a deep shock that she couldn't hide the expression on her face. What? It was Chairman Chen Kongmei of the Meilong group who sent someone to kill me. Xingya popped out of nowhere to tease. The Meilong group? Why would he want to kidnap Shishi? So the old man's taste is quite special. Faced with those words, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth in annoyance. Han Xingya, one slap easily sent Xingya flying. Shishi shouted in frustration. Disappear for 2 hours for me. After sending the person away, her face suddenly filled with worry as she continued. The Shangwan family is planning to enter all of the Meilong group's industries this year. Chen Kongmei is naturally not happy, so he wanted to kidnap me to threaten my father. Then her face showed a look of resentment and determination as she vowed. To think of such an underhanded trick. Chen Kongmei, I will definitely make you die a thorough death in the business world. This scene made Wong Jang secretly praise her. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Shangwan family. She looks like a ditz, but it seems her IQ is all in the business world. He asked curiously, what are you planning to do? Shishi propped her chin on her hand and began to devise a plan. I have no choice now. There's a party tomorrow night. Many famous figures from China's rich list will be there. I estimate many famous sons and daughters will also be there. I'll embarrass him a little then. Xingya, who loved fun, got excited upon hearing this. A party. Great. I want to go with you. We have to call Sister Cheng Fei too. However, she only received a blunt refusal from her. Sister Cheng Fei has to stay home tomorrow night to revise her designs. Wong Jang and I can go. You don't need to come along. The other quickly pleaded. No way. There will be so many handsome guys at the party. I have to go. I must go. Seeing that talking to Shishi was useless, she turned to pouting and grabbing Wong Jang's arm. Brother Wong Jang, you're the best to me. Shishi won't let me go. Can you let me come along? The girl's expression made him blush with embarrassment as he hesitantly replied, this. In his heart, he was wavering. I'm just an ordinary bodyguard. I can't make the decision. Besides, even if I agree, will you still act like this? Helpless, Shishi could only sigh and agree. All right. I'll take you, okay? Just don't embarrass me too much tomorrow night. Her trick successful, Xingya cheered happily. Shishi finally agreed. So, where are we going for the party tomorrow night? Shishi thought for a moment and then answered. This time, the party will be held at the Tiangong International Bar. Otherwise, no other bar would dare to host such a high-class party. Hearing this name, he couldn't hide his interest and asked, Tiangong International Bar? At the Tiangong International Bar, a group of rich young masters were gathered, gossiping. Why is Shangwan Shishi here? In the past, it was always the Shangwan family who attended these kinds of parties. Maybe something is happening with the Shangwan family, right? Who was that person next to Shangwan Shirshir? Do you guys know him? This, no impression. On this side, Shirshir was politely chatting with Kame. Thank you, Uncle Chung. I will pass on your message to my father. The old man also enthusiastically praised her. I didn't expect Shirshir to have become such a generous young lady. I wonder who the young man next to you is. Seeing the other's attention on him, Wong Jang immediately raised his hand to greet him. I am Wong Jang, just returned from the US. Hello, senior. Kangmei didn't even bother to shake his hand and had a cold expression. Shirshir's face suddenly turned dangerous, and she spoke with a hidden meaning. Uncle Chung, Jurong International is about to enter the white electronics industry. I hope you can prepare well. Don't get beaten too badly by Jurong then. But this subtle reminder only made the old man smile sinisterly. You should know that Meilong has always been the leader of the white electronics industry. This is not something an outsider can shake. Young people shouldn't talk so big, or they will suffer for it. She immediately paused. Wang Zheng quickly placed a hand on her shoulder, as if to hold her back. He spoke without any hesitation. CEO Chung, it's not scary for young people to suffer. Sometimes it's a chance to correct mistakes. On the contrary, it's the old people, with their heads full of improper things. Kang Mei felt insulted and shouted, What do you mean? Wang Zheng remained calm, but also mockingly reminded him, Nothing. I just want to remind CEO Chung that it's best to behave. Otherwise, the bruise on your hand will get worse. This information made the old man subconsciously look at his hand with extreme panic in his heart. The poison is from him? When? Memories from not long ago returned. Kang Mei immediately became suspicious. Could it be from last time? Come to think of it, my hand only started to hurt and itch for no reason since that day. Wang Zheng didn't hesitate to threaten him directly. The internet is so popular these days. If the video from your office is uploaded online, you'll become even more famous. This made Shirshir, standing beside him, begin to show admiration. When did he make a move on Shinkame? Could it be that he was helping me all along? Kangmei couldn't maintain his composure and shouted again, What on earth are you trying to say? As he took a glass of wine from a waiter, he leisurely proposed, Everything in this world has a price. You name your price, and I can consider giving you the video or the antidote. Helpless, Lee had to accept the negotiation. 10% of Meilong Group's shares. What do you think? Holding the wine glass and swirling it gently, Wang Zheng calmly remarked, 10% of the shares. The annual dividend could be tens of millions. CEO Chung is really generous. Then he gripped Shirshir's wrist and declared, But I feel that this still can't compare to your life. These words made Kang Mei anxious and he roared, Then what do you want me to do? He took the opportunity to seize the upper hand and proposed, 10% of the shares for your video. Another 10% to buy your life. The wine glass in his hand was thrown to the floor. The old man stood there, fuming and shouting, This is blackmail. It's extortion. I want to call the police. Wang Zheng was not afraid at all, and even flexed his muscles in challenge. Then go call the police. Don't worry, I will tell the police everything honestly, including those videos. Kang Mei looked at the crowd gossiping nonstop, and finally had to give in. 20%. I agree. As soon as he got what he wanted, he rubbed his chin and said, Deal. But I want to add one more thing. This 20% of yours must belong to Jurong International. That is to say, the holder is Shangwan Shirshir. That seemed to hit a weak spot. Kang Mei angrily grabbed Wang Zheng by the collar and shouted, Don't push it. With 20% of the shares, you'll become the second largest shareholder of Meilong. But his attitude remained extremely calm as he reminded him, Of course, you can also not make this deal. Silence me, and then find someone to research the antidote. It's just that I've already set the sequence. If I disappear for 10 hours, the video will be circulated through some method. I can't guarantee. Mentioning this, the hand gripping his collar gradually loosened. His face showed clear resistance, but he could only obediently submit. I agree. Shirshir, standing to the side, also spoke up. Uncle Chung, I'll also remind you of one thing. Doing business with integrity is stronger than anything else. Tomorrow night, I will go with my father to the Meilong Group to sign the share transfer. Thank you, Uncle Chung. Watching the other party leave with an unwilling expression, she turned to him with a grateful look. Thank you, Wang Zheng, for doing so much for the Shangwan family. Wang Zheng adjusted his collar and glanced around embarrassedly. No need to be polite. Shirshir suddenly became suspicious. But why did you have to do so much to help me? She blushed and asked softly. It's not because you like me, is it? Wang Zheng was startled and retorted. I like you? On what basis? Shirshir stood right next to him, her face red, and continued to analyze. Because I'm beautiful and very understanding. Hearing these words, he didn't hesitate to reply. You're very understanding? If you were understanding, pigs could climb trees. That sentence hit her like a ton of bricks, freezing her on the spot. Wong Jang crossed his arms and calmly explained, while the person next to him started to fume with anger. You understand. When it comes to choosing a partner, my requirements are very simple. As long as they're a woman, it's fine. Therefore you are not. Shir was so angry she gritted her teeth and screamed his name. Wong. At the critical moment, Xingye appeared from nowhere and ran towards them with a joyful expression. Wong Jang, you were so handsome just now. To be able to so easily teach a lesson to last year's strongest entrepreneur, Chung Kangmei. She hugged his arm and boasted happily. As your friend, I certainly won't embarrass you. I put your Wong's brand chili water in his wine glass just now. Am I amazing? Do I have a little bit of your style? Wong Jang was extremely flustered. Amazing, amazing. The child can be taught. Upstairs, Xiaonan thoughtfully assessed the scene below. Young Master Su, you've seen it. This Wong Jang is not simple. We have to be on guard. Tianran held a wine glass in his hand and finally revealed the information he had. I've investigated the Wong family in Philadelphia. They are indeed very influential in the U.S. He frowned with a worried expression. It's just that the members of the Wong family are all very mysterious and don't easily show their faces. The subsidiary companies under their control are all managed by people who don't support them. Xiaonan looked thoughtful. That is to say, young Master Su also couldn't find out the true identity of this Wong Jang. Although this Wong Jang could really be from the Wong family in Philadelphia, I don't understand why he had to oppose young Master Su as soon as he arrived. Tianran smiled with a hidden meaning as he looked down at the hall and suggested, it's so lively outside. Why don't you and I go down and see? Seeing this, Xiaonan quickly advised, I think young Master Su has already arranged for someone else to investigate. We should just be spectators. He agreed with this idea. All right. But then a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's her? Why did she suddenly show up? Down in the main hall, the young masters looked at Wong Jang surrounded by beauties with envy. Who on earth is that man? How can he be so close to the eldest daughter of the Shangwan family? With 3 beauties by his side, this man's luck is not bad. I also want to be like him, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by beauties. Just then, Haixing stepped out from the crowd with a contemptuous attitude. Aya, isn't this Ms. Zhang? Always seducing young masters. Why did you switch to a young man this time? What? Did your taste change? Xingye immediately pulled Wang Zheng's arm and whispered, she is the beloved granddaughter of Mr. Song Haixing. She's always liked Su Tianran. You can go over and kick her. In his heart, he wondered, do I look like such a scoundrel? Realizing the other's malice, Mingqi remained calm and explained, Miss Song, Wang Zheng and I are just friends. Please don't take it for granted. As for young Master Su, I have always respected him. There is no ambiguous meaning. However, Haixing continued her sour-tongued remarks. Some women like to rob the cradle. This young man is only about 21 or 22. Miss Zhang really knows how to choose. These words reached Wang Zheng's ears, and he could only stare blankly. I just take good care of myself. My skin is a little smoother, and I have fewer wrinkles. Is it that bad to be called 20-something? This woman really needs to get her eyes checked. Despite being slandered by her, Mingqi still politely reminded her, Miss Song, in a public place, please watch your mouth. Then she fearlessly exposed the other. Everyone here knows you're pursuing young Master Su. It's also a well-known fact that young Master Su is very cold towards you. I really don't understand. How low of an IQ must someone have to seek humiliation like this at this time? Then she threw out a reminder that made the other unable to hide her embarrassment. This will only let more people know. Not stopping there, Mingqi continued to act virtuously and poke fun. And, Miss Song, your behavior will make everyone feel that you are very uneducated. With the humiliation she received, Haixing finally lost her composure and shouted, Shut up. Someone who grew up without a mother's guidance. What right do you have to talk to me about education? As soon as these words were out, the party immediately fell silent. Only Xingye continued to whisper in Wang Zheng's ear, bringing up someone's deceased mother to talk about, that's too much. He gently raised his hand to his mouth to signal. No one noticed that Mingqi's face was gradually turning ugly, her whole body trembling with anger. Suddenly, a hand rested on her small shoulder. Feeling the warmth, she turned her head in surprise. Wang Zheng finally couldn't stand it and said sarcastically, but some people have been taught by their mothers for many years, but they are still not as good as some stray children who have not been taught. He walked up to the other and asked with a hidden meaning, Miss Song, do you think this is your problem or your mother's? This aura made Haixing step back in fear. Seeing the attitude of everyone around her, she stammered. Then she grabbed a wine glass from a tray, surprising the waiter. Miss Song. Haixing threw the glass and screamed. Wong Jang gracefully dodged in time. Haixing unexpectedly let go, and the wine glass fell freely to the floor. Seeing what was in front of her, she was so scared she couldn't speak. This. Shishi's evening gown was stained with a conspicuous wine stain. Xingye rushed over in a fluster, using a napkin to wipe it off. Napkin. Quick, give me another napkin. When she saw the culprit sneaking away, she angrily pointed in that direction and shouted, "Haven't you apologized yet? This is too much." Wong Jang suddenly bent down and picked up a piece of broken glass from the floor. Then he slowly straightened up and quickly threw the broken piece with his technique. In the blink of an eye, Haixing's dress strap was cut. By the time she realized what had happened, she could only try to cover herself and scream in panic. Xiaonan, watching from upstairs, also made a sarcastic comment. "So embarrassing. I'm afraid Song Haixing will never dream of entering the Su family's door again." However, the person standing next to him chimed in. It was already a dream to begin with. At this moment, Xiaonan's heart was full of interest. Not only did he damage her self-esteem, but he also cut off her escape route. Looking at his indifferent expression not far away, he secretly concluded, this Wong Jang is truly a ruthless person. On this side, Xingye was wiping the wine stain on her friend's dress while comforting her. Others didn't see it, but I did. It was Wong Jang who cut her dress strap to vent your anger. Shishi's anger subsided, but she was still extremely annoyed and frowned. I would never associate with such an uncultured girl. I'll wear this dress to the Song family later and make her wash it for me to bring back. Seeing what had just happened, Mingqi walked over with great apology. Today's events all started because of me. I'm truly sorry, Miss Shishi. To atone, I will agree to anything. However, Shishi gently reassured her. Sister Mingqi, today's matter was all because of Song Haixing's rudeness. It has nothing to do with you. She honestly admitted, you calling me sister shows that you like me as a person and want to be friends with me. Don't blame yourself. Those words made Mingqi's eyes widen in surprise. Then she turned to smile affectionately at Wong Jang. Thank you for today, but why did you deliberately dodge to let Shangwan Shishi get splashed with wine? He replied frankly without any hesitation. What do you mean I deliberately dodged? If I didn't dodge, wouldn't that wine have been splashed in my face? The truth of it made Mingqi reveal her admiration and praise. Bringing me and Shangwan Shishi into the same camp was definitely your plan all along. You are always a ruthless, sinister person, being used by you. I really don't know whether to thank you or, perhaps afraid the person next to him would feel guilty. Wong Jang quickly cut him off. You should still thank me. Then he cautiously reminded her. You should understand, I've connected you with Shangwan Shishi. As for how to maintain it, that's up to you. Tianran approached from a distance and asked, Mingqi, were you all right just now? But to the newcomer, she replied with an extremely polite attitude. Young Master Su, I'm fine. Luckily, I had Wong Jang. Seeing this, the manly man made a suggestion. It's good that you're fine. Song Haixing always talks like that. Don't take it to heart. I'll handle it. But that appearance was immediately questioned by Wong Jang. Then why didn't you handle it just now? Tianran was suddenly startled. What? He continued to mock without hesitation. I'm saying when Song Haixing was causing trouble just now, why didn't you stand up? What were you doing hiding in a corner watching the show? Is this how you show you care about Mingqi? Being hit where it hurts. He couldn't help but be shocked. During the tense atmosphere, Nuanu suddenly appeared. Wong Jang, why are you with my brother? The two men immediately turned to look at her in surprise. Seeing Wong Jang's blank expression, Nuanu waved and introduced herself again. You don't remember? I'm Su Nuanu. He looked at the person in front of him in silence. In his mind, he was rewinding to the day they first met. I'm Su Nuanu, a sophomore at Capital Medical University. Thinking of this, Wong Jang cheered happily. Su Nuanu from the train. She gently walked over and took Tianran's arm, then happily introduced him. Brother, this is Wong Jang, whom I met on the train from Yicheng to the capital. I've mentioned him before, do you remember? He smiled with a hidden meaning and replied softly. In his heart, Tianran couldn't help but be suspicious. A direct descendant of the Wong family in Philadelphia. How could he be dressed so shabbily, taking a train from Yicheng to the capital? Nuanu came over and took his hand, suggesting, right, Wong Jang, I still haven't thanked you properly for last time. Now that we've finally met, let me treat you to a meal. Seeing his sister's enthusiastic look, Tianran had no choice but to go along. Leeson Manor. I'm sure young Master Wong knows how to get there. Young Master Wong did Nuanu a favor, so we should thank him properly. Faced with these invitations, Wong Jang refused without any hesitation. Sorry, I'm quite busy recently. Let's schedule another time. Goodbye. He turned and left without any reluctance. This scene was witnessed by a group of other rich young masters who whispered among themselves. Oh my god, young Master Su actually invited him to Leeson Manor. It's Leeson Manor. The Su family has never let an outsider step into Leeson Manor. This Wong Jang must be scared stupid. A normal person would have agreed immediately. No one knew that in Wong Jang's heart, he was constantly scheming. Su Tianran, Leeson Manor. Sooner or later, I will go. But not now. There will be a day when I will level Leeson Manor. Back in the parking lot, Wong Jang sat in the driver's seat, lost in thought. Leeson Manor. How many years has it been? Why can't I calm down when I hear those 4 words? How can I avenge my brothers like this? That day, he had stood up and declared, Leeson Manor. The old geezers of the Su family clearly want to use Long Lin for themselves. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. In a critical situation, his comrade, without a hint of fear, advised, Captain, don't worry about me. Run quickly. Under the desolate ruins, he could only ask himself in anguish, why? Why could they betray the country for their personal gain? Why did Long Lin end up in danger from our own countrymen? A shrill call cut through. Wong Jang. Shirshir's voice pulled everything back to reality. You saw us get in the car and had no reaction. Do I need to call you for so long? That's not like you. What were you spacing out about? He awkwardly denied it. Nothing. Now, back to Tianping Mountain Villa. Xingye, sitting in the back seat, suddenly suggested, how about we go to a bar? I've never been there before. Sure, with a worried look on her face, immediately advised, Xiaoya, look at his unstable state. Is this the time to go to a bar? However, Wang Jing still enthusiastically drove there. It's fine. Let's go to the bar. They quickly left the parking lot. The sky was gradually turning to midnight. At Badian Entertainment City, the music was booming. Xingye looked around and thought, Badian Entertainment City. This name is so familiar. Sure, sitting next to her, immediately reminded her, you forgot? It's the place owned by the person who had a conflict with us at Quanju the last time. This seemed to jog her memory. She exclaimed in surprise, I remember now. Suddenly, 2 waiters appeared with 2 large bouquets of flowers. They carefully introduced, ladies, this is a gift from our young master to you. The cheesiness made Sure mock them without mercy. Giving 2 bouquets on the first meeting? Your young master's taste is really something. But before she could finish, the waiters were stunned when Wang Jing snatched the flowers. He threw them away decisively. Thank your young master for me. This immediately attracted the crowd's attention. In front of everyone, Wang Jing coldly declared, tell Jiang Dongfeng, if he wants to give flowers, he should come over himself. Showing off in front of me, he's not qualified. Everything that happened made Dongfeng, sitting not far away, grit his teeth in annoyance. It's that guy again. Suddenly, he grimaced and let out a pained grunt, his face pale as he looked at his severely injured wrist. Remembering the scene of being stabbed in the back of the hand, he shouted angrily, a gentleman always gets his revenge. He quickly ordered his subordinate, tell Lin Shijue to bring out the team he just trained. It's time to show off the assets of Badian Entertainment. At the nightclub, Shijue led many brothers, armed with weapons, and stormed in aggressively. Who is Wang Jing? The fun was suddenly interrupted. The people in the nightclub panicked at their appearance, and one of them shouted, someone's here for revenge. Let's go. Hearing this, many people fled the nightclub under the supervision of the gangsters. At this time, all 3 of them heard the commotion outside. Xingye noticed their large numbers and suggested, Wang Jing, a lot of people are looking for you. Do you need me to call Old Han to send people to help? He turned his head to look at the crowd and replied with a smirk, no need. We'll handle however many come. He took a sip of his drink with a relaxed expression, then stood up and walked forward. Remember what I said earlier about how to vent without drinking? He paused for a moment and then said with a calm attitude, that is, to fight. At the same time, Dongfeng's group also arrived in force. After they faced off, he ordered his men, that's him. Take him down for me. Shiju gently raised his hand to signal the attack. Go. The subordinates immediately gripped their weapons and rushed towards Wang Jing. But with a calm attitude, he turned his head and instructed the 2 beauties, hide behind me. With that, he threw the glass straight ahead. The glass hit a charging gangster in the face and shattered into many pieces. He collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around him. Even so, the scene did not deter his comrades. At this time, Shijue was standing behind the ranks of gangsters attacking Wang Jing, clearly the mastermind of this incident. After observing him, he made a judgment. Fighting him would be more interesting. Then, he suddenly had an idea. He gripped the wine bottle in his hand. He aimed straight for his face and threw the bottle with great force. But with his skills, he blocked this dangerous blow with just one kick. And Wong Jang was no pushover either. He fought his way through, taking down all the remaining gangsters. Soon, all of them had been defeated. Now, only he was left to face Shijue. He arrogantly pointed, "It's your turn." The opponent quickly rushed forward, a contemptuous smile on his lips. He was very confident in his kicking ability, intending to kick Wong Jang straight in the face. But unfortunately, his kick was blocked. He smirked and taunted his enemy. Too impractical. Witnessing his skills, Dongfeng was secretly terrified. This is impossible. Shijue is a legend in the underworld. He can knock out a bunch of opponents with just one kick. How is he being so easily stopped by Wong Jang now? He was also shocked when he saw his kick being controlled so easily. What is this? Immediately after, he suddenly grabbed his leg. This forced Shijue to jump back into a defensive stance. He can see through my next move. He skillfully dodged the blow while taunting. The path of Bajiquan is clear. Although it's integrated with Muay Thai, it's still too exposed. If I were in a brawl, I would never let both of my feet leave the ground at the same time. It's too dangerous. Wong Jang used both hands to block the blow from Shijue. He shouted in frustration, "How can you see through it?" He just smirked and made a condition. "Pledge your life to me, and I'll tell you." Convinced of his opponent's superior martial arts, he took it as a challenge and charged forward. "But you have to convince me." Wong Jang gently blocked his fist with one hand and continued to offer benefits. "I can triple your strength." He swiftly caught his opponent's arm in a flash. At this point, Shijue was completely under his control. "Do you submit?" But he remained steadfast. "I do not submit." As if toying with the defeated, Wong Jang kicked him and provoked. "Then continue." He immediately jumped up after the provocative action. He immediately threw a wind-splitting punch straight at Wong Jang. Then he shouted as if he wanted to fight to the end like a true warrior. "Continue." Wong Jang landed a vicious kick to Shijue's side. "No need. It can end now." The kick was so powerful that he was sent flying into the wall far away. Shijue clutched his stomach and got up in pain. I couldn't even see his movements. Wong Jang looked at Dongfeng and sneered. "Young Master Jiang, do you think today's fight was spectacular?" Dongfeng was stunned by his arrogant attitude. Wong Jang. And just then, the door behind him creaked open. Dongfeng looked back and saw many fierce-looking gangsters entering the room. Each one of them was radiating killing intent. Some were even carrying battle axes. Dongfeng was startled. "The Qinghong gang? Why are they at Badian? Even the high-ranking members are here." The one in the lead was Mingho. He gave an order. The lackeys shouted in unison, "Yes, boss." They began to wreak havoc in the nightclub. At this time, Shijue and Wong Jang had made peace. He and his group walked out and signaled, "Wait a minute, wait a minute." Then Shijue asked Wong Jang, "You just said you could help triple my strength. Is that true?" He replied with a cheerful expression, "Of course I can. As long as you work for me, I'll keep my word. Of course, you can continue to follow Jiang Dongfeng if you want." Hearing this, Shijue frowned. "Jiang Dongfeng and I only have an employer-employee relationship. As long as you can make my strength increase like you said, I'll do whatever you say." Wong Jang proposed, "What about murder and arson?" Shijue understood his intention. As long as it's not blatant, it's not a problem. Hearing this, Wong Jang patted his shoulder in satisfaction. "Very good. I'll hand you over to someone. He will help your martial arts improve." The next morning at the mansion, Wong Jang received a phone call from Mingqi while lifting weights. "Wong Jang, do you remember Lu Xian? Something happened to her." Mingqi recounted the situation in the car. "Some policemen went to Lu Xian's school. After I received her call, I immediately went to the school. Her roommate said she was taken away by the police." After hearing the story, he replied calmly, "They really aren't afraid of death. Leave it to me. Lu Xian will be fine." Mingqi reminded him, "You must get her out." Wong Jang immediately dialed Mingho's number. "Mingho, help me find out where Zhu Feng from Capital Normal University lives. The license plate is Jing W546. He put the dumbbell down on the table and waited for Mingho's response. A moment later, he had successfully verified the information and sent it back to Wong Jang via phone. After reading the message from Mingho, Wong Jang said with satisfaction, as expected of a gang boss. He found the information so quickly. "Zhu Feng, Zhu Qihua, daring to bully my people. Just you wait, you won't have a single peaceful day." Immediately, he ordered Shir. "Hey, what's her name? Shangwan Shir, let me borrow a pair of your stockings." No one knew what he was planning. At the luxurious villa, Yihui opened the door to the room. She closed it tightly and clutched her neck, panting. That stinking girl named Lu. She was finally taken away by the police, but she still sprayed me with pepper spray. I had to get my stomach pumped and was on in 4 all afternoon at the hospital. Just see if I don't send her to her grave. But Yihui saw a shocking scene in front of her, making her exclaim, "Son!" It turned out that someone had stripped Zhu Feng of all his clothes, tied him up, and hung him upside down from the ceiling. "Son, how did you end up like this?" Yihui rushed to her son. "Mom will get you down right now." Suddenly, she lost the ability to move her limbs. Then she collapsed to the ground. Her limbs were stuck, and she couldn't lift them. "My hands, my legs. I can't move anymore. What the hell is going on?" At this moment, Wong Jang appeared. "Don't move. I made this rubber cement myself. It can even stick a car in place." He wore Shishi's stocking over his face, making Yihui scream in terror. "Who are you?" Wong Jang knelt down and took out a piece of tape, expressing disdainfully, "Don't worry. Although I like mature women, I'm not interested in you since you're past your prime." The tape was sealed tightly, making Yihui terrified. Then, he turned to look at the hanging Zhu Feng, a whip already in his hand behind his back. "I came today to settle a matter." With that, he whipped him hard, making the victim scream in pain. After warming up, he began to express his feelings. "You people will never understand. When you abuse your power to ruin someone's life, they become utterly desperate." Wang Zheng continued to whip Zhu Feng hard in the face, breaking 2 of his teeth. "But you're still lucky. You met me." Holding the whip firmly with both hands, he threatened in a cold voice. "You will finally have the chance to feel that kind of despair. Of course, I'm not a sadist. I just want you to know." He whipped Zhu Feng once as a warning and lectured, "If you've done something wrong, then you should realize that there will be retribution." Seeing Yihui could only watch helplessly as her son was beaten and cry, Wang Zheng gloated, "What's wrong? It hurts when your son is being beaten, doesn't it? So what about when your beast of a son harms someone else's daughter?" He beat him black and blue. "If it weren't for me, the person you harmed wouldn't have gotten better. Today, I will teach your son a lesson for you, so that he will be in so much pain that he will never dare to do anything wrong again for the rest of his life." Finally, he let Zhu Feng fall to the ground like a pig about to be slaughtered. Then he approached Yihui. Then he cleared his throat and demanded, "This is just the beginning. Tell your husband, either retire or be utterly disgraced. If I find out he's committed heinous crimes." After finishing, Wang Zheng turned to leave. "I won't mind putting in a little extra effort to give him a death sentence." Not long after, at the mansion, a news article was displayed on the computer screen. It turned out to be Mingqi reading the news. She suddenly had a question. "Although you went to the Zhu family that day, why didn't you directly tell them to release Lu Xian? And you told me to get those students to protest. With your abilities, you don't need this extra step, do you?" Hearing this, Wang Zheng calmly explained, "With the lesson from that day and a little public pressure, Lu Xian will definitely be fine. Who knows, we might even uncover some dirty tricks behind Song Qihua." He took a sip of water, very confident in her abilities. "We might even find out who is behind Song Qihua. Whose pawn is this person?" This made Mingqi very curious. "Why are you so interested in this?" Wang Zheng gently placed the glass on the table. It seemed he already had a plan in mind. "These matters are also related to you. It's just not the time to tell you now." With that, he walked out of her office, leaving Mingqi to watch him go with a weary expression. Meanwhile, at another luxurious mansion, Qihua slammed the laptop shut on the table in a fit of rage, making his assistant exclaim, "Chief Secretary Zhu." He boldly asked his superior, "Do we need to hold Capital University accountable?" Unexpectedly, this only made him even more furious. Accountable? Accountable for who? To suggest such a stupid thing at a time like this. The assistant was now terrified, only able to squeak out, but, he muttered as he dialed his phone, "A bunch of useless people." As soon as the other end picked up, he immediately changed his attitude, speaking warmly, "Hello, old leader? It's Qihua. It's been a long time since I've checked in on you." But surprisingly, the other person already knew everything. "All right, stop pretending. I know what this is about. If I protect you this time, it's equivalent to telling everyone that you are my man." With a terrified attitude, he tried to beg, "Please, old leader, help me one more time." The old leader said, "I can protect you one more time, but in the future, you need to." At the mansion where Wang Zheng was temporarily staying, Xingye rushed over, holding her phone towards everyone. "Oh my god, it's all gone." Sure frowned, displeased with her action. "Always so excited. What's all gone? Speak clearly." She immediately rattled off like a machine gun. "A few days ago, even this morning, you could still find negative news about the Zhu family. I just checked, and it's all gone." Mingqi suddenly became interested and joined the conversation. To control all the media at once, in all of China, how many people have this ability? Wang Zheng sat thinking calmly, repeating her words, "How many people have this ability?" This made Shir seem to think of something. Could you be talking about? But he still teased the beauty. You said it, I didn't say anything. He secretly planned his future moves. Next, I should use the pawn Song Chihua to open a breach in the Su family. At the police station, Wong Jang was waiting in front of the entrance with a luxurious sedan. Lu Xian walked out of the station looking exhausted. Seeing the familiar face, her eyes welled up with tears. Then she started crying, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wong Jang just watched in silence. She asked, "Why didn't Sister Chung Fei come?" He replied, "She's not free. Only I came to pick you up." Lu Xian wiped her tears and smiled. "Wong Jang, thank you so much this time." It seemed he had felt her sincerity. "How do you want to thank me? But don't think about repaying me with your body or anything. I won't agree." She playfully chided Wong Jang. You're not serious at all. I need to thank more than just you. Let's go. To celebrate your safe return, I'll treat you to a meal. The two continued their conversation in the car. As for Zhu Feng, what are you planning to do? Wong Jang said calmly. For that kind of person, only a good beating will stop him from causing trouble. As he was driving, Lu Xian continued to wonder, you beat him? Of course I had to beat him. He's so ugly and still wants a girl. If I don't give him some plastic surgery, I'll feel very uncomfortable. He stopped the car, and he and Lu Xian went into a roadside restaurant for a meal. While eating, Lu Xian couldn't hide her disbelief at the torture Wong Jang had inflicted. You're really too cruel. Extremely cruel. Yet he still maintained a calm, even slightly proud, expression. I'm not cruel at all. Lu Xian glanced at him. Of course you're cruel. You whipped his butt. He can still sleep lying down. You beat his whole body and even poured chili water on him. What position do you want him to sleep in? Standing. Wong Jang slowly replied simply. He can't stand. There are 2 whip marks on the soles of his feet too. She burst out laughing uncontrollably after hearing this. Haha, you really are something. Just then, he received an urgent call from Shir. Wong Jang, my father has fallen ill. You must come back quickly. Receiving her order, he immediately stood up. I have something to do. I'm leaving first. You go back on your own. Call me if you need anything. A moment later, he had driven back to the Shangwan family mansion. Besides Wong Jang's sedan, there was also a convertible sports car. He executed a skillful drift to overtake it. It turned out that the driver was Qing Lang. He was impressed by his skilled driving performance. Where did this reckless person come from? Looking back at Qing Lang, he thought to himself, the second son of Shangwan Jiajing's eldest brother. I'm afraid he's just trying to seize the family assets. Inside the Shangwan family mansion, there were many people present. As soon as she saw Wong Jang walk in, Tianyu couldn't hide her annoyance. She spoke up, who are you? But he didn't pay her any mind, calmly walking on with his eyes closed. Being completely ignored, she snapped. The Shangwan family's affairs don't need outsiders to meddle in. If you know what's good for you, get out quickly. Only then did he pay attention to Tianyu's words. I am the bodyguard of. It seemed the other members of the Shangwan family had very little respect for him. They burst out laughing like crazy. But Tianyu's disgust for him had reached its peak. Just a bodyguard. Get out of here quickly. Fortunately, Shir came down in time to intervene when his presence was not welcomed. Wong Jang, you're finally here. Come up quickly. Seeing this, Qing Lang joined his siblings to pressure her. Stop right there. Shir, what are you doing with a bodyguard at a time like this? Can he cure third uncle's illness? That's ridiculous. Tianyu crossed her arms, frowning with annoyance. Shir, let me just give you a piece of advice. At a time like this, absolutely do not let outsiders take advantage of the situation. The Shangwan family has accumulated so much wealth over the years, it cannot fall into the hands of someone with evil intentions. Hearing the bitterness hidden in every word, Shir immediately retorted, my father is just sick. Why are you already talking about family assets? Are you cursing my father? Wong Jang, let's go. Jiajing was lying motionless on the bed in the room. With a worried expression, Shir urged him, Wong Jang, hurry up and see what's wrong. We just invited several famous Western doctors. They took blood and did tests, but couldn't find out what's wrong with my father. I sent them away. He gripped his hand tightly to check his pulse. The pulse is normal, the heartbeat is normal, but his eyes are tightly shut, as if he's unconscious. What on earth is going on? Immediately after, Jialin entered the room. He also treated Wong Jang like dirt. What does a young man know? If he can correctly diagnose Jiajing's illness, I'll give him $1 billion. If he can't, then get out quickly. Hearing this, Shir turned her head towards him. What's the situation? Hurry up and give me a result. To which he gave a blunt answer. I think it's possible he's been poisoned. Shir asked Wong Jang in a daze. Poisoned? How is that possible? He shook his head, his voice calm. I don't know. I've never encountered this situation before. But this is definitely not a common illness. I often use poison. I can't determine the specific type yet, but there's an 80% chance your father has been poisoned. As soon as he finished, Jalen immediately became annoyed and retorted, "What are you basing your speculation on?" He answered concisely and took out an acupuncture needle from its case. Intuition. Then, he used the needle to press an acupoint on the back of Jiajing's hand. Jalen still didn't believe in his abilities. What's the use of intuition? Sure, you're being too irresponsible towards your father. Casually finding a quack doctor to treat him, do you want him to die sooner? Sure shook her head repeatedly, clearly recovering. Second uncle, at a time like this, you're still being sarcastic. The one who wants something to happen to my father is you, isn't it? As long as my father is here, don't even think about inheriting the position of head of the family. The tense conflict between the two was immediately interrupted by Ecchi. Arguing like this, what a disgrace. He came with an important announcement. All shareholders of Jurong International will meet tomorrow at noon to decide who will temporarily take over while Jiajing is ill. Sure will attend on behalf of her father. It turned out that behind it all was just a power struggle among the members of the Shangwan family, and she had now realized it. Eldest uncle, what do you mean by this? My father is now lying on his deathbed, and you're already starting to discuss dividing the family assets. If he knew about this, he would be heartbroken. She thought her words would move him, but he paid no attention at all, even blaming her in return. Insolent. Is this how you speak to your elders? No respect for your elders. Also, it's best not to tell your grandfather about Jiajing's matter. He's old and can't handle the stress. After that, the remaining members of the Shangwan family left one by one. Now, only Sure and Wong Jang were left in the room. She burst into tears of helplessness, while he calmly reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm here. Give me some time, I will definitely cure your father." Some time later, in the city, in the conference building, Ai Lian was trying to persuade Sure to withdraw from the upcoming general election of the Shangwan family. "Let me tell you, Sure, even if it's a vote, your eldest uncle has the advantage. Why do you insist on suffering here? At your age, you should be dating and then find a man to marry. That would be great." Jalen leisurely enjoyed his cigar, adding fuel to the fire and belittling his niece. "I think she's hoping to get the position of family head. I didn't expect her to be so greedy at such a young age. If this continues, what will become of her?" But she was not one to back down easily. "I can't withdraw. My father left everything behind. I have to handle it well for him, waiting for the day he wakes up." Jalen didn't believe her at all. "It's not even certain if he'll wake up. Don't waste time here. Let's vote quickly. I have a golf appointment." Just then, Wong Jang, who had just arrived at the meeting, looked bored. Then he pushed the door open forcefully and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, his eyes immediately found Sure. She smiled, but her eyes were on the verge of tears. Wang Zhang's appearance made Jalen furious. Where did this dog come from? Get out of here now. But he remained calm, not faltering. "I'm not a rich second generation, nor am I the son-in-law of the Shangwan family. I'm just Shangwan Shure's bodyguard. A bodyguard can't let his master be wronged. I don't want to be involved in the business world either. So, if she sheds a tear, I will cripple your hands." Even though he had said that much, Jalen still didn't listen. He roared, "Nonsense. Guards, drag this person out for me." Immediately, Wang Zhang pulled out a knife and slammed it into the table. With a serious expression, he declared clearly, making everyone stunned, "Don't doubt the truth of my words." A moment later, Sure stood up, her voice calm. "Let's leave it at that. During my father's illness, I will be in charge of all the work of Jurong International. I hope all colleagues can cooperate. If there are no other words, today's shareholder meeting will end here." Jalen could only remain silent in dissatisfaction. He and the others left the conference room under Shure's observation. Then, with a cheerful expression, she turned to Wang Zhang. "Did I push them too hard? After all, they are my elders." But how could he trust such selfish people? He replied, "Even if you don't push them, they won't spare you. It's just like that. Maybe even more cruel than the battlefield. I'd rather charge onto the battlefield than fight in the business world." Hearing this, Sure retorted, "But I feel your heart is darker than anyone's. Wang Zhang, you've helped me so much, and I often treat you so hot-headedly and unpleasantly." He still didn't miss the opportunity to joke. "Don't worry. How could I accept a girl with irregular periods?" Hearing this, she flew into a rage. "You're dead today." Sure sat thinking about her relative schemes. To control the Jurong group in a short period of time, and with some malicious colleagues, it seems this will be a very difficult task. She turned to Wang Zhang and said, "Grandpa has been in seclusion for many years, and Dad fell ill at a critical moment. Wang Zhang, I need your help." He thoughtfully recalled her family background. Shangguan Ingzhan spent 30 years of his life building Zhurong. After announcing his third son as his successor, he suddenly went into seclusion. Time has proven his judgment to be very accurate. In the more than 20 years that Shangguan Jiajing has been the family head, Zhurong International has indeed achieved much greater development than before. Shirshir faced this immense pressure. It seemed even he was confused by the many developments. He put his hands on his head. The first time we met, Cheng Fei was poisoned. This time, your father is poisoned again. There have been too many incidents recently. I need to find some clues. During this time, you stay at Zhurong. I'll call Zhang Yong to protect you. Let me rest a bit. Noticing his efforts, Shirshir thought to herself, there might be some agreement between Wong Jang and my father. With my father's incident, he definitely needs some time to investigate. Then she thanked him. Thank you. Wang Zheng stood up and was about to leave the room. But Shirshir called him back. Wang Zheng. This made him wonder. She confessed shyly. If you need the support of the Shangguan family in the future, I will definitely do my best with the power of Zhurong International to help you. Also, I believe you will definitely cure my father. Hearing this, he raised 3 fingers confidently. Miss Shangguan being like this all of a sudden really makes me a little unused to it. Also, the third point, I will definitely try my best to cure your irregular periods. Shirshir crossed her arms. Being like this again is really boring. Sometime later, at the airport, Katie and Dongsong had arrived in China, escorted by David and Mark. A young boy looked at them with contempt. Without Ken Oliver, what are you pretending to be an empire hacker for? However, Dongsong just had to take one step back for the boy to tremble with fear. Seeing this, Katie had to correct him. Chong, don't always show off like that. You scared the little boy. He looked up at the ceiling as if thinking about America. Then he said arrogantly, China, I, Jiang Dongsong, have finally returned. Outside the airport, Katie's group walked past Dongfeng, who was waiting next to a shiny black luxury car. He saw Dongsong's figure while fiddling with a cigarette. Immediately, he ran towards him and shouted. Seeing the interesting scene, Katie commented to him, This is your younger brother? I didn't expect the difference to be so big. His steps are frivolous, his body drained by women. It seems he's quite afraid of you. Dongfeng was very happy about Dongsong's return. Brother, you're finally back. Even so, he still had quite a bit of bitterness towards Dongfeng. No need to pretend to smile like that. I know you're a little unwilling about my return. Turning Dad's business into this, you still have the face to see me? He could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. This was my carelessness. Dad told me to follow you and learn something seriously. It seemed Dongsong had arranged everything beforehand. He crossed his arms and told Dongfeng, I don't think that's necessary. I've already contacted a university in Europe for you. The plane ticket is also booked. You'll leave tomorrow. Hearing this, he was completely stunned by the sudden development. How can this be? This was Dad's decision. Do you want to go against Dad's wishes? Dongsong remained steadfast with his plan. I don't think Dad will change my decision. And once I've decided something, no one can change it. At this point, Dongfeng couldn't take it anymore. He shouted in frustration, On what basis do you decide my life? He thought those heartbreaking words could sway Dongsong, but it turned out they couldn't. I don't need to explain. You'll still get to eat well and dress well outside. If you don't go, then don't even think about entering the Jiang family's door again. Witnessing the sad development between the two brothers, Katie spoke up and blamed him. How can you treat your younger brother like that? He seems really pitiful. From now on, he'll be homeless. He heard this and replied, Katie, you don't need to meddle in my family's affairs. The principal's intention was for you to come and help me. You shouldn't ask about other things you shouldn't ask about. For example, my family's affairs. Then Katie had to turn and ask him about his upcoming plans. Chong, when are you planning to meet our allies in China? He thought for a moment and answered her, Our allies? As I see it, we're just stepping stones. Dongsong was confident that the plan would succeed, but Katie didn't believe him that much. You're too confident. Don't you Chinese have a saying? Modesty makes one progress. I feel like I'll never see you being modest in my life. Then, he continued walking. Many things will happen in China that will make you happy. Then he laid out the plan. Let's go. First, let's visit our old friend. A black mat car stopped in front of the Bainan Chuanchi nightclub. Dongsong strode out of the car and announced, Tonight, I have returned. Inside the bar, young people were comfortably vibing to the loud music. He, Katie, and 2 subordinates entered the main hall. Then he gave an order. Just one word, but it tore through the happy atmosphere. David and Mark immediately nodded in obedience. The waiter standing nearby saw this and was a little surprised and panicked. Just a second later, he was lifted into the air by his 2 hands. He could do nothing but scream. David didn't say a word and threw the waiter forcefully. He immediately flew into the wine cabinet in front. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the nightclub. The waiter lay unconscious amidst the shattered wine bottles from the impact. The guests who witnessed the scene quickly fled in terror. Screams of terror echoed everywhere. Just then, the nightclub manager, Huang Ba, emerged from the chaotic crowd. His eyes showed clear annoyance. Then he raised his fist towards David, shouting as if to boost his morale. Katie saw this and had to smirk in praise. Not bad. You have courage. He punched him straight in the stomach, but the opponent didn't even flinch. David stood still, staring at Huang Ba without any expression. Then he raised his hand to return the punch. In contrast to his own powerless blow, Huang Ba was sent flying several meters. He clutched the part of his body that had just been attacked in pain, weakly coughing up a mouthful of blood. Before he could recover, a foot stomped straight onto Huang Ba's face. The one who committed this arrogant act was none other than Dong Song. As he pressed down harder, he warned in a cold voice, "Pass a message to Li Mingho for me. This underworld of the capital is not his to rule alone." A while later, Mingho's figure gradually approached his establishment, but now it was in a mess. He quickly walked over to Huang Ba, who was lying miserably on the floor. Seeing this, he couldn't help but angrily question, "Who did this?" The man's face was covered in tears and snot. He blamed himself. "Boss, I've let you down." Hearing this, Mingho immediately declared, "Get to the hospital. A blood debt must be paid in blood." The early morning sunlight filtered through the hospital window panes. He sat by Huang Ba's bedside to inquire. "Tell me what happened." The man didn't dare to hide anything, quickly reporting everything. 3 men, 1 woman. The 2 white guys are very strong. I only took 1 hit, and my ribs are already broken. Boss, that man told me to pass a message to you. This underworld of the capital is not his to rule alone. Hearing these words, Mingho was a little surprised and thought to himself, when did these foreign experts get here? Is their target me? Then he spoke to calm him down. Don't worry. You just focus on recovering. I promise you, what you've lost, I will get back tenfold. When I, Li Mingho, say something, I always do it. On the other side of a tall building, Xingye held a dress in her hand, constantly asking the person next to her, Sure, do you think this dress suits me? There's a party tonight. Do you want to go? Sure couldn't stand the noise and turned to her assistant. Arrange a cage for me. It needs to be locked up. A soundproof one. Suddenly, she got a phone call. The words from the other end were a bit jarring, making her retort in annoyance. What? You want me to come home for a blind date? Han Tusu, what on earth are you thinking? What's wrong with you? Your daughter is still so young, and you're already so anxious to marry me off. Tusu, on the other end, heard this and very calmly ordered, come back now. If not, I'll have your mother come and get you. Xingye heard this threat and didn't back down. My mother? The old tiger's Han? Dad, you think no one knows you're afraid of your wife? You act like a hero outside all day. Why are you so obedient as soon as you get home? He was so angry he jumped up from his chair. How dare you talk? She then turned to the most reliable person for help. What should I do? What should I do? My dad is angry. Sure, what should I do? She calmly turned her head and said sarcastically, what's the big deal? What if he's a desirable husband? Maybe you two will hit it off as soon as you meet. Xingye was very dissatisfied upon hearing this. I don't want to. I still want to have fun. I don't want to get married so early. Sure, you have to think of a way to help me. Sure then brought up the issue again. You're only in your early 20s. Why is your dad in such a hurry to marry you off? Her mind was in a mess. That's just it. From childhood to adulthood, my dad has never let me suffer in any way. I don't know what's going on this time. Suddenly, Xingye had an idea, her heart full of hope. It's just a blind date, right? If I don't like him when we meet, we can just end it, right? The early morning sun shone down from the clear blue sky onto the modern 2-story house. Wong Jang sat quietly reading a book, sighing with boredom. If only I could contact him at a time like this. I really don't know where that old man is relaxing. He recalled the moment he stood still and saluted the man, speculating. He initially told me to be Shursher's bodyguard. Could it really be related to the collapse of Long Lin that year? The man sat on the chair and instructed him. Don't try to contact me. I will inform you if there's a mission. Back in reality, Wang Jang closed the book in frustration and a bit of worry. Where on earth are you now? Don't you dare die on me. Suddenly, the doorknob rattled. A force was pushing it open. Xingye appeared from behind the door with a sweet call. Brother Zheng. With a helpless expression, he thwarted her scheme. What's with the fawning look? Sneaking around like that is annoying. If you have something to say, just say it. Xingye smiled gently on the outside, but a red flame had already ignited in her heart. Then she came up behind Wang Zhang, placed her hands on his shoulders, and flattered him. Brother Zheng, you must be tired, right? Let me help you relax your muscles. Hearing this, Wong Jang played along. All right, then let's do it for half an hour. Sure witnessed this and burst out laughing. Only then did Xingye reluctantly confess the truth. Wong Jang, to be honest, I have something I need your help with. The morning sun shone through the golden window panes, illuminating the fresh green bushes. Xingye clasped her hands in front of her, her eyes pleading pitifully. Wong Jang, I have no other choice. My dad is forcing me to go on a blind date. I don't want to, and I definitely don't want to get married. Just act with me tomorrow, that's all. He looked to Sure for help, silently calculating in his heart. I've long heard that Han Tusu's wife is a roaring lioness. If I go in there, it's like walking into a tiger's den. It'll be hard to get out in one piece. She could only shake her head helplessly. Receiving no reply, Xingye pounced on him and threatened. If you don't go, I'll say I'm carrying your child. With my mom's hot temper, I'm afraid she'll shoot you on the spot. Wang Zheng had no choice but to agree. Miss Han, I'll agree this time. But if your parents try to shoot me, you have to stop them. Oh, and should I wear a bulletproof vest? The house, with its brown and white tones, stood out under the bright sun. It was the Han family home. Tianming and Beijiang sat properly on the sofa. He ventured to speak first. Brother Han, Tianming and I are here today to meet your Xingye. I see that they are about the same age. So today, I've come here shamelessly. Tu Su, sitting opposite, smiled brightly, very satisfied with his future son-in-law. I look at your Tianming, and I feel he has bright eyes. Not only is he talented, but he's also an outstanding young man. For Xingye to marry someone like your Su Ming, I feel very at ease. Hearing this, he also spoke truthfully. Actually, I've always had a secret crush on her. It's been several years now, uncle. But I still don't know what Xingye thinks of me. Yanqing immediately reassured him. What opinion could she have? Xingye has been very obedient since she was young. Besides, who wouldn't like you after seeing you? It's truly a match made in heaven. Beijiang picked up his teacup to enjoy it, his face unable to hide his joy. If we can arrange their marriage, my father will also be very happy. She smiled brightly and asked, could it be Mr. Su's idea? Then Yanqing thought to herself, Mr. Su is happy, so this matter is definitely settled. To be able to become in-laws with the top political family in China, then in the future. Then she turned to Tu Su and complained, why isn't Xingye back yet? This girl is getting more and more insensible. Let me call and rush her. Suddenly, a loud barking sound came from the quiet atmosphere. He immediately stood up and announced, Dad is back from walking the dog. Everyone be careful. This dog is very fierce. It bites strangers on sight. Baobo walked in from the door, holding the leash of the constantly barking dog. Then he bent down and gently stroked its head, instructing, stop barking. They're all family. Old friend, go rest. You're old now, but still so hot-tempered. Witnessing this moment, Tianming quickly walked up to Baobo to greet him. Hello, Grandpa. I'm Su Ming. The old man kindly praised him. Old Su has a fine grandson. We're old now. The world now belongs to them. He glanced at the dog, his tone a bit fawning. This dog is very smart. It seems you've put a lot of effort into training it. As if hitting a sore spot, Baobo quickly told the story of the dog. He's been my companion for 15 years. A German shepherd, and also the service dog I brought back when I retired. He was 8 years old then, and I liked him as soon as I saw him. After raising him for over a year, this dog made me feel lucky. He's alert, but not just ordinarily so. Then he reached down to stroke its back and continued. He's covered in scars, but they are all his glory. Hearing this, Tianming became curious. Grandpa Han, what's this dog's name? The dog smiled brightly along with his answer. His name is Long. Soon, the black mat car had arrived in front of a large house. Yanqing, inside the house, heard the noise and turned to the door, guessing, it's probably Xingye. Sure enough, she quickly opened the door and walked in, calling out behind her. Wang Zheng, come out now. Don't be so sneaky. My grandpa is here too. Hearing these words, his mouth fell open, so scared he couldn't speak. Wang Zheng was arm in arm with her, his shyness somewhat reduced. Only then did Xingye turn to him and seriously instruct. It seems the blind date is with Tianming, Su Rant's younger brother. The person next to him is Beijiang, the Deputy Minister of National Defense. You probably know him. Wang Zheng, act your part well. I'm warning you, you're not allowed to do anything to me. Seeing her daughter bring back a man, Yanqing quickly walked over to ask what was going on. Xingye, what's going on? She stated firmly, this is my boyfriend. He then introduced himself. Uncle, Auntie, Uncle Su. Hello everyone. My name is Wang Zheng. I came in a hurry today and didn't have time to prepare a gift. I hope you can forgive me. Suddenly, Long's small, furry ears twitched a few times. He turned and saw something that greatly surprised him. He immediately pushed off with his hind legs and jumped forward. Baoguo was no less astonished by Long's behavior. He flew towards Wong Jang, happily rushing into his arms. Witnessing this happy scene, Xingye's eyes widened in surprise. Tianming just silently observed everything. The excited dog continuously licked Wong Zhang's face. He also excitedly called its name. Fragments of memories were gradually pieced back together. The two of them playing on the stairs, pure joy on his face. And there were times when he seriously trained it to jump through hoops. But tragedy struck unexpectedly. One day, he held a piece of paper in his hand, his face showing deep sorrow. On the paper was a list of sacrifice personnel. A glaring name stood out among the lines of text. Back in the present, Wang Zheng stroked the dog he thought he would never see again, feeling overjoyed. I found another family member. Baoguo watched this reunion with great emotion. It seems he has found his true master. Xingye looked at the man and dog clinging to each other with affectionate eyes. Tianming suddenly stepped forward and bowed beside him, which greatly surprised Wang Zheng. Then the two from the Su family quickly walked towards the door and left. He then approached him to ask about the past. Which special forces unit were you in? Wang Zheng stood up straight politely, his voice calm as he replied, "You could say that. I only specialized in dog training." Then he continued to inform everyone. "Senior, uncle, auntie, Xingye, I should be going now." As if understanding his words, Long immediately raised its paw to try and hold him back. Wang Zheng bent down to stroke and comfort it. "You stay here. I'll come visit you later." In his heart, he quickly calculated, "Wait until I've finished everything, then I'll take you with me. Long, I hope you can live to see that day." Then he turned to leave, leaving Xingye behind with a belly full of tears. She raised her hand to wipe them away and firmly announced, "Dad, I want to join the army." Tusu was a little suspicious of his daughter and asked, "Have you thought it through? You're not trying to escape the marriage, are you?" Xingye didn't pay attention to the sarcastic words and replied decisively. With no reason to stop her, he reached out to stroke his beloved daughter's head and instructed, "If you've thought it through, then go. No one wants you to carry the burden of the Han family. Don't put pressure on yourself." Tusu quickly came up with a suitable plan, his words carrying a hint of intention. "Then go to the Ningzhou military region, train for a while, and then study at the National Defense University. I won't tell anyone that you're from the Han family, but you can't disgrace the Han family." Under the bright sun, the glass of the building reflected the clear, beautiful sky. Shir sat on the sofa, hugging a pillow. Every word she spoke was about that lovely girl. "I miss Xingye so much. I only heard she went to the Ningzhou military region. I don't know how she's doing now. She's been spoiled since she was young, so delicate. Can she endure the hardship? She left without even saying a word to me." Wang Zheng gazed at the city outside the window, his expression extremely serious, as if pondering a crucial issue. "You guys work really fast." Wang Zheng admired the city view and suddenly asked, "Do you know Shangguan Yunxiao?" Shir quickly turned her head, her tone suspicious. "You mean the eldest son of Uncle Jechi?" Without waiting for an answer, she analyzed each person one by one. His family belongs to the second generation of ancestors. Shangguan Xinglong's behavior is unrestrained, while Shangguan Yunxiao is quiet and reserved. Shir imagined Yunxiao in her mind and continued to praise him. "The land in the capital is so expensive, yet Shangguan Yunxiao has a large piece of land and even built a mini farm." Hearing these words, he tilted his head slightly and smiled sarcastically, truly detached from the world. Seeing this, she had to give a warning. "You should still be careful. Don't be fooled by his quiet demeanor. Who knows what kind of person he is behind the scenes? I heard that Shangguan Qinglang, who fears nothing, is afraid of his older brother." Wang Zheng dusted off his hands, fearlessly inviting her, "Let's go. I heard the second young master, Qinglang, might be throwing a lavish party at his villa. Let's go join the fun." Shir became interested and immediately threw the pillow away. A modern high-rise house appeared. It was Shangguan Qinglong's house. Inside, he was enjoying himself with a girl on each arm when he was suddenly interrupted by a loud banging sound. Being disturbed at such a moment, Qinglang lost his temper and cursed. "Who is it? Don't you want to live anymore?" He quickly went to the door, looking through the peephole with a puzzled expression. It turned out to be Shangguan Yunxiao outside. Qinglang opened the door for his brother in a flustered manner. "Why are you here?" Yunxiao happily held up the white bag in his hand. "The rabbits I raise. I killed 2 and brought 1 for you. I know you hired a 5-star restaurant chef. Since I'm here, I want to taste your chef's skills today." Hearing this, he was both sorry and a little reproachful. "Brother, why go to all this trouble? Whatever you want to eat, I can have someone bring it over. Why go through all this?" Yunxiao, who was walking forward, quickly turned his head, his tone full of questioning. Everyone has their hobbies. My hobby is this. And you? What were you doing before I came? Being caught. Qinglang awkwardly scratched his head. Brother, you know, that's my hobby. The lighter was just lit, and the cigarette on his lips was about to be lit when Qinglang moved to the sofa, his attitude full of concern. This time, third uncle is sick. Don't you have any other thoughts? To let that girl sit in that position, I feel it's not worth it. Yinxiao was also very worried but still tried to reassure him. We don't know when third uncle will wake up. Let's not worry about these things for now. It hasn't been easy for third uncle these past few years. If it weren't for him, how could we get such a large profit share every year? This time, it's truly a case of heaven being jealous of talent. He frowned, the smoke curling with every word. If you could sit in that position, you would definitely do a better job than third uncle. Yinxiao quickly refused politely and changed the subject. You know, I'm not interested. Why don't you hurry up and tell the chef to cook? It won't be good if I have to say it. Hearing this, Qingling wisely didn't say any more. I'll call right away. Yinxiao then calmly made another request. Let your two beauties eat with us too. The more, the merrier. This made his mouth drop open in surprise. The black mat car sped towards Qinglang's house. Wong Jang stood in front of the towering gate, his voice full of praise. So this is the place? Such a big villa for just one person. Shangwan Qingling really knows how to enjoy life. Sure crossed her arms and analyzed the owner of the place. If I'm not mistaken, this cousin of mine must be very busy. He shielded his eyes from the sun with his hand and continued to look up. A life like this is truly enviable. She glanced over and teased. What? You want it too? Wong Jang, a little embarrassed, changed the subject. Of course I think about it. I definitely won't change my actions. Sure walked over to the yellow convertible and emphasized the past incident. Last time, you saw his car at the door. You scratched the car you borrowed from Sister Mengfei. This can't be let go. Hitting a sore spot, he smirked and pulled out a hot weapon. I've been suppressing the urge for revenge for a long time. Do you know he cursed me very harshly? Suddenly, she seemed to see something. Wait. Shure's expression suddenly turned somber. It seems Shangwan Yinxiao is here. Wang Jing also looked over excitedly. Then today is even better. He cheerfully brought the knife up and swiped it lightly. Since we're here, we can't go back empty-handed. Have you forgotten what he and your cousin said in the living room when your father was in a deep coma? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm and sent it flying through the air. The knife accurately embedded itself in the rear tire of the car. Wang Jing continued to wreak havoc by carving a few lines on the car's body with the knife. Sure didn't even try to stop him and instead joined in, laughing. Qinglang came out from inside, and seeing his beloved car being tortured, his blood boiled. What are you guys doing? He didn't hesitate to curse at them. Shangwan Sure, why don't you control your dog? Sure wouldn't let her friend be bullied. She clenched her fists and shouted, Who are you calling a dog? Wang Jing, on the other hand, was still busy destroying, ignoring everything around him. Qinglang immediately pointed behind him and exposed him. I'm talking about him. Your dog is biting people randomly. It's clear its owner is no good either. Shangwan Sure, I'm warning you. Within 3 days, compensate me with a new voucher. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. She spread her hands, her tone extremely indifferent. Whatever you want. I'm not paying anyway. Wang Jing smashed that car. Given the green light, he pulled out a powerful hammer from somewhere. This is what I was waiting for. Wang Jing swung the hammer and smashed the convertible, creating a deafening sound. Qinglang lost his composure to the point of flailing his arms and legs. Shangwan Sure. Just then, Yinxiao walked out, kindly inviting them. Sure, come inside and talk. She was slightly surprised to see him and asked him to stop. Brother Yinxiao. Wang Jing, stop smashing. Qinglang was still fuming and tattling. Second brother, look what Sure has done. She came to my house and smashed my car. After third uncle got sick, is there no one to control her anymore? This girl is lawless. Yinxiao maintained his usual attitude and pointed to the house. All right, come in and have a glass of water. I brought some food from the farm. It's noon, don't go back. Let's eat together. Then he approached the two and extended his hand in greeting. Hello, I'm Shangwan Yinxiao. I've long heard that the bodyguard by Shure's side is very formidable. I finally get to meet you today. Wang Jing threw the hammer away. He approached and shook his hand, his words extremely polite. I've also long heard of the young master of the Shangwan family. I've also heard about your farm. To be honest, I'm very interested. I wonder if I could take a tour. Yinxiao smiled politely and enthusiastically agreed. Of course you can. If you don't mind my place being shabby and dirty. After lunch, we can go there. I brought some rare chrysanthemum seeds from abroad. They're about to bloom. Wong Jang replied politely on the surface, then I'll be troubling you. But in his heart, he secretly admired him. A family fortune of nearly $1 billion, yet he's not moved at all. Either this person truly doesn't care about power and money, or he's acting secretly, hiding his talent. If it's the latter, whether he's a friend or foe, it won't be simple. After that, all 4 of them went inside. Just as they stood at the door, Wong Jang made a judgment. The smell of female hormones is very strong. It must be more than 1 or 2 people. Shir was very flustered and a little annoyed and snorted. At this time, they were all sitting at the dining table. Wong Jang kept eating, making her hand him a napkin and remind him, eat slowly. Watch your mouth. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qinglang cursed. I don't know where this uneducated thing came from. Shengwan Shir, do your dogs all get to sit at the table and eat? He chewed with his mouth full, still not willing to back down. You're right, but I'm the best hunting dog. It's best not to be targeted by me. Otherwise, even if you're not bitten to death, you'll be crippled for life. Yin Xiao quickly stood up to stop the fight. Qinglang, stop making a scene. Shir rarely comes here. Shir, this rabbit was raised by me. Try it and see how it tastes. Wang Zheng suddenly noticed the other's hand holding the food. You're left-handed. Shir casually turned to explain. Brother Yin Xiao is indeed left-handed. He used his left hand to write in school. He's been like that for 2 years. Left-handed people are very smart. He got first place in every exam. Brother Yin Xiao was the top scorer in the capital's high school entrance exam that year. He couldn't help but gasp in surprise. So formidable. But inwardly, he was secretly angry. I hate people with high IQs the most. She continued the story with a regretful tone. But unfortunately, Brother Yin Xiao went to study abroad later and didn't take the college entrance exam. Otherwise, he would definitely be the top scorer in the capital. Wang Zheng continued to eat, casually discussing the matter. Isn't the rural scenery abroad better than in the country? A farm of several thousand square kilometers is great. I've been there once before. The cattle farming there is very developed. Qinglang propped his chin on his hand, his attitude contemptuous. A dog also knows how to go abroad. You can go east and west. Are you a doggy paddler? Wang Zheng wasn't angry at all, and even threw back a sarcastic comment. You're right again. I've done the doggy paddle to go abroad before. He indifferently ignored those words. Who would believe that? Only then did Yin Xiao turn to state his intention. Being a stranger in a foreign land is not a long-term plan. When it comes to farming, I always feel that the land in China is better. I can't find the feeling of my ancestral home abroad. He found this a bit funny and teased. Ancestral home? Only the land in your hometown can be called that. Do you play with guns? Yin Xiao wasn't shy at all and continued to tell old stories. I used to love going to the shooting range. It's just that later, I was busy taking care of flowers and plants and didn't have time, so I gradually lost interest. Wang Zheng playfully asked, you have calluses all over your hands. It seems you work hard normally, huh? Hearing these words, Qinglang was very displeased and slammed the table, questioning whether my brother works or not. What does it have to do with you? Ignoring his brother's outburst, he continued to invite them. The farm is very large. I'm busy on my own, so I hired a few people to help. Let's go. Shall we go see the farm? The rabbit bone, stripped of its meat, was dropped onto the table. He then gave Yin Xiao a thumbs up. This rabbit meat is really delicious. I have to go to the farm and catch a few to take back later. He was also very generous. Okay, I'll have someone put them in the car for you when you leave. The clear sky combined with the cool green forest below created a very beautiful scene. The white car had taken them to Yin Xiao's large farm. He stood outside and pointed, his words full of knowledge. This is a cabbage field. The annual production of cabbage is over 10,000 kilograms. This type of cabbage has been tested by the aviation industry and taken into space. It's genetically modified, so the yield is also very high. Witnessing this poetic and picturesque scene, Wang Zheng decided without hesitation, when I get old, I'll also grow vegetables and flowers. It's really comfortable. After that, the 3 of them continued to move to another area, the dog breeding area. They were locked up and continuously scratched at the iron gate, barking loudly. Shir was a little scared of these animals and stepped back. These dogs are really scary. At this moment, he turned to ask about them. Do you like dog fighting? Yin Xiao didn't hide his hobby. I just raised them. I've never taken them to fight. He looks at these dogs, which are very aggressive towards others but affectionate with him, and feels it would be very fun. Receiving the answer, Wang Zheng secretly sized him up. If he's really a kind person, why does he like aggressive dogs? These dogs immediately become obedient after seeing him. There's a problem. There's definitely a problem. He quickly flipped through the memories of his past operations. The final battle of Long Lin was ambushed by a left-handed person. The attack was fast, accurate, and deadly, almost extinguishing the last hope of Long Lin. Then he looked at Yun Xiao's pointing left hand and secretly predicted, if the fundamental reason for the Su family's destruction of Long Lin was, then the left-handed person was the direct reason that prevented the Long Lin Special Forces members from surviving the trap. An accomplice of the Su family. You'd better not reveal any evil intentions. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to eliminate you. Just then, Shir received a call. The words from the other end made her immediately give an urgent order. What? Immediately notify everyone. In 1 hour, everyone must attend the meeting. A press conference will be held in 2 hours. Yin Xiao didn't know what was going on and turned to ask with concern. Shir, what happened? She told him everything. The company's Made-Eye brand water filter has malfunctioned. More than 20 people have been poisoned because the filter core made of resin decomposed. They are currently in the hospital for emergency treatment. He found this very unreasonable, thought seriously, and then instructed her. Why would the resin decompose? And how could it cause poisoning? Shir, you should go back and handle this. Someone might be playing tricks behind the scenes. Third uncle is still not awake. You must investigate this thoroughly. The result of handling this matter is very important to Zhurong. The two of them quickly drove back to the Zhurong company building. Shir sat seriously, starting to go through each item to investigate. The Made-Eye water filter has been on the market for nearly 20 years and has never had any quality issues. The filter core material is fixed and supplied by a supplier. It's a product that has passed national quality inspection, and its quality has been recognized. So what on earth happened? Ruan Wentao, the assistant, then reported the details of the incident. The Made-Eye water filters used by the 20 households were all purchased 6 months ago. The resin filter cores self-decomposed, leading to poisoning. Mild symptoms include fever, abdominal pain, and diarrhea. More severe cases include being in a deep coma. The most unfavorable information is that among the poisoned, there are 2 3-year-old children. She grew extremely anxious when she heard about the situation. What did the hospital say? He asked, and the man reported cautiously. The hospital's lab results show heavy metal poisoning. They're doing everything they can to save them right now. The adults' symptoms are milder, but the 2 children, their cognitive abilities might be affected in the future. I've already arranged for our PR teams to try and stabilize the situation, but it's not looking good. Realizing the gravity of the problem, Shir immediately gave instructions to the board. We absolutely cannot take this lightly. I believe our water purifiers have no quality issues. It seems our competitor has struck fast. We need to have faith. What's coming will come, but in the end, victory will be ours. Wentao has already started the investigation. Acting chairwoman, do you have any suspects in mind right now? It seems the chairman chose the right person. She stated her opinion with utmost integrity. Who I suspect and how I feel about it doesn't matter. We need concrete evidence. Then, she slammed both hands on the table, the sound echoing throughout the conference room. Shir decisively issued more demands. Risk Management Department, I need a detailed risk assessment report in 3 hours. Create a forecast of all related processes and potential scenarios, including the worst-case one. She glanced to her left, continuing to lay out her counterplan. Media Relations, issue a statement immediately. Announce the condition of the poisoned individuals in real time. There must be no language that suggests we are shirking responsibility. Emphasize this. The cause of the incident is under investigation. We urge everyone to remain calm. Wentao had a question about this aspect. Should we hire online influencers to post on forums or contact major websites to ask for their help? As the chairwoman, Shir made the decision. Not for now. The incident hasn't been fully investigated yet. Any explanation Zhurong gives will be useless. In this situation, if we make a wrong move, it will only backfire. Then she turned her hopeful gaze to him. Assistant Wei, you will attend the press conference in my place. All other departments, hold your positions. After that, Shir bowed sincerely to the board. I hope everyone understands the seriousness of this matter. The fate of Zhurong rests on all of you. I'm counting on every single one of you. After the guests and reporters had settled in, a voice announced the start of the day's event. Good afternoon. I am Shangwan Shir, representing the Zhurong group at this press conference. My father is currently abroad. Hearing that Shir's father had abandoned ship, the reporters erupted. The daughter of the Shangwan family is representing them at the press conference? And he's nowhere to be found? What's the meaning of this? Exactly. Who can believe the words of a little kid? She ignored the chatter and stated firmly, the Mei Miao water purifier has been on the market for nearly 20 years, and it has been continuously improved over the years. I can humbly say that Mei Miao is the top choice for customers when buying a water purifier. Seeing that Shir was all talk and no proof, Bowen immediately interjected. How do you explain what happened today? Are you trying to shift the blame? She retorted with a logic befitting the only daughter of Wong Jang. Zhu Rong will not evade its responsibility. The preliminary investigation suspects the resin filter core caused the poisoning. However, this core is not chemically treated and contains no heavy metals, so it cannot be the cause. But that wasn't enough to convince him. He shot up, reacting fiercely. You say someone framed you, that it has nothing to do with Zhu Rong. But whether it's poisoned or not is just your word, while the truth is plain to see. Should we believe you, or should we believe our own eyes? The reporters and journalists chattered as if they'd never spoken before. Sure didn't flinch as she countered. Tonight, I will lead a technical team to investigate the filter core factory. The police are also involved. I believe the truth will come to light soon. Bowen yelled, determined not to let the issue die down. Shangwan, sure, if your father were poisoned, if your child's intellect were affected, could you remain so calm? Saying that is no different from shirking responsibility. How could a conscientious enterprise do such a thing? Wong Jang stood in a corner, his expression dark. Unafraid of the accusation, she answered directly. On behalf of Zhu Rong, I apologize to the 24 victims and their families. We accept full responsibility. We will invite experts for a consultation. If the children suffer brain damage, the company will cover all expenses. He glared at her for trying to solve the problem with money. A man in the room with him roared, what good is money? Can money buy back health? The man's aggressive attitude visibly annoyed Wong Jang. As the press conference grew increasingly tense, Sure decided to pause for a few seconds. I think I need to reconsider for a moment. She held up 3 fingers, her voice firm. First, Zhu Rong will shoulder its responsibility. We have never considered evading or shifting the blame. Second, Zhu Rong will investigate the truth of the matter and report the results to everyone. Her voice grew even more resolute. Third, if the investigation reveals that someone secretly framed Zhu Rong, then I believe no one here will show them any mercy either. After dealing with Bowen and the reporters, Sure checked her watch. It's getting late. I have to go to the hospital to check on the poisoning victims. This press conference is now over. A very expensive silver car sped down the road. She sat inside with her arms crossed, asking about the spiky-haired man. Which newspaper is he from? Wen Tao looked in the rearview mirror and answered her question. Chun Bowen of the Northern Weekend. He often writes sensationalist articles that lack factual basis. He's quite a character for a young man. Hearing this, Shure's face soured. I really don't like this person. He continued reporting the information he had gathered. Chun Bowen has a master's degree in literature. He owes tens of thousands in student loans, but he still hasn't paid them back after graduating. Wong Jang heard this and immediately knew what was up. He must have some illicit income now. And with this loophole of not paying his debt, it's likely related to his living situation. Wen Tao had dug up quite a bit of useful information. Last year, Chun Bowen wrote an article condemning a company for a milk incident, but it indirectly propped up another company, causing its quarterly revenue to increase by 10%. She spoke listlessly, her voice dejected. Another unscrupulous reporter. I wonder who benefits this time. The article is probably already prepared for tomorrow's paper. Wong Jang, playing the hero, offered to handle everything for the damsel in distress. Leave it to me. I'm the best at dealing with this kind of person. Hearing him say that, Sure remembered the scene of him taking on 3 or 4 men by himself. She giggled and reminded him, then I'll leave it to you. But don't kill anyone. Wen Tao seemed skeptical. Isn't he just a bodyguard who knows how to fight? Can he handle this? Since this was his area of expertise, he wasn't worried at all. He turned to reassure her. Don't worry. We're almost at the hospital. Think about how to deal with the victims' families. Sure took a sip of water to calm her nerves. Her face was contemplative as she looked out the window, feeling wronged. Being a chairwoman is so hard. If only Dad could get better. The car stopped at the hospital gate. A large crowd of reporters had gathered, clearly having waited there for a long time. A group of people were protesting in front of the reception desk, complete with a red banner. They chanted their slogan relentlessly. Zhu Rong International, utterly heartless. Give me back my daughter. Give me back my health. When they saw the 3 of them enter the hospital, they swarmed like a broken beehive. Zhu Rong International, utterly heartless. Give me back my daughter. Give me back my health. Wong Jang paid them no mind, instead mocking the crowd with a smirk. Wow, very synchronized. Sure walked up to Yi Feng, her demeanor polite and graceful. Excuse me, sir. Are you also a customer who bought a Meow water purifier? She had barely approached him when he jumped. That's right. That's why we're here to publicly condemn this irresponsible corporation. Seeing the old man's guilty reaction, he didn't have to think twice before asserting. You guys made that banner too. How could Yifeng have noticed the problem? His voice was full of innocence. Of course we spent money to have it made. Suddenly, he walked over and pulled the man's hand to the side. Sir, come over here. The man had no idea what was happening, his head full of question marks. Wong Jang pressed several hundred yuan bills into Yifeng's hand. The man fell silent as he stared at the pink bills in his palm, as if afraid someone would snatch them away. He was already 80 to 90% sure. Don't be polite, sir. Take this money. I'm a reporter, and I want to ask about some inside information. As long as you tell the truth, this money is yours. With a mind that only knew money, Yifeng nodded without suspicion and took the bait. Wong Jang immediately began his investigation. Your accent doesn't sound local. The man answered honestly. I'm from Hudong. I'm currently staying at number 14 in the capital. He began to approach the issue bit by bit. The house you're staying at in the capital, is it yours or are you renting? Yifeng didn't hesitate. My son rented it. The preliminary investigation was complete. He got to the main point. When you normally use the main meow water purifier, do you turn on the main water valve first or the main meow water purifier switch? The man answered fluently, as if he had used it before. Of course, you turn on the main meow water purifier switch. Seeing that he answered incorrectly, Wong Jang snatched the money back. Yifeng stared at his empty hand. He screamed, You want to take it back? What are you trying to do? Having achieved his goal, he pulled out his badge. I'm with the Capital Police, in charge of investigating this case. If you accept this money but lie about matters related to the case, you'll be detained for 15 days. Without a word, the man turned and fled, no longer dreaming of those pink bills. Sure looked at him, amazed by his godlike reasoning. How did you figure it out? Wong Jang explained it to her succinctly. You can tell from the stains on his teeth that he doesn't use a water purifier. Her face immediately tensed. It seems someone really is sabotaging Zhu Rong. Golden sunlight streamed through the window frame. Sure looked at Dr. Hui Kong and asked, How is the situation? He explained the problem with a slight headache. As long as we can detoxify them quickly, all the problems can be solved. The two children's cognitive abilities won't be affected at all. It's just that we currently don't have a way to detoxify them quickly. Her face darkened when she heard the situation wasn't optimistic. Those vicious people. They won't even spare children. Wong Jang, having just had an idea, volunteered. Why don't you let me try? He pushed open the door and walked in, asking Hui Kong, Doctor, have you tried traditional Chinese medicine? The doctor didn't understand what he meant and asked, Traditional Chinese medicine? He gave a long, detailed explanation. I once read a book by my master and learned of a detoxification formula. But 2 of the herbs are very rare, so I've never tried it. With Zhu Rong's financial resources, finding them shouldn't be difficult. Sure, standing beside him, saw a way to save the children and quickly agreed. Tell me what they are. I'll have people search the entire country for the medicinal herbs immediately. Dr. Hui Kong was a bit hesitant about the reliability of this prescription. You've never tried this formula before. What if there are side effects? The consequences could be unpredictable. Sure, blinded by her faith in him, trusted him unconditionally. Doctor, I've made my decision. Let's try it. If any problems arise, I'll take responsibility. They returned to the hospital after a day of running around searching for the herbs. Wong Jang walked in and saw the huge bags scattered around the lab, praising them. As expected of the Shangwan family, to find so many rare herbs so quickly. When Tao wiped his sweat and took a breath to explain, this really cost a lot of money. Some of these herbs were from the old master's personal collection. He gave a thumbs up and a smile of praise. As expected of the #1 assistant. Your work ethic is truly outstanding. Sure approached, her heart burning with impatience as she urged him. Wong Jang, hurry up and try it. We can't wait any longer. He quickly agreed. Give me an empty room. I'll go brew the medicine now. In the pot, 7,749 types of herbs were boiling vigorously. Wong Jang blew a puff of air, sending all the bacteria in the pot flying. She stood beside him, praising him endlessly. Wong Jang, how do you know so many things? You're so talented, and you even know how to heal people. He turned to her, humble but not entirely. Don't praise me too much, I can't handle it. Actually, when it comes to medicine, my master forced me to carry around a bunch of ancient books. I'm definitely AG. Sure leaned against the kitchen counter, constantly wondering, how did you become so amazing? Do you often carry a knife and then go on survival training in the wild? Wong Jang stirred the medicine, complaining a little. A knife would have been nice. That old man always made me use my bare hands. He recalled his time with his master, and I had to complete the task of gathering herbs. If I didn't, I'd be punished. Not only would the training be doubled, but I'd also have to carry a few more medicine books on my back. She found his story so captivating that she encouraged him to misbehave. Your master is really cruel. I think if you wrote an autobiography, it would definitely be a bestseller. Wong Jang's eyes widened when he heard that. The title should be The Happy Life of a Bodyguard, so people can see how a bodyguard is bullied by a young lady all day. Sure, feeling called out, pouted. If you don't want to write it, then don't. But you're not just a bodyguard. You're a high-level bodyguard. A fragrant aroma wafted up as he lifted the lid of the pot. The medicine is ready. She peeked in and immediately urged, hurry and give it to them. Wong Jang, if you can cure them this time, I will. He started to joke around, his expression mischievous. Well, what? Repay me with your body. You're so small, I'll have to think carefully about it. Sure shyly gave him a light punch. I'm big enough. Now hurry and take the medicine to the patients. Zhu Rong is counting on you this time. After the children had taken the medicine, Huikong came forward, opening their eyes and checking their mouths. This is a miracle. A true miracle. She couldn't wait any longer and turned to Wentao. Assistant Wei, hold a press conference immediately. Announce the current health status of the poisoning victims. Seeing that he still had his job, he was overjoyed. Yes, ma'am. The reporters are already in the hall. After assigning the task, Sure went to Wong Jang. This matter is only partially resolved. I'm going to the supplier's place immediately. As long as there's a clue, we'll definitely find out the truth. Hearing her certainty, he couldn't help but wonder. How are you so sure the problem is with the supplier? Why not the seller or during transportation? She immediately refuted his words. Impossible. Why is the Mei Miao water purifier brand more expensive than others? Because there's a chip inside the purifier. He was surprised that a water purifier had such a thing. A chip? That's rare. She paused, thinking about his words. Without the dynamic password, you can't change the filter core. Zhaoli is a near-monopoly enterprise for filter cores in China. They protect their products very diligently. Wang Zheng was completely lost after hearing that. This is so confusing. When Sure found a new direction, she was overjoyed. Zhaoli's products are made by them, so there can't be any accidents. The main problem is internal to Zhaoli. Seeing her figure it out, he didn't hold back his praise. This is more exciting than solving a crime. You could be a policewoman in the criminal investigation team. She turned back and forth, assigning tasks to the two of them. All right, let's split up. Wang Zheng and I will go investigate the Zhaoli company. Wei Wentao will stay in the capital and investigate who is behind inciting the public to cause trouble. Wentao saw that the young miss had grown up and had no objections. Yes, chairwoman. She nodded and said, good. Sure walked over and patted him lightly on the shoulder. This time, when we go to Zhangji Gang, you'll be in charge. I'll be your secretary. Wang Zheng turned his head, helpless. My dear young miss, you're going to be my secretary? What kind of game are you trying to play now? Seeing that he wasn't being serious, she reminded him. I'm just using a different identity to investigate. If I go to Zhao Li as the chairwoman of Zhu Rong, they'll praise me to the high heavens. How would I see the truth then? Wang Zheng wondered about his own position. So if you're my secretary, what identity do I use? Sure couldn't wait, holding up a card she had prepared earlier. Senior Vice President of Zhu Rong International Group. See, I even have the business cards ready. He realized it too late, his mouth wide open. So you had this planned all along. Do all the vice presidents of Zhu Rong International get a bodyguard salary? She clapped her hands happily. When someone falls in, I just want to drag you down with me. I'll find an opportunity during an internal meeting to announce that you are second only to me at Zhu Rong. Wang Zheng grinned roguishly. Second only to you? You're on top of me. Sure repeated innocently. That's right, I'm on top of you. As soon as she said it, she remembered something and let out a shy ah. The two left as the sun rose high, its light covering everything. As soon as they got in the car, they switched places. I've already arranged for someone from Zhaoli Company to meet us at the door. Vice President Wang, are we all set now? He looked at her having fun and felt helpless. My dear young miss, just this once. I won't dare let you be my secretary again. After some time, the car arrived at its destination. Li came forward and respectfully extended his hand in greeting. Vice President Wang, I am Li, the person in charge at Zhaoli. It's truly an honor to meet you. Regarding this incident, Wang Jing paid him no mind. There are still many problems, he said curtly. After reading the data sheet, he tapped the report and asked clearly, Mr. Li, regarding this incident, do you have any leads yet? Being called out by the leader, sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. He reported in a low voice, well, there's been no progress so far, based on Zhao Li's previous production experience. Seeing that he was beating around the bush, he cut him off. No need for empty talk. Let me ask you a question. Besides the safety inspection and product security departments, do other departments ever touch the filter cores? Lily's heart was already trembling. Lily hurriedly stood up. I'll go get it right away. Before he could leave, he added another request. Contact the Zhangjiagang police and conduct lie detector tests on all employees in these two departments. Of course, that includes you. I will personally write the 50 questions for the test. Lily was already scared out of his wits. He staggered out of the room. I'll do as Vice President Wong says. He ended the meeting and gave an instruction. As for the branch company, please return and hold departmental meetings. If I have time, I'll come by to take a look. Yiping stood to the side, trembling like a leaf. He immediately obeyed without daring to object. Yes, we will wait for your visit at the branch company. Wong Jang remembered something and turned to ask, by the way, where is the branch company? The man tried to answer calmly. It's in the Guitai building, but we're planning to move next year. We've already reported it to headquarters. He raised an eyebrow and leaned back in his chair. Move to where? Yiping stood up straight and reported the location. After the Xiaonan Times Square is completed, we will move there. It will also be beneficial for the expansion of the branch company. Hearing the name, he found it a bit familiar and muttered, Chu Xiaonan's territory. He rubbed his chin, pondering the issue. Don't move for now. Even as a branch of Zhurong International, you need your own office space. We'll build one within a year. Shir stood to the side, smiling as she saw him acting very much like a boss. Yiping didn't dare make the decision himself. What about the funding? He didn't rush to give a precise answer. Wait until the proposal is submitted to headquarters. I will personally review it, but I will definitely need your budget proposal. Be prepared to do a good job. He didn't dare ask more questions and obediently nodded his report. Yes, Vice President Wong. I have already sold the Xiaonan Times Square property. The funds have increased quite a bit. I will report it to headquarters soon. Seeing that the situation seemed stable, Wong Jang dismissed them. You can all go. Shir observed from the side. When everyone had left, she praised him generously. Not bad, Vice President Wong. Wong Jang smiled and joked. It's not often I get to throw my weight around like this, but it was satisfying enough. You think I don't know? The branch in Zhangjiagang is such a lucrative piece of cake. I don't want to hand it over to Chu Xiaonan. Hearing this, she gave him a playful pinch. Shir teased him without a care. Aren't you afraid of affecting my relationship with Chu Xiaonan? I don't want to reveal my hand with him just yet. Wong Jang, seeing that she had misunderstood him, spoke up to explain. What are you thinking? It's just fair competition. The real estate market can't just listen to Chu Xiaonan. Zhurong has already entered the electronics industry. If we want to do real estate, we have to go all in. She still couldn't wrap her head around it and kept asking questions. But this doesn't align with Zhurong's consistent asset policy. And even if we have surplus funds, entering the real estate market could very well lead to a capital turnover problem. Wang Zheng asserted confidently without hesitation. Our people won't let this fat piece of meat go. The Shangwan family is strong enough to take it. Zhurong will lower housing prices so that people can afford to buy. The first wave will hit Jiangzhou and Jiangning. She didn't expect him to be so benevolent, second only to a saint. Why do I feel like you're some kind of philanthropist? Why are you doing this? Don't give me that to build up Zhurong's image line. Wang Zheng explained to her that it wasn't out of kindness, but that there was a purpose to it all. The housing prices in those two places are high, and the pressure of living is great. You've never been in the lower class, so you don't understand. I also want to disrupt the economy and make things difficult for the high officials, to make it hard for the leaders of those two provinces. Shir was puzzled when she heard him mention two unfamiliar names. Su Nangguo and Zhang Pinghao. These are all from the main line of the Su faction. Her face scrunched up. Her first sentence was a reminder, her second an attempt to persuade him. Wang Zheng, I've said before that I'll help you with whatever you want. But if you act rashly and something happens, I will definitely stop you. Seeing her worrying unnecessarily, he reassured her. Don't worry, I won't drag Zhurong into this. It's just a little help for me. It will also bring back very rich profits. After turning the entire company upside down, Lily hurried back, followed by an assistant holding a file. Vice President Wong, the employee lists for the product security and inspection departments for the past year are all here. Wang Zheng gestured to a spot on the table and asked about the company's internal affairs. Put it here. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Lee. Also, how many employees have left these two departments in total over the past year? And how many are there currently? He put the stack of documents down, his hand constantly wiping away sweat as he answered. There are 26 people currently working, and only 3 have left, including one director of the security department. The 2 lie detectors are ready. Vice President Wong, please provide the questions. He pulled out a piece of paper full of words from somewhere. You guys work fast. Here are the 50 lie detector questions. Include the senior managers with authority. It must be completed in 2 hours. Seeing that his position was about to be lost, he seemed to age 10 years. I'll get on it right away. Wong Jang flipped through the files with a rustle. After a moment, he stopped. As if he had discovered something, he immediately gave an order. Secretary Shangwan, call Assistant Wei. Tell him to investigate these 3 people, especially the director of the Product Security Department. Sure winked playfully. Yes, Vice President Wong. Your secretary will get right on it. He smiled and coaxed her. Later, I'll take you for a walk around Zhangjiagang to look at suitable land. Zhu Rong's real estate venture starts here. The sky was blue with white clouds and golden sun. The car was speeding down the road. Wong Jang looked in the rearview mirror. A red car was tailgating them. He found it a bit familiar. This car is. The red car accelerated, catching up to his car. He recognized the other person with just a glimpse. Zhang Pingho's daughter. The car shot off as if a rocket was attached to its rear. The two were like a cat and mouse, neither giving an inch. Wong Jang smirked when he successfully lured her in. Looks like the fish has taken the bait. The person floored the gas pedal, speeding ahead to block his car. A pair of legs and red high heels stepped out of the car. Miomio walked towards him, saying as she went, "In Jiangzhou, I haven't met a worthy opponent in a long time. That includes you." He also got out of the car and immediately challenged her to a race. "So you want a race? You decide the terms, but I need a stake." She tilted her head, finding this man interesting. "That's fair. Our previous races also required a stake." Wang Zheng gave a well-intentioned reminder. "My stake is very large." Miomio didn't care. After all, her family wasn't poor. "It's fine. As long as you can make me accept defeat, I'll agree to your terms. In Jiangzhou, there are few things I can't do. But if you bet, I must also have a request." Sure, seeing his recklessness, stepped forward to stop him. "Wang Zheng, don't be impulsive." Miomio wouldn't let herself be at a disadvantage and immediately stated her condition. "If I beat you, I want a Lycan Hypersport." As the young lady of Zhurong, she didn't know what that supercar was and was a bit confused. "What's that?" Wang Zheng, seeing her demand such a condition, had an opinion. "A girl like you shouldn't be driving such a rough car." He crowed like a rooster, his voice reaching the heavens. "Even though there are only 100 in the world, I can get one." Miomio didn't let him speak and asked back, "State your condition." As if it were a prearranged script, he said without hesitation, "My condition is much simpler. I want a piece of land in Zhangjiagang." Miomio heard this and asked for its information. "A piece of land? How big? And where?" Wang Zheng immediately said, "It's the land next to Chiang Lake in Zhangjiagang. Is that okay? I'll pay for it, but the bet is for 80% of the land price." "How about it?" She readily agreed to the condition. "I can't promise you 1,000 acres, but 500 is possible. 80% is no problem. You're not from Zhangjiagang, so I'll let you choose the time and place." Seeing her being so reasonable, he smirked. "Then let's race on the G1501 again. The time is tomorrow morning. How about it?" Miomio looked at his shabby car and gave her opinion. "Okay, do you need to change cars, or will you drive this Maybach?" Wang Zheng patted his beloved car and affirmed, "This one. It probably won't lose to you." She saw that he was being unreasonable and left, leaving behind a single sentence. "See you tomorrow morning." Shishi watched her roar off, then turned to question him. "Why did you have to promise her that? Don't tell me you're racing just for the stake. Or, did you think this through before you even met her?" It's no wonder the beauty in front of him never got any smarter. Wang Zheng gave her a playful tap. "Why do you have so many questions? Are you a walking 10,000 whys?" She pouted when it hurt. "I think you're very good at reading people's minds. Tell me." He stopped joking and explained everything in detail. "That girl is straightforward. Besides racing, it's basically impossible for her to go all out for anything. Her family must have money and power. Plus, her surname is Zhang." Wang Zheng crossed his arms, his confidence soaring. "Have Assistant Wei investigate the name of Zhang Pingho's daughter. I'm 80 to 90% sure it's this Zhang Mayumiu." Sure saw that he was only missing a fan to be Zhuge Liang. "You're so cunning." Wang Zheng clasped his hands humbly. "You flatter me. As the senior vice president of Zhurong International, of course I have to have a few tricks up my sleeve." Wang Zheng acted like a billionaire CEO. "Secretary Shangwan, tomorrow you'll stay at the company and review the test results. I'll handle this car race." Sure was disappointed about being left behind. "I really want to go with you, but I need to handle this matter too. Be careful." He gave her a thumbs up to reassure her. "Don't worry. Amir Zhang Mayumiu is no match for me." She pouted and teased. "I'm more afraid you'll eat her up. With the help of the provincial party secretary's daughter, half of Jiangzhou will definitely be Zhu Rong's territory." Wong Jang laughed and playfully smacked her on the head. Stop dreaming. So far, yet so close. Who could be better than the heir to the Shangwan family? The car sped off, carrying Shishi's echoing shout across the sky. You're the donkey. After a long drive, they returned to the headquarters. Wen Tao was reporting on the identities of the two suspects. The other two left for higher salaries elsewhere. Only the head of the security department left on his own, taking product documents with him, which angered Li. After hearing this, she immediately confirmed, it must be that director. He nodded slightly in agreement and elaborated on the man. This person's name is Lu Shiwei. He's 40 this year and has worked at Zhao Li for nearly 20 years. He was highly praised by Li and they had a good relationship, so there were no conflicts. Wen Tao continued without stopping. As a joint stock company, Lu Shiwei held shares. He left suddenly, and the shares couldn't be sold, so it was a total loss. Sure, bored, read the documents while giving her opinion. It seems he lost a little to gain a lot. He had investigated quite a bit about the man, revealing everything he found. I found out he has a daughter studying in Italy. She hasn't graduated yet. She immediately gave an order. Then send someone to Italy. I hope it's not a waste of time. At the entrance of the G1501 highway, Mio had been standing there for some time. It was dusk when Wong Jang drove to the meeting point. He stopped the car and rolled down the window, his tone teasing. Beauty, you're right on time. Seeing that Shishi wasn't with him, she asked, why didn't the beautiful girl next to you come? He replied with 3 parts truth and 7 parts nonsense. You're alone too, aren't you? If I bring someone, what if my car can't keep up? Mio didn't say much, gesturing for him to look ahead. In 5 minutes, that barrier in front will lift. At that time, whoever gets off the highway first wins, okay? Wong Jang readily agreed. Okay. The 2 cars were in position, just waiting for it to lift before flying off to meet their ancestors. The 5 minutes were up. The black and blue cars started to rev their engines. Before the barrier was even fully raised, Mio had already sped past, while Wong Jang's car moved slowly. The blue car only left him a cloud of smoke to inhale. Seeing this, he couldn't help but praise. The car's speed reached 102 seconds. Impressive. Wong Jang, of course, wouldn't admit defeat and quickly tailed her. He floored the gas pedal to catch up. At the curve, he turned the wheel sharply, as if he had a dozen lives. Wong Jang shifted gears to race more smoothly. Mio smiled brightly as she saw him left behind at the last curve. The 2 beloved cars sped past other vehicles, racing towards the finish line. In the highway surveillance control room, the screen showed 2 cars playing a game of cat and mouse. The controllers were in an uproar. These 2 are driving too skillfully, but it's too dangerous. What if something happens? Call the captain immediately. Tell them to block the cars, or we'll be held responsible. A moment after the report, Kuan pushed open the door. The crowd stood up. Captain Kuan. His face was like a monkey that had eaten a chili pepper. Notify everyone below, these 2 cars are allowed to pass. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. A purple-clad man who didn't understand what was happening jumped up and down. Captain, why don't we stop them? What if something happens? He shouted angrily. Stop your head. The provincial party secretary's daughter is racing. How can you ask me to stop her? On the highway, 2 racers, 1 black and 1 blue, continued to accelerate, chasing each other. The image of the car left behind was clearly reflected in the rearview mirror of the leading car. Mio saw this and wasn't worried at all. Oh, still trying to catch up? I'll give you a little hope then. She silently calculated in her mind, her lips lifting in an unconcealed smile of triumph. Next up is the area with fewer cars. Let's see how I beat you. As soon as the thought finished, she quickly stepped on the gas and shot forward, leaving Wong Jang's car far behind. Witnessing this sudden action, he had to be surprised and give Mio a word of praise. The car and the skills are both pretty good. It really opened my eyes. It didn't stop there. The car sped along the deserted road, easily overtaking other vehicles. She felt she was too talented, as arrogant as a peacock spreading its tail. Behold my true strength. But life isn't always a dream. As soon as she looked out the window, she saw that Wong Jang had closed the distance with her at some point. Mio was so shocked her eyes almost popped out. How can he still keep up? She was furious, gritting her teeth and making a decision. What a braggart. It seems I can't beat him without using this. For the Lycan hypersport I've dreamed of for years, I'll risk it. Without further hesitation, she reached out and pressed the button to activate the special boost system. Mio's car was like a rocket, exceeding its normal limits. The driver behind her was dumbfounded, unable to believe she would be so reckless. Oh my god, the easy system? She has that trick up her sleeve? She dares to activate this system? The allure of the Lycan hypersport must be that strong for her. But after a long while, there was still no sign of her slowing down. He was a little worried. It's been 2 seconds already. Why isn't she stopping? He thought of a possibility. Could it be that she went over the top? In contrast to Wong Jang's astonishment, Mio sat in the car, extremely confident. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 1 more second, 1 more second, I can definitely leave that braggart behind. However, life doesn't let anyone be complacent for too long. The engine in the car suddenly emitted a thin layer of smoke. Only then did Mio realize the problem. Is this the limit? She panicked and slammed on the brakes. Stop. Please stop. But it was too late. The car couldn't slow down in time and veered off course, crashing straight into the lane and flying out. Wong Jang slowly brought his car to a stop on the side of the road. He sat quietly in the car, looking at the accident Mio had caused herself, speechless at her actions. The provincial party secretary's daughter. Is this stupid? After a few seconds, Wong Jang had no choice but to open the door and get out, walking deeper inside to find her. As he walked, he scanned his surroundings. I just wanted to get the land in Zhangjiagang through this race, to conveniently disrupt the real estate market in Jiangsu and make her father's business difficult. Along the way, his mouth complained endlessly. She doesn't even know my purpose. Risking her life for a car. She's completely crazy. I don't want to save someone this stupid. Although he rambled on, he continued to venture deeper. I still haven't heard an explosion yet. Thank goodness. The race between the two had been monitored by the control team from beginning to end. Kuan suddenly flew into a rage, angrily slamming his hand into the surveillance monitor on the wall. His eyes were filled with indignation. Do these rich people not care about their lives anymore? The 2 people behind him were also a little anxious. Captain, what should we do? His face was still scowling, but he seemed a bit calmer than before. What else can we do? Immediately notify the entire team to rescue them. No matter what, we have to save them. I'll contact the traffic department. They all responded in unison, the sound echoing outside the headquarters. After a while, Wong Jang was still wandering around without finding any sign of Mio. Zhang Mayumiu, where are you? Just as he was wondering where she had croaked, he suddenly smelled something strange. The smell of gas. He followed the scent, making his way through a thicket, and finally found the location of Mio's car. Here. The luxurious blue car was now nothing more than a pile of scrap metal, smoke rising as if it were about to explode. As Wong Jang got closer, something made his expression change in an instant. Before him was the image of Mio lying motionless in her race car, as if she could be taken by the Grim Reaper at any moment. Her condition was not good anywhere. He ran over, calling her name. Zhang Mayumiu. Could it be? Hearing someone call her name, Mio slowly opened her heavy eyelids. Despite the dark red blood trickling down from her temple, it couldn't stop her from activating her sharp-tongued mode. Are you calling a ghost? An adult like Wong Jang wouldn't bother arguing with the young lady of the Zhang family. He gently helped her out of the driver's seat. Still alive. You scared me to death. Although her body was weak, her mouth was still very stubborn. I can't die. Before the race, the cockpit was made of hollow material, which can reduce most of the external damage. After speaking, she quickly turned her head to avoid eye contact with him, her cheeks suddenly blushing. But thank you for coming to save me in time. He didn't feel anything special about her words, just casually replied with a curt sentence. No need to be polite. Ensuring she was still alive to return to her family, he turned to check the situation in the car. Wong Jang looked down and frowned. Your leg is stuck. Relax, I'll get you out. Without waiting for Mio to reply, he immediately ripped open the car door. The sudden pain made her unable to hold back, and a few sobs escaped her dry throat. Humph. Wong Jang looked over, his voice softening a bit. Did I hurt you? Just bear with it a little longer. Tears streamed down her face. It doesn't hurt. You can continue. He looked at her, completely confused, not understanding a thing. But he didn't pay any more attention to her, and continued his rescue work. Mio lay still, watching his every move, her heart in a bit of a turmoil. The light at the end of the tunnel, it really makes you want to cry with joy. I used to think it was so fake when I saw it on TV. Now I can feel it. She was just like any other normal person. She knew what fear was. The moment I regained consciousness, I thought, will I have to stay here tonight? I even thought about bleeding to death. While she was still lost in her desperate memories, Wong Jang suddenly exclaimed with joy. All right. Mio looked at him, her heart filled with indescribable emotions. I never would have thought that the man I had only met a few times would save me in time and treat me so gently. At this moment, he didn't know that Mio was still lost in her own secret thoughts. He carefully lifted her leg out of the car. First, don't move. Your femur seems to be broken. Overwhelmed with emotion, She quickly raised her hand to cover her flowing tears, but it seemed insignificant. Don't look at me. I've never cried in front of outsiders since I was a child. I'm so embarrassed. Wong Jang, on the other hand, felt this was a completely normal thing. He decisively took out a pill. It's normal for a girl to cry when she's in pain. This is a special painkiller. Wong Jang brought it to Miao Miao's face, gently comforting the injured kitten. Take it. I'll help you set the bone, then take you to the hospital. You'll probably have to stay there for 2 months this time. She was as obedient as a puppy now, obediently swallowing the pill he gave her. After a moment, she was amazed by the immediate effect of the medicine. It doesn't seem to hurt anymore. With the wound feeling a little better, Miao Miao started to show her narcissistic side again. Do you really know how to set bones? And you're not going to take this opportunity to take advantage of me? But the image of the author's beloved child was set up to be very upright. Wang Zheng replied immediately without thinking. First, I don't know how to set bones. I'm just stabilizing them. Second, I won't take advantage of a woman in danger. I'm not that kind of person. Immediately after, he used his teeth to tear his sleeve into a long strip of cloth. Then he began to wrap it tightly around her broken femur. He thought to himself, it seems the skills I learned in the army are useful everywhere. After wrapping for a while, Wang Zheng suddenly stopped. Only then did he realize something. This piece of cloth isn't enough. In the end, there was only one way. He had to close his eyes and endure it, even though he didn't want to. Humph, my brand new shirt. Miao Miao didn't expect Wang Zheng to actually go this far. She was so surprised she could only utter one sentence. Her gaze fell on the skin exposed under the torn shirt, and she was immediately captivated by the crisscrossing scars on his body. Why do you have so many scars on your body? Wang Zheng, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to them, seeing them as proud battle trophies. These are all my medals. Not serious for long, Wang Zheng continued to tie the knot. Have you fallen for me? Too bad. I'm not interested in you. Miao Miao was hit right where it hurt, her cheeks blushing like a tomato. Nonsense. I was just curious. But in her heart, she had already formed a good impression of this young man. He's not like the men I've met before. Compared to them, those effeminate rich boys, they really make me sick. Soon, he had stabilized the broken thigh. Done. She still stared at him without blinking. This man is covered in scars. What story is hidden behind them? It really makes one curious. Wang Zheng gently put his arm around her back and helped her sit up. All right, Miss Zhang. Stop spacing out. Then he easily lifted her entire body. Let's go. The wound must have touched somewhere, and she immediately reminded him. Slow down. I'm still injured. As she spoke, she didn't realize that she had unconsciously relied on him quite a bit. At this moment, the distance between them was almost zero. As they were walking, he suddenly stopped. He looked at Miao Miao with a somewhat awkward expression. Let's stop for a moment, Miss Zhang. I want to discuss something with you. Miao Miao looked at Wang Zheng with an innocent expression and replied in confusion. What is it? Just say it. Wang Zheng held her in his arms, his voice soft and just loud enough to be heard. Can we not be stuck together like this? But he didn't forget to tease her a little. Luckily, I'm stable. Otherwise, I might have done something inappropriate by now. She jumped in fright, immediately clutching her precious body and screaming as if she had been violated. You pervert. Seeing her interesting expression, he, on the contrary, laughed heartily. Time flew by like a dog running in a field. Soon, the sky was bathed in the warm yellow of the evening sunset. Next to the car parked on the side of the road, a few more cars from the surveillance team had appeared. A young man observed the situation for a while and then came to Kuen's side to report. Captain, the people sent out this afternoon still haven't reported back. From the camera, we can see that the owner of this car came down to save someone. We can also act from here. He thought so too. That's what I was thinking. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave an order. Everyone, immediately go down and search. If you can't find Miss Zhang, don't come back. Without a word of greeting, a deep, steady male voice suddenly came from behind. No need. All eyes turned to him in unison. Wang Zheng carried Miao Miao in his arms and slowly walked over. I've brought her back. Her leg bone might be broken. First, take her to the hospital for a checkup. As soon as he saw her, he ran over, extremely worried. My dear young lady, you scared me to death. If something happened to you, what would we do? However, Miao Miao didn't think he was genuinely concerned for her life. She replied bluntly with a cold sentence. If you're so worried about me, why didn't you act sooner? You were just standing here talking. This directly silenced Kuen, who didn't know how to retort. But deep down, he was silently cursing this Miss Zhang. Do you think it was easy for me to gather so many people to find you? What a typical rich kid's mindset. Suddenly, Wang Zheng reached out and gently rubbed the bleeding wound. His tone was incredibly gentle, The kind of guy women love. All right, lie here obediently. Don't even think about getting out of bed for a month or two. Rest and recover. And no driving for half a year. She rarely obeyed Wong Jang's requests so obediently. All right, I'll listen to you this once. However, she still wanted to add another condition. But you must come to the hospital to visit me and keep me company. Wong Jang took out a business card and gave it to her, as if to soothe the stubborn personality of this little kitten. If you're bored, just give me a call. She immediately took it and held it up to admire it, her eyes shining like a child who had received a gift. She immediately agreed. Okay. Night gradually fell, and the sky was covered in a dark cloak. At a certain hospital, the light from the staircase shone on the door of the director's office. Daji held the X-ray in his hand, constantly exclaiming in admiration. This bone-setting method is perfect. So skilled. Truly a rare talent. Opposite him, Ping Hao seemed uninterested in the matter. He questioned the director before him. I asked you about my daughter's condition, and you've been marveling at this for half a day. Daji, neither fast nor slow, explained in a steady voice. This bone-setting method is truly skillful. Very rare. If it weren't for the person who used this method to set her bone, I'm afraid she would have been bedridden for 5 or 6 months. Now, she only needs a month to recover. Ping Hao's expression changed slightly, a little curious about this miraculous method. So you also have this method? However, he received a shake of the head from him. I've tried it before. Unfortunately, the records in the books are incomplete, so I gave up. I never thought there would actually be someone in the world who knows how to use it. This person is definitely very skilled. It would be great if I could get to know them. With nothing more to say, he stood up to leave. If it's really as you say, I really want to meet this person to thank them. In the hospital room, the pristine white door was closed to protect the privacy of the person inside. Mio Mio lay on the hospital bed, her eyes fixed on the business card for a long time. It hasn't even been half a day, and I'm already bored. Should I call him? While she was lost in thought, something in her hand was suddenly snatched away. Ping Hao had entered the room at some point and was carefully examining the business card. Who is he? Wong Jang. She was like a fish out of water. Even with one leg in a cast, she still had the strength to struggle, denying it vehemently. But Mio Mio turned her face away, determined not to let him know any more information about him. I really don't know. Deep down, she was a little puzzled. Why is Dad so anxious? I only learned his name this afternoon. Who knows which family he belongs to? Seeing her so determined, Ping Hao didn't force it. Then I'll have someone investigate now. Tell him not to even think about seducing my daughter. Only someone like Su Tianran is worthy of my daughter. Mio Mio immediately sat up from the hospital bed, her voice mixed with surprise and questioning. Dad, what are you doing? The person Su Tianran likes is Zhang Mingqi. Everyone in the capital knows that. Why are you still not clear? Despite her firm opposition, the thought of his precious daughter with a pot-bellied uncle was something he couldn't accept. I'm not confused. How can this Wang Zheng you speak of compare to the Su brothers? To be able to sit in the position of vice president of Jurong, they must be 40 or older. She quickly dispelled the strange thought in her father's head. Who said he's 40 or 50? Wang Zheng is at most 25 or 26. At that age, to be a vice president, isn't that considered young and talented? Ping Hao was slightly surprised. If you put it that way, he is indeed very capable. This Wang Zheng, is he the one who saved you? Mio Mio's previous momentum suddenly vanished. She replied a little shyly, yes, that's right. He casually picked an apple from the fruit basket on the table next to him, feeling a little favorable towards the young man named Wang Zheng. He saved you, so our Zhang family owes him a favor. How should you repay him? Hearing that, Mio Mio quickly replied, Dad, give him a piece of land. At Jiang Lake in Zhangjiagang. Ping Hao's eyes sharpened, looking at Mio Mio questioningly. Was that his request? He silently judged the young man. Such a high demand. His ambition is not small. However, she had already been carried away by the love puppy, and she quickly waved her hands to explain clearly. No, it's not like that. I made a bet with him. The land was the stake. Immediately after, she didn't dare to meet her father's eyes. My skills weren't as good as his, so my car flipped. He could have clearly gone to the finish line and ignored me, but he stopped to save me. So what? Ping Hao seemed to understand the problem. He handed the peeled apple to her. So that's how it is. All right, he can have the land. But he must bring an approved plan and design, and he will be responsible for all related costs. This is my requirement. Mio Mio took it and immediately took a satisfying bite. That's great. I knew you loved me the most. Unlike Mom, who's so strict with me. He turned to the fruit basket, intending to take another one, but didn't forget to remind her a little. Speaking of your mother, she heard you were in the hospital and set aside her survey in Hong Kong. She might be on a plane back right now. Mio Mio was eating when she heard this shocking news. Her body felt like it had been hit by Alice's ultimate, her face clearly worried. Oh no, I'm done for. This time, I'll definitely be grounded by Mom. Before she could say another word, the phone in Pingho's pocket suddenly rang. He took out his phone and turned to announce. All right, I have a committee meeting. I have to go. You figure out how to deal with your mother. After speaking, he didn't wait for her to reply and strode out, slamming the door with a bang. Now that he was gone, she continued to wait listlessly for her beloved to arrive. It's all the same anyway. If I'm grounded, I'm grounded. But when will he come to visit me? Why do I keep thinking about him? Is this love at first sight? As day turned to night, the moon took over from the sun, and the golden sunlight shone down on a certain villa. Wong Jang lay leisurely on the bed, talking on the phone. I know. Just keep an eye on him. Don't alert the enemy. I don't believe Lu Shiwei won't even see his own daughter. Suddenly, he remembered someone else. What about that reporter named Chin Bowen? When Tao on the other end of the line immediately reported the results of his investigation. I've heard about it. He took 50,000 from someone to cause trouble here. Before he could cause any more trouble, I used money to bribe him. It didn't stop there. He added, however, we still don't know who was behind him. The methods are despicable, and there's no way to find them. Wang Zheng's expression didn't change much. He just replied casually, I know. Continue to monitor him. As soon as he hung up, he sighed wearily. This opponent is really giving me a headache. Constantly probing, even if it's not a big move. But if there's any carelessness, Zhu Rong could be doomed. He's the kind of person you have to be wary of. Being Shishi's bodyguard is so tiring. The sky today was blue with white clouds. On the deserted road, a car sped by. Wang Zheng focused on the road ahead, not forgetting to check the situation with Shishi. How far is Sheng Fei? Shishi, sitting in the passenger seat, replied, she left from the capital. At this speed, she'll probably arrive on the same day as us. But why are you and I going to Sheng Fei's house? He didn't want to answer her question. You talk too much. I'm your bodyguard, you know. However, in his heart, he felt a great sense of responsibility. Finally, I have to meet her, the wife that brother Sheng loved so much. He remembered the time he had a meal with Sheng Chao at the military camp. He had expressed a lot about her to him. My wife wrote me a letter, saying she misses me very much. I miss her very much too. During a patrol around the ruins, he suddenly saw something. Standing next to him, he was showing off his love. This necklace is so beautiful. She'll love it. I'll buy it when I'm on leave and send it to her. However, life loves to play tricks. In his last moments, Sheng Chao still remembered his wife waiting for him at home. It seems, I can't go back. I still haven't sent her this necklace. Returning to the present, Wang Zheng held the steering wheel with one hand and the small box next to him with the other. Inside was the necklace that his brother had entrusted to him. The car sped down the road, the journey continuing. Each person had their own purpose as they headed to Sheng Fei's house, on the road to Lizhen, Gongsu Province. Wang Zheng's car sped along. He focused on the road ahead but still announced in a steady voice, we'll be at Sister Sheng Fei's village in about an hour. Shishi turned to look at him with a suspicious gaze. Why do I feel like you're very familiar with this place? It's clearly hard to find, yet you're driving like you know the way. Have you been to Sister Sheng Fei's hometown before? Wang Zheng jumped as if he had been caught red-handed, letting out a dry cough. Then he quickly tried to cover it up. I came here for work a few years ago. But in his heart, he thought, I've heard Brother Sheng talk about it for so many years, I could walk this road with my eyes closed. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes still filled with doubt. Is that so? Sheng Fei put her suitcase down with a thud and let out a sigh. Finally here. The scenery before her made her days off. I haven't been home in 2 years. How has the house changed so much? The memory of the simple house from before flooded her mind, and she couldn't help but be stunned when she looked at the luxurious villa now. Manhwa pushed open the door from inside the house. As soon as she saw Sheng Fei, she called out happily, my dear child, you're back. Why don't you come in? Isn't it hot outside? She ran quickly to hug her and sobbed, her emotions overflowing to the point of tears. She quickly comforted her with a warm voice. Don't cry anymore. Be good. You're finally home. I missed you to death. Sheng Fei took her hand, her eyes pleading. This time, come with me. Let's go live in the city. I'll take care of you. Manhwa gestured towards the large house and gently refused. I can't go. Look at our house. It's been rebuilt into such a big place. Your grandparents have both moved in. We're living happy days. We can't bear to leave. She looked straight into her eyes and immediately asked what had been on her mind. Where did the money to build the house come from? This must have cost a lot. She smiled brightly, her voice full of pride. Over 600,000. It was all from the money you sent back. My daughter is so capable, sending home over 20,000 every month. But don't split it into 2 transfers anymore. I have to go to town to withdraw the money. It's so troublesome. Her eyes showed confusion as she stammered. Okay, I want you and my grandparents to live well. But a suspicion arose in her heart. Over 20,000? My salary isn't that high. 2 transfers home? Could it be that besides me, someone else is sending money home? Could it be a mistake? But how could it be a mistake for so many years? Manhwa saw her standing there motionless and called out gently. All right, hurry up and come inside. Don't stand out in the sun, my daughter. A gentle breeze blew, causing the hem of her dress to flutter slightly. Sheng Fei's gaze fell on the hem of the dress. She stared at it and thought to herself, wait a minute. The design of this dress is from an international brand's collection. She hesitated and said, this dress. She turned around, smiling faintly. This dress is very comfortable to wear. You sent it last year, but I couldn't bear to wear it. Now that you're back, I'm wearing it. The answer made Sheng Fei even more confused. I sent it again. When this dress was released, it cost at least over 1,000 gold pieces. Manhwa took her hand and pulled her inside, urging, all right. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come inside. Your grandparents are waiting for you. Entering the living room. As soon as she saw her grandparents, she bowed her head. Hello, Grandma, Grandpa. Hong Ying pulled her down to sit and immediately started matchmaking. Sheng Fei, you're back. Do you know? The Fei family at the end of the village has asked several times. They want you to meet their son, Fei Lin. Fei Lin? I don't think so. Sheng Fei remembered what he was like as a child, then politely replied, I remember. He's the one with the runny nose. Hong Ying and Manhwa looked at each other and smiled faintly. Not missing the opportunity, she rattled on as if introducing a high-quality investment package. It's good that you remember. Sheng Fei, Fei Lin is also working in the capital now. I heard he's a marketing director. He earns a lot of money in a year. I heard he even has a house in the capital. Hong Ying continued happily. I think you too. The more I look, the more compatible you are. You should meet him. We can find a time to settle things between you two. Sheng Fei's eyes widened and she blurted out, what? Sheng Fei quickly refused, her tone a bit flustered but firm. Grandma, my career is on the rise right now. I don't want to think about dating yet, let alone getting married. Hong Ying shook her head repeatedly, showing her disapproval. That won't do. You're not young anymore. Then she looked at her, her eyes serious. That Fei Lin boy is so good. You haven't seen him in 2 years. He looks very good now. Why don't you just meet him once? Maybe you'll like him. Sheng Fei immediately waved her hand in refusal. No need, Grandma. I really haven't thought about getting married early. Manhwa placed a hand on her shoulder and gently advised. Sheng Fei, your grandma has already said so. Just go meet him once. She felt awkward and hesitated, saying softly, Mom, I really. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door. Fei Lin walked in with 2 bags in his hands. He quickly greeted them politely. Grandpa, Grandma. As soon as he saw Sheng Fei, his eyes showed a little surprise. Sheng Fei is back. Sheng Fei tilted her head and observed him for a few seconds, then smiled mischievously. It's been many years, runny-nosed kid. Fei Lin put the bags down on the floor and glanced at her from head to toe. Haha, you still remember? The runny nose is gone now. You've changed a lot. You've become a great beauty. No one would have guessed before that our village could have someone as talented as you. Sheng Fei poured tea into a cup to offer the guest, then brought it to him, sincerely praising. Have some water. You were able to buy a house in the capital through your own efforts. That's very impressive. Unlike me, I'm still living at a friend's house. Fei Lin took the cup and then suddenly suggested, housing prices in the capital are very expensive now. How about you come live at my place? It's a 2-bedroom apartment. It's been renovated for 3 months, so you can move in now. You can live with me, and we can take care of each other. She froze for a moment and quickly refused. That's not very convenient. Hong Ying immediately interjected, her face serious as she asked, what's not convenient about it? Seeing her clear support, he didn't miss the opportunity to add, that's right, what's not convenient about it? We'll each have our own room. It definitely won't affect each other. Sheng Fei was bombarded and could only stammer, this. In her heart, she cried for help. How should I refuse? Someone, please help me. Fei Lin's eyes seemed to notice something. Without waiting for her answer, he made a final statement and quickly found a way to retreat. How about this, Sheng Fei? When you go back to the capital this time, I'll help you move. You just got back, so I won't bother you anymore. You and your family can talk. As soon as he turned to leave, he was stopped by Sheng Shi's voice from behind. Wait a minute. He smiled kindly, his voice both joking and serious, not allowing any refusal. What's the hurry? Do you only want to talk to Sheng Fei and not stay and talk with your grandparents? Stay for dinner later. Hearing this, Fei Lin turned around and immediately accepted. Since you've invited me, it would be rude to refuse. He smiled shyly. In his heart, Grandpa understands me. After he sat down, he couldn't help but ask curiously, come here. Tell me about your house. He stammered in reply. There's nothing to say. It's just. Sheng Fei sighed to herself while thinking, it's just a 2-bedroom apartment. If Fei Lin knew that in a while, I'll become a major shareholder of Lan Hai with assets in the billions, would he be so embarrassed he'd want to dig a hole and hide? A moment later, Manhwa's voice called out from the dining room. Come on, time to eat. Sheng Shi, Sheng Hao, stop playing around. Come and eat. The dishes on the table were lavishly spread out. After everyone was seated, Sheng Fei politely served food to the elders. Auntie, you've worked hard. Try my braised pork. The other person nodded in praise. You're so well behaved. It would be great if you were my daughter. And the wedding song that plays whenever the children and grandchildren come home began again. Sheng Fei, tell me the truth. At your age, you should be looking for a boyfriend. A girl working outside. She was helpless and sighed to herself. Can we talk about something else? Aren't you tired of this topic? Then she took out her phone to send a hurried message, her heart burning with anxiety. She called out their names. I wonder where Shi and Wong Jang are. Hurry up and save me. Just then, the doorbell rang. Sheng Fei immediately stood up and told Manhwa, I think my friends are here. Let me go get them. Wong Jang was waiting at the gate. He and Shi looked at the large house in front of them. Seeing it, he couldn't help but praise it. This house is beautifully rebuilt. Sheng Fei rushed out of the house, hugged them, and exclaimed happily, Shi, Wong Jang, you're finally here. Shi asked with a hint of worry, is something wrong? Fei Lin walked out of the house and saw this intimate scene. He immediately frowned, feeling annoyed and curious. Why is there another guy? Sheng Fei led them into the house, her arm wrapped around Shi's neck affectionately. You two came at the perfect time. Shi just replied faintly, really? When they got inside, she pointed at Shi and formally introduced her. This is my best friend, Shangwan Shi. She smiled charmingly and bowed politely. Hello, Auntie. I've often heard Sheng Fei mention you. I've been wanting to visit you all for a long time. Manhwa looked at her with an affectionate and grateful gaze. I've also heard Sheng Fei mention you, Annie. If it weren't for your help, I don't know how many difficulties Sheng Fei would have faced. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Without hesitation, Sheng Fei pulled Wong Jang over to introduce him next. This is Wong Jang, also a good friend of mine. He nodded slightly before speaking. Hello, sister-in-law. I've wanted to visit you, but haven't had the time. Sheng Fei and Shi were both stunned, repeating in their minds in unison, Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law? Shi pulled his arm and immediately questioned him. Wong Jang, what did you say? Why did you call her sister-in-law? Wong Jang was so guilty that sweat poured down like a stream. He screamed in his heart, I'm screwed. It was a slip of the tongue. I used to call her that in front of old Shang. I still can't break the habit. He forced a smile and quickly corrected himself. Hello, Auntie. I saw that you look younger than your age, so I called you that. Please don't mind. She crossed her arms and looked at him, smirking slightly. Sweet talker. At this moment, Fei Lin approached from behind and extended his hand, taking the initiative to speak. Hello. He immediately introduced himself as if reading a resume. My name is Fei Lin. I was a schoolmate of Sheng Fei's. We both work in the capital. I currently live in Huayuan, Chengji. Wang Zheng shook his hand politely and replied softly, My name is Wang Zheng. I just came to the capital to work this year. I don't have a place to live yet, so I'm kind of freeloading. But I've never heard of the Huayuan Chengji area. He glanced at him, secretly laughing to himself. This person is really funny. Who introduces themselves by mentioning where they live. It's just an apartment, but he acts like he wants everyone to see his achievement. Fei Lin tried to maintain a friendly demeanor, but his words still couldn't hide his desire to compete. You just came this year, so you probably haven't been around half of the capital. It's normal not to know. Come visit me sometime. It's not easy for us outsiders working in the capital. We should help each other out. He asked curiously, as if trying to find out his rival's background. What do you do for work? Wang Zheng smiled and replied calmly. I'm a security guard and a driver. Fei Lin withdrew his hand, his face showing clear smugness. I see. Being a security guard is usually quite relaxing. I usually work until 9 or 10 at night. In his heart, he was laughing smugly. A security guard? Haha, how can he compare to me? Shi, who had been silently observing, thought to herself, why do I feel like this person is trying to compete with Wang Zheng? Could it be? Haha, this is interesting. Next, she patted his shoulder and said reproachfully, Aya, don't be so modest. You just spent over 10 million on a Maybach, and now you're pretending to be just a security guard. Fei Lin froze as if he had been turned to stone, his mind spinning. Isn't he a security guard? Did he buy the Maybach outside? These two. Who's telling the truth and who's lying? Just then, Manhwa came out of the kitchen with food. All right, sit down and talk. Try the peanuts that were just harvested this year. They were delivered according to a family recipe. Wong Jang shelled a peanut and ate it, giving a thumbs up as he chewed. Delicious. In his heart, he was suddenly moved. This is the taste. Exactly like what sister-in-law used to send to brother Shang. Shir glanced at him, wondering, why are you so happy just eating roasted peanuts? She immediately popped a peanut into her mouth. The taste spread on her tongue, and her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, delicious. Hong Ying sat down beside them, looking at them with an affectionate gaze. Shir and Wang Zhang, I can tell you two are good people just by looking at you. With friends like you, Sheng Fei, I'm really at ease. Fei Lin immediately rushed to sit next to her, taking the opportunity to get on her good side. Grandma, and me too. I'll take care of her more in the future. When I have time, I'll take you and Grandpa to the capital to visit. It seemed his plan to score points was working. She immediately turned to Sheng Fei. Sheng Fei, you see, Fei Lin is really sincere towards you. Besides, you two have known each other since you were young. No matter how I look at it, you two are very compatible. She sat up straight and looked at her grandmother with a serious expression. Grandma, don't rush me anymore. I'll be honest with you. I actually have a boyfriend. Both Hong Ying and Fei Lin were petrified. Their silent reaction made Sheng Fei flustered. She muttered to herself, is it over just like that? Fei Lin is jealous of Wang Zhang. I haven't seen enough yet. So she decisively pointed at Wang Zhang and declared clearly, it's him. While eating happily, he heard his name being called. Wang Zhang sighed in his heart. Oh my God again. Can't you stop doing this? Everywhere I go, I become a shield. He sat motionless like a wooden statue, unable to speak. Everyone is looking. Even Sheng Fei is too. This is so annoying. Sheng Fei looked at Shir with a pleading expression. Can I borrow him? Shir made an O shape with her hand, cooperating as if they had practiced before. Okay. They both turned to look at Wang Zhang, their eyes sparkling as if begging. Please help. He closed his eyes and sighed, then suddenly took Sheng Fei's hand. Wang Zhang smiled obediently, his words clear and distinct as if reading from a script. Grandma, Auntie, please allow me to be honest. Sheng Fei and I have been together for over half a year. She wanted to wait a while before introducing me to everyone. I didn't expect to be passing through on a business trip this time, so I took the opportunity to greet everyone in advance. Sheng Fei gently wiggled her hand. She frowned and signaled to him with her eyes. Let go. His eyes seemed to remind her, don't move. This looks more real. In his heart, he was gloating. I can't take advantage of others, but I can't even hold her hand. Then he turned to look at Hong Ying, his voice lowered as if pouring out his heart. Grandma, I know you love Sheng Fei the most and are always worried about her being unsafe outside. Now, I hope you can rest assured. She is. Sheng Fei glared at him, her cheeks puffed out in anger. That sounds so harsh. Are you trying to get revenge on me? Hong Ying's eyes crinkled with laughter, her voice full of joy and hidden meaning. Good child, I like you even more now. With Sheng Fei in your hands, I can rest easy. Fei Lin, sitting on the side, his face darkened as he saw the situation turn around so quickly. What's going on? A bitter feeling rose in his throat, so sour it was hard to swallow. Wasn't Grandma on my side? Why suddenly? Did Sheng Fei do this on purpose? She has a boyfriend, but didn't say so from the beginning. Was it to embarrass me on purpose? He glanced at the two of them acting intimately, his heart burning with resentment as he muttered. After they went public, they've been exchanging glances. It's so infuriating. Then, without a word, he stood up abruptly, not wanting to stay a second longer. He said goodbye with a slight edge to his voice. Grandma, it's getting late. I'm heading back. His heart was boiling as he gritted his teeth and cursed silently. I've never been so embarrassed in front of so many people. I'm so angry I could die. Just a moment ago, she was on Fei Lin's side, but now she turned and waved goodbye to the guest. Fei Lin, if there's a good girl later, I'll introduce her to you. Don't be sad. Fei Lin turned and left, his heart resentful as he vowed not to let it go. Just you wait. Whether you're a security guard or the owner of that luxury car, you'll see what I'm made of when we get back to the capital. The clock now showed 8:30 in the evening. Manhwa came out of the kitchen and gently reminded them. Mom, it's getting late. You should go rest. We'll talk tomorrow. Hong Ying chuckled and sighed, her voice full of regret. Azar, time flies so fast. We haven't talked enough with you, son-in-law. Wang Zhang swallowed, only able to force a smile in his heart. Son-in-law? How did that title come so quickly? I used to be Brother Sheng, he's captain. Hong Ying lingered for a little longer, then suddenly asked an awkward question. Son-in-law, let me ask you, are you and Sheng Fei living together? He thought of the current house where the three of them lived together and answered casually, not realizing it would cause a misunderstanding. Yes, we live together. She covered her mouth and smiled brightly, letting out a delighted, oh. Sheng Fei felt like she had been doused with boiling water and jumped up to explain, Grandma, don't listen to his nonsense. We both live at Shishi's house, not in the same room. After a while, seeing that everyone was still sitting there, Manhwa smiled and urged them again. Why are you still chatting here? Sheng Fei, Wong Jang, you two should go rest. The bedroom is on the east side, and Shishi's room is on the west side of the second floor. I've already made up the rooms. Sheng Fei almost shouted, fuming with anger. Why even you, Mom? They're not staying with us tonight. She asked in surprise, why? She quickly thought of a reason to make an excuse. Something came up at the company. Wong Jang and Shishi are in a hurry to get back. They just took some time to come over. She frowned slightly, thinking to herself, I absolutely cannot stay with Wong Jang. This beast in human form. Manhwa tilted her head and looked at him, as if just wanting to confirm. Is that so, Wong Jang? Wong Jang shook his head repeatedly, deliberately contradicting Sheng Fei. Auntie, that's not the case. I've already handled it. He thought gleefully. I was used by you girls once. How can I not get something in return? You want to kick me out? No way. Sheng Fei firmly covered her words, quickly pulling Shishi in as a shield. Don't listen to Wong Jang's nonsense. They really have something to do. If you don't believe me, ask Shishi. Sheng Fei clasped her hands, her face full of urgency, as if to say, hurry up and help me, Shishi. A threatening message from Wong Jang flashed in her mind, making her feel extremely conflicted. After weighing the pros and cons, Shishi decided to betray herself to save herself. Auntie, it's nothing. The company's work is all taken care of. We're staying here tonight. Manhwa immediately smiled with satisfaction. It wasn't a waste of time making up the rooms for you. Come on, I'll show you to your room. When Wong Jang entered Sheng Fei's room, the clock had already struck 9:30. His eyes swept over the family portrait placed by the bed. Sheng Fei, with her hands on her hips, looked at him sprawled on her bed and said irritably, How long are you going to stay in my room? What will it take for you to agree to switch rooms with Shishi? Wong Jang tilted his head and looked at her, pretending to be innocent as he asked, Why should I switch rooms with Shishi? The next second, he provoked her by spreading his arms and legs, taking over the entire bed. What's wrong with this room? The bed is big and soft, and there's a beauty next to me. Switching rooms secretly would have to wait until the elders are asleep. It's too much trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, a pillow flew straight at his face. Sheng Fei sat down on the bed with a huff, shooting him a sharp glare. Stop talking nonsense. When are you going to repay me for helping you? Wong Jang cheerfully raised his hands as if surrendering. For the great beauty Sheng Fei, I'll compromise. But you made me pretend to be your boyfriend, so you have to give me some benefits, right? If I get some benefits, I'll leave right away. She immediately became vigilant, crossing her arms tightly in front of her chest. What benefits? Don't you dare push your luck. He suddenly sat up and moved closer to her. Sheng Fei's face turned pale as a sheet, and she stammered in panic. What do you want? Wong Jang burst out laughing mischievously, making a strange and unbelievable condition. Oh, what are you thinking? Your mind is not pure. I'm just curious what size underwear you wear. Tell me, and I'll switch rooms for you. Sheng Fei remained in a defensive posture, her eyes wide as she exclaimed. She quickly pulled a pillow in front of her and asked shyly, Why do you want to ask about this? He casually lay back on the bed and said teasingly, If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I'm free tonight. Honey, let's go to sleep. She frowned slightly, her voice somewhat yielding but still full of vigilance. If I just tell you, you'll really switch rooms? Wong Jang put his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and casually hummed in agreement. Sheng Fei's cheeks turned bright red, and she could barely utter a single word. She hugged the pillow tightly and suddenly shouted, No, I can't say it. Seeing her flustered expression, Wong Jang covered his mouth and laughed with delight. Huh. He sat up and raised an eyebrow in compromise. All right, I won't force you anymore. Look at how red your face is. Sheng Fei was so angry she squeezed the pillow in her hand and shouted, Wong Jang, you bastard. The pillow flew towards him, but Wong Jang leaned to the side and dodged it. It flew a little too far, causing the picture on the bedside table to fall to the ground. He turned his head and looked at her with a resentful expression. I was just kidding, and you hit me. Then, he bent down to pick it up, and, as he lifted it, after looking at it carefully for a moment, He nodded in assessment. The quality is quite good. It's not broken. Wong Jang's hand gently stroked the face of the man in the picture, his voice suddenly becoming serious. Your father was very handsome when he was young. Sheng Fei lowered her eyes, her hands unconsciously clenching. But he's gone. It was an accident during a drill. The image in her memory suddenly appeared, and she frowned and asked herself, an accident? He turned to look at her, his eyes showing a rare honesty. Sheng Fei, when I have time, I want to take you somewhere. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes flickering slightly before she nodded gently. But Wong Jang, I want to talk to you about something. I have a lot of questions in my mind, and I think only you can answer them. Wong Jang agreed immediately without thinking. Go ahead. Sheng Fei tried to piece everything together in her head. Wong Jang, I know you're not just a simple bodyguard. You have many hidden talents, and you can even make luxury brand clothes. His mouth dropped open, looking like a thief caught in the act. You found out. My major is fashion design. These clothes were all gifts from friends. I'm very casual about what I wear. Sheng Fei suddenly leaned in, her eyes boring into him as she pressed. The dress my mother is wearing, was it a gift from you? Wang Zheng and Sheng Fei stared at each other as if trying to read each other's minds. After a moment of silence, he nodded slightly in admission. Yes, it was me. I didn't expect you to be so observant. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes flashing with a sharp glint. It's not that I'm observant. Who do you think would send a designer dress to someone in the countryside? The 20,000 a month was also sent by you, right? What? He casually picked his ear, as if he couldn't be bothered to hide anything anymore. So it's all out in the open. Sheng Fei raised her hand, each finger pointing out like a list of irrefutable evidence. You're so obvious. Do you think I'm stupid? The way you carve roast duck at Quanjude is just like my dad's. Then you called my mom's sister-in-law. And also, before she could finish, Wang Zheng interrupted, raising his hands in surrender. All right, I admit it. I knew your father. Sheng Fei gently pulled his sleeve, her eyes filled with an indescribable sadness. Then tell me, my father, did he really die in an accident? Wang Zheng squeezed the picture in his hand. He had originally wanted to find a chance to tell her later. He looked at the man in the picture, his expression darkening as old memories flooded back. Actually, Brother Sheng and I were comrades in arms. He was the most elite special forces soldier in China. He was the best in the team. He gently stroked the photo, his voice carrying waves of regret. A man like him, how could he die in an accident? He sacrificed himself on the battlefield to save me. Without him, I wouldn't be here. Sheng Fei wiped away a tear that had just overflowed and asked immediately. You said you wanted to take me somewhere. Is that the place? Wang Zheng looked straight at her, his eyes determined. The battlefield. The clock on the wall silently ticked past 11:30 at night. In the empty hallway, Sure pressed her ear against the door, listening. She tried to hold her breath as if afraid of being discovered and muttered, It's so late, and they still haven't switched rooms with me. Are they really sleeping together? Let me listen. Suddenly, a soft click sounded as the door opened, causing Sure to lose her balance and fall straight into Wang Zheng, letting out a yelp. He held her for a few seconds, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Sure, why did you suddenly come here? Are you lonely? Her face turned beet red, and she shouted to hide her embarrassment. You're the lonely one. I just saw that you hadn't come over yet. So I. Her voice suddenly trailed off as her eyes accidentally glanced down at his hand, which was in a sensitive position. A second later, she screamed, covering her chest with both hands and running back into the room like a whirlwind. You pervert. Sheng Fei, hurry up and kick him out. Sheng Fei gently pushed the door closed and politely wished him, good night. From outside, Wang Jing's calm voice replied, good night. He looked at his hand, unable to help but comment to himself. Even though it's not as good as Han Xingyi's, it's still pretty good. The next morning, a new day began peacefully. Mei Hua's gentle voice came from the front yard. Here are some peanuts and sweet potatoes. Don't be shy, take some more. Sure quickly replied. Auntie, that's enough. She looked at the two of them getting ready to get in the car, her expression reluctant to part. You've only been here for a day and you're already leaving? Sheng Fei frowned and looked at her mother, explaining, I already told you they have something urgent to do. When they got to the car, Wang Zheng turned around and waved. Goodbye, Auntie. Sure smiled brightly and waved her hand repeatedly. Auntie, we'll come visit again next time. The car was on its way back to the city. Not long after the car left, Shishi's nosiness flared up. Wang Zheng, what happened between you and Sheng Fei last night? Tell me. Sheng Fei's eyes looked at you differently this morning. She grabbed Wang Zheng's sleeve, pulling and shaking it like a child begging for candy. Tell me. I'm dying of curiosity. He kept his grip on the steering wheel, his face tense as a drum. Can you stop messing around? I'm driving. Suddenly, a stern voice came from the speaker in front. Car ahead, stop. His car still didn't stop, continuing to speed forward. The deep male voice from the speaker boomed again, this time a clear command. I repeat, slow down and stop. Wong Jang frowned at the road ahead, wondering, what's going on? Wong Jang and Shir both got out of the car. She looked ahead, her eyes filled with a mix of confusion and worry. Is something wrong? Hongqi's every step onto the pavement was powerful. His face was colder than ice, and he was even holding a weapon. Witnessing this, Shir couldn't help but whisper in fear. Who did we piss off? Wong Jang stood still, his expression as calm as if he were unaffected by the imposing aura. Who knows? Maybe we accidentally stepped on some snake's head. Hongqi stopped right in front of him, his sharp gaze locked on his opponent. Your name is Wong Jang? He tilted his head slightly, a corner of his lip twitching in a nonchalant manner. So what if it is? Suddenly, he slammed the butt of his gun against the car window with a loud bang and roared. You're the one I'm looking for. Shir immediately screamed when she saw her beloved car being damaged. My car window. The sound of the door slamming was deafening. She shouted angrily, Who are you? What do you want? Even if you're an officer, you can't just smash my car. Hongqi didn't even blink, glancing at her with cold, dismissive eyes. Who am I? Major of the Gongsu Military Reserve Regiment, Zhang Hongqi. Zhang Mayumiyu's older brother. Wong Jang casually put his hands in his pockets, his voice light. The provincial secretary's son? What do you want with me? He gritted his teeth and suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Stop playing dumb. If you hadn't raced with my sister, how would her leg have gotten broken? Today, I'm going to make you taste the pain my sister suffered. Shir was horrified. She ran towards them, speaking out in protest. What do you know? It was clearly Zhang Mayumiyu who dragged Wong Jang into a race. She was the one who played dirty when she couldn't win. Wong Jang even saved her from danger. Her eyes flashed with fear as she recalled the past event. If it weren't for Wong Jang, she could have. Hongqi suddenly pushed her hard before she could finish her sentence, growling each word. Get out of the way. Stop screaming in my ear. She yelped in pain. Shishi sat on the ground, glaring angrily and shouting. Zhang Hongqi, do you believe that if you push me today, I can have people come to your unit and arrest you tomorrow? He lifted his chin, looking at Wong Jang with a challenging expression. In Gongsu territory, no one dares to touch me. Wong Jang tightened his grip on the hand holding him, his eyes darkening. Zhang Hongqi, you're too arrogant. The son of the provincial party secretary is indeed powerful, but you can't just destroy other people's property without clarifying the situation. This window, how are you going to compensate for it? Hongqi didn't say another word and immediately threw a punch, his mouth shouting arrogantly. Compensate? Let's see if you can keep your life first. Wong Jang easily dodged the blow, a cold smile on his face. A hooligan. You attacked just like that. The next second, he landed a blow to his stomach after a light reminder. Then I'll strike here. Wong Jang watched him clutch his stomach and frown, surprised. What's this? I just got hit by him once, and I already feel pain. Hongqi charged again, this time clearly more cautious, telling himself. This person is not simple. I can't underestimate him. Hongqi slid forward with great momentum, his mind focused on one thing. Quick battle, quick victory. Let me give you a taste of this move. His subordinates standing nearby cheered excitedly, as if watching a boxing match. The captain is making his move. Watch closely. The captain hasn't fought in a long time. With the captain's temper, he'll definitely use all his strength to defeat his opponent. How is that possible? Just a second later, the whole group stared in disbelief. He dodged it. Wong Jang once again easily dodged the blow. He placed a hand lightly on his shoulder, a mocking smile on his lips. That was a dangerous move. If I had been hit by that, I would have been better off dead for the rest of my life. Hongqi's face was filled with rage. He stared at him and hissed a single word. Without hesitation, he turned and delivered a painful elbow strike to his chest. Here's one back for you. The powerful blow sent Hongqi flying like a broken kite. His subordinates shouted in panic. Captain! Seeing him lying motionless, they ran over in a panic, constantly calling his name. Captain! 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 Can you hear me? The captain's breathing is getting weaker. How could he be so rough with the captain? Immediately after, they all pulled their triggers. The muzzles of their guns were all pointed at Wong Jang. One of them shouted angrily. You dare to beat our captain like this? Don't even think about leaving here today. Wong Jang put his hands in his pockets, looking like a high-ranking villain. Are your eyes for decoration? Which one of your eyes saw me hit him? It was clearly him who hit me first. He seemed to have mastered the art of feigning innocence. So what? You're not injured like our captain. Hongqi's miserable state didn't need to be fully described. He turned to command the soldiers. 5 of you, take the captain to the nearest hospital. The rest of you, stay here with me. With half the soldiers remaining, he exuded a sense of confidence and issued a threat. Let's see who can take a gun from me. Wong Jang held his forehead and revealed a secret with a sigh. You probably don't know, but I really hate it when people from my own country point a gun at me. As soon as he finished speaking, the muzzle of a gun was pressed against his chest. It's true what they say, you hate what you get. He tightened his grip on the trigger and asked nonchalantly, what does that have to do with me? He casually reached out and grabbed the barrel of the gun, then kindly adjusted it to point directly at his heart to challenge his opponent. If you're willing to take responsibility, then go ahead and shoot. Wang Zheng even added a few words of advice to comply with the law. But I think, after Zhang Hongqi wakes up, he won't help you handle this. What are the consequences for a soldier who attacks an innocent civilian? 20, 30 years in prison. He was very confident at that moment, but hearing the mention of the police, he hesitated slightly. He raised his index finger and sharpened it while it was still hot. In my opinion, all soldiers of China are family. If it's not absolutely necessary, I don't want to fight my own family. I'll give you 5 seconds. Get out of the way. Not wanting to get entangled with this group for too long, Wang Zheng continued to raise another finger. The sound of the countdown echoed in his ears, making him quickly calculate in his head. He's right. If I shoot, with the captain's personality, he won't protect me. He might even blame me. Finally, as the sound of 3 rang out, he promptly lowered his gun. He had the will, but not the strength, so he comforted himself. I can't bet my life on this. Wang Zheng was satisfied with this result. He suddenly slapped his chest and reminded him again. I used to be a soldier, a lieutenant. Let me tell you something. You must remember it well. Never point a gun at your comrades. He didn't care if he heard a single word, quickly turning and heading towards his car. Sure, let's go. She didn't hesitate to shout. Okay. Before they had gone a few steps, Hyaming suddenly raised his gun. The captain is in this state. How can we let him go so easily? Whether you shoot or not, can't we just pin a crime on him? He immediately turned around and then panicked, spreading his arms to stop him. Zhao Hyaming, stop. It happened faster than words could describe. A loud bang rang out, startling the surrounding birds into flight. Fresh blood dripped, drop by drop, next to the assault rifle lying abandoned on the ground. He grimaced and clutched his bloody arm, letting out a long, painful ah. The gunshot made Hyaming's hand tremble, while Wang Zheng remained cold, his fingers still on the trigger. He dealt with it decisively, and then immediately opened the door and got into the car, not forgetting to leave a warning. Don't provoke me. The black car quickly left the obstacle behind, continuing its interrupted journey. After a short distance, Shurshu's eyes lit up with admiration. You were so cool when you shot just now. How did you aim so well? Wang Zheng focused his gaze on the road ahead and said bluntly, this is nothing to be proud of. If he weren't a Chinese soldier, with that shot just now, his hand would be gone. After being sobered up by these words, she became worried again. Then you've made an enemy of Zhang Hongqi. What if he comes to the capital to cause trouble for you later? As soon as she finished speaking, a thick, broad hand reached out and patted Shurshu's head as if to reassure her. Wang Zheng was still quite confident in his abilities. Don't worry, Zhang Hongqi won't be able to get out of bed for at least half a year. His ribs are broken, and his lungs are severely injured. It won't be easy for him to recover. The phone next to them suddenly vibrated violently, interrupting their conversation. It seemed to be good news, as she kept smiling brightly. Yes, that's great. Okay, I know. As soon as she hung up, Shurshu couldn't help but shout. Wang Zheng, we found Lu Shiwei. Wei Wentao is arranging for people to secretly bring him back from Italy. She didn't wait for him to react before throwing a bucket of cold water on him. But he still won't talk. Wei Wentao's interrogation hasn't yielded any information yet. Wei Wentao told us to come back and deal with him. At least the first half of the news was enough to satisfy Wang Zheng. Then let's hurry back. We can't delay for a moment. He didn't hesitate to step on the gas, and the car shot forward with a screech. The scorching sun beat down on the tall buildings. Wentao walked out briskly with a radiant smile when he saw 2 familiar figures. Vice President Wang, you're finally back. He gestured towards the man sitting nearby and introduced him respectfully. Vice President Wang, this is Lu Shiwei. Shiwei looked straight at Wang Zheng with a determined gaze, his voice unwavering. Vice President Wang, no matter who you send, I've already said I don't know anything. Wang Zheng gently waved his hand, signaling for the others to leave for a moment. So stubborn. Shurshu and Wentao, you 2 go out first. The door slammed shut quickly, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. He sat down in the opposite chair and directly attacked. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wong Jang. I've just been appointed vice chairman of Ju-Rong International. Forgive me for getting straight to the point. Why did you leave Zhali Company in the first place? Shiwei frowned, his face full of annoyance. Why should I tell you? Wong Jang didn't flinch, calmly taking a sip of water. After putting the cup down, he shot a sharp glare at the man opposite him. I really don't understand. What's the benefit of bringing down Ju-Rong for you? The chip at Zhali was obviously put there by you. Otherwise, why would you suddenly give up a high-paying job and flee to Italy? He shrugged and replied in a flat tone, I went to Italy to take care of my daughter who is studying at university. There's no other reason. Wong Jang tapped his finger on the table. I see you're a person with a high IQ. But people with high IQs often have low EQs. Or to put it another way, when faced with a choice between two things, this person will make an irrational choice. Shiwei's pride was hurt, and he jumped up with fiery eyes. I've always been rational. He said softly with a sarcastic tone. Is that so? Haha. Why did you not hesitate to betray the company that trained you for a little benefit from someone else? He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his emotions, then laughed dryly as if to hide his unease. I can see that you're just trying to set a trap for me to fall into. I won't be fooled. Wong Jang leaned forward, his sharp eyes seeming to see through every thought. Or rather, the reason you betrayed them was because of your daughter. As soon as he finished speaking, Shiwei's heart trembled. He maintained a calm demeanor, his hands on the table. To be honest, my previous job was as a special forces soldier. I'm very experienced in interrogation, and even better at reading facial expressions. Wong Jang tilted his head, his sharp voice cutting through the final layer of disguise. I asked you a total of 7 questions just now, and your facial expressions were different each time. A sigh escaped his lips, as if concluding the indictment. Actually, I don't even need to consider your answers. Your facial expressions are the answer. Mr. Liu, you're an honest person. Can you tell me everything? Shiwei lowered his head slightly, his heart filled with hesitation. After a long internal struggle, he sighed and shook his head. I have nothing to say. Wang Zheng didn't hesitate to push a photo towards him. Mr. Liu, this is your daughter studying at university in Italy, right? As soon as he saw the person in the photo, Shiwei immediately lost his composure and shouted, Jingjing. His face changed, his angry voice unable to hide his fear. You're following my daughter. Don't touch my daughter. She's my everything. Wang Zheng didn't answer, but presented another piece of evidence. At first, those people used your daughter to threaten you, forcing you to leave your hometown, right? Look at this. Photos of Jingjing being followed were spread out in front of him, making Shiwei panic. Who are these people? He glanced at him before answering his question. Of course, these are the people who are using your daughter to control you. They warned you that if you pull any tricks, your daughter will die. He propped his hands on the table in confusion. Why? Why are they doing this? Wang Zheng picked up a photo and tore it in front of him. Don't be so pessimistic. Meeting me is your good fortune. I've already taken care of these potential dangers for you. Shiwei looked at him with eyes still full of suspicion. Since there were only 2 of them in the room, he didn't hesitate to ask directly. As a way of repaying me, tell me, why didn't they just deal with you directly, but used your daughter to threaten you instead? What secret do you have? He lowered his head and stared at the table. I have a technology related to filter cores. I have a way to turn a consumable filter core into a non-consumable one that can be used forever. This is what they want to get. Wang Zheng put his hands in his pockets and assumed a relaxed attitude. A non-consumable product? If the filter core becomes a non-consumable product, Zhali Company will definitely go out of business, and Ju-Rong Company will also be affected. It seems you understand the matter related to the Mei Miao water purifier very well. Shiwei suddenly fell silent. Wang Zheng snapped his fingers and made a suggestion. You've only told half the story, and now you don't want to talk anymore. That's so disappointing. Look at this. Then you can decide whether to continue talking or not. The door suddenly clicked open. Dad. He was so scared by this sudden turn of events that he was speechless. How can this be? Shiwei was stunned to see his daughter standing in front of him. Jingjing, why are you here? Jingjing looked at him with tear-filled eyes and called out softly. Then she rushed forward and hugged him tightly in her trembling arms. Shiwei was both moved and confused, turning to look at Wang Zheng. What do you people want? He slowly walked towards them and reassured them. You see, I can protect your daughter, so you don't have to worry anymore. Then, he raised his fingers one by one, corresponding to each request he made. As for my conditions, they're very simple. First, you work for Ju-Rong, and I will protect your daughter. Second, tell me everything you know. I want to find out who is behind this. After a few seconds of thought, Shiwei nodded. Okay, I agree. Then he turned to look at his daughter, his eyes softening with love. As long as my daughter is safe, I'll do anything. A faint but meaningful smile appeared on Wong Jang's lips. Talking to someone with a high IQ really saves effort. Don't worry, Zhu Rong won't treat you badly. After speaking, he turned and walked out, not forgetting to give instructions. Assistant Wei, I'll leave the rest to you. Wen Tao bowed respectfully and accepted the order. Vice President Wong, rest assured, everything will go smoothly. Sure smiled brightly and looked at him with grateful eyes. I have to thank you again. Wong Jang rubbed his nose, his expression a mix of pride and teasing. Don't be so polite. Who said I'm the vice chairman of Zhu Rong? How is your father's condition now? The outcome of this matter is still uncertain. It could be a strong opponent. Her expression darkened, worry evident in her eyes. There's still nothing. He's still relying on N4 to stay alive. I can only hope he won't be like this forever. He placed his hand on her head, gently stroking it, as if comforting a child. Everything will be all right. I'm always by your side. Let's try to resolve everything before your father wakes up, and make Zhu Rong even stronger. Shure's cheeks suddenly flushed with shyness, and she whispered as if to herself, Wong Jang, thank you. It's so good to have you by my side. Wong Jang put his hand to his ear, pretending not to hear clearly. What? Did you say I'm the most handsome man in the world? She stomped on his foot, her mouth pouting. You're annoying. You can't be serious for more than 3 seconds. Then, she turned and walked away, leaving only one sentence behind. I'm going to work. He watched her retreating back, his face blank, and muttered, Humph, I really don't understand women. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the screen, which showed the caller's name, Zhang Mingqi. A few hours later, at the Shalon restaurant, a waiter approached and placed the food on the table with a cheerful voice. Your order, sirs. Wang Zheng grimaced as if he were being tortured, sighing and complaining. Maybe I wasn't born to be part of the upper class. Eating in a suit and having to pay attention to my table manners, it's too difficult for me. This place is no match for Yinliang Mountain. There, you can eat and drink as you please. Mingqi, who was eating, suddenly stopped. She looked up at him, her eyes narrowing slightly before she smiled gently. Everyone has their own aspirations. Or maybe after you get used to it, you'll get tired of street food too. Look at the people in this restaurant. How many of them have eaten on the street before? Then she continued to enjoy her food, while Wang Zheng kept grumbling. Then they're so fake. Not like me, I'm persistent and straightforward. If it weren't for a beautiful woman asking me here, I would never step into a place like this. Mingqi's face showed a hint of confusion. Then she quickly changed the subject. Don't say that. I'm looking for you to report on illusory diamond. Wang Zheng was momentarily stunned, only able to nod repeatedly. She sat up straight, presenting fluently, which showed she had prepared well. In the capital, I found 14 stores in central locations. After negotiating the rent, we'll start decorating. As for promoting it in newspapers and magazines, we'll have to offer a significant discount to compete with the Su family's diamond brand. She spoke without stopping, each sentence reflecting her vision and deep understanding. Although the sales volume of the Su family's diamonds is stable, this is a competitive market. Even Su Tianran can't last long. Wang Zheng sat with his chin in his hand, looking at her with admiration, unable to help but sigh in his heart. As expected of the chairwoman of the Lan Hai Group. When it comes to business, she's like a different person. He was completely unaware that behind him, a burning gaze was fixed on them. Tianran looked at them, a feeling of discomfort rising in his throat as he thought, I can't believe I ran into Mingqi here. Is she on a date with Wang Zheng? They're talking and laughing. This is just not right. At that moment, Haixing walked in happily from outside, smiling brightly as she called him. Tianran, I'm back. Seeing that he didn't answer and even stood up, she asked worriedly, what are you looking at? He silently walked to Wang Zheng's table. She hurried after him, calling out his name. Tianran, where are you going? Tianran slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. He looked at Wang Zheng, a provocative half-smile on his lips. What a coincidence, Wang Zheng. To meet you here. Wang Zheng leaned back in his chair, a hint of amusement in his eyes. What a coincidence indeed. Mingqi and I were having dinner here, and I didn't expect to run into you, Mr. Su. Without waiting for an invitation, Tianran pulled up a chair and sat next to Mingqi. Since it's such a coincidence, why don't the four of us eat together at one table? He glanced at Haixing, his hand casually pointing. I agree to sit at the same table with you, but I don't like this woman. She looked at him with a clear expression of dislike, thinking to herself, you think I like you? You ruined my belt last time, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Even so, she silently thanked him. After that embarrassing incident, Mr. Su now thinks very highly of me. She remembered Fu Hua's praise. Haixing is very sensible. At a critical moment, She bravely stood up for Tianran. Very good. I like you very much. Wong Jang crossed his arms and looked at her with a puzzled expression, mocking her. I've said that much and she can still smile? This woman really makes people dislike her more and more. Just then, Tianran picked up his wine glass and called out softly, Mr. Wong. He nodded slightly and spoke up for Haixing. The incident last time was because Haixing was impulsive. This glass of wine is my apology to you. It's your first time in the capital. Let's just say we became friends through fighting. Making one more friend. He immediately put his hand out to stop him and bluntly refused the goodwill. I don't understand. My illusory diamond is a competitor to yours. We need to divide the market. Why should we become friends? Tianran still held the wine glass in front of him, patiently continuing. Business is business. Friends are friends. Let's keep them separate. He showed his firm stance. Then I'm sorry, I can't be fake. His face immediately darkened, his lips twitching in dissatisfaction. Mr. Wong's personality is straightforward. You're truly an interesting person. Then he stood up, adjusted his coat, and made an excuse to leave. I suddenly remembered I have some things to take care of. I won't disturb you two anymore. He pulled out a card and placed it on the table as if he had just remembered something important. By the way, his eyes turned to Mingqi, his voice sincere and full of anticipation. The 21st of next month is my grandfather's birthday. Mingqi, you must come. After speaking, Tianran immediately turned and left, causing Haixing to hurry after him. However, walk slower, wait for me. Mingqi held the invitation in her hand, her eyes filled with hesitation. Mr. Su's birthday party. Wang Zheng, do you think I should go? Over here, he bumped into Yongqiang but didn't even bother to apologize. Instead, he shouted, You're burning me. You damn thing. The surrounding guests started to whisper among themselves. What's going on? It seems the waiter accidentally spilled something on him. That's no reason to act like that. The man was aggressive. Yongqiang knelt at his feet in fear. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Wang Zheng walked up and stood next to him, holding a teapot. He couldn't help but speak up. Forcing others to bow and kneel won't earn you their respect. On the contrary, as a man, you should know when to be strong. Then he turned to look at him and called out softly, Come here. I'll show you what to do. The next second, he raised his hand and poured tea on his head. He wiped his face and asked angrily, Are you looking to die? What are you doing? Wang Zheng put the teapot down on the table next to him, his expression calm. Of course, I'm teaching someone how to be a person. This is Chinese territory. It's not easy to let you be so arrogant. Today, I will compensate for all the damages here, and I will apologize to the waiter. James raised his fist and rushed towards him, a smirk on his lips. How funny. A monkey wants to stand up for another monkey. Let's see if you have what it takes. He leaned to the side, dodging his attack. Looking at the punch just now, he thought to himself, this guy's punch is not only powerful, but also extremely fast. Compared to Zhang Hongqi, the difference is huge. He seized the opportunity and landed a palm strike straight to his opponent's chest, silently speculating. Every one of his attacks carries a murderous intent. If it's just pure hard work, it's absolutely impossible to achieve this level of damage. He must have experienced bloodshed. James attacked again. He raised his hand to block the blow, still suspicious in his heart. A foreign expert like this, why did he come to China? He began to counterattack, his moves so rapid that he had to retreat and defend himself, thinking to himself, the number of people in the group who can fight me is less than 2 digits. To meet such a powerful character here today, China is truly worthy of being the cradle of martial arts development. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. He narrowed his eyes and focused on him, then immediately launched a precise kick at him. James was kicked back a distance, his face contorted in pain. He clutched his stomach and asked, with this speed and skill, are you from the Knight Military Academy? The sound of cold footsteps echoed on the cold tiles. Wang Zheng strode forward, standing close to James, his aura as sharp as a knife. Didn't the Knight Military Academy make it clear? They won't set foot in the East, right? Are you guys going against the Western Dark World Treaty? The Western world has 3 major dark organizations, and the Knight Military Academy is one of them. Because the 3 groups cannot occupy the East alone, there is an unwritten rule in the Western world. They cannot set foot in the East. James's face turned pale as a sheet, his mind spinning with unanswered questions. Who is he? A normal person would never come into contact with the world where there is no light, let alone be able to judge that I am from the military academy based on my movements. Without daring to hesitate, he turned and fled, telling himself, this person is not simple. Running is the best option. Wang Zheng immediately threw a hidden weapon, his shout like a tearing wind. Where are you running? James crashed straight into the glass door, his body hitting it with such force that shards of glass flew everywhere. By the time he caught up, he had completely disappeared. Immediately after, he leaned out the window, looking down at the street to search. Mingxi had just arrived, stopping beside him, her face still in a daze. This is the 7th floor. He jumped down and disappeared. Did he fly up? Wong Jang shook his head decisively, making a guess without hesitation. He was hit by my tranquilizer. He'll definitely be paralyzed within half a minute. He's not here now, so someone must have picked him up. She turned to look at him, worry evident in her eyes. You say that, and I'm a little scared. Should we go after him? He was as calm as if nothing had happened, and even deliberately teased her. No need. We definitely won't catch up. Besides, I have to escort a great beauty home. Mingxi heard this and playfully scolded him. You talk too much. At the same time, a white car sped down the road. In the car, Dong Song glanced at James with a reproachful look. James, I told you not to be impulsive. China is full of hidden talents. If you act so recklessly, it will affect the principal's plan. James was panting from his recent escape, his face still showing a look of panic. Kwong, I think we're in trouble. I just fought someone there. His martial arts are amazing, and his hidden weapons are pretty good too. Most importantly, he recognized I was from the military academy just by my moves. Dong Song remained focused on driving, but his eyes narrowed slightly. How could that be? Could there be people from the 3 organizations in China as well? James's forehead was covered in sweat, and he lowered his voice as if admitting his mistake. I have no way of judging for now. Today was my fault for being reckless. He frowned and looked at James, reminding him with annoyance. The principal sent you to help me. Don't act alone in the future. The East is not like the West. If you cause trouble again, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. James's voice echoed in the scorching sun. I know. Back on this side, the two were walking leisurely. Mingxi suddenly glanced at Wong Jang and asked, Aren't you going to take me home? He stretched lazily and said philosophically, That's right. I'm walking you home. What did you say? 100 steps after a meal, and you can live to be 99. Suddenly, Jean Chang's underling's mocking voice rang out. You still think about living to be 99? He stopped and looked at him, then snorted. Wong Jang scanned the group of people blocking the road, his voice cold. Who are you? What do you want? Jean Chang looked at him and sneered arrogantly. You don't need to ask so many questions. Just know that someone wants us to take care of you. An underling next to him quickly interjected. Brother Jean, the higher-ups only said to deal with the man. What about the girl? How should we handle her? He raised the bat in his hand and ordered, Go deal with the man. We'll all share the woman. Mingxi immediately trembled, her hand clutching his sleeve. She called out, Wong Jang. Taking the opportunity, Wong Jang deliberately teased her, his hand rubbing hers with a sly expression. My woman, don't be nervous. She shouted shyly. Who's your woman? At that moment, the underlings rushed forward like a pack of hungry wolves. She panicked and asked repeatedly, What should we do? They're coming. But Wong Jang wasn't flustered at all, a playful smile still on his lips. To catch a thief, first catch their leader. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his foot and acted. He moved like a flash of lightning, sweeping past the underlings like a gust of wind. In a flash, his hand had grabbed Jean Chung by the collar. With just one move, he was lifted off the ground. He screamed in panic, unaware that his underlings were already lying on the ground. Let me go? Let me go? Brothers, come and save me. Wong Jang held him suspended like a punching bag, a contemptuous smile on his face. You see anyone who can save you? Jean Chung was slightly surprised, but still struggled. What's wrong with them? What did you do? He looked up, his gaze like steel piercing through him, his voice firm. You don't need to know much. Just tell me, who sent you? Jean Chung felt his life was in danger and quickly raised his hands in surrender. I'll talk. Please spare my life. Mingxi, who had witnessed the entire event, was also surprised by his sudden change in attitude. Wong Jang thought for a long time and carefully instructed, That's a strange name. Remember not to alert the enemy. At this moment, the KTV was brightly lit in the night. The dazzling lights and lively music made it seem like a hub of emotional life. Xiaoming was being polite. Second uncle, to be honest, you've always been the person I respect and admire the most. This time, it's all thanks to you. I'll toast you. Changming hugged the beauty next to him and boasted arrogantly. Let me tell you, Xiaoming, don't be so polite. If you have any grievances in the future, just tell me directly. Second uncle will take care of it for you. In this Pingjiang district of the capital, who is your uncle afraid of? Then he turned and promised, but second uncle has been a bit busy lately. I'll let you suffer on the train for a while. In a few months, I'll take care of it for you. Second uncle will punish himself with a drink. Hearing this, He quickly waved his hands in denial. Second uncle, you're busy with 100 things a day. It wasn't easy for you to help me find out that guy's whereabouts. Don't talk about punishing yourself. I should toast you again. He laughed with satisfaction and patted the person next to him on the shoulder. Haha, you're so sensible. Looking at the time, that Wong Jang is probably dead asleep by now. Tell me, what else is on your mind? Second uncle will take care of it for you. He recounted his troubles. Second uncle, actually, I like a girl. Her name is Su Yuan. She's a sophomore at the Capital Medical University, but she doesn't think much of me. Without a moment's hesitation, Changming immediately made a decision. She looks down on you? This girl is really insensible. All right, second uncle remembers. After I send someone to investigate, I'll bring her to you. Xiaoming achieved his goal and revealed a cunning face. Second uncle treats me better than my own father. Then I'll just wait for your news. The sky outside gradually darkened. The faint moonlight was barely visible before being swallowed by the towering skyscrapers. Yongxiang began to use his seductive tactics. Sir, he said with a warm smile, trying to persuade him. I have some good stuff here. Would you like to order some? Wang Zheng noticed the object in the other person's hand and was a little startled. He decisively snatched it and questioned, selling this kind of stuff. Do you know what crime you're committing? He panicked and reached out to take it back. Give it back to me. Before he could touch it, he was held back by one hand and asked with a smile. You want me to give it back? All right. Tell me where Feng Changming is. Yongxiang was furious and immediately wanted to use force to threaten him. Are you looking for a beating? Give it back. Not paying him any mind, he calmly dodged every blow with skill. After asking around, no waiter would tell him where Feng Changming was. It seems if I don't cause trouble, Feng Changming won't show up. Finally, he gave the person opposite him a painful kick. Go. He was sent flying several meters away, successfully attracting everyone's attention. Wang Zheng was as calm as if nothing had just happened. Beating you is also considered getting rid of a pest for the people. Several security guards noticed the commotion and quickly came to deal with it. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. You dare to cause trouble here? You don't want to live anymore. He excitedly stretched his muscles. Looks like I have to fight another round today. Without another word, he rushed in and dealt with the group of people in front of him. Jiong ran off to report the news. Mr. Feng, it's not good. Someone is causing trouble. Changming frowned in annoyance at being disturbed. What's the panic? How many people are there? He hurriedly recounted, his hands constantly holding his head in a daze. Only one person. His martial arts are very powerful. Dozens of security guards were all taken care of by him. He flew into a rage and stood up, shouting, one person beat dozens of people? What do I feed you guys for? You useless things. Do you know why he came here to cause trouble? Suddenly, a deep, quiet voice broke the tense atmosphere. What other reason could there be? As fast as lightning, Wang Zheng coldly broke the artery in his neck. His face darkened, and he got straight to the point. You're that idiot Feng Changming, right? Changming instinctively took a few steps back in fear. It's me. I don't know who you are. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Zheng decisively threw a punch at the person opposite him. I finally found you. You're the one who wanted to deal with me, right? He clutched his face in pain and suspicion. Deal with you? What? You're Wang Zheng? You damn thing. You dare to hit me like this? My brother works at the police station. He'll be here soon. You're dead. He laughed and approached him, questioning. Huh, you think you can wait until then? Tell me, why did you want to harm me? Suddenly, Xiaoming rushed out to stop him. Wang Zheng, stop. Don't touch my second uncle. Changming was a little startled. Xiaoming. He admitted frankly. You angered me on the train before, so I asked my second uncle for help. This has nothing to do with him. If you want to hit someone, hit me. Then he thought worriedly. When will the people from the police station arrive? I can't hold out for long. Wang Jing angrily gave him a powerful kick. No need to explain. I understood the reason as soon as I saw you. You want to cause trouble over a small grudge. I think you're bored out of your mind. Go find something to do. Seeing his nephew fall to the floor, Changming couldn't hide his panic. Xiaoming. He sat down wearily and explained, I really don't like you and your nephew. What do you think I should do? How about this? I'll give you a choice. Choose one of the two. He was so scared his face turned pale. The people from the police station are coming soon, yet he's not scared at all. He happily listed the options. First, I'll cripple one of your nephew's legs, and you'll cut off one of your own fingers. Second, you're not allowed to touch your nephew. You have to become my underling and help me handle some things. Of course, this place will still be yours. I won't interfere. He heard the bad news as if he had been hit by Giao Chan's second skill. Are you kidding? One loses his dignity, the other his body. Why should I be led by the nose by him? Just then, a clear voice rang out. Who's causing trouble here? Arrest them all for me. Changming was overjoyed when he recognized the familiar voice. He's finally here. Hepping and his team entered the room with serious expressions, their oppressive aura successfully attracting everyone's attention. He observed for a moment and frowned in annoyance. Damn it. He's looking for me in such a small place. Doesn't he know I have other things to do? Changming rushed over to ask for support. Captain Wong, you're here. He looked confused. Mr. Feng, what exactly happened here? Why has the silver seat become like this? And you, Mr. Zhong, you look so disheveled. Changming started to tattle. Captain Wong, you have to get justice for the silver seat. I'm in this miserable state because of him. Hepping pondered for a moment. Protecting the silver seat. I can get a commission of over 100,000 a year. This golden goose has been ruined by this kid. Finally, he decided to raise his voice and demand. One person caused the silver seat to become like this? You, stand up for me. Wong Jang calmly asked. What if I stand up? Can you arrest me? He felt he was being looked down upon and angrily ordered. Arrest you? Of course I have to arrest you. Men, arrest this man for me. He slowly turned his head and said seriously, Wong Hepping, are you sure? As soon as he saw the person in front of him, he was immediately stunned. His whole body froze as if it had been frozen. It's him. The person who had dinner with the noble military district commander. He can summon the entire military district's guard liaison captain with just one phone call. Why do I run into him everywhere? He quickly made an excuse to leave. Hello? What? There's a murder at the Shuyuan district in Pingjiang? All right, I'll be right there. Hepping tried to calm himself. I can't provoke him. I can't escape. Wang Zheng gently placed his hand on the other person's shoulder. Captain Wong, I see you have a hot temper. I have a cure for this disease. If you want to get well, bring 2 million to Zhurong's headquarters tomorrow and find me. He couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. I've wanted to cure this disease for a long time. He knew my problem just by looking at me. Could there really be a cure? After thinking for a long time, he left, not forgetting to leave a message. I know. I'll come find you. Changming was extremely scared when his savior also turned his back on him. Captain Wong. He reminded him wearily. Mr. Feng, do you see? Even Wong Hepping doesn't dare to touch me. Don't you think you should seriously consider which choice to make? He calmly left after handling everything. I'm not in a hurry. I'll give you time to think. The next time I come, you must give me an answer. He shouted helplessly. Why did you choose me? Is it because the silver seat is a money-making machine? He explained the reason casually. It has nothing to do with the silver seat. It's because you have something I need. But it's not convenient to tell you right now. Wang Zheng slowly left the room, his footsteps echoing with a firm and steady rhythm, asserting his calm and irresistible authority. He stretched lazily, rubbing his body to relieve the tension after a long night of action. Remembering the incident just now, he couldn't help but sigh. It's been a long time since I've been this active. It feels so good, so comfortable. The next step is to contact that person. He slowly dialed a familiar number, a feeling of excitement welling up inside him. Xia Yin cautiously answered from the other end of the line. Hello? Who is it? Wang Zheng laughed and said sarcastically, the people from the Dark Military Academy are here. Are the people you kept all incompetent? He recognized the familiar voice and couldn't contain his emotions. It's you, Wang Zheng. When are you coming back? He insisted on responding with harsh words. A special forces captain like you doesn't know when I'm coming back? This time I'm back. You'd better cooperate obediently. Otherwise, even if you hide at the ends of the earth, I'll find you. He asserted firmly, don't worry. Since you've informed me, you have to trust me. I have to be worthy of your trust. Then he reminded him helplessly. But at least you should call me brother. You talk without knowing your place. He didn't pay any attention to his words. Hurry up and finish the matter with the Dark Military Academy. Don't let me have to clean up your mess. Xia Yin wasn't surprised when he was hung up on. His personality is still the same as before. He burst into tears of happiness, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He's back, he's back. He's really back. That's great. A new day began. The morning sun crept through the towering skyscrapers, bringing a gentle warmth that awakened the entire city. At this moment, Shishir's voice came from the vice chairman's office. Lu Shiwei has confessed everything. The person who secretly threatened him is named Lu Yongfu. She carefully reported the information. Lu Yongfu is the owner of a medical equipment company. He's a Chinese national living abroad. I had someone investigate. This company is a foreign-invested enterprise with real estate in Gongsu province. Wang Zheng was a little surprised to hear that. Gongsu province again? What a coincidence. Have you had someone investigate this company? She quickly responded, yes. The company in Gongsu province is also a foreign-invested enterprise. Our legal person is Lu Yongfu. He had a heart attack 2 days ago and died before he could get to the hospital. He thoughtfully analyzed the situation. The crucial link is broken again. Someone must have made a move. It seems he was just a discarded pawn. Finally, he gave an instruction. This opponent is not simple. Sure, go investigate the investment capital of this company. There might be some clues. Sure immediately accepted the task. I'll have Assistant Wei do it right away. Just then, the phone rang continuously, interrupting their conversation. He quickly picked it up. Hello? Tell him to come up. She asked curiously, who is it? Wong Jang calmly replied. Someone is coming to give me money. After saying goodbye to Sure, he prepared to welcome his distinguished guest. He cheerfully started a conversation. I thought Captain Wong would drag this out for a few days. I didn't expect you to have thought it through so quickly. Without beating around the bush, Hepping got straight to the point. I'll give you 2 million. Can you cure my illness? I've been to many places for this illness, and they all say it's a psychological problem. He showed confidence. How can those mediocre doctors understand my profound knowledge? Captain Wong, do you remember the first time we met? I already said, if you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. For this illness, I just need to give you a small exercise. He thought for a while and decided to take a risk. I'll leave it all to you. Here's 2 million. The password is 1 to 6. Unable to bear it any longer, he hurriedly handed the credit card to the person opposite him. Please help me cure my illness. It has seriously affected my life. Wong Jang smiled reassuringly. Don't panic. He carefully took out the set of acupuncture needles that had been with him for several years. He cheerfully stated his opinion. Once the money is paid, the illness must be cured. That has always been my medical philosophy. Let's begin the treatment. Hepping shouted in disbelief. Here? Allah. After a long acupuncture session, he struggled to walk to his car. And he calls others mediocre. It's a good thing he didn't kill me with those needles. Suddenly, he felt no pain in his body. The pain is gone. My body feels so much lighter. Wong Jang calmly watched his back disappear down the sun-drenched road. Sure couldn't hide her curiosity. You just let him go like that. He stared at the person downstairs and smiled cunningly. How could it be that easy? I'm just collecting a little interest first. Sure sighed helplessly. You cunning thing. Anyone who falls into your hands is truly unlucky for life. It's a good thing I'm not your opponent. Otherwise, I'd be. Wong Jang pouted and teased her. Done in by me? Don't worry, I've already said it. You're not my type. She was splashed with cold water and shouted shyly. Wong Jang. He laughed and took her hand to stop her. Wait a minute, I have a call. He quickly picked up the phone. Hello? I know. She asked curiously, what's wrong? He cheerfully recounted the story. Lu Xian found a job and wants to treat me to a meal. Hearing this, Sure crossed her arms and said sternly, let me tell you, Vice Chairman Wong, are you trying to make me enforce the chairman leaves work without permission policy? What if I don't approve? Wong Jang quickly explained, don't worry, boss. I'm not skipping work to go out to eat. It's absolutely for company business. As far as I know, our new product is still missing a spokesperson, right? He stated his opinion frankly. I think Lu Xian's image is very suitable. Besides, the people getting married now are already the 90s generation. It just so happens to represent the image of a young married couple. What do you think? Her eyes lit up as if she had just discovered a new world. That's a great idea. Then I'll arrange a plan for her to try a casting call and see how it goes. He happily agreed. Of course. Wong Jang immediately went to Grandma Chow's restaurant as he had arranged with Lu Xian. The two of them raised their glasses to celebrate after not seeing each other for so long. He casually made an offer. I have to say this. You treat me to a meal, and I'll give you a chance to make money. Do you want to be a representative for Ju Rong? Lu Xian thought for a long time and said hesitantly, a representative? I heard it's a bit complicated. I should just be a good student teacher. What's this about being a star? I've never really thought about it. He was a little surprised by her attitude and thought for a moment. Finally, he decided to try one more time. Actually, can you do me a favor and try the casting call? She was so nervous, she drank the whole glass of water to try and calm down. She bravely slammed the glass down on the table and faced the challenge. All right, since you've said so, I'll give it a try. Wong Jang couldn't help but be overjoyed at successfully luring in a talent. I'll take you to the casting call tomorrow. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted their conversation. Wong Jang. He immediately turned around to find the owner of the voice. Fei Lin. He cheerfully suggested. I didn't expect to see you here. Sit down and eat with us. Fei Lin suddenly flew into a rage and shouted. Wong Jang. Aren't you dating Xing Fei? You bastard. How dare you date this beautiful girl behind her back? He laughed and explained the reason. I was just helping Xing Fei get rid of Lin Keilei. In his heart, he couldn't help but laugh. Haha. This is the legendary if you can't have it, ruin it for others. Ignoring his words, He continued to point and scold. Get rid of Lin Kale? Haha. And you're a two-timer, two-faced. Don't you feel guilty towards Sheng Fei for doing this? He was determined to get justice for his beloved. Is it easy for Sheng Fei, a girl, to make a living alone in the capital? Don't you feel guilty towards her for doing this? The surrounding crowd, eating their food, didn't forget to add their own comments. Young people these days. He's a real piece of work. This is the first time I've ever met someone like this in my life. Don't judge a book by its cover. He looks decent enough, but I didn't expect him to be like that. Fei Lin, receiving their support, felt as if he was carrying the light of justice. Look, everyone is on my side. He didn't hesitate to raise his voice and question, you two shameless lovebirds, openly dating. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? Suddenly, a stream of pepper spray was shot directly into the eyes of the person who had just been so arrogant. He cried out in pain, covering his eyes. My eyes. My eyes. Lu Xian, having vented her anger, said, serves you right. Who are you calling shameless lovebirds? Wong Jang kindly reminded him. I advise you to go to the hospital, or you might damage your eyes. Fei Lin hurriedly left, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers in the restaurant who had just witnessed the scene. Lu Xian frowned in annoyance. Such a delicious meal, ruined by him. Wong Jang gently comforted her. How can you let that guy affect your mood? Just think of him as a fly. Once he's gone, he's gone. Then he took the initiative to make it up to her. Come on, I'll take you back to school. Wang Zhang's car sped through the crowded streets as if tearing through the bustling crowd, finally slowing to a stop in front of the university gate. Lu Xian gently got out of the car, not forgetting to say goodbye. Thank you for taking me back. You should go home and rest. Get some rest and prepare for tomorrow's casting call. He cheerfully instructed. Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Wait for my call. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure walking out of the school. She asked worriedly, what's wrong with you? She quickly turned her head to check the situation and ran into an old acquaintance. She was a little startled. It's Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng frowned in annoyance. Lu Xian, the first time I come back to school, I run into her. What bad luck. In his heart, a stream of affectionate words flowed. You damn bitch. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been hung up and beaten, and I wouldn't have these ugly scars on my face. He clenched his fists in anger, suppressing the burning fire of hatred. My humiliation, this autumn, I, Zhou Feng, will always remember it. Lu Xian didn't even bother to look at him for another second and quickly ignored him. Zhou Feng thought to himself, the one who harmed me, who brought me trouble, but one day, I will kill you. He said firmly, I will definitely kill you, Lu Xian. Chihua felt that his son's condition was not right and immediately intervened. Zhou Feng, absolutely do not do anything that you will regret later. Your father is finding someone to do the paperwork. In a month, he will send you to Australia. He firmly refused. I'm not going. The thing I lost, I must get it back. He flew into a rage and shouted, this child. You're his mother, why don't you advise him? Yi Hui shouted back in frustration. My son and I have been bullied like this, and you're still trying to protect yourself like a coward? Zhou Chihua, are you even a man? He tried to swallow his anger and warned. Yi Hui, let me tell you, absolutely do not let Zhou Feng ruin my plans. Women are good for little, but great for ruining things. The car gradually disappeared at the end of the road, leaving Wang Zhang with a thoughtful expression at a crossroads of conflicting thoughts. The early morning sun had just begun to peek out, and everyone at the headquarters was ready for a productive day of work. Xiaomu thoughtfully introduced, Bington, look at this. This is the costume and advertising script for Zhu Rong. Bington immediately stated her personal position. An apron? Hair down? Director Zhang, I don't like this kind of makeup. This doesn't fit my usual image. He patiently suggested, Bington, our work. It definitely can't be according to your wishes. Can you explore the image of a family woman? She said sassily, explore an image? An A-list actress like me still needs to explore an image. Undeterred, he continued to persuade her. Bington, please believe me. If you explore a completely new image in this script, you will definitely win the audience's love even more. She stubbornly ignored his words. No need to say more, Director Zhang. I really don't like this script. Then she stated her opinion frankly. Besides, there's also the issue of the fee. I'm not lowering my price. 70 million is 70 million. Xiaomu was stunned when he heard this. 70 million? Didn't we say 60 million before? Wang Zhang, who had witnessed the entire conversation, couldn't help but sneer. He said with disgust, this A-list actress is so arrogant. So bossy. Sure calmly explained. In China, humble celebrities are extremely rare. Bington is not one of them. Besides, she's an A-list actress. He laughed and said sarcastically, Who cares what list she's on? She wants to show off at Jurong? The nerve. A 70 million fee? She won't even get $7. She quickly resolved the issue. I was afraid Lu Xian wouldn't agree, so I had Bington as a backup. Since Lu Xian has agreed, I'll cancel the contract with Bington. Wong Jang was completely satisfied with her work style and nodded slightly. He slowly approached Xiao Mu and started a conversation. Director Zhang, willing to share his worries with the person opposite him. What's wrong? If you don't mind, you can talk to me. Xiao Mu quickly regained his composure. So it's Vice Chairman Wang. Please sit, please sit. Sure tactfully left to give the two of them some private space. You and Director Zhang can talk. The people from the costume department are helping Lu Xian change. I'll go take a look. Wang Zhang smiled and nodded slightly. Then he turned to ask about the situation. What happened just now? Kai Bington left without even filming. Xiao Mu recounted the incident helplessly. Vice Chairman, this is what happened. Bington had some opinions about the script and costumes. I was using these images to persuade her. He looked thoughtful. So that's what happened. Director Zhang, if we let Bington be the spokesperson, do you think the filming and post-production effects will be as desired? He carefully reviewed the document. Although Bington's style doesn't fit the advertising requirements, she is a top-tier actress. It's possible she could achieve a favorable post-production effect. He slowly took the stack of papers from his hand. He stated his opinion frankly. Director Zhang, to be honest with you, when Zhu Rong entered the household goods industry, we didn't plan to invest too much in promotion at first. We just wanted to test the waters. He quickly understood the hidden meaning in his words. Do you already have a suitable candidate in mind? If you don't mind, let her come and try filming. Wang Jing couldn't help but exclaim, Director Zhang, you're so quick-witted. He slowly shifted his gaze to the person who had just been mentioned. She's here. Without hesitation, he suggested the other person follow Lu Xian's figure. Take a look first. She appeared in a dynamic sportswear outfit, making him extremely confident. See if you're satisfied. Xiao Mu seemed to have found his soulmate, his eyes clearly showing his joy. Satisfied, very satisfied. Although I don't know what the effect will be, I'm very satisfied for now. She has a great presence. Lu Xian was so nervous her hands wouldn't stop shaking. Hello, Director Zhang. My name is Lu Xian. I'm a student at Capital Normal University. This time, Wang Zhang asked me to help him film an advertisement. I didn't expect you to be filming it yourself. I've seen you on TV before. He happily shook hands with her, and noticing her anxiety, he laughed reassuringly. Don't be nervous. Just relax. During the test shoot, just do as I say. Wang Zhang thoughtfully reminded them. This shouldn't be delayed. Everyone, let's begin. Director Zhang, please take care of Lu Xian. I won't disturb you two anymore. He smiled and gave a thumbs up, which gradually improved her mood. After the two of them had left, Shir slowly sat down to sip her tea. She recalled the moment that had just happened and let out a sigh of relief. You know, when I went in to see how she was doing just now, she almost scared me to death. She did her own makeup like this. Hearing her description, he could somewhat imagine her adorable appearance. Haha. He looked at the opposite table and judged. That also means she's very serious about the test shoot, but she just hasn't found her right position yet. Wang Zhang highly praised the person he had recommended. Her attitude is very good, and she's highly self-motivated. In my opinion, she can definitely become a famous actress. He took the initiative to probe. What do you think? Xiao Mu was so excited he slapped his own hand. I think she's a great fit. After a period of hard work, he gratefully extended an invitation. Come here. We've been filming for 3 hours. You must be tired. He praised her repeatedly. You're too kind. Lu Xian is very energetic, smart, and quick-witted. With her as the lead, the effect will definitely be very good. Lu Xian was a little shy. You're too kind. Wang Zheng got straight to the point. If that's the case, can we decide on the lead role for this advertisement now? Xiao Mu asked cautiously. Mr. Wang, although Lu Xian is excellent, your company had already invited Bington before. If we just cancel the contract like this, will there be any problems? Shir replied without hesitation. What problems could there be? I don't think Lu Xian is any worse than Bington. She calmly put the tablet down on the table. Bington's price is too high. Finally, she came to a conclusion. Let's choose Lu Xian. He was worried when he thought of the other person's power. But on Bington's side, Wang Zheng asserted firmly, you just need to worry about filming the advertisement for Lu Xian. I'll handle Bington's side. The early morning sunbeams gently spread, warming the space and dyeing the vast sky yellow. Xiao Mu gently gave an instruction. Lu Xian, a little to the right. That's right. She quickly followed the request without hesitation, her professional demeanor evident in every gesture in front of the camera. He nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Hold that pose. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, dry and rough, reflecting the angry mood of the person approaching. Lulu angrily threw a stack of documents on the table and questioned, "Director Zhang, what's going on?" She snapped, her voice rising in a shout. "The female lead, Bington, hasn't arrived yet. Why have you already started filming?" Xiaomu calmly pointed at Lucian. "What do you mean the female lead hasn't arrived? Isn't she the female lead?" Hearing this, she flew into a rage. "What? How can you just change the actress? You're breaching the contract. Who gave you the guts to do this?" Wong Jang calmly replied, "I did." He cheerfully emphasized, as if deliberately provoking her. "I told them to change her." Lilith shouted angrily. "Who are you? On what grounds did you tell them to change her? What right do you have?" He slowly stopped her outstretched hand. "On what grounds?" "On the grounds of your outrageous pricing. This small advertisement from Ju Rong doesn't dare to trouble a top-tier actress." She was so shocked she could only utter "you," and then fell silent. Wang Zheng sat down calmly, not forgetting to be sarcastic. "Still not leaving? Or do you want to stay as a senior and give some advice to our new actress?" Bington, seeing her assistant gradually losing ground, immediately stepped forward to retort. "It doesn't matter who you are. My advertisement, you say change and it's changed? Do you know who I am?" He directly stated the other person's personal information. "I know. You're Kai Bington from Song Media. I have a very good relationship with the niece of the chairman of Song Media, Song Haixing. I also know that your real name is Kai Hongwan." She was hit where it hurt and immediately screamed in anger. You guys are ganging up on me, aren't you? When I get back, I'll hold a press conference to let the public know about your despicable and shameless tactics and the truth." He coldly retorted, "The truth? What truth?" Then he pointed directly at her face. "Is it to tell the public the truth that you once had plastic surgery?" It didn't stop there. He didn't hesitate to expose all her hidden secrets, or that you had breast implants. Lu Xian, witnessing his straightforward attitude, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Bington's whole body froze, her mind filled with thousands of question marks. How does he know? Very few people know about my plastic surgery. She snorted in humiliation and turned to leave. Even so, she still had the strength to curse Lila harshly. "Why did you let him know about this? What kind of work are you doing?" She was so scared she could only bow her head. "I'm sorry, Sister Kai." Wang Zheng clapped his hands in glee after dealing with a bunch of trouble. Done. Let's continue filming." Bington returned to Song Media in a huff. She was so angry she threw the handbag she usually cherished. Unconsciously, because it was the first time she had been treated so coldly. This matter absolutely cannot be let go. What right does he have to change the person? She constantly reminded herself. "I'm a top-tier actress. How dare he let a newcomer replace me? And he spoke to me so disrespectfully." She even unconsciously blurted out her feelings. "I'm so angry I could die." Lulu, standing beside her, added fuel to the fire. "Right, we can't let this go. They should know how much benefit it would bring to Ju Rong if you were the spokesperson. They're so stupid." Bington bit her nails in frustration. "How do I get back at them?" She quickly instigated. "Bington, don't we still have Chairman Song? So what if he knows Song Haixing? You're the big sister of the company, the golden goose of the entire company. Chairman Song will definitely help you." She seriously considered the problem. "Yes, I only have Song Mingxing to rely on." Finally, Bington decided to retaliate. "That guy, he's dead." At Song Media, a place that gathers outstanding faces with resounding fame in the entertainment industry today. Inside the chairman's office, a gentle, coaxing voice could be heard. All right, don't cry anymore." Mingxing tried to comfort the beauty. "Don't worry, Bington, I'll take care of this. You just wait and see a good show." He immediately ordered his assistant, "Send a fax in my name to Wang Zheng of Ju Rong International. Invite him to the Tiangong International Club tonight." He quickly carried out the request. "Yes, Chairman. I'll go prepare it right away." Suddenly, he remembered something important and pulled him back. "Wait a minute. Besides Wang Zheng, also invite my friends Zhang Mingquan and Chu Xiaonan. Don't forget to invite Mr. Feng as well. And also my niece, Song Haixing. Let her experience the world tonight." Then he asserted confidently, "That Wang Zheng, tonight, he'll either be crippled or beaten to a pulp." On Wang Zheng's side, he suddenly received an invitation via fax. He curiously picked up the paper to check the information. He couldn't help but be surprised by the content. "Song Mingxing wants to invite me to dinner? It seems I've offended one of his people, so he has to step in." Sure asked worriedly, "Do you need me to go with you tonight? They'll at least give me some face." He cheerfully patted her head. "No need. If you're there, it won't be convenient. Only when you're not, there will Song Mingxing dare to really make a move on me." She shyly pushed his hand away. "Stop patting my head." Finally, she decided to find another way to appear. "Then you go? I'll finish up my work at the company. I'll also go to Tiangong for a drink tonight. Wong Jang, though helpless, had to accept. I'll try to finish things up before you get there. Night gradually covered the sky, and the shy moon peeked out, wandering among the dreamlike clouds. The Tiangong Club seemed to find its rhythm as night fell, vaguely exuding a mysterious and indescribable charm. In the private room, ambiguous sounds could be heard. Bington, don't move. A little more. Bington panted, chairman's song. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the door interrupted their fun. Mingxing quickly reminded the person next to him. Tidy yourself up. I'll go see who it is. He opened the door with a suspicious look. Who is it? He suddenly thought of someone. You're Wong Jang. He smiled and introduced himself. I'm Wong Jang, but you can call me Chairman Wong now. He slowly invited him into the room. All right, Chairman Wong. I heard you replaced my company's Bington with a newcomer. I wonder if you can explain this matter today. Wong Jang sat down and calmly probed. It seems Mr. Song is not happy. Or did I come too early and interrupt your good time? Bington was hit where it hurt and jumped up. Wong Jang, don't you dare change the subject. Mingxing calmly raised his hand to stop her words. He looked annoyed. Mr. Wong, what do you mean? He started to be sarcastic. I don't mean anything. I just want to advise you to be less promiscuous, or your kidneys will fail after you turn 50. He was startled and subconsciously clutched his stomach. Mr. Wong, we're in the same social class. Beating around the bush to curse me. Aren't you going too far? He directly listed the symptoms he was experiencing. Mr. Song, are you feeling tired all over and have lower abdominal pain right now? And your immune system is weakened. If you catch a cold, it takes a month to recover, right? Mingxing was so scared he thought to himself, how does he know this? Finally, he didn't deny it and asked, it seems Mr. Wong is well versed in many things. I wonder where you used to be a doctor. Bington said with disgust. Looking at his level, I wonder how many people he's killed. Wong Jang bluntly exposed her true face. Actually, there's something I don't dare to say. Bington, did you have surgery last month? Bington was so stunned she squeezed the glass in her hand. Am I really seeing a ghost? How did he know I had surgery last month? The expression on Mingxing's face was no better. Bington did indeed have surgery last month. And it was because of me. But he didn't ask, so how could he know? He tried to calm himself. No matter how he found out, this matter absolutely cannot be revealed. Otherwise, I will also be affected. Wong Jang is a disaster. Wong Jang laughed and teased. Mr. Song's expression doesn't look too good. Are you thinking of some sinister trick? He was hit where it hurt and challenged. As expected, every era has its talents. No matter what tricks I play, I'm afraid I can't get past your eyes. He feigned shyness and waved his hand. Mr. Song, you're too modest. Mingxing was so shocked he was speechless, unable to believe his opponent was so confident. Just then, the sound of the door slowly opening came from outside. Zhang Nan asked cheerfully, Uncle Mingxing, I just got back from Gongsu province. I came as soon as I got your call. I wonder what you need my help with. I will definitely do my best. He quickly regained his composure. Zhao Nan ah. Then he gently explained the reason. It's nothing. It's just that we haven't seen each other in a long time. We're having a gathering today. I'll take the opportunity to introduce you to some new friends. Bington took the initiative to get acquainted. Hello, Mr. Chu. He sat down cautiously, not forgetting to praise her. This is our China's top actress, Bington. Seeing is believing. You're much more beautiful than on TV. Suddenly, he noticed another person in the room. He was suddenly impressed. Mr. Wong, I didn't expect to see you here. So Uncle Song wanted to introduce us. Wong Jang also went with the flow. That's right. Thanks to Chairman Song's arrangement, we meet again. Mingxing was surprised and thought to himself, you two know each other? Zhang Nan asked suspiciously. Uncle Mingxing, I wonder how you know Mr. Wong from the Wong family in Philadelphia? He carefully calculated. To be able to tie Wong Jang and Song Mingxing together, I'm afraid I can only change the subject to Bington. He was a little startled. The Wong family in Philadelphia? He suspiciously searched his memory. Is it the super financial group that can compare to any wealthy family in the country? Why did someone from a big family come to China? Finally, he asserted firmly, I won't think about it anymore. So what if he's from the Wong family in Philadelphia? This is China. After this setback, this matter absolutely cannot be let go so easily. While lost in thought, a familiar voice rang out. Mr. Song, I'm here. Mingxing smiled with satisfaction. My assistant is here. Mingquan greeted him warmly. Mr. Chu is here too. And the great beauty Bington. Wang Jang smiled and waved. As soon as he saw him, he was terrified, subconsciously recalling some not-so-good memories. Why are you here? He asked back, puzzled. Why can't I be here? He was so scared he could only bow his head. Of course, you can be here. A sense of unease welled up inside him. As long as I don't get punched by him again, it doesn't matter if he sits on my head. He directly approached and put his arm around the person next to him. What's wrong? Why are you so scared to see me? You're not with your sister. Mingquan replied cautiously. My sister is busy with work and has to work overtime. He couldn't help but regret his decision. So tonight's Hongmin banquet was for Wong Jang. If I had known it was him, I would never have come. Both Mingqing and Bington said in unison. You two know each other too? Wong Jang casually emphasized. Not only do we know each other, but we're also very close. Mingquan immediately corrected him. He's close with my sister. He felt he had joked enough and decided to let him go. Actually, I met Mingqi when I was studying abroad. We're considered old friends. He casually beckoned with his hand. Sit down. Mingqing witnessed the scene before him and wiped his sweat. Chu Xiaonan took the initiative to show his goodwill. Zhang Mingquan is cowering in fear. This Wang Zheng is as hard as steel. He thought seriously. This Wang Zheng is really powerful. I shouldn't look for trouble. But he gathered all his courage and pushed the wine glass towards the opposite side. Wang Zheng was confused and didn't know what he was trying to do. Mingqing stated his opinion frankly. Mr. Wang, regarding you replacing Bington with an unknown student, I still need an explanation. Wang Zheng replied coldly. Chairman Song, do you mean you want me to apologize to Miss Bington here? Mingqing was startled and quickly waved his hand. No. I just want you to hold a press conference and explain this matter clearly. Otherwise, her reputation will be damaged. He continued to probe his opponent. You mean, you want me to publicly apologize to her in front of everyone? He nodded in satisfaction. You're a sensible person. Mingquan felt the atmosphere gradually becoming tense and made an excuse to leave. My stomach hurts. I'm going to the restroom. You guys can talk first. He immediately realized his intention. He really knows how to seize the opportunity. To go to the restroom at a time like this. He took the initiative to speak up for Wang Zheng. Uncle Mingqing, isn't it common to change the lead actor? Maybe Wang Zheng has his own difficulties. We should probably resolve this ourselves. Mingqing carefully took the glass of water from the person opposite him. A hard-to-describe feeling welled up inside him. If I really give in and don't stand up for Bington, will any new stars be willing to sign with the company in the future? He tried to come up with a solution. After all, this is not a big deal. I'm telling you, Wang Zheng, in my opinion, it would be more beneficial for everyone to cooperate in business, right? Then he bent down to pour wine. Your Hua Ling Diamond, in cooperation with the series of stars from Song Media, is definitely a win-win situation. Wang Zheng quickly put his hand out to stop him. He laughed and stated his opinion. If every star from Song Media is like this Miss Bington, I can't afford to use them. Bington stood up in anger and shouted, Wang Zheng, what do you want? Do you believe I can have someone beat you up right now? He calmly challenged her. It doesn't matter. You can try. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head tonight, you won't see the sun tomorrow. He threw the golden card onto the table in front of everyone's eyes. Mingqing stammered in disbelief. This is Tiangong. He shouted in panic. This is the platinum membership card of the board of directors of the Tiangong International Club. His mind was racing. I heard that the Tiangong International Club was founded by the chairman of the board of directors. The people on the board are all characters who use heaven-defying tricks. Wang Zheng is one of them. Bington crossed her arms arrogantly. Who knows if this card is real or fake? You think you can just take out a card and I won't dare to do anything to you? Wang Zheng stood up calmly and stretched. Fake? Then let me tell you. Before I came here, I used this card to prove my identity and had them install a camera in this room. The company doesn't. Both she and Mingqing's faces turned pale as if they had been caught red-handed. A camera? He sighed wearily. You two fighting against Wang Zheng alone, and you still lost so miserably. Mingqing asked cautiously. Tell me, what are your conditions for giving us the tape? Wang Zheng made a straightforward suggestion. Let all the stars in your company be representatives for our diamond. Of course, I will reduce the representation fee for you. What do you think? He asked with a mix of belief and doubt. If we do as you say, the tape won't be released, right? Bington heard this as if she had been struck by lightning, seemingly unable to believe her ears. Chairman Song, he asserted firmly, of course. I give you my word. He made a request. Give me a day to consider. Is that okay? He happily agreed. Of course. Bington quickly chased after Mingqing. Chairman Song, wait for me. Xiaonan was a little suspicious. Mr. Wang, is there really a camera in this room? Wang Zheng slowly sat down. You think so? He smiled and sipped his wine. I don't think so. Huh, Mr. Wang. To be honest, Uncle Mingqing's ability is not that great, but he's especially careful. You should be careful. As expected, Mingxing was now anxiously calling for support. Mr. Feng, don't come. Something happened tonight. I want to make someone disappear from this world forever. Do you think that's possible? Changming explained with difficulty from the other end of the line. Boss Song, this is a criminal matter. The rumors are tense. What you're asking is a bit difficult. Mingxing tried to persuade him. Brother Feng, we're close. Can't you help your brother with this? He sighed heavily. How about this? Finally, he decided to help. I'll introduce you to an underling I know. His name is Li Gang. As long as there's money, he'll do anything. He'll suit your taste. Mingxing couldn't help but be overjoyed at having his worries resolved. Thank you, Brother Feng. I'll treat you to a drink another day. In the heart of the bustling city, the Tiangong Club stood tall and magnificent, a symbol of mysterious beauty. He got in the car and left, not forgetting to say goodbye. Mr. Wong, let's have a drink together another time. Wong Jang also went with the flow. Okay, drive carefully. He watched the car disappear into the night mist and thought to himself, although he hides it well, I can still feel that Chu Xiaonan is very wary of me. He laughed in admiration. This guy really knows how to seize the opportunity to act. He knows which side to be on. Very good. The waiter cheerfully said goodbye. Chairman Wong, here are your car keys. He replied politely. Thank you. Wang Zheng's car sped down the avenue like an arrow tearing through the night, leaving only flashing lights and the roar of the engine in its wake. Suddenly, he noticed a movement behind him. A series of question marks popped up in his mind. When did these braggarts start following me? He carefully watched the movements of the mysterious car in the rearview mirror. It seems to be getting closer. Suddenly, the black car accelerated and passed him, making a loud noise. Yuan Kuei slowly rolled down the window and smiled challengingly. He casually scattered the shiny sharp objects he had prepared, his face full of excitement as he watched the show. The sharp nails were spread all over the road, lying in wait like the grim reaper's scythe hidden in the darkness. As expected, a deafening explosion shook the entire space. Within a few seconds, the following cars all swerved as their tires blew out, making the atmosphere even more chaotic. The crowd began to shout in anger. How are you driving up there? There are nails on the road. I don't know which bastard did this. Everyone quickly got out of their cars to check the situation. Damn it. The tire blew out. Just then, Yuan Kuei got out of the car and loaded his gun decisively, ready for action. He immediately ordered Huang Lin. Wang Zheng's car is behind us. While it's chaotic, you and I will attack from the left and right. Let's finish this quickly. He quickly accepted the task. Okay. Wang Zheng suddenly stuck his head out. That's a good idea, but I don't think it's a very good one. He was so scared his face turned pale. Wang Zheng. Huang Lin couldn't keep his composure either. When did you get here? He immediately pulled out a small, sharp needle and threatened. Tell me. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly greeted them. Who sent you? In another development, Mingxing was now happily raising his glass in celebration. He was extremely grateful. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so cruel. That Wang Zheng is really too much. Suddenly, a sense of unease came over him. But it's been so long. Why haven't I heard anything back yet? Could something have happened? Li Gang calmly reassured him. What could have happened? He boasted confidently. To be honest with you, the two people I sent were both former criminals. Bank robbery, kidnapping. Now, to deal with one person, there's no need to even mention it. Hearing this, he felt more at ease. Is that so? Impressive, impressive. Before he could finish his beer, he was startled by the door being kicked open violently. Wang Zheng slowly walked into the room, the sound of his leather shoes echoing on the floor with an imposing and overwhelming presence. He asked coldly, I didn't expect Mr. Song to be so humorless. It was just a joke, and you wanted to take my life? Mingxing panicked and denied it vehemently. No, it must be a misunderstanding. Li Gang, sitting next to him, quickly stood up due to the overwhelming presence of the newcomer. As if sensing his life was in danger. The person Song Mingxing mentioned is Wang Zheng. So it's him. This is not good. I have to get out of here quickly. Before he could run far, he was kicked squarely in the back by Wang Zheng. He slowly growled each word. A misunderstanding? Many people want to kill me, but I didn't expect that among them would be two idiots like you. He asked coldly. Tell me, how do you two plan to resolve this? The two of them sat upright, not daring to move an inch, trying to listen to the information from him. There's no need to call the police. Not to mention my ability to work at the police station. You two are the ones who hired someone to kill me. Calling the police won't do you any good. Wang Zheng explained while slowly wiping the sharp weapon in his hand. I, Wang Zheng, have a score to settle. You two want me dead, and I don't want to let you live either. He glanced at them and suggested a way out. But if you two can offer a condition worthy of your lives, then I'll reconsider. Mingqing immediately seized the opportunity. Chairman Wong, what do you think of this? I promise you the condition you proposed earlier, and I'll waive the promotion fee, no charge at all. He laughed and waved his hand. Haha, you think the profit from being a representative for Zhu Rong is enough to buy your life? Then he stated his opinion frankly. Even if you gave me the entire Song family, it would barely be half the condition. He asked cautiously. The Song family is only half? But all I can offer is that much. Wong Jang asserted firmly. You have something else you can do. If you can do it, I'll let you go. He asked in fear, do what? He directly gave an instruction. Replace Song Mingwei and become the heir of the Song family. Mingqing sighed helplessly. You want me to replace my second brother and become the master of the Song family, then hand the Song family over to you, right? He cheerfully gave a thumbs up. It seems you understand. But I'm not in a hurry to take over the Song family. First, you help me be the spokesperson for the Song family. How about it? He thought for a long time. What spokesperson? A puppet would be more accurate. But if Wang Zhang can really help me become the master of the Song family, then there's no need to discuss this anymore. His mind was racing. After all, in the eyes of outsiders at that time, the master of the Song family would still be me. Finally, he decided to accept. If you can help me overthrow my second brother and become the master of the Song family, I'm willing to let the Song family serve you. He stood with his arms crossed and calmly ordered. Okay, then now, prove your sincerity. He swallowed heavily, clenching his fists in preparation for action. Li Gang, seeing him stand up, was extremely curious. Sincerity? How do you prove it? Mingqing knelt down, causing him to gasp in surprise. Wang Zhang reminded him sternly. Aren't you ashamed? You wanted to kill me, and I was planning to let you live or die. From now on, whatever you want, I'll help you get it. You have to manage the Song family well for me. Understood. He gritted his teeth and replied in humiliation. Understood. He was satisfied and pulled the person in front of him up, smiling as he assigned him a task. Do your best to marry Song Haixing to Su Tianran. This is the first task I'm giving you. He continued to encourage him. Go on. Use your sinister schemes to get what you deserve. I'll always be watching you. He left in a daze, as if his soul had been taken. Wang Zheng smiled cunningly and turned to him. I'll give you a choice too. Tell me, how do you want to die? Li Gang was so scared he was terrified and unconsciously knelt down. He hugged his leg and cried, begging, I don't want to die? Brother Wong, please let me go. He impatiently grabbed the person opposite him by the shirt and pulled him up. He frowned in annoyance and scolded, crying and making a scene. You're better off dead. He trembled and stammered. Let me go. Suddenly, the phone rang continuously, breaking the tense atmosphere. In his mind, Wang Zheng had already figured out the suspect. It must be that Zhou Feng playing tricks. I hope he's not blinded by hatred. He ignored Li Gang, who was clinging to him like a koala, and calmly picked up the phone to reassure the person on the other end. I'll handle this. You guys call the police first, then wait at home for the results. He looked up with a curious expression. Did something happen? Is there anything I can help with? He put the phone down and muttered to himself. As you reminded me, you really are useful. Then Wang Zheng smiled sinisterly and gave an order. Now you take your men and beat up the city's party secretary, Zhou Qihua. The harder the better. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Gang eagerly agreed. I'll go do it right away. But in reality, he was anxious. As long as I can live, what's the big deal about beating up Zhou Qihua? Even with a big backer, it's the same. He didn't forget to add a meaningful sentence. Go on, don't talk so much. A disobedient child is the parent's fault. His son's debt must also be shared by him. He became aggressive again. I'll find someone to beat him up now. After speaking, Li Gang hurried off as if afraid of missing out. After he was gone, Wang Zheng called to discuss. Spy, a friend of mine has been kidnapped. You can find her location based on the number I just sent you. Xia Yin on the other end of the line took the opportunity to tease him. A friend? A female friend. He knew he was being teased by the other person and frowned. Stop talking. Where is she? He immediately changed his tone and provided information. The target is moving towards the southern outskirts. Due to the afternoon traffic jam, they had to take a detour, so they just left the Pingjiang district not long ago. A relieved smile appeared on Wang Zheng's face. That's great. His face relaxed a little, and he quickly made a new request. And get me 2 helicopters. Want to pick me up before we get close to the target's location. Somewhere in the desolate mountains, a car was speeding along the mountain road. Lu Xian was tied up and unconscious in the back seat, unaware that she was being badmouthed. I'm telling you, brother, we went to all this trouble to kidnap this bitch. You're not going to enjoy her. You're just going to take her to the southern outskirts activity center. That depravity even made him shudder. You pervert. At another modern headquarters, the night still stretched over every corner of the building. Chihua and another group of people were eating and drinking enthusiastically. This project was completed smoothly, all thanks to the supervision and guidance of the leaders. Before he could finish his second sentence, someone kicked the door open with great force, shattering the cheerful atmosphere. Li Gang carefully examined his photo on his phone. Then he shouted loudly into the room, "Zhou Chihua." Who is Zhou Chihua? He quickly identified the target and ordered his 500 brothers behind him. That's him. You have 3 minutes. Take him out for me. Chihua was still dazed and exclaimed, "Who are you people?" As soon as he finished his last word, he was punched hard in the stomach. Li Gang gave him another slap while explaining, "Someone wants me to teach you a lesson. They said you're not strict with your son and want you, as the father, to share some of the benefits." Chihua was beaten to the ground, his face pale as a sheet. What benefits? A minute later, the gangsters started to rush in and beat him up. He could only beg helplessly, "Please, please let me go. I'll definitely teach my son a good lesson." But all he got in return was a smirk from Li Gang. "There's no need to teach your son a good lesson. To be honest, I still have to thank you." He mercilessly hit Chihua with a chair. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to escape from that devil this time." Li Gang estimated Wong Jang's actions quite accurately. By now, that guy is probably about to catch your son. He leaned out of the helicopter and asked anxiously, "How far are we from the designated location?" The pilot immediately replied, 2 kilometers. Wong Jang returned with a majestic demeanor and gave an instruction. "Notify the other team. Our team is landing now. The helicopter in the air will conduct a search and destroy mission. If anyone tries to escape, shoot to kill." As for the car that kidnapped Lu Xian, CE was still happily sharing information. That activity center specializes in sending women to Africa. Zhou Feng laughed excitedly. He looked at the back seat with a sinister expression. "I've already investigated thoroughly before I brought this bitch there. This woman deserves to die, but I want her to live a life worse than death." And yet he even made a bold guess. "Look at you. Is it love turned to hate?" Just then, Lu Xian woke up with a soft, "Ah." She sat up wearily and instinctively blurted out, "Where is this? Why am I here? My head hurts so much." Zhou Feng saw this and took the opportunity to threaten her. "You're awake? Don't be afraid. I'm taking you to a good place to enjoy life, haha." At the Southern Outskirts Activity Center, Qing Lian bowed cheerfully to the distinguished guest. "Mr. Zhou, please walk slowly. If you have any good goods next time, just contact our center." Who would have thought that Zhou Feng would coldly reject him? "There won't be a next time. I don't want to see this kind of woman ever again." Yi Hui, standing behind, reminded him, "All right, son. It's not convenient to stay here for long. Let's go." He immediately raised his voice and scolded, "I already said I could handle it myself. You just had to come along." She smiled kindly and explained, "I was just worried about you." But not long after, a bullet whizzed by. It went straight through Zhou Feng's thigh, and blood spurted out continuously. Maternal instincts kicked in, and she rushed to her precious son. Little did she know that she and her son were in the opponent's sights. Wang Jung stood high above, a smile reaching his ears. Bingo! Xingren, who was observing the situation with binoculars, was also startled and exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's a hit. The target is nearly 1,000 meters away. How did you do that?" He shook his head and said smugly, "It was just a feeling. I'm not used to the new gun. Otherwise, I would have blown his head off. Notify the other team that they can act now." The helicopter carrying Wang Jung entered the courtyard of the human trafficking headquarters. When it stopped, he bravely climbed down the ladder. "We're here." Then he landed on the ground, becoming the leader of the response. "You two stay in the helicopter. Don't let anyone escape this place alive." He didn't forget to instruct those behind him. "Xingren Su, find a hiding place outside. Observe the situation and be responsible for ambushing when requested." He immediately accepted the order. Wang Jung stopped and pointed the way for his comrades. "The rest of you, follow me and charge in." His mind was filled with fighting spirit. "Lu Xian, I'm here." The sound of gunshots and footsteps echoed throughout the building. They walked and reminded each other. "They have heavy weapons. Be careful and take cover." A soldier ran over to report the situation. "Brother Wang, we didn't find the target on the 2nd floor either." Hearing this, Wang Jung changed the location to the 3rd floor. He fell into a thoughtful silence, his expression gradually hardening. "This place isn't big, but the people and weapons are sufficient. Luckily, I had Xiaoyan's help this time. Otherwise, it would have been difficult." Suddenly, someone fired a warning shot. Everyone freeze. It was Qing Lian, holding Lu Xian hostage. "You're here for her, right?" He seized the opportunity to make a deal. "Give me a car. Let me leave this place. Otherwise, I'll kill this girl." She was so scared that tears streamed down her face, and she helplessly called out for help. Wong Jang. Wong Jang calmly raised his hands in a gesture of reconciliation. Don't get excited. A car or anything else, I'll prepare it all for you. Absolutely don't get excited. But in reality, he had already planned a strategy. Humph, you walked right into my trap. It saves me the trouble of looking for you. Qing Lian walked down the stairs step by step, his mouth still uttering threats. You'd better not pull any tricks. Otherwise, this girl is dead. He talked so much that he didn't notice he was in his opponent's sights. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, flying straight into his head. The technique was so precise that even someone like Wang Zheng had to praise it. As expected of Xingren Su, the sniper sent by Xia Yan. A good shot. Qing Lian, lifeless, lost his balance and fell down the stairs, accidentally pulling Lu Xian with him. The two of them fell together. She screamed in panic. But a moment later, Lu Xian was caught by him in time. Wang Zheng. He even added a word of reassurance. Don't be afraid. It's okay now. I'll take you home. Wang Zheng majestically carried her away, handing over the work to the others. There are probably other girls upstairs. You guys take care of it. He didn't forget to reaffirm the mission. We must resolve this cleanly. This den of iniquity absolutely cannot be kept. They immediately responded in unison. The news quickly spread to other places. A man heard this and slammed his fist on the table in anger. What? The southern outskirts were cleaned up by Xia Yan's people. He muttered through gritted teeth. Very well. I didn't want to mess with you guys, but if you want to play with me, then I'll play with you. Soon, the next morning, at the Tianping Mountain Villa, as soon as Wang Zheng entered the living room, Shishir questioned him. Our great hero is here. How is the beauty you saved? He smiled and replied, she's fine. Her nerves were on edge for too long. After she calmed down, she went to bed. But why are you two still awake? She was furious and scolded. What sleep? Didn't you say Lu Xian was kidnapped by Zhou Feng? I was thinking of sending someone to arrest him. One fell swoop, and it's over. Sheng Fei, who was calmer, suggested. That's not a good idea. After all, it's a human life. It's better to call the police. Besides, the other party's father is also the city's party secretary. Wang Zheng then came over to reassure them. Look at that family. You're more vicious than I am. Don't worry, he won't dare to come back for a while. His eyes suddenly turned sharp, his words a little vague. I'm afraid he won't be able to come back for the rest of his life. After hearing this, Shishir's facial muscles relaxed a little. That's good. Let Lu Xian rest for a while tomorrow. We'll start filming in the afternoon. We'll start promoting the product nationwide next month. We have to finish filming in time. Wang Zheng gently patted her head. You make the arrangements. You've worked hard today. I'm going to bed first. You two should also get some rest. A moment later, he was in the bathroom, the sound of water from the shower running. At the same time, the phone screen lit up with a message notification. He walked over and picked up the phone with a confused expression. In the middle of the night, who's sending me a message? A smile suddenly appeared on Wang Zheng's lips. The Lycan Hypersport is here. Elsewhere, at the Jinling 301 hospital. Miao Miao lay on the hospital bed with lifeless eyes. What do you guys think? Should I call him? Kaizi glanced at her with a weary expression. Stop obsessing. If that Wang Zheng was interested in you, he would have come to Gongsu to find you long ago. It's been over half a month, and not even a single phone call. You should stop thinking about him. But she stubbornly defended her dream man. After all, he's a vice chairman, a high-level executive at Jurong. He must be so busy he forgot. He barely paid attention to her explanation, his attitude clearly helpless. Your man probably has a wife already. I really don't understand girl psychology. Wait until Bebe comes back, then you can tell her. As soon as he finished speaking, Bebe immediately appeared, shouting incessantly. Miao Miao, Miao Miao. She was overjoyed and hurriedly announced. The Lycan Hypersport. It's the Lycan Hypersport. Miao Miao's eyes lit up like stars when she heard this, and she sat up without thinking. He's here? Wang Zheng, is it him? But all she got in return was Bebe's innocent expression. I don't know Wang Zheng. I saw the Lycan Hypersport. Wang Zheng suddenly walked into the room from somewhere, carrying a basket of flowers. It's me. Don't move around. Your leg isn't fully healed yet. Where are you trying to run? She took the opportunity to act coy. I just wanted to move around a little. You're here this time to develop the land in Zhangjiagang. That coquettish trick made Kaizi silently judge her. Girls are really something. He walked over with a friendly demeanor and greeted her. I just came to see how you're recovering, and to give you a gift. As he spoke, the car keys appeared, dangling from Wang Zheng's hand. An outsider like Bebe couldn't help but admire him. He's just like Miao Miao said, handsome and rich. Only Kaizi pouted. Wang Zheng gently tossed the keys in front of her. Take it. It's yours. It seems you're recovering quickly. He didn't forget to give her a friendly reminder. But you still need to be careful. You have to restrain yourself before your leg is fully healed. No racing. Mio nodded enthusiastically, her joy evident on her face. Don't worry, I definitely won't race. You came to Gongsu province and didn't even tell me. Are you planning to stay for a few days? He smiled and replied, his hand making a gesture. About 3 days. Zhu Rong still has business. While they were chatting happily, Wong Jang noticed someone behind him. Pingho glanced at him, his cold tone startling him. Wong Jang. So you're Wong Jang. Wong Jang greeted him blankly. I'm Wong Jang. Who are you? A hint of suspicion had already arisen in his heart. Zhang Pingho, a general of the Su faction, a man above 10,000 people. I didn't expect to meet him here. But he changed his attitude to one of gratitude, smiling and talking cheerfully. Haha, you really look imposing. No wonder my daughter thinks about you all the time. Mr. Wong, this time, it's thanks to you for saving my daughter. Mio was hit where it hurt and quickly intervened. Wang Zheng humbly bowed his head. Uncle Zhang, you're too kind. If I hadn't raced with Mio, this accident wouldn't have happened. Speaking of which, I'm also partly responsible. Wang Zheng's polite attitude made Pingho even more fond of him. Haha, you're a good kid. Let's have a drink tonight. You saved my daughter, so consider it my thanks. He also smiled and replied, then I'll thank you in advance, uncle. At the Xinhui Rinjia, Wang Zheng and Mio's family gathered for a meal. He even cheerfully raised his glass. Mr. Wang, since you've called me uncle, you have to drink with me tonight. He politely raised his glass in response. I'll toast you, uncle. In reality, he was hiding a big secret in his heart. Looking at his attitude, he probably still doesn't know that I beat up his son. I was worried this meal would be a Hongmen banquet. I was overthinking it. Mio, sitting next to him, kindly reminded him, Wang Zheng, don't just drink. Eat something first. Even Li Hua, who was meeting him for the first time, had a good impression of him. Mr. Wang has a kind heart and is humble and cautious. One look and you can tell he comes from a good family. What do your parents do? Wang Zheng frowned in confusion and asked, my parents? Before he could say anything, Mio spoke up and reminded him. Oh my God, Mom, you're asking too many questions. Who asks about someone's parents the first time they meet? But she didn't seem to care. If it's not convenient. Wang Zheng calmly diffused the situation, his expression a little sad. It's okay, Auntie. It's just that I was abandoned as a child and have never met my parents. Although I was later raised by my master, I also ate at other people's houses and wore their clothes during that time. Li Hua's tone softened when she heard this. I'm sorry, I didn't understand the situation. I made you remember sad things. But he still forgave her. It's okay, Auntie. I've never met my parents since I was a child, so what's there to be sad about? Wang Zheng's special circumstances also softened Mio's heart. This man, those days of eating at other people's houses and wearing their clothes. How did he get through it? Pingho, who already had a good impression of him, was now even more impressed. He grinned from ear to ear. A sharp sword is made by grinding, and plum blossoms are fragrant because of the cold. Mr. Wang, you're so young and already the vice chairman of Zhu Rong. You must have gone through a lot of hardship. Come, I'll toast you again. The two of them drank the whole cup of wine in one go. Li Hua took the opportunity to ask about the situation. Mr. Wang, I heard Mio say you're staying here for 2 days to go to Zhangjiagang. He took the opportunity to exchange more information. Yes, I want to do some research on the real estate market in Zhangjiagang. She took the opportunity to ask a series of questions. A big company like Zhu Rong entering the real estate market, why choose a county-level city? Wouldn't it be better to fight the first big battle in the capital? Wang Zheng shook his head in refutation, using all his knowledge to explain. The policies have changed in the past 2 years, which has made it somewhat risky for Zhu Rong to enter the real estate market. We chose Zhangjiagang because we considered its environment and its advantages in all aspects. Li Hua nodded in agreement when she heard this. That makes sense. But in this real estate market, the government's macro control is getting deeper and wider. It's not as easy to make money as you might think. He calmly stated the company's policy. It's still possible. If it's not possible, we'll partner with the government to develop it. After all, I've only thought about getting a few pieces of land at a good price to build low-cost housing and do some things to help the community. This decision of Wang Zheng's made Pingho a little suspicious. Housing prices are so high right now, yet he wants to sell at a low price. He couldn't help but ask curiously, you know that because of your decision, Zhu Rong won't make a profit and might even suffer losses. Why do you want to do this? Wang Zheng explained his ideals. I ate at other people's houses and wore their clothes. I received everyone's kindness, so I naturally thought of doing something useful for the community. His expression hardened, his tone becoming serious. I want to see people's smiles, not their worries about selling their houses. That determination made Li Hua laugh. Although it's a bit idealistic, it's very ambitious. Meanwhile, Ping Ho drank another cup of wine. Then he turned and made an offer to him. Mr. Wong, I've been waiting for you to say that. Mio lost a piece of land to you, and I'll help you resolve it. Although I'm old, I want to be crazy with you young people one more time. Wong Jang didn't hesitate to stand up and show his respect. Then I'll have to trouble you, uncle. No one knew that he had already made a silent calculation. The provincial party secretary of Gongsu province, Zhang Pingho, and the provincial secretary of Jiangning, Su Nanhua, formed the two strongest pillars of the Su faction. He raised his glass and drank it all in one go, a plan already formed in his mind. Starting with real estate, from Gongsu province, the two great pillars of the Su faction will be reduced to one. Just you wait, old man of the Su family. I want to slowly dismantle your power. At the Xuanhui Rinjiao building, Wang Zheng was pushing Mio's wheelchair in front of a luxury car. Pingho sat inside and asked with an expectant expression, "You really don't want to go back with your parents?" She waved her hand in refusal. "Oh, I already said so. It's not easy to get out once. I want to walk around a little more. You and Mom go back first. Wang Zheng is here to protect me, so don't worry." He couldn't persuade his daughter and had to turn to him for help. "Mr. Wong, please take care of Mio." He immediately spoke up to reassure him. "Don't worry, uncle." The sound of Mio's wheelchair on the road was a constant rustle. She took the opportunity to ask, "Wang Zheng, are you really only staying in Jinling for 3 days?" He pushed the wheelchair and replied, "No, I'm going back tomorrow afternoon. I mainly came this time to give you the car. I still need to go back to the capital to handle some things." Mio's expression darkened when she heard this, her tone clearly disappointed. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Suddenly, a loud noise attracted Wang Zheng's attention. Before them were dozens of men in military uniforms pointing their guns at them. Instead of being surprised, he was strangely calm. "So many people. What do you want?" Yang Li announced sternly. "Wang Zheng, we have received orders from our superiors to arrest you." Wang Zheng remained unfazed. "Are you mistaken? I'm an innocent civilian. Looking at their equipment and posture, they're probably Zhang Hongqi's men. I thought he would behave after I injured him, but I didn't expect him to be in such a hurry for revenge." Mio also spoke up in his defense. "Arrest him? What crime did he commit? To need the armed police to intervene? Today, I'll see who dares to touch him." Who would have thought that she would be threatened by the surrounding crowd? "Miss, if you want to obstruct us from carrying out our duties, then don't blame us for being impolite." Suddenly, someone swung their hand, and Wang Zheng slapped Yang Yi hard across the face, adding a warning. "I hate it when people point a gun at my head, and I also hate it when people point a gun at my friends' heads." He started to get angry and didn't hesitate to shout in his face, "Don't be so arrogant. Let me tell you, because you once opened fire on the armed police, when we arrest you, we can be a little more lenient than the strict regulations. Do you understand what I mean?" Wang Zheng strode closer, his hand squeezing the trigger in challenge. "I understand. You have the right to point your gun at me. After the incident, you can claim I was resisting arrest. Are you sure you can hit me even if you shoot?" Yang Yi looked at his colleagues behind him and warned, "There are 15 of us here, less than 2 meters apart. Any one of us can shoot you in the head at any time." But Wang Zheng remained defiant and retorted, "I don't think so. I feel that you are all tired and weak right now. You don't have the strength. You can't even hold up the muzzle of your submachine guns. You especially want to lie down and sleep." That confident attitude made him a little hesitant. He asked in a weak voice, "How did you know?" The soldiers now began to feel weak in their limbs. Wang Zheng, as if waiting for this moment, ran over and snatched Yang Yi's gun. "What are you waiting for? All of you, lie down and sleep for a while." He seemed to be hypnotized and immediately fell to the ground. The rest of them also collapsed one after another. Mio couldn't help but sigh in admiration as she witnessed this scene. What a miraculous trick. He returned to his friend's side and said, "Don't you have anything to ask me?" She replied with a smirk, "Of course I do. But I think it's better if you tell me yourself." Wang Zheng knew he couldn't hide it anymore and confessed everything. "Zhang Hongqi is your brother, right? Last time when I was leaving Jinling, he led a group of armed police to block my way. He probably heard that you had an accident while racing with me, so he came to find me." But Mio still asked calmly, "So, were you injured?" "That bastard Zhang Hongqi. I told him not to worry, but he still decided on his own." A hint of annoyance appeared on his face. "I wasn't injured, but I did injure your brother. He's probably in the hospital right now." She calmly reassured him, not at all worried. "Then it's fine. He's very healthy and has a strong constitution. It's good that you're okay." That very carelessness made Wang Zheng a little surprised. This is the first time I've heard someone describe their own brother like that. The other person just laughed in defense after hearing that. Back at the Zhang Pingho family villa, he was on the phone, his eyebrows furrowed like a monkey's. I know. Li Hua saw this and gently approached him to ask, "What's wrong? What did your daughter, who is so devoted to an outsider, call you about?" Pingho recounted in a low voice, his expression sad. Miao said that Zhang Hongqi was injured by someone. Li Hua heard this and immediately questioned him repeatedly. What? Was it Mr. Wong who hit him? Is Hongqi seriously injured? Pingho's face was quite tense as he recounted sternly. It's minor. Just now, Hongqi even sent a group of armed police with guns to the hospital to block Wang Zhang and Miao. I heard that those armed police didn't know Miao and even pointed a gun at her head. She was so shocked she was speechless, her eyes wanting to eat the enemy alive. What? They dared to point a gun at Miao's head? If Miao is wronged, I will definitely not let them go. He switched to a gentle mode and took his wife's hand, then gently comforted her to soothe her worries. Miao was not wronged. On the contrary, it's Hongqi. He's been stubborn and aggressive since he was a child. With this personality, he was bound to suffer sooner or later. It's a good thing that Wang Jing took away his arrogance. It's better to be slightly injured now than to lose his life later. But Li Hua was still not at ease and was about to run off to check the situation. I have to go see how Hongqi is doing. But Pingho quickly stood up to stop her. You can't go. She was helpless and could only sigh wearily. He suddenly picked up the phone from the table. His voice was low as he gave an order to the person on the other end of the line. Invite the political commissar and the commander of the armed police force of Nanjiang province. Tell them I'm inviting them to dinner. On the other side, a car sped down the road. The phone screen showed a call from someone named Zhang Mingqi. Wang Zhang picked up the phone and was surprised to receive an invitation. You want me to come to the illusory diamond press conference the day after tomorrow? He agreed without hesitation. I'll go. Don't worry. Then he hung up immediately. Suddenly, while driving, Wang Zhang's eyes closed, and he fell into a thoughtful silence. Next, he floored the gas pedal, and the car sped off like a group of sisters on shine. Little did he know that every road he passed was being monitored by Dong Song from another location through a screen. He clapped his hands nonstop and muttered to himself with a smile. Very good, very good. Dong Song glanced in another direction, a deep smile on his face as he asked, What do you all think about the matter between Zhang Hongqi and Wang Zhang? He assessed with a cold expression. I feel that this Wang Zhang is very cunning. He cannot be underestimated. To me, he is a dangerous person. He seemed to be waiting for this moment to utter some harsh words. Then just deal with him. No one can stop the revival of the Chong family. Katie, cowering in a corner, spoke up. As long as you complete the mission the principal gave you, the military academy will definitely help you achieve your ideals. Her vow made Dong Song a little suspicious. David then reported the situation. According to Ma's description, the Chinese expert looks very similar to this young man. If it's really him, then our military academy's China plan may have been exposed. He said with a decisive tone, then we must kill this person. Keeping him alive is definitely a disaster. Katie smiled flirtatiously, her words vague and meaningful. This Wang Zhang is a bit interesting. I'm a little interested in him. Dong Song calmly advised, Katie, you'd better be a little more careful. Chinese men will surprise you. Who would have thought that it would inadvertently trigger a memory in her mind? Speaking of Chinese men, I admire one person very much. But until now, I don't know what he looks like. We've only shaken hands a few times. The three of them exclaimed in unison. Katie replied slowly. His nickname is. Her expression hardened, each word emphasized. The King of Asia. The name, as soon as it was mentioned, attracted the attention of David and Mark. Even Dong Song had to pay attention after hearing it. He pondered, his expression serious. He is indeed a character. But Katie didn't seem to care and just left. I'm going to find out about that Wang Zhang. Goodbye. At the capital Jia Seafood City, Wang Zhang stood in front of the tall building and judged in his heart. The place Li Mingho mentioned on the phone must be here. What surprise could this place have? Mingho had been waiting at the door and beckoned. Let's go. The surprise for you is all ready. He hadn't seen his old friend in a long time and took the opportunity to offer some praise. Surprise or not, we'll talk about it later. Your business is doing very well. He led Wang Zhang inside and pressed the elevator button. Mingho then began to explain. It's all thanks to the government officials. All the banquets and feasts are held at my place. The daily profit can reach over 1.1 million. He took the opportunity to ask more. How many hotels like this do you have in total? He then revealed his huge fortune. There are 5 districts in the capital in total, and each district has 2 or 3. The hotels in Nanjiang and Jiangning provinces are also almost finished. By then, we will have a base in 2 wealthy provinces. Wong Jang was impressed after hearing this. Why didn't I notice this before? You have a good head for business. But Mingho humbly denied it. I'm not sure. The general manager I hired has an MBA from a U.S. news university. He nodded in understanding, muttering his assessment. Not bad, not bad. Suddenly, something occurred to Wong Jang, and he quickly suggested, by the way, where is the surprise you mentioned? Mingho then remembered the important matter, slapping his head in remorse. I was just talking about the hotel. I almost forgot. Then he clapped his hands as if signaling someone. He looked behind him and ordered, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the door creaked open. Shijua walked into the room with a cold expression. Wang Zheng was overjoyed when he saw him. Lin Shijua. Wang Zheng couldn't contain his curiosity and quickly asked, what have you been doing with him this past month? He's changed so much. Mingho grabbed a chair and replied, I threw him on a deserted island. That island is a secret base for manufacturing chemical weapons. Hearing this, he was surprised. You left him alone on Dianzhong Island? He corrected the information. And I didn't give him any weapons. His achievements will definitely surprise you. As soon as he uttered a few words, Wang Zheng's eyes lit up like stars. Tell me. Mingho glanced at Shijua and slowly recounted the journey. Dianzhong Island is a total of 47 square kilometers. Lin Shijua lived there for 24 days and dealt with 459 demons, almost destroying half the base. He then opened his mouth to speak, looking at Wang Zheng. Thank you for using this method to increase my strength. He patted his shoulder friendly, his voice sweet and reassuring. Don't be so polite. We're all family now. It didn't stop there. Mingho pulled out another small, mysterious wooden box. There was also an unexpected harvest. He opened the box, and inside was a blue, spherical test tube. Wang Zheng picked up the strange object and examined it. Something found in the base. Mingho switched to a serious tone and explained, only this test tube was held by the military commander, the only person with the authority to open it. I guess it's the treasure of Dianzhong Island. Lin Shijua brought it back. When we have time, we'll take it to the relevant chemical testing departments. He looked at Shijua and teased him with a smile. Do you know how to play? He immediately stepped forward to defuse the situation. The conversation returned to a cheerful atmosphere. I've already taught him. He's very talented. Wang Zheng raised his wine glass in a toast. Welcome to our side. The two of them drank it all in one go. In the middle of the night at the Zhurong building, Wang Zheng was staring at the clock in a daze, waiting. It's already this late. Sure should be off work by now, right? Suddenly, Ning Xia ran out from somewhere, her face covered in tears and snot. Su Feng. She ran at full speed towards her lover. Ning Xia sobbed and called his name. Su Feng. But all she got in return was a sad shake of his head. Ning Xia, we're really over. Don't come looking for me anymore. This is hurting both of us. Wang Zheng, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly said, oh, so her name is Ning Xia. She covered her face and sobbed, her voice breaking. Why? Why? Does it have to be this way? From the beginning, we've known each other for so many years. Why has it become like this after less than a year in the capital? Su Feng sadly advised, forget me, Ning Xia. Go back to your hometown. But Ning Xia refused to give up, shouting for a reason. Why? What's wrong with you? He clenched his fists, his emotions pouring out of his mouth. Ning Xia, don't you understand? The two of us in the capital will never have a good life. Even if we buy a 40 square meter house, it will cost 1,000,000 yuan. Even the down payment for a mortgage is nearly 300,000 yuan. He shouted as if he wanted the whole world to hear. 300,000 yuan. Even if I save 1,000 yuan a month, it will take 300 months, which is exactly 25 years. Then he switched to a helpless tone and complained. Ning Xia, you're too naive. The feelings you cherish so much are just a burden to me, a heavy responsibility. Ning Xia had nothing more to say but to reproach him. Su Feng, you've changed. You're not the same guy you used to be. Su Feng didn't dare to look her in the eye, only lowering his head to avoid her gaze. Ning Xia, don't blame me. If you have to blame someone, blame this damn society. Then he got into the car and drove away, leaving her all alone on the deserted road. Ning Xia's heart broke even more, and she cried her eyes out. Boo-hoo. At the fashion award, the gorgeously dressed models made the reporters exclaim in admiration. This fashion award has invited so many celebrities. The necklaces and diamonds they're wearing are all so beautiful. Mingqi stood in the middle of the red carpet and confidently gave a speech. Thank you, distinguished guests, for attending the fashion award of Owling Diamonds. At the same time, at Su Tianran's house, the sound of tearing paper was heard. Tianran muttered curses under his breath. Let them be smug for a while. I want to see how far you can go in this capital. Then his expression changed to a sinister and terrifying smile. It's been a long time since I've had an opponent like this. On the contrary, it proves I'm not soft. Backstage at the fashion award, Mingqi was sleeping soundly on a chair. Suddenly, someone came and stroked her head. Wong Jang gently comforted her, even though he knew she couldn't hear. If you're tired, then rest. Then he thoughtfully took off his coat and covered Mingqi with it, before turning and walking out the door. Not long after, at the Ruelon restaurant, Wong Jang sat opposite her and raised his glass in a toast. To your success. Cheers. The two of them clinked glasses intimately. Mingqi playfully asked, what else? He indulged her and flattered her some more. For the unattainable goal, we have finally reached this step today. Thank you. She took the opportunity to demand, thank me? What will you thank me with? Wang Zhang's tone suddenly changed to one of remorse. I know, for my own selfish reasons, I almost ruined your life. Yet Mingqi replied with tolerance. Actually, even if you didn't tell me, I would have found out sooner or later. I really don't mean to blame you. She even smiled brightly, showing her gratitude. So, Wang Zhang, I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to you, I was able to find myself. Wang Zhang was also somewhat relieved. I understand your suffering. What you're going through now, I've been through before. No matter what, I should be the one saying thank you. Mingqi then expressed her feelings. Wang Zhang, although our first meeting wasn't very pleasant, I still feel very lucky to have met you. At the train station in Huijing City, Yunnan Province, people began to flock here, creating a noisy and bustling space. Sheng Fei emerged from the bustling crowd and said, You're Shurshu's bodyguard. Is it really okay for you to not be in the capital these days? Wang Zhang waved his hand, as if to say not to worry. You don't need to worry about that side. It wasn't easy for Zhang Mingqi to give you a 10-day break. You're already eager to get to that battlefield. He said that, but in his heart, he thought, with Lin Shijua here, Shurshu will definitely be safe. Sheng Fei's eyes flickered slightly. Her life seemed to be filled with unspoken sorrows. Because that's where my father once went. Suddenly, Jing Yu and his gang approached her with malicious intent. The man's dirty hand brazenly reached out, aiming straight for Sheng Fei's chest. Fortunately, he noticed in time, quickly grabbing his hand and twisting it, causing Jing Yu to cry out in pain. Enraged that his plan was foiled, he hissed angrily. What do you want to do? Are you tired of living? This fool didn't even know his own strength and rushed forward to fight Wang Zhang. Let go of my damn hand. Jing Yu's wrist was squeezed tightly by Wang Zhang, and a sharp pain shot through him. He fell to his knees helplessly, still squealing like a stuck pig. Just then, his aggressive teammates immediately rushed forward to save him. Let him go. Passers-by who saw this scene were disgusted. Another fight. Let's go, before we get involved. In that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed one of the underlings. The force from Wu Ling's hand was so strong that the man stumbled and fell. In a flash, he had pinned him to the ground. An underling in the group, who feared nothing, questioned them. Who are you guys? You want to meddle in other people's business? Without waiting for anyone to speak, the whole group charged forward with weapons, determined to fight the strangers. Wu Ling decisively kneed him hard in the stomach, making the man spit blood. As quick as lightning, he knocked out another one with a perfect takedown. Wang Zhang, who witnessed this embarrassing scene, looked on with contempt. Can't even take one hit. With the matter resolved, Wu Ling approached him to greet him. After you contacted me, I've been waiting here. Hearing this, Wang Zhang gently reminded him. You came really fast. Move this trash to the side. Don't let it affect the tourists entering the station. Since he was here, he took the opportunity to make a request. Let's go. Show us the results of your 3 months. Wu Ling pointed to his impressive car, his voice full of unconcealed pride. Okay, my car is over here. I won't disappoint you. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed him a glass vial containing an unknown substance. The words that came out of Wang Zhang's mouth were all mysterious, leaving everyone who heard them stunned. Soak your clothes in water with this. I guarantee there won't be any problems for half a year. Hearing this, Wu Ling held the treasure tightly in his hand and respectfully invited them. Please get in the car. The two sluggish cars finally started moving after a long wait that felt like a Korean drama. While the group was busy on their way, Katie had been secretly watching everything from who knows when. It's unknown what she was planning, but her face showed a proud and arrogant expression. Several hours later, the car continued to roll along the deserted, single-lane road. Sheng Fei sat in the car, constantly clicking her tongue in admiration as she looked around. The scenery is so beautiful. Wang Zhang glanced out after hearing her and took the opportunity to crush the joy that had just sparked in her. It's really beautiful. But behind this beauty lies deadly danger. Sheng Fei frowned, feeling really annoyed, and immediately asked for a proper explanation. Why do you say that? He glanced out the window and quickly explained, this place is the Golden Triangle. This place has beautiful scenery, but also the dirtiest activities. It's an extremely dangerous place. As soon as she knew where she was going, her face exploded with worry. This place is the Golden Triangle? Wong Jang wasn't surprised by her expression. He just smiled and reassured her, don't be afraid. I'm here. With that, he pointed into the distance. Over there are the poppy fields. Entering the training area, they saw small groups diligently training for potential future dangers. Standing on the observation deck, Wu Ling turned to ask, his voice unable to hide his pride. What do you think? Wong Jang leaned against the railing and said flatly, it's average. Is this the training plan you came up with? He nodded immediately, confirming without hesitation. But I feel this training intensity is already very high. After all, they are not special forces soldiers who have been selected over and over again. Wong Jang, leaning against the railing beside him, shook his head slightly and expressed his opinion. You and I were also new and trained gradually. This is the Golden Triangle. Only the strong can survive. Looking at these new recruits, the training intensity still needs to be doubled. He took the opportunity to glance down at the group training diligently and asked, tell me about your 5th detachment. As soon as he mentioned it, Wu Ling couldn't hide his pride. I dare not say that. The 5th detachment's combat effectiveness is very strong. Moreover, they are very united. Hearing these words, Wong Jang was momentarily confused. Why do you say that? He pointed down at the crowd and continued. Besides the people who came to me, the other 200 or so people are mostly from a village in Myanmar. Later, their village was massacred by Sha Kuan's army. He explained a little. Sha Kuan is the biggest drug lord in the Golden Triangle. He has over 200 subordinates. His nickname is the Opium Emperor. At this moment, Wu Ling's voice was extremely firm. They have hatred in their hearts. For revenge, they dare to do anything. Hearing this, he was also very curious about his future plans. What do you plan to do after this? He seriously analyzed the general psychological state of everyone. The anger suppressed in their hearts must always be released. Otherwise, there will definitely be chaos. After speaking, Wu Ling walked down the stairs and casually stated his plan. A few more days of training, then we'll take over a few small tribes. We need to get some practice first. Only then did Wong Jang get a clear look at each person in the courtyard. He took the opportunity to voice his doubts. Which part of Sha Kuan's forces was responsible for the massacre of their village? He immediately replied. It was a team led by a Thai man named Li Na. He used to be independent, but later submitted to Sha Kuan. He has about 1,000 subordinates under him, and they are well equipped. Seeing his brother's difficulties, Wong Jang offered to help. A team of about 1,000 people is not small. If I call my comrades from Langya, how many people do you think it would take to wipe them out? Although he was offered support, Wu Ling didn't want to cause him any more trouble. Just give me 10 people, and I can wipe them all out. Receiving a satisfactory answer, he nodded in approval. It's difficult. In Long Lin, one person would be enough to deal with them. At that moment, Sheng Fei, who was standing behind, had to widen her eyes in disbelief. My father is that strong? Wang Zheng appeared calm in the face of her emotions, looking up at the sky. If the battlefield is an art, then your father is definitely a famous artist. At this point, it was Wu Ling's turn to be extremely shocked by the identity of the person in front of him. This girl is a descendant of Long Lin? He seemed to realize something and said, Right, give me a car. I have to go somewhere. I'll be back in a day or two. He obeyed without question. I'll have someone prepare it. Wang Zheng turned to look at Sheng Fei and instructed, We'll leave tomorrow. You rest today. She agreed immediately. Okay. Time passed quietly. On the morning of the second day, she stood silently by the curtain, taking in all the activities of the people outside the transparent glass. Wang Zheng was very impressed with Wu Ling's thoughtfulness. You're so considerate. You even prepared mosquito coils. Receiving praise from him, he became a bit more smug. Of course, since you brought a girl with you. If you came alone, I wouldn't even have prepared a sleeping bag for you. Wang Zheng, sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't help but ask the person next to him, We're almost there. Are you scared? Sheng Fei, beside him, honestly expressed, I'm a little nervous. At this point, according to the route, the car was crossing a bumpy road, which made him exclaim, I've never seen roads like this before. Wang Zheng seemed to realize that this trip would be very difficult, but he still didn't forget to tease her. This is just the beginning. Brother Sheng's daughter won't be scared by these things, right? At this moment, Wang Zheng seemed to be reminiscing about old memories. Before, when I went out with him, he always drove. I sat in the passenger seat. He was very focused. I would talk, but he wouldn't react. Later, he said. Responsibility to my brothers cannot be taken lightly. Later, he let me drive. He sat in the passenger seat. While driving, I would listen to him talk about you. He told me everything. The more he spoke, the more emotional he became. Remembering it, I feel like I've watched you grow up. Hearing these words, Shang Fei's eyes were filled with love. So my father mentioned me so often. Wong Jang, afraid she was tired, reminded her, of course he did. You should sleep for a while. This place is still far from that battlefield. After a long 10 hours, the car finally stopped. At the same time, Shang Fei also woke up. Are we there yet? Is it that small mountain? Wang Jang got out of the car and calmly answered her question. Yes, it's the mountain in front. That's it. With this place as the center, within a 10-kilometer radius, this is the final battlefield of Long Lin. I'll take you up the mountain. As he walked, he instructed Shang Fei. From now on, you must follow me closely. The area ahead is full of mines. Be extremely careful. When they reached a tree, Wang Jang excitedly pointed at it like a child, showing off his achievement. Look at this tree. I once shot through 3 people's heads with 1 shot from this tree. But those feelings were quickly extinguished, replaced by a sad sense of loss. Although the combat strength of each soldier in our team was very strong, in the end, we were still flesh and blood. In one instance, when the enemy used heavy firepower, half of our team members were lost. Suddenly, Wang Jang pointed in another direction. Shang Fei, look over there. Back then, Brother Shang and I came to this spot. There were enemies ambushing us there. Mentioning her family, she couldn't hold back the welling emotions inside. My father, he sacrificed himself here. At this moment, he was just as deeply saddened by his passing as Shang Fei. At that time, I was completely exhausted. By the time I realized the danger, it was too late. I should have been the one who got shot, but I never expected Brother Shang to pull me behind him. He took a bullet straight on. Since they were both at the place where Shang Fei's father fell, Wang Jang took the opportunity to suggest, let's go. I'll take you to Brother Shang's grave. The pain of losing his brother had become a dull ache in his heart. After I killed the enemy, I carried Brother Shang's body for several days. But the situation at that time didn't allow me to bring him back. So I found a place to bury him. I'm sorry. Wang Jang looked up at the sky, trying to hold back the tears threatening to spill. That place is much further than here. We'll drive over there. At this point, Shang Fei could no longer control her emotions. She hugged Wang Jang tightly and burst into tears like a child. As someone who had been through it, he somewhat understood her state of mind and gently patted her to comfort her. Just cry. A long while later, Wang Jang stopped in front of a tall, ancient tree that had been marked beforehand. This is the place. I even carved an S on it to mark it. Shang Fei's emotional defenses completely collapsed. She covered her mouth with her hand to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes. At this moment, he spoke with utmost solemnity. Brother Shang, I brought Shang Fei to visit you. The Shang Fei you talked about every day has now become a young woman. What do you think? Are you happy? With that, Wang Jang placed the backpack he was carrying on the ground and took out 2 bottles of liquor he had prepared. I still remember you liked to drink, even though your tolerance was terrible. Every time you sneaked 2 glasses, the captain would catch you. Then he chugged an entire bottle of liquor to pour out the feelings in his heart. Next, Wang Jang used the other bottle, pouring it onto the ground as a tribute to his late friend. But it's fine now. I brought you 2 bottles of Nanjiang's specialty liquor. Enough for you to drink to your heart's content. Finishing the ritual, he turned and placed a hand on Shang Fei's shoulder, reminding her as she drowned in sorrow. Don't just cry. Say something to your dad. Hearing these words, she tried to suppress her emotions, adjusted her breathing, and spoke. Dad, you were a good comrade, a great soldier, but not a good father. But I don't blame you. Comrade Shang, you were a man with ideals. Standing beside her and witnessing all this, he was also somewhat affected by her mood. At that exact moment, from a distance, a gun barrel was aimed straight at Wang Jang's head. Having observed their every move all this time, Katie couldn't help but sigh. A man with a story like that. I really don't have the heart to kill him. Saying that, she continued to look through the scope, but without her knowing, Wang Jang had already spotted her. Seeing this, Katie was extremely surprised by his sharpness. Did he spot me? Immediately, she turned around, packed up her things, and wanted to leave the scene as quickly as possible. She didn't hesitate to sprint deep into the forest. After their reunion, the 2 of them got into the car to move to the next station. Inside the car, Wang Jang couldn't focus on driving, his mind preoccupied with what had just happened. If they wanted to assassinate me, why did they hesitate to strike? And why keep following me? On Wu Ling's side, as soon as he saw Wang Jang arrive, he spoke up. I got news. Our team is 50 kilometers away from their camp. They just raided a poppy field, got a huge haul, and are on their way back. He was extremely satisfied with the good news he just received. That's great. Lead your men. Tonight, we'll take advantage of the situation. He immediately agreed. I'll go rally the guys and prepare a few things. Hearing the conversation between the two, Sheng Fei hesitated, wanting to ask about her own role. What about me? I want to go too. Because Wong Jang seemed to predict that this battle would be fraught with danger, he made his stance clear. No need. You just stay here. There's a bunker under your bed. Just hide in there. A while later, a squad had assembled, everyone standing in a straight line awaiting orders. Having prior experience, he equipped himself extremely thoroughly. Meanwhile, Wu Ling was intimidated by the pile of weapons on him. It's just a small ambush. Do you really need to bring all this gear? He shook his head, showing his dissatisfaction with his attitude. Don't underestimate them. I'll say it one more time. We don't need to wait until tonight to act. We just need to ambush them on the road they'll definitely pass through, and we can make our move. Then, a convoy of vehicles appeared, weaving through the treacherous, mountainous terrain. Wong Jang lay on the cliff, waiting for the prey to fall into the net. Seeing the target enter the zone, he immediately gave a hand signal. Upon receiving the signal, Wu Ling turned to instruct his teammates. Once the gunfire starts and you see the car explode, everyone must throw all the grenades you have. Realizing the time was right, Wong Jang opened fire on the enemies. A few unlucky cars ate lead and burst into fierce flames. The recent shock helped Chung Wu quickly grasp the current situation. He panicked and screamed into the walkie-talkie. We're under attack. The enemy numbers are small. Quickly organize a defense. The cars in the back, turn around right now. As for Wu Ling, he didn't hesitate to shout loudly. Following Wu Ling's voice was a rain of grenades thrown down from above by his men. Each car in the convoy was blown up in a continuous chain of explosions caused by the grenades raining down. Wong Jang seized the opportunity, leaping straight down from the cliff, reaching the scene before anyone else. In a hidden corner unnoticed by anyone, someone was aiming right at his head like locking in a Shopee order. Katie used the sniper rifle's professional scope to closely watch his every move. Such professional movement. Sniper rifles are hard to aim. One look and you can tell he's a master. This trip to Huaxia is getting more and more interesting. At the same time, the clash ended swiftly as the criminals continuously surrendered to Wu Ling's elite troops. Sensing things were going south, Chung Wu didn't say a word and bolted. Before he could even lift his foot, he was shot and rolled over. He logged off without even a chance to fight back. Chung Wu's body collapsed as a warning to the cowards kneeling on the ground. Wu Ling let out a breath and roared, "Avenge our families. Kill them all." And just like that, the bloody retaliation ended in the brilliant sunset. Having finished everything, Wong Jang instructed him on the next steps. Have some men clean up the battlefield. Then take the heavy weapons from the base camp. Leave nothing for anyone. Before Wu Ling could reply, he quickly turned around as if he had something extremely urgent to do. You head back now. Remember to keep an eye on Sheng Fei. I have some things to take care of. He nodded, agreeing instantly. Be careful. As soon as the matter was settled, Wong Jang dashed off into the woods as if he had a date with the trees. Choosing a tree large enough to rest, he climbed up, panting and muttering to himself. I need to see who's been following me. As the night deepened, the atmosphere in the forest became suspiciously quiet. Suddenly, someone raised a scope, pinpointing the target through the thick, gloomy foliage. The silenced barrel quietly spat out a bullet, but the faint sound still echoed in the eerie silence of the forest. The mysterious opponent on the other side immediately unleashed a barrage of throwing stars without holding back. Wong Jang pulled his eye away from the scope, silently praising them. Missed. This person's skills are no joke. With absolute precision, he fired 3 shots in a row, neutralizing the throwing stars while they were still midair. The urge to get to the bottom of this made Wong Jang immediately leave his position to hunt down the mysterious figure. I have to find out who that is. Not making Wong Jang wait long, Katie left her hiding spot and appeared before him. He was extremely curious about her identity. Who are you? You've been following me for days. She didn't care. Who I am isn't important. I just want to know who you are. As she spoke, Katie took off her gloves to move more freely. A master who only uses martial arts and can force back the dark military academy definitely isn't some nameless nobody abroad. Wong Jang seemed to realize the intentions of the person in front of him. He also threw the gun in his hand to the ground. Think whatever you want. Your gloves are special. I've seen old Mars use them. She was extremely surprised to hear him mention that name. You mean the principal? You fought the principal. To explain, Mars is the founder of the Dark Military Academy, self-proclaimed principal. His English name is Mars, which means the god of war in ancient Greek. Wong Jang calmly admitted one thing. I couldn't beat him. Even though he's old, he's very fast. Katie shook her head, showing disbelief at what he just revealed. But as far as I know, among all the people who have fought the principal, only 2 survived. Besides Antonio from the Ideal Kingdom, the other is Eric Lee from the Atlantic Alliance. Contrary to her seriousness, he spoke with a teasing tone. I only said I couldn't beat him. I can still run, you know. Taking that opportunity, Katie proposed a sparring match. Since I've met someone with your skills today, I definitely have to have a proper fight with you. With that, she gathered momentum and used her legs to leap high into the air. Right after, Katie dashed swiftly toward where Wong Jang was standing. He struggled to block her sudden attack. Wong Jang's face couldn't hide his surprise. Is this girl really that strong? Katie launched another vicious kick, but luckily he managed to dodge it in time. He immediately used both hands to strike Katie's shoulders to reduce her power. She was knocked backward, but didn't forget to throw out an arrogant remark. How was that? Not bad, right? Wong Jang nodded dismissively. Indeed, not bad. Want me to feel it again? It seemed his provocation worked. She quickly regained her momentum and lunged forward. Then give it a try. Wong Jang looked at Katie moving so fast she seemed to multiply, and sighed inwardly. As expected, this girl is a true disciple of old Mars. She's really fast. She didn't hold back, gifting him a flurry of punches. Realizing that if this dragged on, his stamina would soon be depleted, Wong Jang decisively unleashed a move that completely caught Katie off guard. Quickly regaining her composure, she immediately used the heels of her shoes to break. Then Katie gathered momentum and took a few steps back to dodge Wong Jang's attack. Wong Jang gently massaged his arm and spoke modestly. Just lucky. I just happened to catch the trajectory of your punches. She didn't want to clash with him, so she issued a warning. I'm from the Dark Military Academy. I hope you won't interfere with our academy's business in Huaxia. Hearing this, his face immediately hardened, losing the relaxed demeanor from earlier. Then I'm sorry. I hope your side doesn't do anything harmful to Huaxia. Otherwise, I will definitely get involved. Not only did Katie not take him seriously, but she also casually flipped her hair, looking full of anticipation. If that day really comes, it'll definitely be when you and I go all out. To be honest, I really don't dare to imagine a life or death situation between us. Wong Jang found her actions extremely grating, so he pointed right at her face and warned, I think your academy should restrain itself, especially in Huaxia. She raised both hands, pretending to look helpless. So what about Huaxia? What the principal decides, you alone can't stop it. Seeing Katie casually spilling internal information, Wong Jang was extremely puzzled. Telling me all this, aren't you afraid I'll leak the news to the Ideal Kingdom and the Atlantic Alliance? She laughed at his naivety. If I can tell you, naturally I'm not afraid of you telling others. Wong Jang didn't care. He bent down to pick up the gun he had thrown earlier. I know you didn't use your full strength today. I hope next time we can have a satisfying fight. After his words, Katie suddenly blew a kiss and left a parting remark. Try again next time. In the next moment, she quickly jumped into the bushes to hide. Meanwhile, his mind was a mess. The Dark Military Academy? This is going to be a tough problem. The next morning at the base, as soon as Wu Ling saw Wong Jang walk in, he spoke first. Is there someone in the Golden Triangle Forest capable of threatening you like this? He stopped at the edge of the table and put down his gun, speaking calmly. There are many experts in the world. You'll meet them later. How is Sheng Fei? Seeing this, he didn't ask any more questions. She's fine. She's waiting for you in the room. At this moment, Wong Jang, who was busy packing, suddenly spoke up. Wait for me to change my pants. Then call Sheng Fei. We're going back tomorrow. Wu Ling was confused. So soon. He smiled and explained patiently. Yes, there are still many things to handle in the capital. After I leave, you arrange the resources you have now. Be careful not to waste them. He said that, but in his heart, he was thinking something else. The Su family is having a birthday celebration for Old Master Su. Hearing this, he didn't ask any more questions and agreed. Yes, I'll prepare a car for you tomorrow. Hearing a noise from the living room, Sheng Fei came out to check the situation. She was very worried when she saw him still in his military uniform. Why are you dressed like this? Were you in any danger? Afraid she would overthink, Wong Jang went over and patted her head to reassure her. It's nothing. I fought a battle and wasn't injured. No one in this world can hurt me. In the capital, at this moment, he couldn't stop praising a certain character. As expected of the provincial party secretary, Zhang Pingho, he has already resolved the matter of the 1,000 square meter plot of land in Zhangjiagang, and it's on the North 2nd Ring Road. Sure also agreed with Wong Jang's view and added, Moreover, he only requires us to pay 80% of the original price. If our Jurong can help Zhangjiagang bring in 2 universities, then he is willing to give us the land for free as a thank you gift. He was a little surprised by the amount of information she mentioned. Bring in universities? Does he feel that the talent reserve in Zhangjiagang is not keeping up? Sure directly confirmed. That's the truth. Realizing that Wong Jang still had many questions about this issue, she analyzed further. You see, Zhangjiagang is considered one of the top 3 counties in the country. The demand for talent is huge, but there isn't a single engineering school. He was extremely satisfied with this action. This is a good idea. Don't many universities have cooperative relationships with Jurong? You can send someone to discuss with them. Sure didn't spare any praise for Wong Jang's judgment of character. Lu Xian's commercial also brought a large sum to Jurong's home appliance industry. You have a good eye. He stretched wearily but still spoke with a confident voice. Of course. You continue to resolve these matters. I have something else to do. We'll talk when I get back. At the luxurious Xinyue Hotel. Note: Su Fuhua is a founding father of the People's Republic of China, a veteran of the 3 dynasties. The 80th birthday celebration of Old Master Su was held at the Xinyue Hotel. At this time, many influential figures in society had gathered in the main hall. Wang Zheng and Mingqi walked into the party side by side. Let's go inside. Let's go. As for Tianran, he stood at the reception area, smiling warmly to welcome the distinguished guests. Mingqi, Wang Zheng, welcome. Today is my grandfather's birthday celebration. Many guests have come. The atmosphere is so lively. Mingqi smiled professionally and greeted Tianran politely. I've wanted to visit Old Master Su for a long time. I've been too busy recently, and it's been delayed until now. He also replied gracefully. Grandpa often mentions you. Please come in. Then Tianran looked at the person next to her and was a little surprised. Why is it you? At this moment, his mind couldn't help but associate him with the image of Wang Zheng holding Long. It's him. He naturally extended his hand to show goodwill. Why can't it be me? This is our official meeting. My name is Wang Zheng. Tianran quickly regained his composure. He shook his hand to show his agreement. Su Tianming, please come in. Inside, Su Fuhua was already dressed and seated, ready to preside over the banquet. At this moment, a group of people walked up to him and bowed respectfully. Hello, Chief. We've come to celebrate your birthday. Seeing that they were polite, Fuhua didn't want to make things difficult. You guys, it's been a long time since you visited me. Now that you're all here, you must have a few drinks with me. Suddenly, Nuanu exclaimed as if she had recognized someone. She ran over to Wang Zheng without any regard for etiquette and introduced him. Grandpa, this is my friend, Wang Zheng. I've often mentioned him to you. He's the one who helped me teach that hooligan on the train a lesson. He bowed his head slightly and spoke in a solemn voice. Hello, Mr. Su. May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea and your longevity rival the southern mountains. Fuhua was very pleased with these wishes. Good. Truly a promising young man. But where no one was looking, his face was full of resentment. The destruction of Long Lin, the casualties of so many brothers, and my exile abroad are all related to this damn old man. The distance between me and him is only 3 meters. I could totally kill him with one shot. Seeing Wang Zheng's mood sink, Mingqi reached out and held his hand to comfort him. He also noticed, but still couldn't control the chaotic thoughts in his mind. If I make a move, Sheng Fei, Zhang Mingqi, Shengwan Shishir, they will definitely be implicated. Not to mention rebuilding Long Lin. I can't let hatred cloud my judgment. The next moment, Mingqi shyly asked Fuhua, Mr. Su, I'm Mingqi. Do you still remember me? Hearing this, he smiled and praised her. Mingqi, of course I remember. I often hear Tianren mention you. In the blink of an eye, you've become such a beautiful young lady. Wang Chong, standing next to him, was a little curious about his demeanor. Wang Zheng, looking at your style, you must have been a soldier before, right? He didn't deny it. I was a soldier 4 years ago. I was discharged later. The man continued to flatter him. Very good. Rank doesn't matter. Anyone who has been a soldier is a good person. Suddenly, Han Baohua emerged from the crowd with a kind smile. That's right. This young man, I like him too. Seeing his brother had arrived, Fuhua immediately stood up to support Baohua. Brother Han, why are you so late? He smiled and spoke with a sincere voice. A comrade's birthday celebration. I have to attend. But this time, there's an unexpected joy. His expression became surprised and very curious. What unexpected joy? Without keeping Fuhua waiting, Baohua turned and pointed towards Wang Zheng, saying, It's this young man. I've been looking for him for a while. I like him very much. He's young, but more mature and stable than some young people today. At this moment, Beijiang tactfully came over to help him. Uncle Han, let's not stand and talk. There's not much time left. Let's go to the banquet. Then Fu Hua and Bao Guo walked in together. He took the opportunity to suggest, Brother Han, let's us old folks sit at one table, and let the young ones sit on one side. We can reminisce about the old days. It's been a long time. We must have a few drinks today. He felt that he was not as vigorous as before and politely refused. My old body can't take it. How about I find someone to drink for me? Fu Hua pretended to be surprised. Brother Han, what game are you playing? Bao Guo slowly pleaded. Brother Su, look at you. We're old friends. What trick could I be playing? Suddenly, someone at the table interrupted. Brother Han, our table is all old comrades. It's not appropriate for you to call a junior over. The other person didn't think so. It's fine. Consider it adding some youthful energy. Besides, I also want to see who Brother Han has his eye on. Hearing these words, Fu Hua happily agreed. All right then, let's do as Brother Han says. Then Bao Guo gently waved at the person in front of him. Tianran immediately stood up to greet the approaching person. Uncle Han, why are you here? Want to have a few drinks? Tu Su pointed towards the table where Fu Hua was sitting and said, The old man of your family told you to call Wong Jang over to his table. These words made Wong Jang extremely surprised. He wants me to go over there? In his heart, he wondered, what right do I have to sit at that table? Wong Jang couldn't help but look at Xiaonan and Zai's faces. Is this the real background? At this moment, the space began to get noisy, with lively chatter. Who is he? I've never seen him before. To be able to sit at the same table as Su Tianran, he must not be a simple character. Maybe he's the young master of some family. Even if his status is not ordinary, he can't sit at that table. So what kind of status does he have? Tu Su could only mumble to get through it. Don't ask anymore, just come with me. Then Wang Jing confidently walked towards Fu Hua. Seeing someone approaching, Bao Guo was all smiles. Wang Jing, sit next to me. Seeing him speak, everyone at the table turned their attention to him. Being scrutinized from head to toe, Wang Jing felt a sense of dissatisfaction. A bunch of old fools. Why are you staring at me like that? He waited for the other to settle down before introducing him. Brother Su, I have no arrangements. Wang Jing is not a junior I brought. Just consider us friends despite the age gap. These words surprised him. In his heart, he was full of questions. What is this old man plotting? I've only met him once, and we haven't even spoken much. Hearing Bao Guo's introduction, the person next to him quickly added, friends despite the age gap? For Brother Han to be friends with you despite the age gap, I'm afraid it's like birds of a feather flock together. Fu Hua, who was just scrutinizing him, now didn't make things difficult. Brother Han, I don't mean anything. But for this Mr. Wong to be so highly regarded by you, he must have some outstanding qualities. Why don't you introduce him to everyone? He was just waiting for this and boasted to everyone. Wang Jing is a good soldier. It's a pity he's not in my team. If he were in the capital, he would at least be a captain by now. We can't let such talent go to waste. In contrast to the others, Su Hai spoke with a contemptuous tone. Brother Han, he's only in his 20s. Even if he's good, could he be a captain under you? I also heard that your dog was raised by this guy. You think so highly of him. Is it because he raises dogs for you? These words made Bao Guo's expression turn grim. His words were gentle, but the meaning was very clear. Brother Su, you shouldn't be so harsh on others, lest you regret it. Fu Hua saw the tense atmosphere and quickly intervened. Brother Han, Brother Su, today is my birthday celebration. Please give me some face. As soon as the words were out, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. The fully armed group strode in decisively. The leader shouted without any courtesy, Who is Wang Jing? Hearing his name called, he stepped forward without hesitation. I am. The group identified their target and prepared to act. Arrest him. This decisiveness made Tu Su unable to bear it. He slammed the table in anger. I am the commander of the capital military region, Han Tu Su. Who gave you the authority to act so recklessly? The status of the person in front of them couldn't make the group yield. Their tone was extremely rude. The commander of the capital military region can't manage the affairs of the Jiangnan Garrison Command. These two matters are related. Even Han Tu Su doesn't have the right to stop me from arresting people here. Fang He, who had been behind them all along, suddenly spoke up. If he doesn't have the right, what about me? Fang He sized up the person in front of him from head to toe. His words carried no threat, but were extremely powerful. Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, from the Jiangnan Garrison Command, right? These words made Ming Huang jump. He stammered. Report to the chief. Yes, sir. He was calm, each word spoken slowly but with a hidden meaning. Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, if I want to protect the person you want to arrest, do you think that's possible? He was put in a difficult position, unable to meet the demand for a moment. Chief, this matter. Wong Jang is the person our commander personally ordered to be arrested, so I can't do as you wish. The unsatisfactory answer made him slightly displeased. In a moment, he gave an order. Wang Xiang, call Xiao Kuo. Tell him to come to the capital to see me in 3 hours. If not, I will demote him from his position as garrison commander. These words scared Ming Huang so much his face changed. He swallowed hard. What is this old man's background? On the other side, Wang Xiang carried out the order without delay, quickly bringing over the phone that was already connected. Xiao Kuo wants to talk to you. He quickly took it and immediately updated the situation. Reporting to the commander, I am arresting a suspect. I'm facing some difficulties at the scene right now. A very urgent voice came from the phone. What difficulties? You get back here right now. Get back here. As soon as the phone was hung up, he quickly ordered a retreat. Dismissed. Ming Huang turned around, feeling wronged for being scolded for no reason. The arrest order was personally issued by him. I was just following orders. If I meet someone with a higher rank than him, no matter what happens, he'll just use me as a scapegoat. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Wang Jang turned to Fang He. Why aren't you dead yet? These somewhat naive words didn't anger him, but instead made him more affectionate. If I were dead, why would I have called you back? Fu Hua, beside him, looked at the person in front of him in great surprise. Wang Fanghe, what wind brought you here? Hearing this, he politely greeted him. Brother Su, it's been a long time. No matter what, you have to have a few drinks with me today. He was overjoyed to have a distinguished guest visit. Of course, if I knew you were coming out of seclusion, even if I wasn't holding a birthday celebration, I would have to invite you for a meal. The waiters who witnessed the scene just now had started to gossip. Wang Fanghe, that name sounds so familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before. The person next to him couldn't hide his curiosity either. Wang Fanghe? Could it be Wang Fanghe, the man considered the father of the Special Forces of the People's Republic of China? Fang He, on the other side, had already started to be impolite, patting Fu Hua on the shoulder and signaling. Brother Su, let's forget about the years we haven't seen each other. Since we've met today, when do you plan to pay back what you owe me? These words made Su Hai, beside him, so angry he jumped up. Wang Fanghe, what do you want to do? First, you bring soldiers to disrupt the birthday celebration, and then you speak so rudely. Have you been away from the world for so many years that you don't know east from west anymore? Wang Jang had been dissatisfied from the beginning. Su Hai's words were like a fuse for his anger. I'm warning you, don't talk to the old man with that attitude. His action of grabbing him by the collar made the surrounding bodyguards become alert. The muzzles of their guns were all raised. He looked at the small fry around him with contempt. My speed is faster than their guns. If you don't believe me, you can try. He was scared by this scene and struggled to get free. What do you want to do? Let go. Wang Jang was determined not to yield. Apologize. Apologize to the old man. As he spoke, he lifted Su Hai into the air. I hate people who act high and mighty because they're old. I call you old Su because you're older than me. Have you only grown old and not wise these past few years? Has your brain been eaten by a dog? Fu Hua saw the situation getting out of control and intervened. Young man, don't be rash. He still had no intention of stopping. You want to apologize for him? Tianming came out of nowhere and pointed at Wang Jang, challenging him. Do you dare to let old Su go and fight me? Only then did Fang He speak up to calm the situation. All right, young man. Let old Su go. After all, he and I have known each other for 10 years. It's a bit rude of you to be like this. Only then did he let go, throwing Su Hai to the ground with one hand. You're lucky today. If there's a next time, I'll shut your mouth. But it's okay if you don't apologize. I have to collect some interest. As soon as the words were out, he was hit and fell backward, landing precisely on top of Tianming. Wang Jang stood proudly, his eyes looking down on the two pathetic figures. You're no match for me right now. Too weak. This scene made the bodyguard behind him even more alert. Don't move, or I'll shoot. Fu Hua no longer maintained his friendly attitude. Wang Fanghe, you've ruined my birthday celebration today. Leave this young man behind, and I can let you go. Fang He didn't rush to a decision, his demeanor still very calm. Old Su, do you remember? When we established the Chinese Special Forces, we set up an emergency protocol. He immediately replied, I remember. Of course I remember. Fang He's voice continued to ring out steadily. You must also remember, because Old Han doesn't know this mechanism, that in an emergency situation, the high-level Chinese Special Forces can take full command. He still didn't understand. But there are no high-level Special Forces here. Although he looked calm on the outside, Fu Hua's heart had long been shaken. There was indeed a high-level Special Forces unit recognized back then, but they have vanished into thin air. What is this old man plotting? Only then did Fang He call for someone to bring out a military uniform. ready to lay his cards on the table. Who said there isn't? Lieutenant Colonel Wong Jang, why don't you put on your uniform? Tianming looked at the military uniform that had just been brought out, his mouth agape in shock. Long Lin. It's the legendary Long Lin uniform. Fu Hua's face showed no expression, but his heart was already in turmoil. I originally thought I would use the title of the strongest in China to eradicate them completely, but I didn't expect the one that got away to appear right in front of me. It seems this Wong Jang is not simple. Wong Jang approached the military uniform, a sense of nostalgia in his heart. I didn't expect that even though Long Lin was destroyed, the old man would keep my uniform. His hand unconsciously reached for the uniform in front of him. Then he suddenly seemed to remember something, and his hand quickly retracted. Wong Jang turned sharply towards him, his demeanor extremely resolute. Activate the emergency protocol. The elite special forces of China will take command of all military personnel on site. Baohua, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Old Su, don't you dare deny it. I think the current situation completely meets the conditions for the emergency protocol. Fu Hua, realizing the situation was unfavorable, had to surrender. Lower your weapons. Fang He didn't want to linger and left proudly. Let's go. He also quickly took Mingqi's hand and followed. Under the bright sun, their group quietly walked towards the cars waiting outside. As soon as Wang Xiang got in the car, he couldn't hide his excitement for him. I've long heard from the chief that you are the youngest major in the People's Republic of China. To meet you today is truly my good fortune. The chief said you should just accept this uniform. In half a year, wait for the report. Hearing this, Wang Jang asked in surprise, half a year? A report? Fang He couldn't hide the smile in his eyes, his words full of concern. Kid, you've done well these past few years. I'll give you half a year. Go out and train hard for me. In half a year, I'll give you a military unit. He clenched his fist, pouring out all the grievances he had suffered. Old man, I know you've had it harder than me these past few years. We've lost so much, we have to get it all back. Oh right, old man, I want to ask you to help me save someone. He had long understood the worry in his heart. Shangwan Jiajing, right? He's already woken up. He was once again surprised. You cured him? He quickly opened his laptop. Shangwan Jiajing was poisoned with a type of toxin. Fang He's eyes were glued to the screen, his mouth chattering nonstop. This toxin is a new type of poison combined from various neurotoxins. I had to try many times to be able to neutralize it, but I don't know if it will leave any after effects. At the hospital, the sun shone through the small, closely packed windows. Shir rubbed her eyes as if she still couldn't believe what she was seeing, her voice tinged with emotion. Dad, you're finally awake. Jiajing looked at his daughter, his heart aching as he reached out to stroke her head. Shir, it's been really hard on you. She didn't want her father to blame himself and quickly replied, I'm not tired. As long as you can wake up, nothing else matters. Suddenly, a voice came from the door as Shi Jue was stopping someone. You can't go in. Hearing the noise, she quickly opened the door. Seeing that the visitor was Yun Xiao, she was very welcoming. Eldest brother, you're here? Come in. Brother Lin, this is my eldest brother, Shangwan Yun Xiao. He's not an outsider. He also quickly added, that's right. I heard you say third uncle is awake, so I rushed over right away. Seeing a visitor, Jiajing politely greeted him. Yun Xiao, have a seat. He sat down beside the hospital bed and carefully opened the lid of the food container in his hand, his demeanor full of concern. Third uncle, it's good that you're awake. Today, I had someone kill a chicken that's been raised on the farm for a long time to make soup. Third uncle, drink it. It'll nourish your body. He took the bowl of still hot soup and couldn't help but exclaim, it smells so good. It's been a long time since I've eaten. My stomach is starting to protest. Yin Xiao didn't forget his purpose for coming and turned to his sister to ask about the situation. Sure. Have you found out the results of this matter yet? She was helpless in this matter. Not yet. The opponent is very cunning and didn't leave any traces. Hearing this, he didn't know what to do but to encourage her. Don't worry, we'll definitely find out. Jiajing took this opportunity to trustingly ask, Yin Xiao, I'm planning to rest for a while. Do you want to come to Zhurong to help Shir? He awkwardly found an excuse to refuse. Third uncle, you know my hobbies. I work on the farm every day. I don't have the heart for business. Just then, the doorknob turned. When Shir saw Wang Jang walk in from outside, she couldn't hide her joy. Wang Jang, you're back. She saw a good opportunity and quickly introduced him to Jiajing. Dad, this is Wang Jang, the bodyguard you hired for me, but you've never met him before. He didn't rush to show off, turning to Shi Jue who was standing outside the door earlier. You've completed your mission. It's been hard on you. Go rest first. He obeyed. Yes, boss. Jiajing looked the newcomer over once before praising him. You're quite good. He didn't hide anything, speaking his mind. My intuition tells me that we've definitely met somewhere before. Your eyes feel very familiar. He wasn't surprised by these words and wanted to talk privately. Sure, you go out first. I have something to talk to Wong Jang about. She was very understanding and went out, leaving the two of them alone. Seeing that only the two of them were in the room, he no longer held back as before. Sit. Eastern Evil King. The name that came out of Jia Jing's mouth made Wong Jang subconsciously surprised. How do you know the Eastern Evil King? The expression of the person in front of him seemed to be within Jia Jing's expectations. No need to look at me like that. The 4 words, Eastern Evil King, are not a secret. I am a businessman, and I have some involvement in both the black and white worlds. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. No need to be roundabout. Tell me, where have you met me before? After hearing the situation, he looked forward with a gentle gaze. As expected, Master didn't misjudge you. Strictly speaking, I can be considered your half-senior brother. Master, and I have been closely following all the missions you've undertaken, so your intuition is not wrong. Hearing this, Wong Jang asked in surprise, What? You're my senior brother? His heart was also full of questions. Shangguan Jiajing is the old man's disciple? But I'm the old man's only disciple. He's never mentioned having another senior brother. Jiajing saw his confusion and kindly explained, Master is my master, but I can only be considered half his disciple, because he has never officially acknowledged me as his disciple. His voice continued to ring out steadily. For Jurong to have reached its current scale, Master also put in a lot of effort. Before you became the Eastern Evil King, when you were carrying out missions in Europe and America, we had already created many conditions for you. You can try to remember. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This reaction made Jiajing a little confused. What are you laughing at? Wang Jing couldn't hide the joy in his voice. How can I not laugh? I was originally a lonely person in the capital, but in the blink of an eye, I have such a huge mountain to lean on. Won't I be able to walk around with my head held high wherever I go in the future? He didn't hesitate to ask further. For so many years, have all my actions been in your hands? He didn't hide anything and told him everything. After you came to the capital, everything you did was under our observation. I have to say, what you did was even better than we imagined. It even surpassed our data, he said as he gently placed the glass in his hand on the table. The undercurrents in the capital are surging violently right now. Besides us, there are many others who want a piece of the pie. The reason I was poisoned this time is because of that. Hearing this, he became pensive. Even the old man had to put in so much effort to save you. The current situation is indeed not in our favor. After thinking for a while, he boldly voiced his speculation. Then do you think anyone knows that you and I are actually on the same side? I always feel that something is not quite right. Jiajing quickly reassured him. Probably not. My contact with Master is very secret. No one should know that I would also interfere with the military system. Moreover, this hospital room is absolutely safe. No one can break in. You don't need to worry. Wang Jing didn't want to say any more, just waited. I won't think so much anymore. Then what is my next mission? He didn't hold back anymore. Help me go to Ningxia. On the street, the densely packed houses were covered with advertisements of Lu Xian. In the Shaochuanen restaurant, she had probably been waiting for a long time. Seeing Wang Jing arrive, she was a little annoyed. You're 15 minutes late. What has President Wang been so busy with lately? He looked at the menu in his hand and replied naturally. Of course I'm busy. At least I'm a senior vice president. I turned down several invitations to have dinner with you. The price of the dishes, which were in the hundreds of yuan, made him exclaim, these dishes are not cheap at all. This made the girl opposite him helpless. Forget it. You're just a security guard. Stop pretending to be a big shot. Besides, you gave me the opportunity to earn 2 million yuan as a spokesperson. Isn't it my duty to treat you to a meal? Then she seemed to remember something and turned to Wang Jing to probe. Oh right, Zhao Gongxiang asked me to act in his movie. What do you think? I want to hear your opinion. The name was somewhat familiar to him, but he still asked to be sure. Zhao Gongxiang, the rather famous director? Receiving her nod, he just showed an indifferent attitude. I have no opinion. You decide for yourself. Just then, Luan walked up to her from somewhere and asked politely. Excuse me, are you Miss Lu Xian? Lu Xian didn't hesitate to reply. Excuse me, is there something I can help you with? He was just waiting for this and quickly made his offer. My name is Li Luanpei. I am the secretary to the president of Yangwang Media. Our president is also having dinner with a client at this restaurant. I didn't expect Miss Lu Xian to be here as well. So our boss would like to invite Miss Lu Xian over for a while to get acquainted. Yangwang Media was no stranger. It was one of the 3 largest media companies in China. The boss, Qin Leiyu, was also very famous in the industry. Although she received an invitation from a significant figure, she was not interested at all. Thank you for your invitation, but I'm sorry, we're about to leave. He still didn't give up, intending to use the company's fame to make Lu Xian change her mind. Miss Lu Xian, Yangwang Media can be said to be a leading company in the entertainment industry. For you, this opportunity is very beneficial for your future development in the entertainment industry. I advise you to think about it again. Only then did Wong Jang speak up, his words laced with sarcasm. You are the largest media company in the Chinese entertainment industry? Then I wonder how you compare to the Song Media Group. Luan didn't answer directly, just focused on trying to get her to change her mind. Each company has its own scope of business. They are not very similar. A newcomer like Miss Lu Xian here is most suitable for signing a contract with our Yangwang. Our professional team will definitely polish you into a shining star. The conditions were attractive, but Lu Xian was determined not to change her mind, bluntly refusing. Sorry, I'm not going. At the same time, Jiro sat in a room far away, quietly observing the situation. He stared at Lu Xian with a lecherous gaze, constantly exclaiming, "This girl is so hot. I must make her drink with me today." Lei Yu, beside him, put on a fawning expression. Yes, Mr. Jiro. I've already sent someone to do it. You can rest assured. Don't be impatient. He was all smiles on the outside, but he was cursing inwardly. If my company wasn't trying to expand into your Japanese market, a beautiful girl like this wouldn't even be your turn. Luan, seeing that he couldn't use sweet words, turned to threats. If you insist on not going over there, President Qin will not be polite to those who don't give him face. Just then, Wang Jang suddenly cut in. Wait a minute. After some consideration, he said coldly, "Go over there with him. I'll make a phone call." As soon as the call was connected, he immediately gave an order. "Hello? Song Mingxian, right? I'm at Shaochuannan. Get your ass over here within 15 minutes. After this, Wang Jang calmly approached. "Secretary Li, let's go." The name that was just mentioned made Luan Pei hesitate. Song Mingxian? President Song of Song Media? Wait a moment, I'll go report to President Qin. Lei Yu, hearing his secretary's report, said contemptuously, "Don't listen to his bluff. Go 10 more times. Just say that Mr. Sakata, the owner of a Japanese media company, is also here." Unexpectedly, this sentence piqued Wang Zhang's interest. A Japanese person? I'll wipe them out. He left Lu Xian behind, confused. The two of them quickly entered. Lei Yu saw them coming and went out to greet them. Wang Jang suddenly shot up from behind and grabbed his hand. "I've long heard of President Qin's reputation. I am Wang Jang. I hope to receive President Qin's care in the future." He gently rubbed his hand, which was aching from being squeezed. In his heart, he cursed, "This brat. He's really too reckless." Lei Yu didn't have time to pay much attention and turned to her to introduce. "Hello, Miss Lu Xian. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Sakata Jiro from the Japanese entertainment industry." At this point, Wang Jang no longer held back and got straight to the point. "I don't care what kind of fish he is. I wonder why Mr. Sakata and President Qin invited me and my girlfriend over here." The two words "my girlfriend" made Lu Xian blush. The other two were also extremely surprised. Girlfriend? However, this only made Jiro more excited. "Very interesting. Have your girlfriend drink with me. 10,000 yuan per glass. How about it?" He shamelessly continued to raise the price. 20,000. 20,000 yuan a glass. This is the price of a top female star in the world. At this point, Wang Jang couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed the wine bottle on the table and cursed. "You bastard. I'll give you 20,000 yuan to bark like a dog. Will you agree?" This scene was quietly observed by Yixing through a screen. He couldn't help but exclaim. If this Wang Jang didn't appear, then the capital would be as calm as a still sea. It would be boring to death. At this moment, someone behind him suddenly spoke up. "Young master, you don't need to back down, because you are already in the water." A group of bodyguards surrounded Wang Jang, intending to bully him with their numbers. Lei Yu, behind them, kept flattering. "Mr. Sakata, don't be rash. This brat is really too ignorant. There's no need to dirty your hands because of him." On the outside, he appeared obedient, but on the inside, he was cursing. "This brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you ruin my good business, I will definitely not let you go." Suddenly, the door behind Lu Xian opened, and a voice came in. "Aya, who are you calling ignorant?" Mingxian suddenly walked in, his eyes scanning the situation. "What's going on here?" He saw the newcomer and changed his target of flattery, quickly running over to greet him. "What wind has brought Boss Song here?" Mingxian didn't seem to understand what was going on. "So President Qin is also here? What's going on today?" Only then did he speak up. "You're 3 minutes late." Hearing this, he felt a bit awkward and lowered himself to soften the mood. "Young Master Wong, I rushed over as soon as I got off the phone. I even ran a few red lights. Please don't be angry. Yoshiro was still calmly eating, only giving him a slight glance. I didn't expect Boss Song to be here too. Wong Jang didn't let him finish, cutting him off directly. This bastard wants Lu Xian to drink with him, 20,000 yuan a glass. You think I wouldn't be pissed? Hearing this, Mingzheng fell silent, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. What a way to borrow a knife to kill. Calling me here was clearly to test and use me. If I don't perform well today, my days ahead won't be easy. Thinking this, he immediately bowed his head, leaving Yoshiro bewildered. Mr. Sakata, excuse my rudeness. Without hesitation, he slammed Yoshiro's face straight into the bowl of soup on the table. The burning pain made Yoshiro scream in agony, rolling around on the floor. Seeing their master assaulted, the bodyguards immediately made a move. Damn it! Backed into a corner, Mingzheng desperately cried out for help. Young Master Wong, save me. Before he could utter a second sentence, Wang Zheng swiftly pulled the two bodyguards backward. Before they could react, he launched a strike that sent them flying several meters away. Having just escaped danger, Mingzheng could only sigh in relief, secretly marveling. He's terrifying. After a display of absolute dominance, Wang Zheng turned to the remaining men and ordered, if you two don't want to end up like them, beat this Yoshiro Sakata to a pulp for me. The two bodyguards stood stunned for a few seconds, unsure of how to react. After a long pause, one of them, overestimating his own strength, charged forward. With his agile reflexes, Wang Zheng easily dodged with a slight shift of his body. Seizing the moment, he delivered a fatal blow straight to the enemy's spine, making him cry out in pain. Having taken down one, Wang Zheng looked at Junichi, waiting for his reaction. And what about you? What's your choice? Perhaps terrified by the display, Junichi honestly admitted, I'm not your match. Wang Zheng, waiting for exactly this, ordered, then cripple that old geezer for me. Hearing this, Junichi didn't hesitate. He spun around and delivered a kick that sent Yoshiro flying across the floor. This surprised Wang Zheng a bit, and he secretly praised him. That kick packed quite a punch. Seems he's not simple either. Wang Zheng was extremely satisfied. Good. What's your name? Junichi immediately replied, Mitsu Junichi. Wang Zheng looked at the pathetic figure on the ground, probing, I don't get it. Why would a master of Japan's Madblade faction work as a bodyguard for him? Junichi was slightly startled at being seen through, a reaction that didn't escape Wang Zheng's eyes. No need to be so surprised. I've fought Yamaki Shunsuke a few times before. Even though you didn't use your full strength, I could still tell. To be precise, Yamaki Shunsuke was the representative figure of the Madblade faction. By seniority, he was Mitsu Junichi's martial uncle. Hearing that name left Junichi stunned, a flash of shock in his heart. I can't believe he fought Yamaki Shunsuke and didn't lose. Wang Zheng ignored his shock and got straight to the point. You can tell me about your past later. Right now, I only have 2 questions for you. Have you ever bullied anyone from Huaxia? Seeing Junichi shake his head repeatedly, Wang Zheng nodded in satisfaction. Do you choose to follow me, or die right here? Junichi put on a bitter expression. I'll follow you. Do I even have another choice? Wang Zheng, however, was highly pleased. Excellent. Just then, Songzai walked through the door, followed by 2 burly bodyguards. I didn't expect second uncle and young Master Wang to both be here. You guys almost wrecked my restaurant. She glared at Yoshiro rolling on the floor and shouted, What are you waiting for? Get the guest to the hospital. Seeing that it was Zai, Wang Zheng changed his attitude. So it's Miss Song. I guess I won't need to pay for the meal then. She replied politely, Don't mention it. Next time, we'll definitely host you properly. Just call me Zai. Satisfied with her words, Wang Zheng prepared to leave. No problem. I have things to do, so I'll be going. It wasn't until they were outside that Lu Xian spoke up. Songzai listening to you like that. I find it a bit surprising. It doesn't make much sense either. Wang Zheng looked smug. What's there to fear? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Besides, she's a super beautiful girl. Her words made Lu Xian jealous. Look at your perverted, sleazy face. Don't mess things up. Perhaps out of agitation, Lu Xian accidentally tripped. Following her momentum, she fell straight into Wang Zheng's arms. Wang Zheng caught her with one arm, but didn't forget to keep an eye on the movements of the person following them. This Junichi's explosive power is that strong? Seems his true strength is much higher than I imagined. He didn't dwell on it for long, immediately looking down to check her injury and asking gently, Does your ankle hurt? Lu Xian moved her ankle slightly. A little, but I think I can still walk. Wang Zheng didn't say much. With a swift motion, he scooped her up into his arms, complaining nonstop. How did Songzai build this parking lot? It's full of potholes. I'll have to make her pay for this. Meanwhile, Zai was gazing into the distance. Second uncle, you really have foresight, building a relationship with this man so early on. Mingjung put on a bitter face and explained, it was a misunderstanding. I originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but ended up suffering heavy losses. Though he said that, he had his own calculations. After all, Wong Jang promised to help me replace my older brother, Song Mingwei, and become the head of the Song family. As I couldn't help but warn him, but second uncle, flattering Wong Jang like this is openly opposing the family. On the other side, two men silently stared at an old-looking building. Suddenly, one spoke up. Eldest young master, how should we handle this? Su Tianran simply turned around, not even bothering to look back. Tear it down. By tomorrow morning, I don't want to see this building here anymore. As soon as he spoke, the excavators began their demolition work. Just then, Wang Zheng drove by. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. This Inzwa is Feng Changming's biggest asset. How can they just tear it down like that? However, he was already seated in the car, quickly getting an update. Feihu, what's the situation? Feihu reported without delay. Eldest young master, our search team has gone in. We're currently searching the third floor. No abnormalities found. Everyone is being held for facial recognition. We still don't know the whereabouts of Inzwa's boss, Feng Changming. Hearing this, Su Tianran lost all patience, crushing the cup in his hand. Damn it. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, drag him out for me. Nuanu looked at the person beside her with gratitude. Thank you. However, he took this opportunity to show off. Nuanu, whoever dares to bully you, I'll make him regret coming into this world. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of that building, Feng Changming angrily slapped someone hard, cursing as he struck. You bastard. Second uncle helped you so much, and this is how you repay him. Xiaoming took the slap, holding his face and arguing back. I didn't know Su Nuanu was Su Tianran's sister. Besides, you supported me kidnapping her in the first place. While the two were still arguing, a group of heavily armed men rushed in. Terrified by the scene, Changming groveled on the ground, begging, didn't I already let Su Nuanu go? Please don't make things difficult for me. The men didn't waste words and prepared to use force. Tranquilizer guns, ready to fire. Backed into a corner, Changming gave up. Just shoot. Just then, 2 figures suddenly dashed out from behind. How can we hand them over to you so easily? In an instant, they hoisted Changming and Xiaoming onto their shoulders, not forgetting to mock them. Bye-bye, handsome boys. With that, the two vanished from sight. Seeing his prey snatched away, Su Wei could only watch helplessly. Mission failed. Return for punishment. Not long after, he stood before his master to report. Eldest young master, the mission failed. 2 people snatched them from the guards. Su Tianran, however, wasn't angry at all. He calmly calculated his next move. This actually proves my suspicion. Let's head back first and wait for news from Xie Ping'an. The mention of that name puzzled Su Wei. Xie Ping'an? Elder Xie? Eldest young master, you sent Elder Xie out. Su Tianran didn't answer directly. Let's go. As for that Inzwa club, keep tearing it down. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley, 2 agile figures sprinted past, carrying 2 people on their shoulders. Junichi noticed someone tailing them and immediately reported, someone's chasing us. Wang Zheng had already noticed. I know, and it's a master. He constantly evaluated the situation in his mind. This guy has been chasing us for so long, and his speed hasn't dropped at all. It's been perfectly stable the whole time. Wang Zheng quickly came up with a countermeasure. At the end of the alley ahead, turn the corner and you'll see a black car. Stuff them in, and we'll split up. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I got Li Mingho to provide backup before making a move. Otherwise, carrying Feng Changming while trying to shake off that guy would have been impossible. In a flash, the two shoved their targets into the car. As soon as the car doors closed, the two scattered in opposite directions as planned. After just a few steps, Ping'an lunged forward like a starving leopard spotting its prey, closing in right behind them. To catch Wang Zheng, the old man used his explosive jumping power to close the distance, spreading his arms like an eagle while cursing internally, Die, you brat. Seeing the situation escalate, Wang Zheng decided to use his trump card. Caught up already? Strong legs. However, the needles were no match for the master. With a mere wave of his hand, he neutralized the barrage of needles. This completely surprised Wang Zheng. None of the silver needles I threw hit him? Ping'an also praised the young man before him. Those silver needles covered all my angles of attack and evasion. This kid is no ordinary fighter. Wang Zheng stopped running and stood his ground, challenging him. Wing Chun Battle King, Xie Ping'an. I didn't expect the Su family to send you. Since you're here today, don't even think about going back. Naturally, the old man wasn't about to back down. Arrogant words. Seems you don't understand the gap between us. Taking your head will be as easy as chopping wood. Furious, Wong Jang charged forward to attack. Old dog Xia, let's see you try. Despite the sudden attack, the old man smoothly raised his left hand to counter. The next punch aimed straight for Pingin's face, but he tilted his head, dodging it flawlessly. Then came an immediate counterattack that left Wong Jang no time to react. This old guy is too strong. The old man slowly advanced step by step, arrogantly lecturing. If I don't kill you, you'll have to come back with me. But since your words were so unpleasant, I'll have to cripple one of your arms. Wong Jang roared like thunder. You're pretty arrogant. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a dog of the Su family. In his anger, he exposed an opening. Pingin seized the chance, landing a devastating blow. Pretty fast, but lacking sharpness. The fierce battle between the two reached its climax. The old man gathered his strength and pushed his opponent back. Though reluctant to admit it, Pingin had to acknowledge the young man's talent. Among today's youth, you're quite something. He marveled internally. My last strike used 80% of my power, yet he only took a few steps back. If I don't eliminate him today, he'll definitely be a future threat. Wong Jang clutched his chest, coldly retorting, don't celebrate too early. We still don't know who will die by whose hands. This arrogant remark truly infuriated the old man. At death's door and still running your mouth? Before he could even touch Wong Jang, something suddenly lunged at Pingin. Luckily, Junichi arrived just in time to provide backup. Old man, 2 against 1. Let's see if you're still so arrogant. He immediately attacked from the left, while Wong Jang swiftly threw darts from the right. A perfectly coordinated assault. Junichi slashed wildly with his katana, but the old man expertly dodged every strike without a single scratch. Seeing it was ineffective, Junichi switched to horizontal slashes, and of course, Pingin easily escaped with a high jump. This left Junichi utterly shocked. What? This old guy has such terrifying jumping power. While he was distracted, the old man suddenly delivered a kick toward Junichi. He froze, unable to react in time. Crap. If I take this head on, I'll be seriously injured. Although he used his sword to block, he still took the full brunt of the impact. The sword flew from his hands, and Junichi was sent flying far away. My shoulder blade, it's broken. Wong Jang took the opportunity to sneak attack from behind. Let's see if you die this time. Yet, the one who ended up hurt was Wong Jang himself. Arg, it hurts. Only then did Pingin slowly pull out his hidden trump card from under his clothes. You're pretty good. The old man smirked wickedly, challenging him. If I didn't have this, my back would have been broken by your kick. Furious, Wong Jang cursed. You damn old geezer, playing dirty. Then the two resumed their 2-on-1 assault. First, Pingin targeted Junichi, knowing this guy was out of his league. The next target was Wong Jang. As he fought, he marveled internally. We've been fighting for so long. Doesn't this old guy get tired? While they were locked in combat, a gunshot suddenly rang out. By the time the old man realized it, his arm was already drenched in fresh blood. A sniper. From a distance, Mingho smirked smugly after that precise shot. Like I always say, no matter how good your martial arts are, you can't beat bullets. Knowing he couldn't fight back after losing an arm, Pingin quickly fled. Later, sitting in the car, Mingho grumbled while bandaging Wong Jang's wounds. Captain, I really don't get you. You're beaten up like this. Why won't you take off that 20-pound weight? Wong Jang deliberately dodged the question. I just wanted to look pathetic to lower his guard. That way, it'd be easier for you to take the shot. He then took out a bottle of homemade medicine and gulped it down. Despite the explanation, Mingho didn't buy it, staring at Wong Jang until he was forced to be honest. Alright, I admit it. I've been wearing it for so long, I just forgot to take it off. Mingho looked back at Junichi, who was sleeping soundly, and sighed. Quite a harvest this time. Not only did we cripple Xia Pingin, but we also found this guy. Wong Jang pointed at the plastic bag containing the old man's severed arm and ordered, Oh right. Send this to the Leeson Manor. I want to slap them right in the face. Mingho gleefully admired his handiwork. Okay. That afternoon, at the Su family's manor villa, a grand house with bright red tiles surrounded by lush green trees. While Pingin was undergoing surgery, Fu Hua sat in his chair, unable to keep his composure. Tianran, explain this to me. Tianran bowed respectfully and recounted the events. Today, Yuan was kidnapped. Hearing this, Fu Hua stood up in anger. What? Yuan was kidnapped? Weren't there 4 guards secretly protecting her? Why didn't they stop the culprit immediately? Tianran maintained a respectful tone and gently explained. The opponent moved too fast. The guards couldn't react in time. But don't worry, Grandpa. Yuan is fine now. We found the mastermind, but he was rescued by someone else. That's why Elder Xie gave chase. We didn't expect the enemy to have planned this in advance. Fu Hua had no choice but to let him handle it. You take care of the aftermath. Don't let anyone think the Su family is easy to bully. Tianran obeyed like a loyal dog. Please rest assured, I've memorized it all. Suddenly, Fu Hua remembered something important to warn him about. One more thing I must remind you. No matter the time or circumstance, you must never gamble with the safety of our family members. After the discussion, Tianran left, filled with admiration. Truly worthy of being the old patriarch. The next morning, at Shangwan Shishir's house, she was both worried and reproachful. You're about to leave for Ningxia. Why are you still running around fighting people? Wong Jang smiled sheepishly and comforted her. It's fine. These minor injuries are nothing. What about you? Aren't you coming to Ningxia with me? Shishir leaned her head against the chair and sighed, talking about her life's troubles. I have to stay and take care of my dad. Plus, the company has a lot of work to handle. Xingye and I haven't seen each other in a long time. I really miss her. She stood up, pointing at 2 massive pieces of luggage, and instructed, there are 2 bags here, all things I prepared for Xiaoya. Clothes, shoes, and some local snacks she likes. Looking at the heavy pile, Wang Zheng quickly waved his hands in refusal. Miss, do you think I can carry 2 bags this big? Besides, Han Xingye is in the military. She has to wear a uniform all year round. She can't wear these clothes. Hearing this, she found it reasonable. All right, I won't send the clothes. Just some food then, okay? Wang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, having dodged a bullet. My lady, please take all the clothes out. Later, at the Su family villa, the golden sunlight shone on the roof. In the living room, Wang He nervously delivered the bad news to his master. Chief, a package arrived. The guards opened it to check, and the result. Fu Hua frowned in annoyance, losing patience. Stop beating around the bush. Bring it here, let me see. Wang He hesitated for a moment before daring to open it. Inside the box was an arm. Fu Hua furrowed his brows, remaining silent and deep in thought. After a long moment of contemplation, he ordered, take this to Tianran. Wang He bowed respectfully and quickly followed the order. Entering Su Tianran's room, Tianran looked deeply concerned. Have you asked the doctor? Can it be reattached for Elder Xie? Wang He honestly reported the situation. I asked. The doctor said it's impossible because the bone is severely shattered. Moreover, Elder Xie doesn't want steel pins in his body. Tianran felt truly helpless. Go do your work. I'll visit Elder Xie later. As soon as Wang He left, Tianran took out his phone to call his subordinates and urged them on important tasks. 3 things. First, mobilize all forces to find Feng Changming's whereabouts. Second, keep a close eye on Wang Zheng. Don't miss a single move. The people we planted before, it's time for them to prove their worth. Third, use the old patriarch's name to set up a meeting with Minister Chun. Tell him I want to discuss the military unit designations. Hanging up, he revealed a calculating, twisted, and incredibly ugly expression. Longlin was destroyed so long ago. How could I let them come back from the dead? Out in the hallway, Wang He secretly sent a text message to a mysterious figure. On the phone screen were the words, the arrow is on the bow. Perhaps he was signaling something top secret. On the other end, Zhaonan received the message. He nonchalantly took his phone out of his desk drawer. This action proved it was all part of a plan. Then, he let out a smug smile, overjoyed. It's here. At the bus station, the atmosphere was normal. Wang Zheng, wearing sunglasses, strolled leisurely with his bodyguards, but internally he was feeling helpless. I told her to pack less, but she still stuffed 2 huge suitcases. While waiting, he accidentally spotted a familiar figure. Song Zai. Zai sat down on the opposite bench and warmly struck up a conversation. What a coincidence, young Master Wang. Why are you here? Wang Zheng replied politely. It is quite a coincidence. Where is Miss Song heading, dressed like this? Seeing him speak so formally, she suggested changing how they addressed each other to be more intimate. I'm going to Yinchuan. Young Master Wang, don't call me Miss Song anymore. Just call me Zai, and I'll call you Wang Zheng. How about that? He happily agreed. Okay, as long as you don't mind. What a coincidence. I'm heading to Yinchuan too. What are you going there for? Zai talked about her upcoming trip. Consider it a vacation. I want to experience the scenery and people of the Southwest. My grandpa and dad have some old comrades there. I'm taking this trip to visit those seniors as well. Hearing this, Wang Zheng suddenly recalled something. If I remember correctly, General Li Yeping, known as the King of the Southwest, is also a comrade of old Mr. Song, right? She excitedly brought up old memories. That's right. My grandpa and Grandpa Li were in the same corps. They have a deep bond. I also want to visit Grandpa Li on this trip. Wang Zheng then offered to tag along. I wonder if I could tag along to visit Mr. Li with you? She smiled and agreed. Of course. We can travel around Ningxia together this time. Over 10 hours later, Tianshu suddenly walked over and asked to share the seat. Hey beautiful, is this seat taken? Wong Jang deliberately found an excuse to refuse. Sorry, it's taken. Tianshu didn't care and sat down right next to Zai. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Tianshu, born and raised in Yinchuan. We're almost there. How about I treat you two to a meal? Immediately, she felt a sense of familiarity. Li Tianshu. That name sounds so familiar. Wong Jang crossed his arms, his tone somewhat guarded. We don't even know each other. Why should we eat with you? Tianshu put his hands in his pockets and calmly explained. My grandfather is Li Yeping. I suppose his reputation is somewhat well known. At this point, Zai was certain of the man's identity. So it's eldest young Master Li. I often see news about you. You could say you're the most famous young master in the Southwest. Hearing about you isn't as good as seeing you in person. Truly young and promising. Wang Jang fell into deep thought. Li Tianshu, why is he showing up now? Bumping into Song Zai, and now Li Tianshu. This is definitely no coincidence. Tianshu smiled warmly and joked. So Miss Song knows me too? I was planning to pretend we didn't know each other, so we could start fresh. Zai was very surprised. You know me? He continued to joke, but with a hint of sincerity. You probably don't know, but our grandfathers arranged a marriage for us when we were kids. But my dad strongly opposed it. Now that I've met you, I really regret it. Intrigued, Wang Jang tilted his head and probed. Eldest young Master Li, you already know Miss Song. Do you know me? Tianshu warmly turned to him. Of course I do. Wang Jang, currently the vice president of Jiyong International. My grandfather met you at old Mr. Su's birthday banquet. He couldn't stop praising you when he got back. I've wanted to befriend you for a long time. Wang Jang politely shook his hand like two real men. If you already knew me, why did you pretend not to earlier? Tianshu chuckled lightly and freely admitted. Like I said, I wanted to create a chance encounter. Right after, a judging gaze silently swept past. This guy talked so arrogantly, not giving anyone any face at all. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Wang Jang just sat there, leisurely tapping on his phone. In reality, he was looking up information related to Tianshu. A moment later, Wang Jang took the initiative to probe. So, did you purposely come here to create this chance encounter? Tianshu scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed, and quickly changed the subject. My grandfather praised you for being resourceful. He told me to be careful when I met you. Seems he was right. I wonder if young Master Wang would like to visit my home for a bit? My grandfather would be very happy to see you. Wang Jang clasped his hands over his chest and politely declined. I appreciate Mr. Li's kind words, but I have to visit someone at the Ningxia military base first. I'll come pay my respects to him after that. Hearing his hesitant answer earlier, Wang Jang quickly raised his guard. I've been followed on this trip to Ningxia. Old Mr. Li purposely sent Li Tianshu to meet me. He definitely has an ulterior motive. Tianshu astutely realized who Wang Jang was referring to. If I'm not mistaken, it must be General Han's granddaughter, Han Xingye, right? Wang Jang was truly impressed by his sharpness. In the southwest, nothing escapes the eyes of the Li family, huh? At the Ningxia military region headquarters, in a certain rookie barracks, Tianying suddenly brought up an old matter. I'm telling you, Brother Chung, that new girl is so fresh. If you want, we can help you. Of course, with his prestigious status, Chung sure didn't need such cheap help. In Yinchuan, you think it's hard for me to get a girl? Knowing his own low status, Tianying took the chance to flatter him. We've all been assigned to different companies, but you'll definitely stay at the headquarters. Brother Chung, when you make it big, don't forget to look out for your old comrades like us. Chung sure patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, we're brothers. Once my career takes off, I'll never forget you guys. The crowd around them understood the hint and quickly chimed in. Then we'll rely on your guidance, Brother Chung. He stood up, leaning on the table to discuss the plan. That Han Xingye is really pretty, totally my type. Brothers, we have a day off today. Let's go out tonight for drinks and karaoke. You guys help me invite her out. Leave the rest to me. Tianying obediently followed orders like a puppy. Don't worry, Brother Chung. Just say the word, and even if we have to carry her, we'll throw her onto your bed. In the female barracks, Yang Zi was folding her blanket while trying to invite Xingye. Xingye, our rookie training is over. There's a party tonight. She flatly refused. What party? I'm not interested. You guys go have fun. I'll stay in the dorm. Yang Zi didn't listen and kept trying to persuade her. All of us girls are going. What's the fun in staying here alone? Even after saying that, Xingye had no reaction, so she changed her tone to a guilt trip. If you don't go, how can we? Just come for the fun. But deep down, she had her own calculations. Besides, I already promised Chung Shi I'd get her to come. If I can't, how will I get on his good side? Seeing Yang Zi so persistent, Xingye finally relented. All right, fine. When the fish took the bait, she was thrilled. Xingye, you agreed. That's great. Her lips curled up as she imagined her future success, even though she didn't know how smoothly the plan would go. If I catch young Master Cheng's eye, won't I rise through the ranks in no time? After her delusions of grandeur, she turned to remind the squad. Starting today, we have 3 days off. Let's change clothes, go shopping, and have dinner and karaoke tonight. Sound good, girls? Everyone cheered in unison. Later, as they all went out, Yang Zi secretly scanned Xingye from head to toe. Other than being a bit prettier and having bigger boobs, how does she compare to me? Seeing the girls arrive, Chung Shi took the initiative to greet them. Xingye, we're having a party tonight. I heard you sing really well. You have to sing a few songs for us. She politely declined the offer. I'd be too embarrassed. You guys go ahead. Of course, he continued to persuade her, not wanting to let his prey go easily. Then have a few drinks with us tonight. Once we're assigned to our companies, it'll be hard to see each other again. She angrily crossed her arms, looking at him with suspicion. Why do I feel like you're trying to get me drunk? She immediately raised her guard. Do you think I really can't tell what you're up to? While the two were talking awkwardly, a luxurious red car suddenly stopped right in front of the gate. Wong Jang and Tianshu stepped out slowly, quietly observing the situation. Chung Shi lost his patience and was about to step up to teach the brats a lesson. How insolent! Wang Jang quickly grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Don't get involved in this for now. Although reluctant, Tianshu had to comply. This guy's methods are brilliant. He wants to lure the snake out of its hole first, then use the Li family's name to completely eradicate anyone threatening Han Xingye. He suddenly remembered his grandfather's warning. Tianshu, don't act on impulse. Follow Wang Zheng's lead. We can't afford to mess this up. The Central Plains fuel issue is crucial. We can't alert the enemy. Having lost face, Chung Shi tried hard to invite her, completely ignoring their arrival. Han Xingye, I'm inviting you sincerely. Please give me some face. She didn't back down and fired back. Respect is earned, not given just because you asked for it. Luckily, she noticed her savior had arrived. Wang Zhang. As soon as she spoke, Xingye ran over and hugged him tightly. Seeing them so affectionate, Tianshu was completely dumbfounded. Didn't the rumors say Wang Zhang and Zhang Mingqi had something going on? Why is he so close to the Han family's eldest miss? Xingye pretended to be innocent and acted spoiled. You came alone? Wang Zhang understood perfectly and played along. Yeah, Shengwan Shishir has to take care of her dad, and Sheng Fei is on a business trip. So it's just me this time. As soon as he finished, Wang Zhang instantly switched to a cold, domineering CEO persona, glaring at the arrogant brats. Xiaoya, tell me, is someone here bullying you? Backed by someone powerful, Xingye bluntly exposed the bastard's crimes. Someone has bad intentions toward me. Help me deal with him. His sharp gaze and faint smile exuded a badass, overwhelming aura. All right, let me handle this trash for you. Chung Shi arrogantly stepped forward to ask, are you Han Xingye's boyfriend? Before Wang Zhang could answer, she quickly put her arm around his shoulder and admitted, he is my boyfriend, and we're already engaged. Tianshu was utterly shocked, looking like he was thinking, where am I? Who am I? What on earth are these two doing? Is the eldest daughter of the Han family always this direct? The people around them were frozen stiff. Engaged? True to her nature, Xingye decided to play the part to the end. Of course. Honey, isn't that right? He could only stare at her helplessly. Why does that sound so cheesy coming from this girl's mouth? In this awkward atmosphere, Yang Zi cleverly broke the tension. All who come are guests. We're having a party tonight. Xingye, bring your boyfriend along. Wang Zhang politely accepted the invitation. No problem for me. You're all Xingye's comrades in arms, so it's good to get to know you. He then pointed to the young man with him. I wonder if my friend here can join as well. She flashed an enthusiastic smile, agreeing easily as if it were a trivial matter. Of course, we'll see you there. Though unwilling, Chung Shi forced himself to appear generous. One more person doesn't matter. It's not like they can stir up any trouble on my turf anyway. He turned away, annoyed, and made a call. Hello, Brother Zhu. Help me book a private room at the Ning Yuan that can fit 3 tables. Yes. Call me back after you're done. I want to treat some comrades to dinner tonight. You should come too. Later, at the Ning Yuan International Hotel, it was almost noon. Tianshu slowly got out of the car, feigning politeness as he apologized. Young Master Chung was the one treating, yet we made you wait so long. Wang Zhang got out right after him. Sorry, we're late. Young Master Chung won't hold it against us, will he? Although Chung Shi was displeased, he still managed a calm smile. It's fine. Since everyone's here, let's go inside. Seeing Xingye clinging so closely to Wong Jang made him scowl in extreme annoyance. This shameless couple. Let's see if you can still smile later. He swallowed his anger, forcing a welcoming expression to lure his prey into the trap. We have to drink properly tonight, as a welcome to you. He turned and gave Zhu Chong a look. You guys are dead meat this time. Once everyone was seated at the banquet table, the atmosphere in the room became lively. 3 large round tables were filled with a variety of beautiful and diverse dishes. At the dinner table, Cheng Shi proactively raised his glass to toast Wong Jang. Come. I'll toast you first. Wong Jang, without any hesitation, bluntly refused. Why should I drink with you? Cheng Shi was stunned. He got so mad he stood up, ready to fight. You refuse a toast, so you want to drink a forfeit? He immediately grabbed Wong Jang's collar, pulling him close. This rudeness made Wong Jang truly lose his patience, his face darkening. Mess with anyone else, but you had to mess with our main character. He decisively broke Cheng Shi's finger. Cheng Shi screamed in pain like a pig being slaughtered. The people around them rushed to intervene. Young Master Cheng. Although Tian Shu knew beforehand that Wong Jang was a decisive person, he never expected him to be so bold, breaking someone's finger right after meeting them. This Wong Jang is too ruthless. Yang Zi, worried, quickly sat down to ask about him. Young Master Cheng, are you okay? Utterly humiliated, he quickly stood up and shouted, threatening like a mad dog. You, just wait until you're arrested. Let's see who can protect you then. I'm definitely going to have Han Xingye today. Suddenly, Li Long's voice was heard from the door. I heard someone was drunk and causing trouble here. He brought a group of police officers with him. She shamelessly pointed at Wong Jang to accuse him. It was him. Wong Jang, not one to back down, immediately retorted, I was just acting in self-defense. Since the officer had already been bribed, he naturally didn't bother listening to reason. Cut the crap. Come with us to the station. Cheng Shi hurled insults. Refusing a toast, wanting a forfeit instead. You're dead meat today. Seeing the situation escalating, Tian Shu quickly spoke up to help his new acquaintance. Officer, I witnessed everything just now. This friend of mine was truly acting in self-defense. If you want to investigate, shouldn't you take him to the station as well? Li Long secretly nodded to Cheng Shi, as if everything had been prearranged. He arrogantly shouted, not caring about right or wrong. Are you daring to obstruct an officer in the line of duty? Cuff them all, and take them to the station for me. Cheng Shi smugly praised his loyal dog. Deputy Captain Wong is so responsible. I'll put in a good word with my father when I get back. After this year, we'll drop the deputy from your title. Hearing those words, the officer fantasized about his dream. This is the son of the city commissioner. As long as he says a few nice things to Secretary Chong, my future will be bright. The dream of promotion motivated Li Long to cuff them faster than ever. Rest assured, I will definitely complete the mission well. Despite this, Tian Shu remained calm and composed. Let me tell you, once you cuff me, it'll be hard to take them off later. Cheng Shi sat comfortably on the sofa, paying no mind to his words. Where did this country bumpkin come from? How dare he say such things in Yinchuan's territory? To deal with this arrogant brat, Tian Shu just needed to make a simple phone call. As soon as the other end picked up, he immediately reported the situation. I've been cuffed by the police. I'm at the Ningyuan Hotel. Cheng Shi remained arrogant and challenging, unaware of the storm about to hit. Let's see what kind of trouble you can stir up. In Yinchuan, I'm the one with special privileges. Just as he finished speaking, Li Long's phone unexpectedly rang, just as Tian Shu had threatened. He bowed his head respectfully to the person on the other end. Director Yen, do you have any instructions? The moment he heard the voice, the director exploded with anger. Are you at the Ningyuan Hotel? The officer, still clueless about whose side the situation was leaning towards, answered honestly. I'm handling a case of a drunken brawl here. At this, the director cursed him out. You idiot, you've caused huge trouble. Then he hung up in a flash, leaving Li Long with a devastated face, standing lost. If he had known this would be the outcome, why would he have bothered? Soon, Yin Bingxiao appeared. He stormed into the room with an extremely tense expression. But Zhu Chong was too foolish to see it and poked the hornet's nest. Old Yin, what brings you here today? Yin ignored the flies and walked over to Tian Shu. Young Masterly, my subordinate was too reckless today. I'll punish him severely when we get back. Now unlock him. Knowing he was being ignored, Cheng Shi naturally couldn't stand it. Director Yin, quite the show of authority, huh? Even if you're the director, you can't just release someone on your word. Look at my injured hand. They did this. I got beaten up, and I can't even report it to the police and have them arrested? Only now did Yin notice his presence. But why should he care about someone like him? So young Master Cheng is here too. But this is a police matter. It's not for young Master Chung to interfere in. He vehemently objected, and when all else failed, he fell back on his family background. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know my father is Chung Rulong? Of course, Yin Bingxiao knew the Chung family. If Secretary Chung were here, he would never allow you to be so insolent. Unlock young Master Li's handcuffs for me. After watching the good show, Tian Shu leisurely spoke up. That won't do. Tell Chung Rulong to come here and apologize personally. Otherwise, don't even think about getting these cuffs off my hands. This was the last straw. Chung Shi was furious to the extreme. Unable to hold back, he grabbed a wine bottle from the table, ready to smash it on the person in front of him. Who the hell are you? Daring to tell my dad to come and uncuff you personally? My dad is the city's party secretary, you know? At this critical moment, Yin Bingxiao quickly grabbed his wrist, stopping his reckless action with a powerful shout. Stop! Wong Jang, without a word, suddenly smashed a wine bottle over Chung Shi's head, stunning the arrogant brat before he could react. After that fatal blow, he collapsed to the floor and fainted. Yet, Wang Zheng didn't even bother with him. Finally, some peace and quiet. Zhu Chong rushed over in a panic to help him, anxiously checking his breathing. Young Master Chung, are you okay? Enraged, he turned to curse at Wang Zheng. You dare to hit the son of the city's party secretary? You're dead. As good as his word, he quickly took out his phone to call for help. Hello, Secretary Chung? Chung Shi is being beaten up at the Ningyuan Hotel. You have to come see this. Just as he hung up, Wang Zheng rushed over and delivered a thunderous kick, along with a few choice words. Done with your call? Then you can shut up for me too. Only then did Tian Shu calmly recount the story from the beginning. Young Master Wang is my esteemed guest. He came from the capital to Ningxia to visit his girlfriend. I didn't expect that brat to target young Master Wang's girlfriend. Chung Rulong must give us a clear explanation for this. 15 minutes later, Chung Shi's bald, pot-bellied father appeared. Seeing his precious son lying motionless on the ground, his anger turned into a fiery rage. Who did this? Get him to the hospital now. Of course, Wang Zheng wasn't going to let this group off easily. Now that you've stepped through this door, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, don't even think about leaving. With a furious and indignant face, he shouted and questioned, Who are you? You're the one who caused all this. Then he casually pointed and ordered Yin Bingxiao as if he were superior. Old Yin, good thing you're here. Arrest him for me. Yin immediately refutes his arrogant, self-important words. Arrest who? Secretary Chung, do you know who this is? The grand introduction of his identity finally arrived. This is the grandson of General Li Yeping, young Master Li Tianshu. Soon, Hua Ji, the provincial public security director, arrived. He decisively pushed open the door and bombards Rulong with questions. Secretary Chung, what's going on? Explain it to me clearly. Seeing a high-ranking official not taking his side, he started to feel something was off. What kind of huge trouble did that little brat cause? Tian Shu slowly turned his gaze to Rulong, shaking his head in exasperation. I heard your son, Chung Shi, has been acting like a tyrant in Yinchuan for a long time. Today, I finally got to see it for myself. If you don't satisfy my friend, young Master Wang, today, I will not take off these handcuffs. Now with backing, Wang Zheng was naturally not afraid of anyone. Then I won't be polite. He looked straight into the man's eyes, his tone firm. Chung Shi provoked my friend at the military camp. If I hadn't been here tonight, Chung Shi's scheme would have succeeded. For such a despicable act, I'd like to hear Secretary Chang's opinion. Knowing he was in a weak position, the man relented and bowed his head. I apologize to you on behalf of Chung Shi. It's my fault for not raising my son properly, causing him to offend young Master Wang and young Master Li. Wang Zheng didn't beat around the bush. He slapped the man hard across the face. Secretary Chung, do you think the young master and I are fools? He continued to berate him, giving him no chance to speak. Do you know how many laws your son has broken over the years? Do you know how many people your son has ruined? The more he brought up Chung Shi's dirty private life, the more agitated he became. I despise officials' children who use their power to bully others. It feels like these officials only see their own children as treasures, while everyone else's are just trash. Hua Ji stared in astonishment at the young man before him. He never thought he'd be so bold. To be so aggressive towards a city party secretary. Truly fierce. Yin Bingxiao, standing beside him, also felt that he was truly impressive. Wang Zheng, with an imposing aura, stepped on Rulong's precious son's head and decisively gave an order. Listen carefully. Send Chung Shi to India. Without my permission, he is not to return for the rest of his life. He coldly leaned down to threaten him, his eyes as sharp as daggers piercing through the man's pained expression. If I don't see Chengshi's plane ticket to India by the day after tomorrow, you know the consequences. Rulong still talked tough, not believing him. You dare. Wong Jang smirks. Guess if I dare or not. If you try any more tricks, don't blame me for digging up all your dirty deeds from the past few years. After everything was settled, Xingye ran over and praised him playfully. That was so exciting. Wang Zhang, why don't you stay in Ningxia for good? Every time I see you, it's this exciting. Though he knew she liked to tease, he indulged her. Oh, my dear lady, I'm just afraid someone else here will bully you. From now on, Li Tianshu will also secretly protect you. She was quite surprised to hear that, and gradually developed a good impression of him. This young Master Li really knows how to treat people. I'll have to visit the Li family someday. Putting aside the recent misfortunes, Wang Zhang suggested they go out to relax. I'll stay and hang out with you for the next 2 days. Otherwise, once I'm assigned to a unit, there won't be any time for strolling around. At the mention of fun, Xingye became as excited as a child. Okay, let's go shopping, and eating. The next morning, while Wang Zhang was in a room discussing matters with his partners. So, do you want to cooperate with me? Fu Weihua spoke cautiously first. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with us? You used the name of our old leader to summon us here, precisely for this. The 3 people sitting there were Fu Weihua, Zhu Yongyi, and Shen Lianmeng, subordinates of Han Baohua, all high-level executives of Zhongding Energy. Seeing their blank expressions, he asked again, puzzled. Fu Weihua, you're a smart man. As the vice president of Zhongding Energy, do you really not know what I want? He calmly admitted, I don't know. Annoyed, Wang Zhang threw 3 mysterious files onto the table. I didn't expect today's negotiation atmosphere to be so unpleasant. Take a look at these. Maybe you'll change your minds in a bit. The 3 of them picked up the files, and their faces turned pale with shock. Yongyi shouted, You're blatantly framing us. He then threw the file in his hand to the ground, revealing a picture of him debauching with 2 beautiful women. Wang Zhang calmly smirks. Why are you so agitated? Doesn't that just expose the fear in your heart? Fu Weihua, realizing he'd been caught, immediately compromised. What do you want? You want us to cooperate with you? Seeing that his goal had been achieved, he got straight to the point. First, Shen Lianmeng, I want you to transfer all of this year's sales revenue from all the southeastern provinces into one account. Having managed Zhongding's finances for so many years, I know you have this ability. He continued with his next demand. Second, Fu Weihua, you are the vice president of Zhongding Energy and my father-in-law's confidant. I need you to draw up a share transfer agreement for me and coordinate with Shen Lianmeng to execute the transfer. The man heard this and shook his head, looking helpless. I can't do it. Su Liha is the CEO. All of that is in his hands. Moreover, the company seal is also managed by him. I have no opportunity to access it. Wang Zhang pretended to blow on his hand nonchalantly. It's fine. I'll personally handle the problem with Su Liha. Then he gave them his final condition. Third, Zhu Yongyi, you are in charge of transferring all the scattered shares that you guys have secretly acquired or laundered over the years to me. I will buy them at a price 10% higher than the market price. I want to hit the Su family hard. A day later, the news was broadcast on the big screen. Yesterday morning, Su Liha, the chairman of Zhongding Energy, suddenly suffered a stroke. Vice President Fu Weihua is temporarily taking over. In the afternoon, the company's mining wells suddenly exploded. There were no casualties. The cause is under investigation. Currently, the company's stock has plummeted, its value reduced to 80%. Tianran, who was at the company, heard the news and immediately made a call. I can confirm that all of this was done by Wang Zhang. Currently, the only part of the Su family shares in Zhongding that I hold is a small portion. But I can't destroy Zhongding. The people in the southeast region still need it. On the other end of the line, Yixing stared at the TV, unconcerned. If the young master isn't the one to destroy Zhongding, then he must be setting up many formidable forces to oppose the Su family. Su Tianran, don't think you can hide from everyone. Others may not see through your disguise, but I can. Hearing these provocative words, he furrowed his brow through the screen, but remained calm in his reply. You don't need to provoke me. I won't destroy Zhongding Energy. I will take it back in the most perfect way. Hearing the young master's confidence, Yixing scoffed sarcastically. Without a little pressure, how can this game continue? On this side, Tianshu brought the share transfer agreement to talk. Wang Zhang, on behalf of the Li family, I thank you. He flipped through the documents, not forgetting to exclaim, I can't believe you gave us 50% of Zhongding's shares, while you only took 40% for yourself. Seeing his satisfied attitude, Wang Zhang smiled in return. You're too kind. If it weren't for your help in the Northwest this time, I certainly wouldn't have had it so easy. It turns out he had planned everything. The fish took the bait, just as intended. Besides, this money belongs to the Shangwan family anyway. I'm just borrowing a flower to present to the Buddha, and I even gained the Li family's favor. It's better not to be too greedy. Tian Shu bowed deeply, grateful for this boundless kindness. No matter what, I will forever remember your generosity. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang, interrupting their conversation. He answered the phone and listened blankly to the voice on the other end. How strange. It's his phone, but Wong Jang is the one they're looking for. He said, "It's for you." He took the phone, put it to his ear, and asked, "Who is this?" The man spoke, "I know you're Wong Jang, but you don't need to know who I am. Let's play a game." Wong Jang was indifferent. "I'm not interested." The man didn't give up and played a dirty card. "You will be. Because I've planted a bomb in the gas tank warehouse of Zhongding Energy." The man smirks and taunts. "It's exactly 12 o'clock now. You still have 3 hours. If you refuse, a giant mushroom cloud will sprout from the Zhongding gas tank warehouse. It'll be beautiful." Wang Zheng was stunned and shouted, "You lunatic." After he hung up, Wang Zheng quickly informed Tian Shu, "Someone planted a bomb in the Zhongding gas tank warehouse. It will detonate in 3 hours. Immediately send people to notify all Zhongding employees and evacuate the nearby residential areas." Hearing the urgent news, he acted quickly. "I'll send people to notify them right away." It turned out the caller was Yi Xingguanxi, standing behind him, asked, "Young master, why not just blow up Zhongding instead of giving Wang Zheng 3 hours?" He swirled the red wine in his hand, his eyes filled with contempt. "Old Guan, do you also think I'm doing something unnecessary? If I blew up Zhongding, it would lead to a tragedy, and then Huaxia would surely mobilize the entire country's forces to find me. I don't want the nation's weapons pointed at my head." The old man still hesitated. But, seeing this, he interrupted, "I will blow up the Zhongding company, but I won't let many people die. I only need Wang Zheng. If you're not 100% sure you can kill him, I won't send you." Back at the hot spot, the Zhongding Energy gas tank warehouse. Evacuees and rescue helicopters had gathered. Wang Zheng, in protective gear, looked down to observe the situation and analyzed. 3 hours. Can we evacuate all 10,000 residents in this area? He went back inside to prepare his equipment. Tian Shu, sitting next to him, reported the information he received. "The He Special Forces unit has spotted 3 suspicious individuals. You must be careful. I'll have them coordinate with you." As he adjusted his boots, he replied thoughtfully. Then, he rappelled down. He received coordination through the radio. Scan complete. No abnormal electronic reactions detected. The bomb is probably not remotely detonated. Below, the He Special Forces team on guard was ambushed from a distance. Tian Shu saw his men being taken down and cursed angrily. "These bastards. Immediately search all surrounding buildings within a 2,000-meter radius. Don't miss a single room. I'll make sure those bastards come, but never leave." Fei Hu, who was hiding and observing, was extremely shocked but tried to stay quiet to avoid being discovered. "Li Liang, what are you doing? The higher-ups only told us to kill Wang Zheng. If you kill members of the Huaxia Special Forces, Huaxia will definitely not let us off." Li Liang, also bewildered, immediately retorted, "First of all, I didn't fire the shot. There must be another force here. Someone wants to frame us." Fei Hu observed Wang Zheng's position through his sniper scope and sent a message via radio. "The person who just got off the helicopter is Wang Zheng. He's on top of the central tank. Your firing position is better. Take him out, and we'll withdraw immediately." Li Liang received the information and replied instantly, "Okay." He then aimed at the reported position. Wang Zheng was already waiting for him there. He didn't have time to react and could only utter one sentence. "I'm screwed." The words had barely left his mouth when a bullet flew straight towards a vital spot. He was hit, blood splattered, and he fell. Fei Hu heard the sound and shouted, "What's going on? Answer me." But Wang Zheng didn't give him time to react either. He could only manage to say, "This is bad," before a bullet lodged in his forehead, killing him instantly. On the other side, after dealing with the 2 snipers, Wang Zheng reported via radio, 2 targets down. "Xiaoyan, have you located the bomb yet?" The other end quickly replied, "Just a moment. The tank area is too large. I need more time." Xiaoyan saw him moving and warned, "He who has killed 3 terrorists. The locations of the others are still unknown. Be careful." Hearing this, he cautiously slipped inside. "There's not much time left. I have to lure them out." He had only gone a short distance when he located a group of enemies. Found them. Then, Wang Zheng reacted quickly, firing 3 shots from his submachine gun, finishing off the terrorists. After dealing with this side, he immediately moved to another area to get deeper inside. On this side, Sak, who was searching for him, received the information and anxiously gave an order. Fei, who was killed? This guy is Wong Jang. Stick close to him. Shoot anyone who gets near the bomb. In the radar room, the observer noticed a difference and quickly reported, 45 degrees to the left, 15 meters ahead. Abnormal heat signature detected. The moment he finished speaking, he was shot in the head. Tian Shu, in the helicopter, saw the man lying in a pool of blood and knew things were not right. He called on the radio, informed them. All units, retreat. Leave the rest to Wong Jang. In a corner, after taking out the observer, Eric was feeling smug, unaware of a figure pushing open the door behind him. So this is all the Huaxiao Special Forces are capable of. By the time he realized, he only had time to turn his head and shout, "Who's there?" Junichi rushed in like the wind, instantly using his katana to send him to the next life. The one who takes your life. In another corner, the remaining sniper, after a period of silence, became anxious. "Eric, how many have you killed? Why haven't you reported in?" Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from a distance. "After killing so many people, you still plan to run?" Startled, he turned his head towards the source of the sound. Before he could even see who it was, T-Kitsu grabbed him by the throat. He could only manage to gasp. "Who are you?" Seeing this, the man tightened his grip and growled. "Who I am doesn't matter. You're about to die here." Back to Sack, after a while of searching, he had found Wong Jang's hiding spot. He smirks, raises his gun, and aims. "Finally got you. Die under my gun." On this side, Wong Jang, who was running, also noticed the movement, probably from an unsilenced rifle. Quick as a flash, he stopped running and leaned back to dodge. "Here it comes." Then he immediately leaned back 45 degrees and fired back. The bullet, as if equipped with a GPS, flew straight to where Sack was hiding, showing him what skill really was. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a terrifying reaction speed." Seeing that he had to retreat, Wong Jang calmly gave an order over the radio. 3 o'clock direction, middle of the 5th floor. I want him alive. Sack, scared out of his wits, ran for his life, even abandoning his expensive sniper rifle. Hiding behind a door, he panted heavily and exclaimed in fear, "An opponent like that is truly terrifying." He turned his head in the right direction, and surprise, T-Kitsu and Junichi were there to greet him, leaving him stunned. How did they find me so quickly? Without giving him time to think, the two of them quickly knocked him out. Back to Wong Jang. He was climbing the protective ladder on the outside of the building. In front of him was the bomb. "I found the bomb. I'm starting to disarm it now." Looking at the pathetically short time left on the countdown timer, he cursed. Damn it. Not wasting any time, he quickly opened the metal casing to observe. This is just a series circuit. Disarm one, and it's all done. But the wiring inside this bomb was too complex. Wong Jang stared at the mess of colorful wires, confused about what to do. "Which one do I cut?" Wong Jang urgently called for help over the radio. "Only 5 minutes left. Not enough time for me to open it up and check the internal circuit. Is there a faster way to disarm this bomb?" The bomb disposal expert on the other end instructed. "Feel those 3 wires and see if there are any other connecting wires." He fumbled around for a moment and found what the other person mentioned. "I found a connecting copper wire." Wait. And of course, life was never that easy. He pulled out another tangled mess of colorful wires. Damn it. There are other wires connected to these 3 main ones too. Looking at the 3 tangled messes before him, Wong Jang felt dizzy, breaking out in a cold sweat. With so many wires, it's impossible to disarm it in such a short time. Who the hell planted this bomb? The tense scene, viewed through binoculars, looked like a spider clinging to a wall. Yin Bingxiao, observing everything from the safety room, was worried. Only 1 minute left. Will he make it in time? Tian Shu, standing beside him with his eyes also glued to the binoculars, quickly reassured him. We have to trust him. In the midst of the tension, Wong Jang's phone in his pocket rang. In this critical moment, he bewilderedly took out his phone to answer, thinking it was just some nonsense call. But this call was like a savior guiding him. Cut the red wire first, then the copper wires behind the red one. After that, cut the yellow wire. The countdown timer showed 15 seconds, extremely urgent. Wong Jang wasted no time and started disarming the bomb according to the mysterious person's instructions over the phone. Just in the nick of time, with 6 seconds left, he finished dealing with the bomb. He wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like my luck isn't too bad this time. Yin Bingxiao saw that everything was settled. His expression relaxed into a smile. He succeeded. We're still alive. On the other side, in the capital where Yi Xing was waiting leisurely, Guanxi received the news and reported, Young master, the bomb didn't go off. Wong Jang is not dead. He took a sip, finishing the rest of the wine in his glass. Then he smirked and exclaimed, "As expected of the opponent I hold in high regard. If he died that easily, what fun would there be?" However, he still wondered, so why didn't the bomb go off? Guanxi could only answer helplessly, "This old servant does not know." Yixing waved his hand for him to leave, sneering with the tone of a CEO meeting the female lead of his life. Wong Jang, what an interesting opponent. Back at the gas tank area, after resolving the incident, Wong Jang changed his clothes and shook hands with Tianshu. "I'm lucky to have your help this time. It's truly an honor to know you." He smiled and patted his shoulder. "It's my honor to know you too." Then he added with great appreciation, "My grandfather said it. The entire Li family owes you 2 great favors." Wang Zheng quickly waved his hand, signaling that it's not necessary. The old man is too kind. But in his heart, he was very satisfied. "This time, I've earned the gratitude of the Li family. It will be easier to deal with the Su family in the future." Tian Shu shook his head and explained, "My grandfather is usually eccentric, but he's actually a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. He even calls you the king of soldiers of Huaxia." Then he pointed to the car next to them. "He gave it to you. Wang Zheng, this car is a gift to you. I wish you a safe journey." Suddenly, Zai appeared out of nowhere, startling him. "Then can I hitch a ride in this safe journey car?" Wang Zheng came face to face with her and spoke impassively. "What? You want to go back to the capital with me?" Hearing this, her attitude became even more indifferent. She smiled and replied, "That's right. I've fulfilled all my wishes in Ningxia. It's time to go back." The two of them opened the doors and got into the car. Tian Shu took this opportunity to say goodbye. "Well, I wish you both a safe journey." The white car started moving, speeding down the main road. Zai had asked for a ride but couldn't sit still. She turned to look at him and said sarcastically, "Wang Zheng, with so many Zhongding shares falling into your hands, you must be very happy, right?" Wang Zheng was not surprised, having expected her to ask that. He replied vaguely, "I knew it would be useless even if I denied it. But Zhongding's shares have nothing to do with me." She then pushed her luck, grabbing the car door and complaining, "Can you drive a little slower? I can't handle this speed." He didn't pay any attention and quickly turned the steering wheel, swerving the car. The real excitement is yet to come. The car lost control, veered off the road, and crashed straight towards a cliff, almost becoming a flying, roasted bird. After this crazy act, Wang Zheng turned to question her. "Tell me, what role did your father play in this series of events?" Zai continued to feign ignorance. "I don't understand what you're talking about." He couldn't stay calm anymore. He leaned towards her and growled, "The Zhongding gas tank warehouse. At the moment I was disarming that bomb, someone called and saved my life. It was you, wasn't it?" She wasn't scared and even retorted defiantly, "So what if it was? Is this how you thank your savior?" Wang Zheng tilted his head slightly towards Zai, his voice slow and deliberate. "These are 2 different things. You started plotting against me on the train from the capital. I can't help but be cautious." Catching the suspicion in his voice, Zai replied frankly, "But I saved you anyway. This was a conspiracy against you. I don't know much. No matter how you ask, you won't get the answer you need." A name suddenly flashed in Wang Zheng's mind, making him frown slightly, his voice a little surprised. "Song Mingwei. I didn't expect him to be involved. You saved me and told me so much. Aren't you afraid your father will blame you?" A hint of shyness was visible in her eyes. Zai struggled to speak to him. "I'm not afraid of him blaming me. But you have to promise me, no matter how much you and my father fight over the Su family in the future, you won't harm my father." Wang Zheng quickly understood her meaning and nodded in agreement. "You're trading this information for your father's life? What a filial daughter." "I agree." From nowhere, 2 container trucks roared towards them, blocking all escape routes for the car, surprising the young couple inside. He assessed the situation in a few seconds and immediately spoke to Zai. "Looks like these 2 trucks are targeting us. Hold on tight." Though scared, she didn't forget to ask, "Why don't we get out of the car?" The naive question made the already stressed Wang Zheng growl. "We can't get out. There's a sniper on the mountain." In this desperate situation, he decisively pulled out his gun and started shooting to create an escape route. The front of the car took a barrage of bullets, shattering in multiple places, but strangely, no screams were heard. Realizing the situation was particularly difficult, Wang Zheng cursed under his breath and turned the car around. "Damn it. I can't fight a sniper in such a tight space." It had only rolled a few inches before a tire was gloriously sacrificed by a direct hit. One shot wasn't enough. He coldly fired again, not caring if his position was revealed. The bullet tore through the air and lodged itself in the rear tire, cutting off Wang Zheng's last escape route. Xin Wu, the villain, smugly revealed himself from his hiding spot. "It's been a while since I've had such an interesting fight. I have to play with him slowly until he's dead. The previously silent container truck quickly rammed straight into Wong Jang's car, sending it flying off the cliff. The driver got out of the truck, took out his phone, and reported the mission. It's done. The person on the other end replied coldly. You completed your mission very well. A sudden shot pierced through his chest, causing him to utter only one word. You. Before collapsing into his own spreading pool of blood. After eliminating his accomplice, Shen Wu's face broke into a contemptuous smile from the bottom of his heart. This way, no one will ever know. At the bottom of the cliff, Wong Jang kicked open the car door to pull Zai, who was clinging tightly to him, out. Holding the beauty with one hand, he gripped a rope with the other and launched himself upwards. The rope shot up, hooking securely onto a tree branch without missing by an inch. Wong Jang held her tightly, his mind racing as he climbed. That was too close. But he carelessly let his thoughts slip out. Who was behind this assassination attempt? The Zhongding incident just ended, and they're already making a move. As night fell, Zai stood on the precarious cliff with Wong Jang, her face blushing with embarrassment. Are we going to have to hug like this all night? His eyes sparkled as he spoke half-jokingly. If you want to hug like this forever, I have no objection. But it's cold like this. Staying like this will consume a lot of energy. Hearing this, Zai asked, so how do we get down? His playful mood visibly faded as the situation became more precarious. He looked around and comforted her. Let's slowly make our way down and find a place to shelter from the wind. We'll stay there for one night. The chilly air made Wong Jang feel even more protective of the beauty, and he spoke patiently to her. It's very dark, but we can't turn on any lights. There's still a sniper lurking above. In a luxurious room, the wall clock had struck 2:03 a.m. Tianren looked out at the night scenery and spoke slowly. What's the situation? Shenwu on the other end quickly delivered the result he most wanted to hear. He's dead. The car went off a cliff and exploded. Besides me, no one else knows about this. Joy was unconcealed on his face. Tianren smiled smugly. That's good. Thank you for your hard work. When you get to the capital, let's meet up. Shenwu didn't refuse. Okay, we haven't seen each other in years. It's about time we met. After finishing, he ordered his subordinate. Have people closely monitor everyone arriving in the capital by road, rail, and air. If Wong Jang appears, report to me immediately. The subordinate memorized all the instructions and accepted the order. At the same time, Zai and Wong Jang were huddled together among the rocks at the foot of the mountain. She gently asked her benefactor, Are you cold? He replied, though it was unclear if he was being honest or just tough for the girl, not cold. Pulling away from his embrace, Zai stared at him as if scanning his emotions. Why did you have to take this mountain road? It's even more dangerous than the highway. Seeing the suspicion in her eyes, Wong Jang calmly replied with an uncharacteristically serious expression. First, I wanted to have a proper talk with you. Second, I felt that this matter couldn't end so simply. Zai's mind raced to keep up with this mind-bending conversation. So you intentionally got hit and fell off the cliff to fake your death? He leaned against a rock, speaking seriously to her. That's right, because sometimes being dead is much safer than being alive. After speaking, Wong Jang stood up and quietly gathered leaves and dry grass, making 2 simple beds. To get you back to the capital safely, I have to be a little more careful. Despite this being her first time sleeping rough, Zai put on a brave face like an experienced person. Just 7 or 8 days. If you can endure it, then of course I can too. He didn't deny her steely spirit, only casually remarking that if it dragged on, she would find it hard to bear. Luckily, it's winter. In summer, the jungle is damp, with insect bites. You'd get sick and die in just 2 days. Before the words had faded, Wong Jang was already lying on his self-made grass mattress, ending the conversation. Close your eyes and get some sleep. We need to conserve our energy right now. The bright sunlight shone down on the garden, signaling another day of hiding. Noticing his companion had woken up, Wong Jang asked, You're finally awake. Zai didn't sit up immediately but replied from her straw bed, Good morning. He kindly offered her food and drink. Here are some dry rations and water I prepared. Eat something, and then we'll get going. She took a forceful bite of the food, which was like a 1,000-year-old fossil, and commented, These dry rations are so hard, but they don't taste bad. How could he miss the opportunity to impress the beauty? He immediately boasted, Of course. I made them myself. As expected, she reacted just as he had hoped. You know how to make this too? Hearing that, he continued to chatter on. Of course. And I added many precious herbs that replenish qi and blood to these rations. The quick meal passed. Wong Jang stood up, put on his outer jacket, and didn't forget to urge her, We have to go. As he spoke, he skillfully spun a short knife in his palm. Then he carefully tucked it into his belt and gallantly made an offer. It's a bit slippery here. I'll carry you down. He persisted, taking steady steps on the treacherous cliff, despite the burden on his back. After 5 arduous hours of travel, Wong Jang gently woke the person still deep in sleep. Wake up, we've arrived. Zai looked around at the scenery with curiosity. Where are we now? In response to her question, he switched to tour guide mode, explaining in the simplest terms. We've walked 40 kilometers and finally reached the warm tropical side. With a ladies' first policy, he gave the better option to his companion. You drink the water in this bottle. There's water in the vines too. I can drink that. But the further they went, the more confused she became by the familiar scenery. Are we lost? Everywhere looks the same to me. Noticing her anxiety, Wong Jang reassured her. Don't worry, we're not lost. I'm a living map. Just go straight for another 10 kilometers, and we'll see a river. Under the halo of the male lead, his words were more certain than fate. Even if he was wrong, the author would redraw it to be right. Looks like our luck isn't bad. We can have a barbecue tonight. I'll start a fire and cook. You just rest. Being a man of action, he got right to it. Seeing him so busy, I couldn't sit still and rushed over to offer. Let me help you. With everything perfectly set up, they began to eat. This is so delicious, really. Receiving the compliment, Wong Jang was not at all modest and generously promised. If you like it, I'll grill for you every day from now on. Hearing this, she could only silently wish. If only it could be like this forever. Speaking her mind, she revealed her heart's desires, her eyes filled with longing. Actually, sometimes being with the person you like, far away from the hustle and bustle, is a very good thing. Before she could finish, words of concern reached her ears. Go to sleep early and save your strength. We still have a few more days in the forest. This made Zai look up at his dear back even more fondly. But I really want to continue living like this with you. After 5 days together in the wilderness, they found a path to the city. She couldn't contain the joy welling up inside her. We're finally out. Wong Jang pointed towards the tall buildings in the distance. Let's go, find a place to stay first. They stopped in front of a hotel with a striking red sign. Zai stood shyly beside him while he spoke to the receptionist. I'd like to book a room with a large bed, please. Thank you. She happily flew to the room and rushed inside. I want to take a shower. Otherwise, I'll get moldy. Seeing his chance, he didn't hesitate to suggest, in a flirtatious tone that words cannot describe, I want to take a shower too. How about we shower together? In your dreams. Zai flatly refused with a very convincing reason. Get out and buy new clothes right now. We can't wear these again. Since she had rejected him and pushed him to the door, how could he be any thicker-skinned? He could only reluctantly accept the order. Okay, I'm going right now. Wong Jang went shopping for a bit and returned happily with colorful bags in his hands. I bought clothes. Change into them after your shower. After washing away the dust of their journey, he stepped out of the bathroom. What needed to happen, happened. She shyly nestled against his sturdy body. Wong Jang. Proximity breeds affection. They had a feast until the next morning. After the main course, he brought up a side dish. Well then, let's go get something to eat. At the Hailan group, Ming Chi was not so relaxed. What? The Ruan Ling Jing's Wan vault was robbed? Have you called the police? The voice on the other end immediately replied, We've called the police. They're investigating now. Hearing this, she regained her composure and quickly gave instructions. Calm down, I'll be right there. Facing this unforeseen event, she immediately thought of the person she had been waiting for. Wong Jang, when will you come back? At the capital's train station, Wong Jang's figure stood out among the bustling crowd. Seeing him approaching the exit, one of the two strangers asked for an opinion. He's here. Should we call and report it? The one next to him immediately reminded him. Wait a minute. We shouldn't act rashly. To their surprise, they were startled by his ninja-like appearance. You two have been waiting for me for a long time, haven't you? Go back and tell Su Tianran that I'm not dead. I'm back. They didn't hesitate, lunging at Wong Jang with weapons in hand. Die. Against these small fries, he only needed to bend his flexible back slightly to dodge the attack. You two idiots. Then he counterattacked by smashing their heads together. One of the two weak opponents saw stars after just one punch. He cast a contemptuous look at them with a stern warning. Go back and tell your master that I will get back everything he did to me in the Northwest. Suddenly, a malicious voice rang out. Don't move. Wang Jang looked in the direction of the sound and saw two men in police uniforms pointing their guns at him. We suspect you are involved in a murder case. Please cooperate and come with us to the station for investigation. Qing Ping, not receiving any cooperation, instructed his partner. Quick, request backup from headquarters. At this moment, It seemed he had connected all the clues, silently mocking the mastermind. Su Tianran, you've given me quite a welcome. One gift after another, from being followed to running into the police. The only thing missing is being served like an emperor. He didn't understand why. Even though he was holding a weapon, the aura from his opponent made him break out in a cold sweat. Don't even think about running, or I'll shoot. Wong Jang remained as calm as ever. You think I'm afraid of you shooting? Chu Feng didn't want to drag it out any longer. He stepped forward with the cold iron cuffs. Hands out. The capital train station precinct has already sent backup. You can't escape. Even though life wasn't giving him a chance, if these guys wanted to act, he would play along. All right, I'll cooperate with the investigation. They thought they could arrest him easily, but to their surprise, he swiftly slipped his hands out of the handcuffs, leaving them stunned. What? In a flash, Wang Zheng had snatched a weapon and blocked a devastating blow. Humph, cooperating with you is impossible. Then they crashed into each other from his fierce kick. Next, the whole group swarmed him. He cleverly fired a warning shot into the air to escape. In a luxurious private room at the Nalilan restaurant, Ming Chi sat next to a partner at a lavish dinner table. How could one not be moved by the charming woman opposite him? Shin Guang was no exception. I've wanted to meet Miss Ming Chi for a long time, but I never had the chance. I was supposed to have a shareholders meeting today, but as soon as I heard Miss Ming Chi invited me, I postponed it immediately. Her words, meant to flatter, made her feign surprise. I didn't expect that. CEO Chun, you're giving me too much credit. Come, try the most famous braised fish at this restaurant. Although blinded by her beauty, his reason was still present. CEO Zhang called me here this time, surely not just to eat this braised fish, right? Since he was so direct, she couldn't hide it any longer. Today, Ming Chi invited CEO Chun here because I do have a favor to ask of you. Chun Guang considered it an honor and confidently puffed out his chest. I wonder what Miss Ming Chi needs my help with. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will definitely not hesitate to help. Ming Chi got straight to the point. It's like this. I want to ask langxian.com to publish an article for me. I've already prepared the draft. Before even reading her request, he skillfully refused. Miss Ming Chi, you're asking me to publish an article. It's surely not an ordinary one, right? Something so risky is not something I can do. So, someone with power is not as scary as someone who knows where their power lies. She coquettishly interrupted him. CEO Chun, helping me is equivalent to helping the entire Lamhai group. It's just a simple article. I think this will strengthen the friendship between us. As expected, all men fall for this trick. Chen Guang, his mind muddled, agreed. Actually, what I care about most is the friendship between me and Miss Ming Chi. He was overly excited because Ming Chi then expressed, CEO Chun, of course I look forward to our friendship developing a step further. With the beauty laying it on so thick, he had to relent. Then let me see what kind of news Miss Ming Chi wants me to publish. The content that hit Chen Guang's eyes was more shocking than the Big Bang. Two companies specializing in Ruanling Jingzhuan were robbed at the same time, suspected to be the work of a competitor. Chen Guang fell into a state of deep thought. If I'm really foolish enough to oppose the Su family for a woman, then I'm really tired of living. He turned to show his sincerity, which also contained a strong refusal. Miss Ming Chi, it's not that I don't want to help you, but if this news is published, it really won't be a good thing for our langxian.com. Ming Chi threw all her tricks in at the last minute, making it impossible for him to refuse. But CEO Chun, do you really not want to strengthen the friendship between us? The affection was clear, but he still feigned reluctance. He coughed and refused. Miss Ming Chi, it's not that I won't help, but this matter is truly beyond my capabilities. Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside the door, interrupting their negotiation. When the familiar figure appeared, surprise mixed with immense joy filled Ming Chi's emotions. Why are you here? In response to her question, Wang Jang calmly replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I came when I was supposed to. Seeing her savior, Ming Chi seemed to relax. Then I'll leave this to you. Observing the situation since he entered the room, Chen Guang still couldn't close his mouth in surprise. This is... He switched to seasoned businessman mode, introducing himself with the most professional words possible. CEO Chun, my business card. Wang Zheng, of Jirong International. I'm here to continue the discussion about the Ruanling Jingzhuan matter. The man looked at the card in his hand, unable to help but wonder. Senior Vice President of Jirong International? Why is he helping Ruanling Jingzhuan? Could he and Zhang Mingqi have a private relationship? Before he could figure out the right answer, Wang Zheng dropped a bombshell with a casualness as if he were discussing what to eat for dinner. I wonder if CEO Chun is interested in Jirong acquiring langxian.com. The earth-shattering explosion was beyond imagination, leaving Chun Guang so stunned that he jumped up to question him. Are you serious or joking? Who has time to joke? I have a lot on my plate. In my position, I naturally wouldn't joke. After the initial shock, he struggled to maintain his composure. I don't want to take the risk. If I really try, the blow to Longxin would be no different from being destroyed. When the other party refused to cooperate, Wong Jang had to use his trump card. If CEO Chen doesn't publish this news, then tomorrow, the contract for Jirong's acquisition of langxian.com will be on your desk. As a true CEO, he only needed to wave his hand to control the situation. As far as I know, CEO Chun is only a co-founder of Longxin, holding 30% of the shares. Jirong will buy up all the shares from the other shareholders, becoming the largest shareholder with the power to decide Longxin's fate. Qin Guang was completely stunned by this information. How do you know these things? Wang Zheng paid no attention to his astonishment, his eyes glued to his phone. The screen displayed the name of the key person in today's negotiation. To prove his earlier arguments, he decisively handed the phone to him. CEO Chun, look, Shangwan Shishir is calling. You can ask her directly. Shishir on the other end got straight to the point. CEO Chun, right? Our CEO Wang from Jirong is discussing the acquisition of Longxin with you, I believe. Those words were like a spark that ignited a burning fire in Chun Guang's heart. Oh, CEO Shangwan, I didn't expect it to really be you. Sweat dripped down his face because of the threatening implication in her words. CEO Chun, CEO Wang's intention is also my intention. I hope CEO Chun can help us out. Hanging up the phone, an outrageous thought popped into his head. Could he be the kept man that Shangwan Shishir is supporting? The person Chun Guang was just cooking up stories about was oblivious, only looking at the time and muttering a reminder. It's 7:40 now. Immediately notify the company to publish this news. What do you say? He tried to struggle in the inescapable swamp. CEO Wang, Miss Ming Chi, what you're doing is really pushing me too far. Wang Zheng didn't hesitate to interrupt him. The acquisition will be prepared quickly. We were originally going to give you some face, but now it seems I've done something unnecessary. Realizing he was in a weak position, he couldn't help but panic. What do you want to do? He didn't answer, just quickly connected a call with Xia Yan. As soon as the other end picked up, he decisively gave an instruction. Take over langxian.com now and publish the news. Pin it for 24 hours. As his reluctant but effective assistant, he immediately accepted the order. I'm about to become your personal lackey. At the same time, the tense atmosphere in the Su family's living room was eased by Nuanu's concerned question. What's wrong with you? Tianran, who was standing pensively in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, heard her and softened his voice to reassure her. It's nothing. Don't worry. It seemed she had some idea of the difficult problem her brother was facing. Is it because of the Wanling Jing's Wan matter? He turned to her with a gentle look and softly hummed in agreement. She expressed her understanding and sympathy for him. I know it wasn't you who did it. Her sincere words made Tianran curious. Then tell me why you feel that way. I'm Wanling Jing's Wan's biggest competitor. After so many years as siblings, how could Nuan not know? Letting a competitor get such a big advantage, that's not your style. Enduring for 10 years for a single strike, that's you. He not only agreed but also underestimated the person behind the scenes. Yes, such a clumsy move couldn't possibly be my doing. Suddenly, a strange thought occurred to her. Could it be that Wanling Jing's Wan staged it themselves? In response to this view, Tianran added a sharp argument to clarify the issue. If Wanling themselves did it, then things would be much simpler. But Zhang Mingqi wouldn't. Possessed by a great detective, she came up with such brilliant and reasonable speculations. Could there be another secret force behind this? They want to push the Su family into the spotlight, to make us and Wanling turn against each other first. Although he appeared calm, his words contained a fierce killing intent. Yes, if I find them, I will definitely not let them go easily. The troubles piled up, and her worries grew. In that case, all the fingers are pointing at our Su family. This person can just sit back and reap the benefits. Should we explain things to Zhang Mingqi? A clear conscience is a sure card. He remained steadfast in his own way. I didn't do it, so there's no need to explain anything to others. Nuan hadn't finished cleaning up the mess, as there were still many unanswered questions. Brother, if we continue like this, aren't we falling into his trap? Isn't that what he wants? In contrast to his sister, Tianran still had faith in his family and himself. It's not that easy to frame our Su family. Oh, right, Wang Zheng is back from Ningxia. If you're free, you can invite him for a meal. Unrequited love is the feeling of joy when someone mentions your crush's name. She was no exception, but the joy was short-lived. When she thought of the long-standing feud between the two sides, the smile on her face vanished. If I go, Grandpa won't be happy. As if seeing through her heart, he sighed softly and added a reassuring word. As long as it's something you want to do, I don't think Grandpa will stop you. As for the Ruanling Jingzwan matter, I'll handle it properly. You don't need to worry. Though she was overjoyed, Nuanu remained surprisingly calm on the surface. Then I'll invite Wong Jang for a meal when I'm free. Then I'll tell him that these things have nothing to do with our Su family. Although he advised her so, his mind couldn't help but think negatively of his rival. I'm just afraid Wong Jang won't listen to your explanation. Regardless of whether the Su family was behind this or not, in the end, Wong Jang will still be the first to strike. After thinking it through, Tianran decided to strike first. Wong Jang isn't dead. He's alive and back. At the same time, at the Naililon restaurant, Wong Jang, unaware that he was being plotted against, continued his phone conversation leisurely. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Who would refuse a good offer? So Xia Yin scheduled a meeting. I happen to be free tomorrow. We have to at least drink 10-year-old Wulianya. Your sister-in-law has banned me from drinking for a long time. He bluntly refused with a very convincing reason. But tomorrow I have a dinner date with a beautiful girl. Then he decisively hung up. In a room full of high-end PCs and professional programmers, after being hung up on, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. This kid, he really can't let people rest easy. A subordinate ran up to report, interrupting his sadness. Big brother, should we continue cracking it? One more press of the enter key, and I can control the entire Longshin website. Receiving the good news, he immediately gave an instruction. Take full control. Set the timer for 48 hours. Back at the Naililon restaurant, witnessing the recent call, Chen Guang couldn't contain his shock. Take over the management of the Longshin website? CEO Wang, are you kidding me? My company has hired the world's top technical talent to protect the website. How can you just break it like that? Knowing the other party didn't believe him, Wang Jing quickly informed him, CEO Chen, if I'm not mistaken, your phone will ring within 5 minutes. As he predicted, the object in his pocket vibrated continuously. When he picked it up, the screen showed the caller was the very person they had just mentioned. Then the other end frantically reported bad news. CEO Chen, it's bad. Our system has been hacked. We can't perform any updates. His face turned pale. Find another solution. Can't you crack the backend? The other party immediately reported, the backend is completely locked. All the computers in our technical team have been infected with a virus simultaneously. We're still trying to recover. This was like a ticking time bomb, making Chen Guang unable to help but ask fearfully, what do you want? Wang Zheng gave him a vicious look. I already gave CEO Chen a chance. Now, the clarification article that's about to be published will have much harsher language, and the headline will definitely be prominent on the Longshin homepage in the largest, most eye-catching font. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pulled Ming Qi and left. The waiter, who had just approached the door, saw them leaving. He didn't hesitate to say, that gentleman will pay. In Tianran's office, the person sitting in front of the computer seemed to be deep in thought. It turned out that the screen was displaying dense lines of text, which troubled him. Longshin, today's news. 2 companies specializing in Ruanling Jingzwan were robbed at the same time, suspected to be the work of a competitor. The opponent's move was so brilliant that Tianran sighed and had to praise his rival. He strikes fast and viciously. Nuanu gently approached with a look of doubt. Can't you guys resolve this peacefully? Why must you fight secretly against each other? Speaking of her white moonlight, she didn't hesitate to shower him with praise. I remember when Wang Zheng first came to the capital. He was straightforward, cheerful, upright, and even a bit flirtatious. I have to say, Wang Zheng is one of the few men who left a good impression on me. Seeing his sister lost in a sea of love for his rival, Tianran couldn't help but feel a mix of helplessness and sarcasm. If Wang Zheng heard my sister praise him like this, I wonder how narcissistic he would become. Hearing this, Nuanu didn't stop, but continued to assess him with a blooming smile. Yes, he's very charming. At Shishir's villa on Tianping Mountain, the group of 3, Wang Zheng, joyfully toasted. She gave a speech like a talented leader after a power struggle. This celebration is, 1, to celebrate defeating the Su family, and 2, to welcome you back. Overwhelmed with joy, he also made a few comments. Su Tianran secretly acquired Longshin, but he didn't expect that just as he became chairman, Longshin would be acquired by our Jirong International. Unlike them, Sheng Fei was concerned about something else. I heard you were surrounded by the police at the train station. How did you escape? He didn't hesitate to share his brilliant strategy for defeating the enemy. It was crowded there. I fired a shot into the air, which was bound to cause chaos. Then I took the opportunity to escape. This clever move made sure pat his shoulder in praise. Truly brilliant. Let's put the Su family matter aside for now. Did you encounter anything interesting on your trip to Ningxia? Wong Jang brushed her hand away and answered frankly. Something interesting? Does meeting a beautiful girl count? Since he was so honest, she didn't need to be shy about her curiosity. What happened between you and Songzai? He didn't expect her to know his every move. He exclaimed, are you spying on me? How could anything escape Shurshu's sharp eyes? Look at you. You two disappeared for so long. You can't blame people for thinking you were together. Faced with these teasing words, he didn't know what expression to make. Are you saying that all missing women are related to me? With her straightforward personality, she honestly replied with her thoughts. Who knows? What wouldn't a lecher like you dare to do? To her surprise, she was left speechless because Wang Zheng's skin was thicker than concrete. He even agreed with her. That's true. Putting the topic of beautiful women aside, she raised her glass and suggested, let's keep drinking. We're not going home until we're drunk. The joy overwhelmed them, and they indulged in the strong liquor until the early morning, when white clouds drifted across the deep blue sky. The three of them were still lost in their dreams, sprawled on the floor. He was the first to be awakened by the bright sunbeams. After discovering his mischievous hand resting on Sheng Fei's chest, he couldn't help but be startled. What's going on? Wang Zheng decided that discretion was the better part of valor. He opened the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily they're not awake yet. Little did he know that the victim in this incident had already lowered her standards to an unprecedented level. I'll just consider it as being groped by him once. In the hallway of the Capital Medical University, Wang Zheng sat on a bench, waiting for someone. As soon as he recognized the familiar figure, Nuanu couldn't help but tease, you're quite punctual. He wouldn't easily pass up the chance to flirt, so he uttered some sweet words. For a date with a beautiful girl like you, how could I be late? Seemingly unfazed by his flirtatious words, she got straight to the point. Let's go. I'll show you around. They walked side by side up the stairs. For some reason, she suddenly slipped and couldn't help but scream. Wang Zheng quickly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, not forgetting to exclaim, such a slim waist. After being rescued by the hero, Nuanu's heart pounded, but she didn't forget to ask what she had always wondered. Actually, you're not as lecherous as you seem. Your coldness is just an act. Why do you have to wear a mask and act like that? How could he admit to the character he himself had created? Do I? Soon, Wang Zheng skillfully changed the subject. Nuanu, why did you call me here? She didn't answer his question, but instead offered sincere advice from the bottom of her heart. Wang Zheng, some burdens, if you can let them go or reconcile them, wouldn't that be better? He scratched his head, feigning ignorance. My nerves are thick. I don't understand. Nuanu didn't believe him and was determined to get to the bottom of it. Wang Zheng, you clearly know what I'm talking about. Finally, she couldn't hold back the hot tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Even now, he didn't drop his joking manner. Eldest miss, your words can easily cause misunderstandings. Anyone who didn't know better would think you're lashing out because your confession was rejected. But Wang Zheng had to sigh in exasperation at her immense determination. I will definitely convince you. I'll make you forget all your hatred. Suddenly, the unexpected appearance of Lu Wen's group interrupted this tearful scene. Nuanu, is he bullying you? The person mentioned didn't reply to him, but turned to whisper, trying to smooth things over. This is Tong Luan, our class monitor. He's very blunt when he speaks. Please don't mind him. He naturally played along, waving his hand dismissively. Just a bunch of kids. I won't stoop to their level. The arrogant brat, completely clueless about the situation, immediately put on an incredibly ridiculous tough guy act. Say that again. You want me to beat you up? Nuanu tried to defuse the situation. Tong Luan, really, it's nothing. My friend and I still have things to talk about. Yang Lu felt her attitude was completely fake. Soon Nuanu, Luan is helping you vent your anger. Don't be so ungrateful. Suddenly, he slapped her, taking everyone by surprise. Yang Lu clutched her flushed cheek, her voice trembling and stuttering. Luan, last night we even. Unexpectedly, he yelled and cursed at her. You ungrateful bitch. Get lost. Humiliated and ashamed, she quickly turned and ran away crying. Wang Zheng took the opportunity to advertise his services. If you want to get revenge on him, remember to come find me. By now, Nuanu had completely lost any goodwill toward Luan and didn't want to see his face anymore. Tong Luan, you should leave too. This has nothing to do with you. But Luan still raised his chin and raised his voice. How does it not concern me? Nuanu, your business is my business. Then he turned to interrogate Wang Zheng. Who the hell are you? Why are you bullying Nuanu? He shrugged, acting innocent. I'm not bullying Nuanu. Clearly, she's the one bullying me. Yet Luan aggressively grabbed his collar, playing the hero. Today, I'm definitely going to help Nuanu vent her anger. Wong Jang's attitude remained perfectly calm. Then give it a try. Luan tried to knee him in the stomach. Are you telling me how to do things? But Wong Jang's hand blocked the attack midair. Young man, you need to be reasonable. Then he squeezed his opponent's knee tightly, making him scream in pain. Let go. He gave a disdainful smile and raised an eyebrow. All right, you asked for it. Wong Jang forcefully threw Luan's large body far away. His lackeys stood dumbfounded, watching him fall flat on his back. Wong Jang warned them aloud. Whoever dares to help him up, I'll beat them too. Try it if you don't believe me. At the Capital Medical University cafeteria, Nuanu and Wong Jang sat eating together. She revealed the identity of the arrogant guy they just met. The guy you hit earlier is Tong Luan. His father is Tong Shinbang, a famous real estate tycoon in Nanjiang Province. She also reminded Wong Jang, if you want to develop in Nanjiang Province, maybe this person could help you. It's just that his reputation isn't very good. He chewed his food, leaning in to listen. Tell me more. Nuanu explained the rumors she had heard in more detail. Tong Shinbang's Hengqin real estate has snatched up all the prime land in Nanjiang Province, deliberately driving up housing prices. He recalled Luan's arrogant and overbearing demeanor and concluded, to raise a son like that, Tong Shinbang probably isn't a good person either. She agreed with that, but still felt Shinbang had some redeeming qualities. That's true, but he treated his wife very well. She passed away a few years ago, and Tong Shinbang has remained a widower ever since. However, Wong Jang had seen enough of human nature. He had no sympathy for the father and son. Who knows, maybe he has no shortage of women. Taking down Hengqin real estate, that sounds quite challenging. If anyone else heard Wong Jang's words, they might think he was a delusional madman. But Nuanu believed in him completely. Only you could achieve such a goal. At this moment, Yang Lu suddenly walked up to the two of them. She brought up what Wong Jang had said earlier. You said I could come find you. So what's your plan? He asked her a question. Tong Luan has a super rich dad. I'm sure you know about this, right? Yang Lu quickly answered. Then, Wong Jang flashed a wicked smile. It was as if demon wings, horns, and a tail had sprouted behind him. His words were a devilish temptation. If you want to get revenge on him, why not become his stepmother? His suggestion left Yang Lu stunned, while Nuanu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Over at the Su family, Wang He was reporting Nuanu's daily activities to Tianran. Eldest young master, the miss, is eating with Wong Jang at the Capital Medical University cafeteria. Tianran knew his sister's personality well. If Nuanu has set her mind on something, she'll definitely see it through no matter what. Wang He probed for their next move. Then, eldest young master, what should we do now? If this continues, the miss will get hurt sooner or later. He needed to consider this carefully. I'll discuss it with father and quickly send Nuanu abroad to study. Then he asked about another matter. Oh right, how is Xie Ping'an doing? Wang He answered honestly. Elder Xie is still staying at his house, practicing his martial arts every day. The doctor said his recovery is even better than expected. Tianran repeatedly instructed him to monitor Ping'an carefully. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him do anything too impulsive. He replied seriously, rest assured, eldest young master. Then he stood up, preparing to head out. Get the car ready. I need to make a trip to the capital airport. In the hallway, Nuanu asked Wong Jang, are you really not going to consider what I said? He crossed his arms and replied calmly, if I'm not mistaken, your brother is probably preparing to send you abroad to study right now. His tone showed unwavering determination. There are some things that simply cannot be reconciled. Giving up halfway would be a betrayal to myself. Hearing this, although she was very reluctant, Nuanu had no choice but to accept it. I understand. Knowing you has made me very happy. I just don't know if we'll ever have the chance to meet again. Wong Jang smiled and opened his arms to comfort her. Then let's have a hug for our friendship. The two hugged tightly, the atmosphere filled with a lingering reluctance to part. At Xinhe Road, Mingwei was working in his office. Suddenly, Wong Jang walked in and asked coldly, Mayor Song, do you know me? His appearance startled him. Wong Jang. Then he quickly reached out to press the alarm button on the corner of the desk. However, Mingwei's action was intercepted by Wong Jang. He pinned him down in his chair, his statements hitting Mingwei right in his guilty conscience. I think you don't just know me. You know me very well. Wong Jang leaned in, looking him dead in the eye, wanting to get to the bottom of things. Tell me, what was the deal with that bomb in Ningxia? Mingwei's face broke out in a cold sweat, but he stubbornly pretended to have nothing to do with it. I don't know. I really don't know. His fake acting made him feel ridiculous. Holding a sharp needle, he smirked disdainfully. You don't know? Then, without hesitation, he stabbed the needle into Mingwei's neck. He stared in terror at the 3 needles gleaming with cold light in his hand. Wong Jang issued another threat. This is a poison I made myself. No one can cure it. If you cooperate obediently, maybe I'll consider giving you the antidote. Knowing the needles were poisoned, his face turned pale, and he quickly confessed everything, telling him all he knew. Faced with the choice between his life and keeping a secret, Mingwei didn't dare hide anything. A while ago, someone came to me and told me to deal with you. If I succeeded, they'd help me get this position. Hearing his story, Wang Zheng felt this guy was old but stupidly naive. And you actually believe that? Mingwei didn't dare argue back, just lowered his head and stammered. He controlled me. I had no choice but to believe him. Wang Zheng wanted more information about the culprit. Who is he? How did he contact you? Mingwei honestly told him everything he knew. He sent someone to pick me up and take me somewhere, but I was blindfolded the whole way. I had no idea where we were going. Plus, he wore a mask every time. Unable to extract any valuable information from Mingwei, Wang Zheng angrily grabbed him by the collar. You're not selling me out, are you? Mingwei looked in panic at the 3 sharp needles right in front of his face, desperately promising not to reveal anything. No, I'll never tell anyone you were here. I really don't want to commit any more sins. But Wang Zheng didn't trust him that easily. He decisively stabbed a few more needles into the back of Mingwei's neck. Go to sleep. I'm also very curious to know who else that masked guy approached besides you. Having finished his business here, Wang Zheng walked out of the office. Just as he closed the door, his sharp intuition suddenly sensed an incoming attack. He sprang backward, agilely dodging the slash. At the same time, he threw 3 needles as a counterattack. In front of him was Shunwu, who pulled back his dagger. How interesting. Then he swung fiercely at Wang Zheng again, the sharp blade grazing his leg, leaving a bleeding scratch. But Wang Zheng remained very calm, even smirking in praise. You're pretty fast. Shunwu growled fiercely. I let you escape back in Ningxia. You're much stronger than I thought. He stated firmly. You're the one who assassinated me on the road. Shunwu toyed with the dagger in his hand, replying with a mocking tone. If I had shot straight into the driver's seat back then, do you think you'd still be alive to return to the capital? He thought Wang Zheng would panic upon hearing this, but unexpectedly, he didn't care at all, just shaking his head with a cold scoff. Then he arrogantly asked back, did you know there was a small drone hovering right above me at that time? Shunwu hadn't anticipated that. A drone. Wang Zheng's clear explanation echoed. It's used to provide coordinates for a remote sniper. If I died, you wouldn't have survived either. He was still disdainful, not taking it seriously. So you're saying I should thank you for not dying? Suddenly, he revealed his true identity. Of course. Xiao Shenwu, the golden blade silver snow, you should properly thank me. This left Shenwu utterly shocked. How do you know? Taking advantage of his panic, Wang Zheng threw out a red pouch. Shenwu swung his knife, piercing the pouch, and the powder inside scattered everywhere, creating a thick cloud of smoke that obscured his vision. He continuously coughed. His series of actions were incredibly fluid. He pulled out a gun and fired while mocking. There was no drone above me. I was just messing with you for fun. Shenwu was shot in the shoulder. Everything happened so fast he couldn't react in time. Then Wang Zheng casually opened the window, not forgetting to turn his head and say goodbye. I'll be going now. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped out. Shenwu watched Wang Zheng leave, only able to clutch his shoulder and curse through gritted teeth. Damn it. On another side, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. A group of people rushed into Mingwei's office. Song Rong shouted, hurry. Mingwei has fainted. Save him. He narrowed his eyes in anger. Daring to cause trouble right in the Song family's home. This is definitely not a simple matter. He coldly ordered. Within 24 hours, investigate this thoroughly for me. Wang Zheng saw many police cars parked below the building and inwardly complained. This is going to be a real hassle. Suddenly, a red car approached him. The window rolled down, and Zai, sitting inside, asked, why is it you? Wang Zheng quickly opened the door, got in, and said, I caused a little trouble at your house. You're the only one who can get me out of here. Unexpectedly, Zai calmly accepted this. I'll get you out. The red car began to accelerate, rolling onto the road. The red car sped along the street. Zai's calm demeanor puzzled Wang Zheng. Don't you want to ask anything? It turned out she had already anticipated the situation. You went to my house to ask my dad about the bomb, right? He had to admire this girl's intelligence. Nothing gets past you. He then recounted the information Mingwei had confessed. Your dad said someone could help him secure that position, so they just cooperated. However, Zai understood Mingwei's true nature well. She guessed he might have been manipulated. My dad isn't the type to use any means necessary for profit. Could there be some hidden secret? Wong Jang had similar doubts. I don't know the exact reason either. To protect your dad, I used silver needles to put him in a coma for the next few months. Hearing about Mingwei's coma, Zai anxiously grabbed his hand. Is my dad in any danger? The soft touch of a girl's hand made Wong Jang break a sweat. He quickly looked away. No, it's just a coma. It won't have any side effects on his body. He didn't forget to comfort her. I know doing this is unfair to you, but knowing her father would be fine, Zai finally breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't want to see your dad sink deeper into the pursuit of fame and power. If one day you point your blade at the Song family, I only hope you can spare his life. Her look of complete trust made Wong Jang voice the question he had been wondering about for a long time. I just want to ask you, why did you believe I would win right from the start? Seeing his hand tightly holding hers, Zai suddenly blushed. She looked at him and smiled gently. I trust my intuition. Sometimes, a woman's intuition is very scary. Wong Jang advised Zai to go back and check on the situation at home. I caused such a mess at the Song family. I think you should go back early and take a look. However, she moved closer to him. No, I don't want to go back tonight. Zai leaned against Wong Jang's chest. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly spoke. This is the first time we've met since returning to the capital. I don't want to leave you so soon. Night fell, the moon emerging from the clouds. Finally, he agreed. I'll stay with you. On the deserted streets, Shenwu clutched his shoulder and ran for his life. He didn't expect to fall into such a desperate situation right after returning to the capital. Suddenly, a group of people appeared and surrounded him. He remained calm and challenged them. Shoot. They immediately opened fire in unison. Shenwu quickly cracked his whip, taking them all down at once. He vaulted over the fence to dodge the bullets. Suddenly, a black car braked sharply right in front of him. Xiao Qiu rolled down the window and urged, Eldest young master told me to pick you up and take you to the manor. Get in quick. Early the next morning, the golden sunlight cast the shadows of high-rise buildings onto the street. Next to it, the red car was quietly parked in a corner. Inside, Zai was still hugging Wong Jang, sleeping soundly. He smiled and gently patted her back. It's morning. I have to go back. Zai was still clinging to the feeling of last night. Her cheeks flushed, reluctant to part. Don't go. Wong Jang softly coaxed her. We'll still have chances to meet later. Right now, I have to go see someone. Zai was an understanding person, so she didn't waste any more of his time. All right then. Seems like it's someone very important. In the southern suburbs, Wenxing Garden, the late afternoon sunlight shone through the window panes. Wong Jang stood in front of the house and knocked on the door. Inside, a woman's questioning voice immediately rang out. Who is it? He stated his identity. Wong Jang, Jurong International. Hearing the familiar voice, Ning Xia hurried out to open the door, welcoming him warmly. How did you find this place? Wong Jang acted mysterious. I have my ways. Suddenly, the slightly messy belongings caught his eye. Seeing this scene, he immediately guessed, what about you? Getting ready to leave? Ning Xia didn't hide her intentions, and even told Wong Jang exactly where her hometown was. I'm packing my bags to go back to my hometown, Bazhou County, in northern Nanjiang. Knowing where her hometown was, his mind raced, quickly offering an attractive proposal. I've always wanted to build a school in northern Nanjiang. How about you take charge of the construction planning for me? Once it's finished, you'll be the school's first teacher. Teacher Ning Xia. Her eyes sparkled brightly, thrilled as if she had struck gold. Really? I've actually always wanted to do that. Wong Jang suggested they exchange contact info to make it easier to discuss later. Give me your phone number. We'll take our time discussing the school construction. Having finished chatting and convincing Ning Xia, it was time to say goodbye. Then I won't bother you anymore. Take your time packing. He went downstairs and hailed a taxi. Driver, to Jurong International. Please step on it. Xiao Xiong was extremely confident in his driving skills. Okay, no problem. When it comes to speed, I'm only slightly slower than an airplane. Then the taxi revved its engine and zoomed off, leaving only a trail of smoke behind. Wang Jung arrived at Shangwan Shishir's office. She handed him a file folder to check. You're finally here. Look at this quickly. Wang Jung flipped open the document. It recorded the latest financial reports. The sales volume of Xinling Star has skyrocketed. The combined sales of the three companies specializing in diamond jewelry, Tongling, EGA, and Suong, don't even amount to a third of Xuanling's. Shishir assessed the current situation. Xinling won this time. Zhongding is secretly restructuring. The Su family's capital must have taken a hard hit too. I really want to crush them all. Suddenly, an idea popped into Wang Zhang's head. I have a great plan. But looking at her face, she didn't seem too convinced. Another incredibly sinister and shameless plan, right? He took out his phone and called Wu Ling. As soon as he picked up, Wong Jang asked immediately, "Chung Wu Ling, how many men do you have on your side right now?" The answer came from the other end of the line. "Over 900. Is there another mission?" He smirked wickedly and explained the plan to him. "Bring 50 elites. You must reach South Africa within 15 days. I want you guys to go destroy a diamond mine." Wu Ling was a cautious person, repeatedly asking to be sure. "Are you certain we'll be able to leave the country smoothly after getting it done? To what extent does it need to be destroyed?" Wang Zheng replied in a playful tone, also instructing them to do a clean job. "Leave the exit arrangements to me. What you need to do is blow up the entire diamond mine so it can't be restored for the next 5 years." At the same time, he reminded Wu Ling's group not to be careless. "Remember to prepare extra weapons. That diamond mine is equipped with private armed guards. Don't underestimate the enemy." He seriously accepted the order. "Okay, I got it." Sure heard the entire conversation between the two clearly. She wondered about one thing. How did you know the Su family has an exclusive diamond mine in South Africa? Wang Zheng honestly said this was beyond his expectations. "A friend told me. I didn't expect the Su family to invest in a diamond mine in South Africa either." Sure gloated seeing someone about to face disaster. "You really are sinister. Destroying the Su family's diamond mine. Those 3 big brands won't be able to sustain themselves. The Su family is doomed." Wang Zheng's face was full of smugness, yet he pretended to be humble. "Compared to your dad, I'm still too green." Mentioning Jiajing, he suddenly turned his head and asked, "Has your dad given any new orders lately?" Sure honestly recounted her father's recent situation with a look of utter helplessness. "He just stays in his nursing room every day. He's living the dream, leaving me here to suffer." Suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside. Wen Tao let a man and a woman inside. "Eldest miss, these two are." Night Eye spoke up to introduce themselves first. "We are officers from the District 11 Police Department. We'd like to invite Mr. Wang Zheng to come with us to cooperate with an investigation." Wang Zheng stood facing the two, his attitude resolute not to go without clear documentation. "Why should I go with you? On what grounds?" At this moment, Yu Yin coldly held up a piece of paper and clarified, "This is an internal arrest warrant. We suspect you of colluding with international reactionary factions." Wang Zheng found this excuse absolutely ridiculous. What kind of bullshit reason is that? Night Eye's voice was stern and unyielding, even issuing a threat. "Don't even think about resisting. We have the right to shoot you dead right here." Their blatant arrogance made Sure unable to hold back anymore. She stepped forward, shielding Wang Zheng. "You're talking pretty big, aren't you? This is Jurong International. It's not a place where you can just arrest whoever you want." Yu Yan's expression was cold as she retorted, "Don't forget, this country is Huaxia." But Sure's tone was full of determination. "He's my man. If I don't agree, even if your chief comes here, don't even think about snatching him from the Shangwan family's territory." The atmosphere between the two sides was tense. Suddenly, Wang Zheng asked for their identities. "What are your code names?" Yu Yan didn't understand why he asked that, but still stated them to get it over with. "I'm Yu Yan. He's Night Eye. Can you come with us now?" In the end, he agreed to their unreasonable demand. "I'll go with you." This left Sure extremely shocked. "Wang Zheng, you can't go." Wang Zheng winked, signaling her to rest assured, and patted her head to coax her. "It's fine. Just stay home and wait for my news. Like you said, I'm your man now. How could I just abandon you?" Although she usually bickered with him constantly, right now Sure couldn't hide the worry on her face. "You have to come back." Night Eye stood to the side, looking fed up with this tearful parting scene. He hurriedly urged, "Are you done talking? If you're done, let's go." Just before leaving, Wang Zheng leaned in close to Sure's ear and whispered, "Don't worry. I'll definitely torment them until the whole place is turned upside down. Just wait for a good show." At the Dynasty Hotel, capital city. On the top floor, Tianran paced back and forth, speaking to Shenwu. "Looks like you took a hard hit this time. Can Wang Zheng be considered a formidable opponent for you?" He also accepted that he had been defeated by him this time. "I was careless." Tianran glanced at Shenwu, his words showing his deep hatred for Wang Zheng. "I want to eliminate him. So I want to ask you for a small favor." Shenwu had fought Wang Zheng once and knew a bit about his strength, so he was quite hesitant upon hearing this proposal. "This is no small favor. It almost cost me my life." However, as someone with years of business experience, Tianran could guess Shenwu's thoughts. "But I know you're very interested in him." He replied disdainfully. "You want me to help you just based on that?" Tianran started playing the emotional card to sway him. "I thought we've been friends since that moment." Clearly, Shenwu's attitude shifted slightly. Suddenly, Tianran's older sister Qingli, along with his two younger brothers Tianya and Tianchi, appeared. She spoke impatiently. Tianran, I have something to discuss with you. Tianran felt puzzled as to why all three of them had come to see him together. Sister, brothers, you came all the way here to find me. Is there something important? Qingli held up a notice and questioned Tianran. Why did you cut everyone's year-end commission by 80%? Tianya stood next to her, chiming in. Why did you cancel the 2 million startup fund for all family members under 30? Their frustration was obvious. It's not like our Su family is short on this little bit of money. Tianran responded to the barrage of questions very reasonably. The family's working capital is very tight right now, so we need to pool our funds. I made it clear in the notice. This is only temporary. Tianya was furious about his allowance being cut. Brother Tianran, you've always been in charge of the family's businesses. Why did you let this situation happen? He remained calm and replied, I'm in charge of all strategic decisions, and I also bear all the consequences. Knowing that no matter what he said, these lazy freeloaders wouldn't understand, he added, I don't think it's necessary for me to explain to you all. Qingli's tone was full of reproach. Tianran, you have to take responsibility for your incompetence. She even harbored intentions of seizing power. If you really can't do it anymore, then step down and hand over the position. Having run the company for years, Tianran easily saw through their scheme. If your goal is to force me to give up this position, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Tianya kept blaming him continuously. Brother Tianran, why have there been so many losses since you took over the company? Incompetent, yet still wanting to monopolize this position. Sooner or later, the Su family will be driven to a dead end. Tianran couldn't stand the shamelessness of these parasites who loved to put on airs anymore. He shouted, over all these years, have any of you executed a single profitable project? Meanwhile, I turned 2 million into 50 million in just 1 year. He decisively declared, if anyone can do what I did, I'll hand this position over to them. Tianchi scoffed disdainfully, showing no respect for his older brother. Even if the family's assets grew crazily before, haven't we been beaten down so badly by someone else these past 3 months that we can't even lift our heads? Tianran felt helpless and didn't want to argue any more with these blood relatives who had no familial affection. I can't believe I'm wasting my time arguing with you here. Are you going to walk out yourselves, or should I throw you out? Choose. Relying on her status as the older sister, Qingli raised her voice to lecture him. Su Tianran, how dare you speak like that? Who do you think you are? Who gave you that right? Suddenly, a flash of light circled around her. Then, that light flew back into the hand of Shenwu, who had been sitting to the side witnessing the entire argument. Qingli trembled in fear, looking at her long hair that had been cut right up to her shoulders. Furious, she brought up the family elders to threaten him. Just you wait and see. I'm going to tell Grandpa everything. You just wait. Watching the backs of the three storming off angrily, Tianran couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse, a bunch of idiots. However, he was quite satisfied with Shenwu's action of putting his annoying sister in her place just now. He joked, you really don't know how to treat a lady. No wonder you're still single. Shenwu stood up with a cold face and replied, I have no shortage of women around me. Also, I'll help you with your matter. At the Jurong International Headquarters. Night, I had lost his patience, continuously threatening Wong Jang. Well, should I put them on you, or will you put them on yourself? The answer he received from him was a punch right in the face, followed by a powerful knee strike. Finally, Wong Jang's elbow slammed into his back. Everything happened so fast that night I couldn't react in time. Looking pathetic and disheveled, he glared at the young man opposite him. Yuyan pulled out her gun to warn him, but he quickly grabbed it. She even used her palm to cover the muzzle. She stared wide-eyed as Wong Jang unloaded the magazine right in front of her. How is this possible? In just a few seconds, he had completely disassembled the gun. The two of them couldn't believe their eyes. How did you do that? Wong Jang smirked contemptuously. What's wrong? Scared stiff? I was already giving you face by coming with you, but you treated me like nothing. You can't blame me for this. But Wu Yin still insisted on using force. She gritted her teeth, took out her walkie-talkie, and reported to her superior. Wu Yin requesting backup. But he had no intention of escalating the situation. He just hated their condescending attitude. No need. I just don't like being handcuffed. I'll go with you. Wu Yin led Wong Jang downstairs, where many security personnel were already waiting. She pointed to a black car and said to him, get in. Even though he was in the car and on his way to the police station, Wong Jang's expression was incredibly calm. I suggest you have 2 people carry that guy from upstairs down. Otherwise, you'll bring shame to Department 11. Wu Yin ordered her subordinates to bring down the man who had been beaten to a pulp. Carry him down. In the car, Wong Jang kept sizing up Wu Yan, who was sitting beside him as a guard. After observing for a while, he complimented her. You have a great body. He even offered advice. Girls should wear bras less often. Otherwise, after a while, you'll not only feel chest tightness, but it'll also turn into a flat chest. Wu Yan couldn't maintain her composure when harassed. She coldly drew her gun, pressed it against Wong Jang's forehead, and warned, if you dare say another word of nonsense, I'll blow your head off. 2 cars, one black and one white, sped through the gate into the Department 11 police station. After he got out of the car, the first words out of his mouth were, so this is your base. Nothing special. His tone held no trace of panic or worry. Wong Jang's calm demeanor throughout the journey made Wu Yan feel she couldn't see through him. I'm very curious about what you did for a living before. He moved closer to her and flirted. What? Interested in me now? But Wu Yan was a cold-hearted agent with only missions on her mind. She turned away decisively and ordered her subordinate, take him away. Search him. Fu Chung answered seriously. Wong Jang, seeing the joke wasn't fun anymore, lost interest. He explained why he agreed to go with them. If I wanted to run, no one could stop me. I just want to see who's behind framing me. But Wu Yan responded with a disdainful look. She didn't want to waste time talking with Wong Jang. After you search him, take him to room 204. He, however, seemed completely unconcerned with his current situation and continued to joke with her. When I get out, I'll definitely introduce you to a good match. The camera showed Wong Jang being led away by 2 agents. Tang Tian said to Shuliang standing beside him, Second Master, how about it? Has your anger subsided? Seeing him captured, the anger in his heart finally eased. Tang Tian, thanks to you, I can finally vent my anger. If possible, I want him dead. Tang Tian lit a cigarette and replied sinisterly, of course. Even if Second Master didn't say it, I would have done it anyway. In room 204, Wong Jang stood straight, his eyes cold as he issued a warning. I advise you not to search me. It's better to avoid someone being used as a human shield. Fu Chung didn't listen and commanded loudly, search him. This was a special order from above. We can't be careless. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. The soldier next to him abruptly collapsed, clutching his leg and crying out in pain. His colleague's sudden fall made him suspicious of the strange guest before him. You did this, didn't you? Wong Jang smirked faintly, his tone both casual and sarcastic. I didn't even move a finger. If you don't believe me, check the camera. Dissatisfied with his words, Fu Chung pulled out an electric baton and rushed forward. I don't care if you did anything or not. Halfway through his aggressive charge, he suddenly froze as if someone had paralyzed him. Fu Chung collapsed, and the hand holding the electric baton accidentally zapped his partner, making the guy jump around like a fish out of water. Wong Jang looked directly at the camera, a disdainful smirk on his face as he taunted, Your men are too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he unhesitatingly shot the camera with the gun in his hand. A volley of bullets tore through the air, turning the cameras into scrap metal one by one. When the surveillance screen went black, Tang Tian furiously yelled into the phone, Go save them. If he dares to resist, kill him on the spot. Dozens of soldiers, hearing the order, rushed into the room. Wong Jang calmly faced them. Just you try. Elsewhere, Xia Yan's face darkened after reading the contents of a piece of paper. He slammed his hand on the table, roaring with anger. I've been in seclusion for years. You must think I'm dead. With that, Xia Yan stormed out the door, his subordinates scrambling to follow. Get the car ready. I want to see the minister. In the car, Li Xiao, overly worried, spoke up to Xia Yan. Hey, big brother, if we just mobilize our forces and rush him like this, I'm afraid the minister will kick us all out. He immediately retorted with his own view. How could the minister kick us out? If he keeps hiding in his office reading the newspaper, Tao Tangtian will be walking all over me. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy, forcing Xia Yan to change the subject to lighten the mood of the person next to him. Little Li, how many years has it been since you've seen your brother Zhang? Hearing the familiar name, he instinctively blurted out, 6 years. Suddenly remembering something, he glanced at Li Xiao warily, his voice becoming hesitant. Wang Zheng probably doesn't know about your background, right? Li Xiao nodded. His expression couldn't be more obvious. That's right. He's never asked, and he doesn't care about these things. Xia Yan glanced at the person beside him, unable to resist a jab at his slow way of speaking. The minister is your grandfather's old guard. As long as you say the word, there definitely won't be a problem. However, Li Xiao's face showed a hint of displeasure, and his tone and manner of speaking became slightly annoyed. I can't have people only know young Master Li Tianshu from the northwest for their whole lives, and not know me, Li Xiao. After driving for a while, Xia Yan glanced at his watch, his expression tense. Wang Zheng, I hope nothing happens to you in these 2 hours. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Suddenly remembering something, Li Xiao turned to ask him, "Oh right, big brother, will our relationship with Brother Zheng be exposed like this?" On the other side, Wang Zheng calmly faced a few dazed-looking bodyguards, as if he had no idea what he was doing. Wu Yin stood in the middle of the formation, pointing her gun at him and warning, "Don't even think about resisting. There are so many of us, you couldn't escape even if you grew wings. Drop your weapon and surrender." Without warning, Wang Zheng let the gun fall, but he showed no sign of being cornered. "All right, I surrender." But Wu Yin didn't let down her guard, immediately giving a firm order. "Kick the gun over here." Wang Zheng said nothing, and upon hearing her, kicked the gun towards the opposite side. With a powerful kick, the gun shot forward like an arrow, mercilessly hitting the soldier in front in the face. He clenched his fist, shattering a small glass tube, his voice ringing with contempt. "I knew you couldn't bear to kill me." A puff of purple smoke erupted from the crack in the test tube, rushing towards the guards who hadn't yet recovered their senses. Not missing the opportunity, Wang Zheng leaped forward in an instant. He quickly circled behind Wu Yin and subdued her neatly. Her mind was in turmoil, but she tried to maintain a calm facade. "What do you want?" He frowned, his deep voice full of hidden meaning. "It's simple. Take me to see Tao Tangtian. This is a personal grudge." Faced with the tense situation, Wu Yin had no choice but to grit her teeth and agree. "I'll take you." His eyes swept over the surrounding men, and he spoke a heavy word of thanks. As they walked to the elevator, Wang Zheng spoke softly, offering advice. "I didn't expect these subordinates of yours to be so loyal to you. But take my advice, leave this place as soon as possible." In Tao Tangtian's office, Shuliang burst in and shouted in panic, "Tang Tian, he's fought his way to the door. What do we do? Hurry up and think of something." He calmly walked to the door, even reassuring the other man. "Second master, I know what to do." As soon as he stepped out, Tang Tian yelled straight at Wang Zheng, "You've caused such a ruckus here. Do you think you can get out of here alive?" With a hostage in hand, not only was he not scared, but he also replied calmly, "What evidence do you have to arrest me?" He answered coolly, "Lately, the underground military academy has been very active in Huaxia. All the evidence points to you having contact with their people. You have to take responsibility for this." Hearing this, he burst out laughing at the sheer shamelessness. "Arresting people without cause is a common practice for your Department 11. But do you know how a special forces operative of Huaxia feels when you handcuff him?" Tang Tian didn't back down, retorting, "A soldier who was almost stripped of his title, a bunch of disgraced dogs carrying the crime of treason on their backs. And you have the nerve to call yourself a special forces operative of Huaxia?" Wang Zheng's face darkened as he pointed the gun at him, threatening, "Today, not even the gods can save you." Tang Tian cautiously drew his gun and continued to taunt, "You're just a deserter. What right do you have to act tough in my territory? You think I'm afraid of you?" Just as he finished speaking, an orange figure smashed through the window and burst in. Li Xiao professionally did a few flips in the air. As soon as he landed, he pointed his gun at Tang Tian's head. While holding him at gunpoint, Li Xiao cheerfully turned to Wang Zheng and greeted him, "Brother Zheng, this isn't right. You didn't bring your little brother along for something as fun as killing people." Seeing the timely rescue, he exclaimed happily, "Little Li, why are you here?" He didn't answer directly but turned to Tang Tian with a taunt. "I say, Director Tao, you've been quite arrogant lately, haven't you? You even dare to arrest my big brother?" Cornered, he tried to act tough. "Have you forgotten where you are? With so many guns pointed at you, do you really think you can leave?" Before either of them could react, a voice rang out along with footsteps. "Is Department 11 really that impressive?" Xia Yin strode into the room, followed by a fully armed squad. Seeing him, Tang Tian grew slightly fearful and shouted, "Xia Yin, this isn't your command center. What do you mean by bringing soldiers into my office? Who gave you that authority?" Hearing this, he calmly confronted him. "What do I mean? You arrested my brother, and you're asking me what I mean?" Then Xia Yin turned to Li Xiao and reminded him, "Little Li, put the gun down." Receiving the order, he pouted in disappointment and lowered his weapon. He turned to Tang Tian and continued, "Why I can mobilize the special operations team, don't you know?" He stared at Xia Yin, half worried, half suspicious. He calmly announced that he would be temporarily taking over as the acting deputy minister. The minister and deputy minister have taken long-term sick leave. So, during this time, I will be in full charge of the Ministry of National Security. Hearing this, Tang Tian retorted unpleasantly, colluding with a deserter, leading troops to storm Department 11. "You think you can still hold this position?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zheng unhesitatingly flew forward, delivering a kick to his stomach that he couldn't block. Tang Tian took the full force of the kick, his body slamming hard against the wall. He calmly picked up the firearm, and then Wong Jang pointed it straight at him as a threat. But then he smiled cheerfully, tossing the gun aside while expressing his gratitude. Brother, sorry about this. I've caused you trouble. Xia Yan laughed, punched him lightly, and said cryptically, I thought you never wanted to see me again for the rest of your life. Wong Jang cried out from the unexpected punch. Suddenly remembering Tang Tian, he pointed at him and asked, what should we do with that guy? Tang Tian clutched his stomach in pain, stood up, and questioned, why don't you finish me off? If you don't do it today, sooner or later, I'll get my revenge on you. Wong Jang looked straight into his enemy's eyes and replied firmly, not finishing you today doesn't mean I won't do it later. Knowing he couldn't escape, he quickly pressed an activation button on a remote control. Everything that just happened has been recorded and sent to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Witnessing such malice, Xia Yan criticized Tang Tian, you're truly sinister. Li Xiao strode over from somewhere, casually reminding him, let me tell you, Hu Xuanan of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection used to be a division commander under my grandfather. If the commission wants to punish someone, they must get Hu Xuanan's approval. These arrogant words made Tang Tian wonder, then you are? He confidently and aggressively declared, I am the son of Li Yeping from the northwest, Li Xiao. Li Tianshu is my older brother. This shocked Wong Jang. You little brat, you hid it so well. Li Xiao dragged the trembling Shuyang out from under the table. Brother Zhang, what should we do with this old geezer? His hand gripped the man's collar, and he spoke through gritted teeth, using your power to frame me. Old man, your plan was quite clever, wasn't it? Shuyang struggled and questioned, what proof do you have? Wong Jang coldly tossed him aside. He contemptuously uttered his final words, no rush. Just wait. It'll be soon. After speaking, Wong Jang turned to Xia Yan and said, let's go. It's been a while. I'll treat you guys to a drink. Li Zhao's eyes lit up like car headlights. That's great. Am I included? Xia Yan pinched his arm and teased, what do you think? Wong Jang clapped him on the shoulder enthusiastically. Let's go. Where do you want to eat today? Just say the word, my treat. Before the group left, Li Xiao pointed at Tang Tian and Shuyang. What about these two? Do we need to deal with them? He spoke lightly, but his words left the two men anxious for a long time to come. Spared for now. Afterward, Wang Zhang's group went to a nearby local restaurant. Everyone raised their glasses for a toast. Tonight, we're not going home until we're drunk. Xia Yan, holding a glass of beer, pressed Wang Zhang. The incident with the Song family. That was you, wasn't it? He was busy gnawing on a chicken leg, skillfully playing dumb. What Song family? What incident? A look of interest flashed in his eyes as he looked at him, as if discovering a whole new person. Still trying to pretend with me? His poor acting was exposed, and Wang Zhang couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore. I've never gotten involved in this kind of thing. But Xiao Shenwu showed up that day. I fought him. He's a formidable opponent. Hearing this, he let out a weary sigh. His target was you, wasn't it? Li Xiao clapped his hands to get their attention and declared loudly, next time I run into Xiao Shenwu, I'm definitely going to have a go at him. Seeing his spirited enthusiasm, Xia Yan calmly reminded him, you'd better be careful. If anything unexpected happens, how am I supposed to explain it to old Master Li? The phone in Wang Zhang's pocket suddenly vibrated. The screen lit up with the name of an old acquaintance, Lucian. Her sweet yet sharp voice came through. I have a performance tonight. Are you free to come watch? He chuckled and replied gently, not tonight. I have something to do. Her immense disappointment quickly spilled out of the phone's speaker. You really can't make it? I saved a few tickets for you. If not today, then we'll have to wait for another time. Wang Zhang skillfully replied so as not to upset her further. I do have something, but it's not as important as your performance. After hearing that, Lucian's tone immediately brightened. You jerk. Well then, I'll be waiting for you backstage at the performance at Capital Normal University. Sensing her mood lift, he couldn't hide a satisfied smile and replied, okay, see you then. Two pairs of sparkling eyes were fixed on his face as if he were a primetime TV show. Wang Zhang spoke helplessly, why are you two looking at me like that? Li Xiao grinned slyly and teased, Brother Zhang, you're always so lovey-dovey with sister-in-law, huh? When are you going to let us meet her? Xia Yan quickly chimed in to pressure him. Hurry up and introduce us to our sister-in-law. Is it Zhang Mingqi, Shangwan Shishir, or Sheng Fei? Wang Zhang held out his hands to stop the two gossip mongers. It's none of them. Unable to stand the prolonged suspense, which was longer than a soap opera, Xia Yan got annoyed. Spit it out. Who is it? He picked up his beer glass and calmly dropped a bombshell on his brothers. Lu Xian, the lead actress in the Zhurong commercial. Li Xiao reacted as if he'd been stepped on, jumping up with his eyes shining in astonishment. Oh my god, it's her? She's my goddess, you know. Brother Zhang, you have to take me with you. Wong Jang patted his shoulder like a seasoned old man and cheerfully shared the good news. After we eat, I'll take you to the concert. As soon as they arrived in front of the backstage workroom at the normal university, a staff member stopped them. This is the backstage area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed. Li Xiao angrily stepped forward and shouted, "What do you mean, unauthorized personnel? Say that again." Fan Yu looked down on them, determined not to let them in. "What's a disgusting peasant like you doing here? This isn't a place for you." Li Xiao couldn't take it anymore and rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. "Today, I'm going to teach you a proper lesson, so you'll remember who I am." Seeing the situation escalating, Wang Zheng stepped forward to intervene, speaking gently. "We are friends of Lu Xian. We came to see her perform." He clearly didn't believe a word of it, his disdain obvious. "You're friends with Lu Xian? I'm her boyfriend," Li Xiao said to him, exasperated. "I'm telling you, brother Zheng, why are you explaining things to him? Just give him a good beating and be done with it." Xia Yan, seeing him act like an immature brat, patted his shoulder as a reminder. "Let Wang Zheng handle it. Don't cause trouble." Just then, Lu Xian rushed out of the room and grabbed Wang Zheng's hand, stunning the staff member. "You're here. Are they all your friends?" He introduced them one by one. "This is Xia Yan and Li Xiaoxiao. They're both good brothers of mine. Li Xiaoxiao has been a fan of yours for a long time. Remember to give him an autograph later." She friendly and proactively introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Lu Xian." He immediately took her hand, both overjoyed and shy to meet his idol. Hello, I'm Li Xiaoxiao. I've been smitten with you ever since I first saw you on TV." Xia Yan shamelessly kicked him hard in the butt. "You otaku, tone it down a bit." Li Xiao knew his place, reined himself in, and stepped back behind him. "Yes, big brother." Then, Lu Xian handed the tickets to Wang Zheng with great anticipation. "These are front row seats. You guys have to cheer for me later, okay?" He quickly took them and waved in encouragement. "Don't worry, you got this. After the show, we'll go for a late-night snack." Lu Xian held the microphone and began to sing. She was standing on stage, performing for hundreds and thousands of audience members below. And there, Wang Zheng was watching, captivated. Suddenly, Li Xiao touched his arm and joked, "Brother Zheng, you've successfully added another one to your harem." Feeling annoyed, he snapped, "Get the hell away from me." After the performance ended, backstage, Tianqi suddenly spoke up. "Lu Xian, I have a friend from the distant Nanjiang region visiting tonight. How about I introduce you to?" She immediately refused. "Sorry, I have plans with someone else tonight." He stubbornly grabbed Lu Xian's arm. "You have to come with me tonight." Hong Qi, who was more understanding, saw she didn't agree and tried to dissuade him. "Tianqi, don't make things difficult for her." He frowned and demanded, "Who do you have plans with? Call him here for me." Just then, Wang Zheng walked over and raised his hand in response. "No need to call. I'm the one with plans with Lu Xian." Tianqi acted arrogantly. "I don't care who you are. Tonight, Lu Xian is coming with me. If you want to challenge me, just you try." He clenched his fist and repeated, "Try? Fine. Even Su Tianran wouldn't dare talk to me like that. You're just Su Tianran's cousin. What gives you the right?" He pointed to himself and boasted, "Since I was a kid, if I wanted something, no one could take it from me." Wang Zheng gave a contemptuous smile. "Then why don't you go and take Su Tianran's position? Or do you not want it?" Provoked to the point of fuming, Tianqi stammered back, "Do you believe I can find people to beat you to a pulp?" He wasn't scared at all and even challenged him. "If you've got the guts, then do it." Suddenly, he glanced at Hong Qi, a flicker of recognition in his mind. He approached him and extended a hand in greeting. "I didn't expect to see you in the capital. How is it? Has your wound healed?" He ignored him, quickly turned away, and just snorted, leaving Wang Zheng standing there confused. After walking a short distance, Tianqi turned his head back and threatened, "Lu Xian, you dared to disrespect me today. We'll just wait and see. As long as you're in the entertainment industry, I'll make your life a living hell." Frustrated, he threw a nearby chair at him without hesitation. Tianqi fell flat on his face with a cry. Wang Zheng dusted off his hands and mocked. The name of that move is chair smashes dog. At a restaurant, many people were dining. Among them was a man holding a wine bottle, mumbling to the woman beside him, "Get away. I already said I don't need your help." Wu Hua staggered over to Lu Xian's table and smashed the bottle, making her scream in surprise. Wang Zheng immediately stood up and punched the man in the face. The man staggered, trying to keep his balance, and shouted, "Who dares to hit me?" Wu Hua approached her and accused her, "You hit me, didn't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he tried to touch Lu Xian. She closed her eyes and pushed his hand away to avoid him. That was all he needed. He pointed at her and shouted, "Come and see. A pretty girl is hitting people." His accomplice also chimed in loudly to attract attention. "Oh, isn't that the famous star Lu Xian? Why is she hitting people? Attracted by the noise, everyone curiously gathered to watch. Someone nearby suddenly said, "It really is Lu Xian." Another person added, "She gets a little fame and already starts hitting people." As expected, no one in the entertainment industry is any good. Wu Hua aggressively grabbed Lu Xian's hand, bullying her. "If you don't compensate me for my losses today, you're not going anywhere." Wong Jang couldn't stand by and grabbed the man's wrist, warning, "If you don't let go, your wrist bone will be shattered." Then he turned to the crowd and said, "And you people, disperse. It's not worth getting hurt for no reason just to watch a show." When there was no one else around, he began to interrogate them. "Speak. Who sent you here?" Wu Hua still pretended to be innocent. "She hit me first. No one sent me." Hearing that answer, Wang Zheng gave him a powerful kick. He couldn't let this go so easily and assigned a task. "Xia Yan, I'll leave this to you." Xia Yan immediately accepted. "Don't worry. It'll be quick." Li Xiao, who had gone outside to check the situation, ran back in to report. "These guys were hiding in a car taking secret photos of us." Wang Zheng gave a stern order. "Little Li, take them for interrogation. Let me know if you find anything." Lu Xian, frightened, asked, "Who on earth is behind this, trying to harm me?" He glanced at her and reassured her, "You're famous now. Of course, some people will be jealous of you. It's getting late. Let me take you back to the hotel first." At the Imperial Dynasty Hotel, the sun was gradually setting outside. Lu Xian, wearing a beautiful dress, spoke softly, "Wang Zheng, thank you. Thank you for saving me so many times." Wang Zheng, true to his cool guy nature, replied modestly, "It was nothing, besides." She suddenly stood on her tiptoes. Before he could finish his sentence, she gave him a sweet kiss. He was so surprised he froze, looking dazed. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Wang Zheng focused on the phone and said, "Looks like Xia Yan has found something. I'll go check it out." Lu Xian shyly said, "You should go." "Oh right, that was my first kiss. But don't worry, I won't make you take responsibility for it." Once outside, he called to check on the situation. "Did the interrogation yield anything?" The voice on the other end replied, "Not yet. But I have something else. When I got back to the office just now, I saw Shengwan Shishir. She brought a few people with her and is waiting for you." He smiled and instructed, "Tell her to go home." Xia Yan wittily joked, "How about I tell her to come find you at the Imperial Dynasty Hotel?" Li Xiao, from out of nowhere, also chimed in, "That's right, Brother Zheng, add one more. One on the left, one on the right." Hearing his voice, Wang Jing's expression changed. "Shut up. I'm on my way back now. Tell her to wait for me for a bit." At the Tianping Mountain Villa, dusk was gradually falling. As soon as Shishir saw him, she deduced, "Looks like the people who escorted you had some bad luck." He recounted honestly, "I gave those idiots a good beating." Curious, she quickly asked, "Do you know who was behind framing you?" Wang Zheng answered decisively, "Su Shuyang." Hearing his name, she became indignant. "That damn old man isn't in his grave yet." His eyes suddenly turned sharp as he affirmed, "He'll be down there sooner or later." Sheng Fei, standing beside them, couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Wang Zheng put his arms around the two beauties and urged, "You two should go to bed. Staying up too late is bad for your skin." Shishir took Sheng Fei's hand and said, "Let's go." His phone suddenly rang. It was Xia Yan calling. As soon as he answered, he heard his voice announce, "I found him. It's Su Tianqi." At the Tiangong International Club, two men were sitting intimately with two women. Tianqi suddenly turned and said, "Hey, Hongqi, we're in the capital now. Don't be so tense. Relax a little." Hongqi, feeling uncomfortable, replied, "I'm not used to this. Maybe I should head back to the hotel and rest." He persisted, trying to entice him. "Hongqi, don't be shy. You're missing out on the fun in life." Suddenly, the door to the room opened. Wang Zheng appeared and immediately chided them. "You guys come to my territory to enjoy the scenery and drink, but you don't even give me a heads up? The least I could do is treat you to a proper meal." Tianqi shot up, confused. "Why are you here? And how is this your territory?" Wang Zheng stepped inside and began his accusation. "Su Tianqi, you hired people to slander Lu Xian. Of course I'd come to collect the debt." Tianqi, curious about his intentions, furrowed his brow. "What do you want?" Without a word, he reached down and grabbed the neck of a wine bottle. In one fluid motion, he swung it forward and growled, "What do you think?" Hongqi immediately stepped in front of Tianqi and pleaded, "For my sake." Wang Zheng angrily demanded, "Get out of the way. A person like Su Tianqi isn't worthy." Just a few minutes into the commotion, Gu Ming, the club's general manager, arrived with two bodyguards, shouting, "What's going on here? Who's causing trouble?" He then bowed politely and introduced himself. "Young Master Tianqi, I am Gu Ming, the general manager of this club. It is our oversight to have disturbed you." Seizing the opportunity, Tianqi pointed at Wong Jang and ordered, "You've come at the right time. Beat him up for me and throw him out." He approached Wong Jang and said sternly, "Sir, this is the Tiangong International Club. If you're here to cause trouble, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place." Wong Jang, unfazed, replied coldly, "Is that so? Do I need you to teach me how to operate on my own turf?" Gu Ming, furious, glared and threatened through gritted teeth, "You just try it." Wang Jang suddenly held out a card. Gu Ming's eyes widened in shock, his face breaking out in a cold sweat as he stammered, "This is a platinum card. Why you're the chairman?" Wang Jang asked again, his tone decisive and cold. "I already told you this is my territory. Do you have any objections now?" Seeing Gu Ming silently lower his head and turn to leave, Tianqi quickly tried to call him back. Swift and dangerous, Wang Jang immediately smashed the wine bottle over Tianqi's head and elbowed him. Without a single wasted motion, Tianqi was knocked out on the sofa. Wang Jang, knowing right from wrong, turned to Hongqi after dealing with Tianqi. "You can go. Out of respect for your father and sister, I won't make things difficult for you." Hongqi quickly left. Li Xiao ran into the room and asked, "Brother Zhang, can we start?" Wang Jang pointed at Tianqi and ordered, "Strip him of all his clothes for me. Make sure he's clean." The next day, in Shangwan Shishir's office, Wang Zhang's phone suddenly rang. It was Cheng Wuling calling. He quickly answered, "How did it go? Was it a success?" The voice on the other end was excited. "Success. The mission was completed beyond expectations. I blew up all the mine shafts. It'll be impossible to restore them for the next 15 to 20 years. I even blew up my entire processing plant." Hearing this, Wang Jang was overjoyed and praised him enthusiastically. "Well done." As soon as he hung up, Wang Jang shared the good news with Shishir. The Su family's diamond mine in South Africa has been blown up. She was delighted and quickly laid out her plan. "Excellent. I'll have Ruan Lingjing launch an all-out attack immediately. We'll use this opportunity to take down the Su family's 3 brands." Wang Jang leaned back in his chair and remarked, "This is going to be a good show. First, they lost their natural gas supply, and now their diamond market. The Su family can just wait for their downfall." Meanwhile, at Su Tianqi's house, he was still lying in bed, resentful. "Damn it. I will get my revenge on that bastard Wang Jang. And that disloyal Zhang Hongqi, too. Sooner or later, I'll regain my honor." Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Su Tianran calling. Tianqi answered, annoyed. "What is it?" Tianran snapped back, "Get to my office immediately. If you're not here in half an hour, you can forget about getting a single cent of next year's bonus." Tianqi shot up, shouting in frustration, "Su Tianran, don't think you're so great. Let me tell you, I'm not." Before he could finish, the other end hung up. The call ended. Tianqi, furious, slammed his fist on the bed and screamed, "Su Tianran, you bastard, you hung up on me." At Su Tianran's office, Tianqi aggressively threw open the door and yelled, "Su Tianran, what the hell do you want from me?" Tianran coldly tossed a newspaper in front of him and said, "See for yourself." He opened it to see pictures of himself with headlines like, "The debauched private life of a rich young master," and explicit photos of a capital city scion, suspected computer hack. He immediately tore the newspaper to shreds and denied it. "I've never done anything like this. These photos are all Photoshop." Tianran's face was grim. "I had them authenticated. There are no traces of Photoshop. What else do you have to say?" Tianqi, losing control, slammed his hands on the desk repeatedly, suspicious. "Su Tianran, I didn't do it. Is it because you hate me that you deliberately edited these photos to frame me?" Seeing his defiant attitude, Tianran threw a glass of water in his face. "Su Tianqi, you'd better calm down and think carefully. Who have you offended recently?" Tianqi finally fell silent. He put a hand to his head, thinking for a moment. Then, as if remembering something, he declared, "It's Wang Jang. It must be him framing me." Hearing this, Tianran was surprised and frowned. "Wang Jang? How did you manage to provoke him?" At the same time, in Lu Xian's apartment, Wang Jang was casually tapping his fingers on the table, looking completely oblivious. The sound of a key in the lock suddenly echoed. The door opened, and a woman, seeing him inside, looked puzzled. He turned his head, unsure of what to say. As she walked closer, he hesitantly spoke. "You're the TV drama queen, Liaran?" She quickly replied, "I am Liaran. Who are you and why are you here?" Wang Jang cheerfully introduced himself. "My name is Wang Jang. I'm a friend of Lu Xian's." Extremely curious, he ventured a question. "You're a huge star worth nearly 100 million. Why are you in a place like this?" Iran was friendly and didn't mind explaining. "This was the first house I saved up to buy in the capital. It holds a lot of sentimental value, so I don't want to sell it. I rent it out to students from nearby, and I come back to check on it from time to time. Understanding, he stood up to leave. Well, I'll let you get to it. Since Lu Xian isn't here, I'll be going. She quickly grabbed his arm and winked. Since you're already here, why not stay and wait a little longer? Wong Jang, surprised by her action, quickly responded. To be invited by the great star Li Ran like this, I must be blessed for 3 lifetimes. He then bluntly removed her hand and refused. But I'm not interested in you. Let's not waste each other's time. At the Leeson Manor, a man was repeatedly kicking Tianqi in the back, cursing, "You bastard! How could I have a son as worthless as you? You've completely disgraced the Su family." This was Su Tianqi's father, Su Nanghua. Tianqi, kneeling and trembling, tried to explain, "I really don't know what happened. When I woke up, I was already in my bed. It must have been that Wong Jang who framed me. He must have knocked me out and taken those pictures." His father immediately slapped him across the face and criticized, "It's come to this, and you're still trying to blame others?" Tianqi, falsely accused, stubbornly insisted, "I told you it wasn't me." Fu Hua interjected sternly, "Things have already reached this point. We should focus on finding a solution." The tense situation was interrupted when the phone in Tianran's pocket rang. He was unsure what to do, but his grandfather gave him permission. "Go ahead, answer it." He quickly took out his phone and answered. A panicked voice on the other end reported, "It's terrible. The diamond mine has been blown up. All the shafts have collapsed and are buried deep underground." The news was so shocking that the phone slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. Meanwhile, at Jufeng International, Miao Miao appeared, looking stylish and vibrant. As soon as Wang Zheng saw her, he lightly tapped her on the head and chided, "Why didn't you call me before coming to the capital?" She rubbed her head and explained, "My dad came to the capital for a meeting, so I tagged along to surprise you." He welcomed her warmly. "In that case, I have to treat you right. I'll take you to eat all over the capital. How about it?" Miao Miao looked down, her voice soft. "I'm only here for a day or 2. I probably can't eat my way through the whole capital." Concerned, he asked, "In such a hurry? It's rare for you to visit the capital. Why not stay a few more days?" At this, her excitement returned. "The day after tomorrow, I have to go to America to see the Union Islands. I've wanted to go for a long time." Wang Zheng shared enthusiastically, "I've been there before. It feels like paradise. Are you going to America with anyone?" Her eyes suddenly widened as she quickly asked, "Are you free?" He looked troubled, scratching his head. "Well." Seeing this, Miao Miao patted his shoulder. "I'm just kidding. I'm going with another girl, so don't worry." She giggled playfully and listed her upcoming plans. "I plan to travel and see the world, then come back home and get a proper job. After that, I'll get married and have kids." Just then, the phone in Wang Zheng's pocket vibrated. He took it out and saw an incoming call from Xia Yan. Sensing something was up, he quickly answered. A hurried voice came from the other end. Lin Shijue was determined to figure out what that small vial was. "We've got the results. You need to come here now. I'll send a car to pick you up." Wang Zheng glanced at Miao Miao, feeling conflicted. "But I have some personal things to do today." Xia Yan dropped a bombshell. "That vial is a biological weapon, a new type of biological agent." Hearing that, Wang Zheng immediately changed his mind. "What? I'll be right there." Miao Miao, who had heard the entire conversation, expressed her understanding gently. "If you have something urgent, you should go." He looked at her apologetically and offered to make it up to her. "I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow when I'm free, okay?" They understood each other, said their goodbyes, and went their separate ways. As soon as Miao Miao got into the driver's seat, Hongqi seized the chance to criticize Wang Zheng. "I told you he wouldn't care about you." She shot him an annoyed glare and stated firmly, "Zhang Hongqi, I don't need your concern." Sensing her anger, he changed the subject. "Where do you want to go?" Speeding down the road, she replied, "To the airport. I want to change my ticket." Back at the Leeson Manor, the Su grandfather and grandson were having a serious discussion. Fu Hua, sitting in his chair, began the conversation. "Tianran, what are your thoughts on today's events?" Tianran was both tense and self-reproachful. "Regarding the diamond mine, I never expected them to trace it back there. This is my fault." His grandfather was lenient with his favorite grandson. "You can't be blamed. Nothing like this has ever happened in South Africa before. Today's events were truly beyond our expectations." He then calmly asked about future plans. "What do you intend to do now?" Tianran was determined to turn the tables, his tone firm. "I'm preparing to mobilize capital. As long as our 3 major brands can weather this period, we still have a chance to make a comeback." Fu Hua was not satisfied and questioned him. "Where will you get that much capital? Are you planning to risk our family's entire foundation?" But he was resolute. "Grandfather, rest assured, I won't touch our family's foundation. I'll find a way to raise the money. Besides, we still have a corresponding inventory in the country, which is enough to get us through this period. His grandfather set that matter aside and continued his questioning. There's one more thing. Tell me the truth. Have you sent people to kill Wong Jang several times? Tianran didn't hide his murderous intent and admitted frankly, 3 times, but they all failed. I really can't hide anything from you, grandfather. Like grandfather, like grandson. Fu Hua praised his grandson's cold-bloodedness. You did well. People like him must be dealt with as soon as possible. Receiving his grandfather's approval, Tianran felt relieved and carefully asked for his opinion. So about Wong Jang. Fu Hua cut him off and made the decision himself. I will discuss this matter with your second granduncle. You stay out of it. Arriving at the National Security Lab as quickly as possible, Wong Jang curiously examined the sample tube in his hand. Compared to previous biochemical weapons, what's so special about this one? Fu Chang explained in detail. This is a type of anesthetic mixed with various biological organisms. It's highly contagious. If this pathogen were to enter Huaxia, the country would become a land of death. Xia Yin stood with his arms crossed, expressing his concern about the potential threat. The results of this research project probably haven't been reported back to Japan yet, but we don't know if the base that was blown up on Tanaka Island had a backup of the pathogen's genes. That's the key issue. This problem sent Wang Zheng into deep thought. Xia Yin added more bad news. The Japanese definitely know that we've taken this pathogen. Hearing this, Wang Zheng suggested, how about I make another trip to Tanaka Island? But Xia Yin stopped him and explained, no need. When Lin Shijue returned, we contacted the relevant departments. They've sent people to strictly monitor the waters around the island. Wang Zheng immediately asked, any results? Xia Yin reported frankly, they found 2 small submarines and a transport plane. All of them have been shot down into the sea. Wang Zheng sought his opinion. I don't think we need to keep this island anymore. Can we just destroy it? But Xia Yin had another plan and refused. No need. Let's leave it for now. Cutting off their lifeline is enough. We'll wait for the Japanese to abandon the island themselves. Having solved a difficult problem, Wang Zheng's mood brightened considerably. That's not a bad idea. Perfect timing. I'll come to your place for dinner tonight. I've been wanting to meet my legendary sister-in-law for a long time. The two of them returned to the apartment building where Xia Yin lived. At his front door, he inserted the key into the lock, making a dull thud. As he pushed the door open, he froze at the sight of dead security guards scattered across the floor. He immediately rushed into the room, shouting his wife's name, Xiang Chun, Xiang Chun, but his calls were met with silence. Wang Zheng placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him. Calm down. Your wife is fine. They killed 4 guards and took her, which means she's still useful to them. Don't worry, they'll contact us. Despite knowing this, Xia Yin was devastated and remained silent. He looked up at their wedding photo, then quickly pulled himself together to find a solution. Xia Yin immediately contacted Li Xiao. Little Li Zi, investigate all routes in and out of the capital immediately, airports, railways, highways. Something's happened to your sister-in-law. We have to find her. Without wasting words, Li Xiao assured him, don't worry, big brother. I'll get it done. Worry for his loved one ignited a fire of rage in Xia Yan's heart. These bastards. If I get my hands on them, I'll make sure they don't die a peaceful death. Old and new hatreds piled up. Wang Zheng was determined to end the lives of these pests. They won't get out of this alive. Back at the Lisin Manor, the Su grandfather and grandson were discussing matters in a private room. Tianran reported the current situation. Grandfather, the capital is in an uproar. All routes in and out are blocked, and all passing vehicles are being inspected. Fu Hua was not surprised by this. That's to be expected. Seeing his grandfather's calm demeanor, Tianran grew suspicious. Grandfather, did you really make a move? But his grandfather shook his head and slowly explained, I just spread a few rumors, that's all. This time, we're borrowing a knife to kill someone. The 3 failed assassination attempts made Tianran extremely curious. How will we kill them? A ruthless expression appeared on Fu Hua's face. I will make sure Wang Zheng and his group all die in Japan. At Xia Yan's office, Wang Zheng waited patiently for news while Xia Yin paced back and forth, his anxiety palpable. Just then, Li Xiao burst through the door and announced loudly, Big brother, we have news. Surveillance footage from Zhujiang Airport shows sister-in-law boarding a plane to Japan 2 days ago. Xia Yin connected the recent events and frowned suspiciously. I haven't been home for 3 days, and Xiang Chun appeared at the airport 2 days ago. This was all pre-planned. Why are they targeting me? Wang Zheng offered his assessment. They're probably after that biological agent. It seems the Japanese don't have a backup copy after all. A suspicion arose in his mind. Not many people know about this. Could there be a mole? Wong Jang laid out a plan. We can't rule out that possibility. Tell your people over there to be ready for support. We're heading to Japan immediately. A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Big brother, you have a package. Xia Yan cleared his throat. Come in. A subordinate handed him a sealed envelope and reported, Big brother, this has your name on it. I don't know why it was sent here. Fearing he might miss some news, he quickly tore it open. It was a letter of demand, accompanied by a threat from the kidnappers. The letter pushed Xia Yan's rage to its peak. These bastards. I'll make sure they die a horrible death. Wong Jang calmly analyzed the situation. It seems the enemy has been planning this for a long time. They keep emphasizing you all, not just you, which means we're also in their scope. The situation prompted him to draw his gun and act immediately. I can't wait any longer. Get ready. We're leaving now. Elsewhere, Shunwu skillfully twirled a dagger in his hand while grumbling to the person next to him. To be honest, I don't approve of what your old man is doing. Scheming with the Japanese to kill our own countrymen. It's hard to justify in the end. Tianren acted as if he had no choice. But that's how my grandfather is. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He patted the other's shoulder and persuaded him gently. Your wounds have fully healed, Xiao Shenwu. Don't you want to get revenge on that guy? This is the best opportunity you'll get. These words hit a nerve, and Shun Wu declared decisively, I will definitely get my revenge. At Huangxin International Airport, Xia Yan led his group of 3 to the check-in area for their flight to Japan. Suddenly, a young man approached them. Without a word, he handed a phone to Xia Yan. Before the man could escape, Wang Jang quickly twisted his arm and pinned him to the ground, demanding loudly, Where are they? Take us to them now. The man, panicked, pleaded his innocence. I don't know. A woman gave this to me. Wang Jang didn't let up. Where is she? The man answered honestly. She left. Seeing they wouldn't get any useful information, Xia Yan stopped him. Let's go. Don't attract any more attention. Li Xiao also urged. We should get in the car. It's very likely someone is watching us from somewhere around here. In a hotel room, Xiang Chun lay quietly on the bed, guarded by 2 bodyguards. Kawasaki Heiken sat on the edge of the bed and woke her. My name is Kawasaki Heiken. Your husband, Xia Yan, has arrived in Japan. I will make sure he never leaves. This blatant threat made her struggle against her restraints. What do you want to do to him? You can't. You mustn't. Her defiance angered his male pride, and he slapped her hard across the face. You insolent woman. Right now, you should be thinking about how to take care of your child. Don't let it be born prematurely. He laughed menacingly and said maliciously, I love to savor this look of despair. Unafraid, she continued to curse him. You pervert. Heiken took out his phone and announced, You'll hear his voice soon enough. On the other side, both Wang Jang and Xia Yan were frowning at the phone in Xia Yan's hand. Suddenly, a man's voice came through. Mr. Xia Yan, have you brought what I need? Xia Yan didn't answer immediately but shouted back, Where's my wife? If anything happens to her, I will destroy this thing. Xiangchen quickly tried to stop him. Xia Yan, I'm fine. Don't come here. Absolutely don't. Ida swaggered in through the door, looked at Xiangchen, and said mockingly, Well, Huaxia women are quite pretty, aren't they? He moved closer and touched her face, his words full of hidden meaning. Women who fall into my hands never have a good end. He was about to pull open her coat and try something, but Heiken, fearing trouble, stopped him. Inamoto, don't be so reckless. Frustrated that he couldn't carry out his plan, Ida sneered contemptuously. You coward. Afraid of a few Huaxiao brats. Heiken ignored the insult and maintained his cautious assessment. They're not as simple as you think. I want a decisive victory. Mofu, who had just appeared at the door, overheard and asked, How do you plan to achieve this decisive victory? The 2 who had just been at odds now greeted him in unison. Mr. Matsushima, the old man asked gently, Heiken, tell me your thoughts. Heiken laid out the plan in his head. For the next 2 days, we'll try to exhaust their physical and mental energy. Once they're worn out, we'll make our move. Since Huaxiao leaked the information, I'm sure they'll send people too. Mofa didn't give his opinion yet, and continued to probe. So how do you plan to proceed? Heiken replied firmly. I believe the first priority is to safely retrieve the biological agent. Whether we kill Xia Yan or not doesn't matter. This answer seemed to satisfy the old man. Very good, but you're still a bit soft-hearted. Heiken hesitated. Mr. Matsushima, what do you mean? Mofu revealed his desire to eliminate the threat completely. After we get the vial, kill them. Huaxiao won't dare to do anything. Heiken didn't agree immediately, but instead probed for an opinion. Let me investigate the situation with those 3 from Huaxiao first, shall I? Ida, on the other hand, was not at all modest. You cowardly IGA turtle. Just wait for my Kyujin school to punish them all. Meanwhile, at 8 in the morning at the Hakone hot springs, the three men were leisurely soaking in the hot spring. Li Xiao joked cheerfully. Brother Zheng, the Japanese really know how to live, huh? Look at these pretty ladies. TSK tisk. Wong Jang reminded him sternly. Kid, don't get so distracted by the girls that you forget our main business. Li Xiao, startled, raised his hand and swore. As heaven is my witness, sister-in-law's business is the most important thing. The three of them were completely unaware that Ida had appeared silently and was observing them from behind. He stared for a moment, then a dark smile spread across his face as he plotted their demise. At the same time, a sniper had Xia Yin in his sights. He long hid behind a bush near the wall, waiting for the right moment to take out his prey. The golden hour struck. His index finger gently squeezed the trigger. The action caused the bullet to fire, creating a bright golden spark. But unexpectedly, the bullet went astray, shattering a glass panel on the wall and startling a nearby person into jumping. Everyone soaking nearby also panicked and fled. He long, though surprised, didn't suspect anything and told himself, a miss. It must have been a coincidence. With that thought, he decided to switch his target to Wong Jang. But before he could make a move, he was kicked by Shigue and sent tumbling backward. Before he could even react, his opponent grabbed him by the throat, causing him to cough up blood. Taking him down in just 2 moves seemed to displease his attacker. Wong Jang made me be extra careful. I thought you were formidable. If I had known you were this weak, I wouldn't have wasted my energy. Down below, Ida approached with a menacing aura, his sword in hand. He drew his blade and swung it towards Wong Jang. Let me show you the power of the Kyujin. Unexpectedly, the blood-soaked sword was shattered in 2 by something that flew past. He stared wide-eyed at the broken half of the blade in his hand. Nanny, it turned out that Wu Yin, hidden on the roof, had fired a few shots at Ida. Sensing the danger, he quickly dodged the bullets and vanished in the blink of an eye. Only then did Li Xiao, trembling with fear, cry out, Brother Zheng, why do the people you find like to play with fire so much? Wong Jang, confused, asked, What do you mean, play with fire? As if finding an outlet for his frustration, Li Xiao vented. Your subordinate could have dealt with that sniper earlier, but they let that bastard shoot at us. Wang Zheng tried to calm him down. I don't know what Lin Shijue was thinking either. Hearing this, Li Xiao cried even louder, sobbing. And that Wu Yin, too. She had to wait until the Japanese guy came at us with a sword before she fired. It's outrageous. After he calmed down, Wang Zheng pointed to the hot spring beside them and said with a meaningful tone, Such a beautiful scene. It would be a shame if it were destroyed, wouldn't it? Li Xiao, who had been sobbing just a moment ago, suddenly brightened up with a bold idea. Exactly. We only just got here. We have to make some noise before we leave. Xia Yin readily agreed. Well said. And so, 10 minutes later, the do-as-they-say squad ordered a group of people to quickly swarm in, preparing to go big. Wang Zheng cheerfully waved his hand, urging the mission forward. Around the bath, streams of brown liquid snaked across the ground. Seeing that everything was in place, he decisively waved his hand, signaling it was time to act. On command, a bullet left the barrel, streaking through the air like lightning. It aimed straight for the gas pipe, creating a deafening noise. A fierce flame erupted, destroying everything in the expensive resort. While Wang Zheng's group had already retreated to a safe area, he enjoyed the spectacular performance, then turned and reminded them, Let's go. We still have more important things to do. Back where Mofu and Haken were staying, the old man leisurely sipped his hot tea and asked gently, Kowasan, was it your idea to have Inamoto Ida harass Yayin? Haken couldn't admit it directly, so he beat around the bush. Inamoto-kun is devoted to the country. It was his own idea. But the old man saw through him and reminded his subordinate, Kawasaki-kun, this matter concerns our national interests. I hope you can think carefully and not place personal grudges above the country's greater good. With that, Mofu stood up, issued a final warning, and left. This is your last warning. Think it over carefully. Haken, shaken, slumped down, thinking to himself, I can't wait any longer. On the other side, the phone in Xia Yan's hand suddenly vibrated, drawing his attention to the screen. As soon as he answered, a sharp male voice came through. You Huaxiao people really know how to play, making such a big scene. Xia Yan, no longer as anxious as before, replied bluntly, You flatter me. When is the exchange? Knowing time was short, the voice announced coldly, 3 o'clock this afternoon, at the Yokohama Mickey factory. The phone call cast a heavy, oppressive atmosphere over the car. At the appointed time, Wang Zheng's group slowly drove into the Yokohama Mickey factory. Li Xiao, sitting in the driver's seat with a tense expression, confirmed, "Is this the factory?" Xia Yan, also uncertain, replied, "It should be. Drive straight in." They parked the car inside and got out together. The moment their feet touched the ground, a bullet shattered the car window, making Li Xiao's heart leap. Knowing it was a show of force from the kidnappers, he leaned on the car and cursed angrily, "Fucking show-offs." On a higher floor, Haken stood with a line of gunmen and shouted down at them. There's an old saying in Huaxia. Isn't it a pleasure to have friends come from afar? Are you satisfied with this welcoming ceremony? Xia Yan ignored the meaningless words and got straight to the point. Where is my wife? The man pointed behind them. Over there. Don't worry, she's perfectly fine. The three turned around and were horrified to see her on a crane platform, dozens of meters in the air, in an extremely dangerous situation. Even a strong woman like Xiangchen couldn't help but be terrified. Her eyes blurred as she pleaded for help. Though panicked, Xia Yin tried to shout and reassure her. "Xiangchen, I'm here to save you. It's okay. Trust me." She forced a reassuring smile and nodded. He then turned to negotiate with the kidnappers. "Let my wife down, and I'll give you the sample vial." But Haken didn't agree and haggled. "I need to see the vial first, don't I?" Xia Yin took out the item and demanded in a low voice. "The sample is here. Let my wife down first." Unexpectedly, the man pushed his luck. "No, I have to inspect the goods. I can't be sure the vial you brought contains what I need. Only after I've checked it can I release your wife." Knowing full well what Haken was up to, he refused flatly. "No, I don't agree." At this, the man feigned a willingness to negotiate and suggested, "Well, it seems we can't reach an agreement. How about we each take a step back?" A moment later, the old fox revealed his sinister intentions, pointing at Wong Jang. "I can return your wife to you first. But while I'm inspecting the goods, I need him as a hostage. As soon as the inspection is done, you can all leave safely." Seeing how unreasonable he was being, Xia Yin immediately refused. "No way." Hearing this, Haken acted helpless. Then there's nothing more to say. With the situation at a stalemate, Wang Zheng patted his friend's shoulder and reassured him, "It's fine. They can't do anything to me. Don't worry." Xia Yin hesitated, about to argue, but Wang Zheng cut him off decisively. "Stop being so timid. You guys head back to the country first. When I get back, we'll have a good drink." The man was losing patience and asked, "So, have you decided?" Wang Zheng calmly made his demand. "I agree. Release Xiang Chun." Seeing the fish had taken the bait, Haken loudly ordered his men, "Release that Huaxiao woman." The crane carrying Xiang Chun slowly descended. At the same time, two armed guards approached to lead Wang Zheng away. He didn't resist and followed them, even as they pointed their guns at him. Meanwhile, in a certain villa, the bright sunlight highlighted the peaceful atmosphere of daily life. Shirshir sat inside, nibbling on a bag of chips while frowning in thought. Sheng Fei, fresh from a shower, saw her and asked with concern, "What are you thinking about?" She expressed her worries with a sigh. "Just thinking about Wang Zheng. It's been a long time since we've heard from him. I don't know where he's gone." Sheng Fei sat down and patted her friend's shoulder comfortingly. "No news from the people following him either?" She shook her head petulantly and grumbled, "That bunch of useless trash. They're good for nothing." Back at the factory, Haken politely informed Wang Zheng, "Please wait here for a moment. It won't be long." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and left. Wang Zheng smiled as he watched the old foxes retreating back, thinking to himself, the real show is about to begin. In a flash, he appeared behind the two guards and struck their vital points, catching them completely off guard. Wang Zheng tossed the two men aside and quickly threw several grenades forward. The impact set off a massive explosion, blowing several henchmen to bits. The remaining men quickly formed a line, weapons in hand, ready to use their numbers to their advantage, but Wang Zheng was ready to take them all on. "Come on!" Suddenly, a figure with a sword leaped out from the fence. To everyone's surprise, one of the guards recognized him. "Why are you back, Jinji?" He didn't answer immediately, but replied with a strange, eerie tone, "What? Not happy to see me?" The verbal sparring on the enemy's side made Wang Zheng smile, waiting for the fun to begin. Looks like they have some internal conflict. Excellent. At the same time, at the factory entrance, Ming Hao appeared with a specialized vehicle, greeting them enthusiastically. "Old friend, long time no see." A moment later, the thick steel door of the factory was blown open, flying to either side. Li Xiao appeared out of nowhere, charging into the enemy's lair. He slammed on the gas, and the car shot forward like a warhorse, speeding through the newly opened path. A voice from the armored vehicle behind them ordered, "Quick, shoot out the tires." But Ming Hao was there to handle the difficult parts. He held a cannon and grinned. Go meet your maker. Haken, having obtained the biological agent, was gleefully planning his escape. Excellent, I've got it. Let them fight amongst themselves. The secretary behind him hesitated. But this goes against Mr. Matsushima's wishes. Hearing this advice, Haken cut him off impatiently. Matsushima will understand. We'll take the back door to headquarters. Outside, Wong Jang stood amidst a pile of bodies, but still casually opened his mouth. Why are you here? Jinji lowered his sword and replied curtly, to settle a score. They had just taken a 2-sentence break to chat when a blade suddenly flew towards Wong Jang. He nimbly leaped backward, and the weapon embedded itself in the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. He had just narrowly escaped death, but he calmly looked up and chided his attacker. I say, what are you doing joining the fun? Shunwu smashed through the glass from a high floor and leaped down. He hadn't even landed, but his sharp tongue was already paving the way. To kill you. As he landed, he stared at both of them and uttered with suspicion, this person is. The love triangle, witnessed by a large crowd, left Wong Jang speechless. Jinji, not to be outdone, opened his mouth to claim his spot. Your opponent is me. As if his wish had been granted, a group of lackeys swarmed in, satisfying his thirst for battle. Wong Jang was also very accommodating. The moment he saw trouble, he pulled his companion and fled. You guys can settle your grudges slowly. Of course, they were just moving to a different battlefield, not running away. He looked at the surrounding encirclement and taunted. Hey, let's see who can kill more of these Japanese guys. How about it? Shunwu wasn't afraid either and agreed immediately. With pleasure. Wong Jang was preparing for a massacre, unaware that he was already in someone else's sights. A bullet coldly grazed his face, leaving a bloody line on his left cheek. Wong Jang immediately raised his guard and pressed himself against the wall. So there's a sniper, too. Shunwu, who had witnessed the whole thing, couldn't help but poke fun. A second ago you were challenging me, and the next you're hiding like a coward. Seeing the situation wasn't optimistic, Shunwu asked his enemy for his opinion. What's your plan? Wong Jang smirked and gave a cryptic answer. There's always a way. He magically produced a walkie-talkie and called for backup. Hey, beautiful, help me out. When it's time to act, you have to act. Wu Yan's smooth voice flowed into their ears. There's a sniper at the 10 o'clock position. 50 meters to his east, there's another one. Hearing her ramble, he interrupted impatiently. My dear lady, could you please lift your precious hand and take them out? Before he could finish, she responded with a series of gunshots. Her hand still gripping the smoking weapon, Wu Yan, without changing her posture, delivered the final line. It's done. Shunwu was so shocked by her speed that he was rendered speechless. What the? JJ just like that, it's done. Wong Jang, seeing his country bumpkin look, wanted to show off even more. Of course. In a corner not far away, Minghao also joined the fun with a hot cannonball. The powerful explosion sent a group of people flying into the air, then roasted them all in the blazing fire. Hearing the sound of reinforcements, Wong Jang and his companion quickly made their escape. Halfway down the road, a sleek black car appeared, blocking their path. The person inside hurriedly ordered, "Get in." He glanced at Shunwu, who was stuck to his side like glue, and his expression changed. Minghao, hearing the door close behind him, silently tightened his grip on the steering wheel. He slammed on the gas, and the car sped away from the battlefield. After driving for a considerable distance, Wong Jang finally began to question him. What are you doing here? Shunwu didn't answer, but instead sighed without context. You guys are interesting, leaving a woman behind like that. He raised his index finger, acting like an expert on women. Don't underestimate women. Out of their sight, Wu Yan held her rifle and snorted softly, proving she was indeed the unpredictable woman Wong Jang had described. Shunwu rolled his eyes as if lost. After being on the pirate ship for a while, he finally remembered to ask, "Where are you guys going?" He smirked and gave a vague answer. To watch a show, of course. He twirled the knife in his palm and said awkwardly, "After we're done here, I'll settle the score with you. When you're entrusted with a task, you have to see it through." Wong Jang, annoyed, tried to reason with this blockhead. That Su Tianran is just using you like a tool. Are you really willing to be used like that? Or does defeating me give you a sense of accomplishment? To his surprise, Shunwu admitted it cheerfully. You could say it gives me a sense of accomplishment. The two men's car quickly stopped in front of a tall building. The surrounding area was strangely quiet. As soon as the man entered the room, he bowed and presented his prize with both hands. Your Excellency Matsushima, we have retrieved the biological agent. Mofa took the glass tube and gave a new order. Very good, Kawasaki-kun. As for those Huaxia people, I want them dead here. The man hesitated as he updated the situation. Your Excellency, There's no need for us to act. They're already fighting among themselves. The old man didn't like this place, but he was adept at applying the proverb, when the birds are gone, the bough is put away. I never place my hopes in others, Kawasaki-kun. You didn't put your full effort into this. I'm revoking your command of this operation. Haken bowed low, pleading in panic. Mr. Matsushima, please give me one more chance. Mofu turned his back and threw him a charitable line. This is your last chance. He left the office with renewed determination, as if he'd been given a shot of adrenaline. Thank you, sir. I will succeed or die trying. In a remote and secluded place, a mansion was nestled among the trees. The poetic location was perfect for nefarious deeds. Wong Jang approached Jinji and whispered a few words of psychological manipulation. Just cut ties with them completely. Kikken, with 500 of his men, drew their swords and formed a line, lecturing him. You traitor, you dare to come back here? None of you will get away. He had just lit the fuse, and now he was shaking his head, feigning sadness. What a mess. Shin Wu's eyes were opened by this level of shamelessness. Deceitful. Is this the good show you were talking about? Wong Jang stood there, posing, and cheerfully admitted, that's right. He couldn't help but offer a compliment. You've really got yourself a good subordinate. Ming Hao, holding a knife, had unexpectedly approached him at some point. One day, we'll kill our way into a place like Lee Sin Manor. He rarely agreed so somberly. Definitely. Shin Yu, hearing the disjointed conversation, looked confused. Why? Wang Zheng impatiently brushed him off. You'll know later. I'm not in the mood to explain it to you right now. He stood up straight and warned seriously, Su Tianran is my friend. If you can't give me a reason that convinces me, then I will continue to stand against you. He wasn't afraid of anyone, but things had to be done in order. After we leave here, we can settle the score. But the urgent mission right now is to level Country L. While everyone was busy arguing, the two Renichi brothers had already charged at each other with their swords, performing a scene of fratricide. Their weapons had only clashed a few times, but as soon as his opponent let his guard down, he seized the opportunity to slice off one of Kikan's arms. Renichi looked at the cat-like scratch on his own arm and coldly ended the battle. You lose. Sasuke, who had appeared out of nowhere, quickly stepped forward to criticize Mitsunasai. I have to admit you are a genius. But unfortunately, Ming Hao whispered his assessment of the final boss who had just entered the stage. Without a gun, I can't beat this old man. Wang Zheng curiously offered a new option. What if you have a gun? He bowed his head, calculated for a moment, but didn't dare to boast. A 70% chance. He felt the odds weren't great with his friend, so he decided to step up himself. Then I'll just have to fight him. While Sasuke was raising his sword to teach his unruly nephew a lesson, Wang Zheng interrupted. I say, old man Yamamoto, you don't even greet an old friend when you see one? All you do is rush into chop and slash. Annoyed by this meddler, he abruptly stopped. Sasuke knew this guy never brought good news, so he immediately snapped. Wang Zheng, nothing good ever happens when you show up. He looked straight at his opponent and said sarcastically, it seems you really admire him. Both sides knew each other's strength, so he deliberately probed first. Wang Zheng, what exactly do you want? He spun the gun in his hand and replied arrogantly, nothing. I just want to dismantle this place. Driven mad by this shamelessness, Sasuke coldly drew his sword, ready for a bloody fight. How arrogant. I am the sword saint. How can I let you be so insolent? With the motto, if you touch me, I'll boil you. In Wang Zheng's eyes, old, young, male, or female were all the same. If you're not convinced, let's have a fight. We'll see if this old bag of bones of yours has gone rusty. Renichi, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up to mediate. That's enough. Let's go. He stared deeply into his eyes for a long moment, then decided to spare the dog out of respect for its master. Okay, then let's go home. After settling into the car, watching Ming Hao carefully bandage him, Renichi had to think carefully before forcing out 2 words. Thank you. Wang Zheng, who was driving, tilted his head and made a suggestion. I know you feel terrible doing these things in your own country. This time, when we leave, you can choose to return to Huaxiao or not. He didn't hesitate to state his choice. I'll return. This reaction was expected, so he easily made a promise. Then we'll meet up in Huaxiao in the future. On the wide-open highway, the white car sped forward, alone on the road. Li Xiao, driving the bullet-riddled car, worried about someone stronger than him. I wonder how things are on Brother Zheng's side. Xia Yan, having seen more of the world, assessed the situation with perfect accuracy. He'll be fine. With Wang Zheng's skills, if the people of Country L aren't tortured to death by him, it's a blessing for their ancestors. Regardless of their mood, the car didn't slow down on the curve because the escape couldn't stop. But just as the car reached the intersection, an obstacle from the side road suddenly rushed out. Li Xiao was terrified by the sudden dangerous situation. But in that same instant, a figure leaped from the air. He used his powerful speed to smash through the glass window, and then, with momentum, his foot made intimate contact with the truck driver's neck. The driver lost control, and the truck swerved, lightly scraping the rear of Li Xiao's car. He seized the opportunity to slam on the gas, successfully escaping the swerving, out-of-control truck. Only after driving a long distance did he dare to comment, "A close shave." Xia Yin glanced back to observe the situation and sighed softly, "We owe that person another favor." On the picturesque beach, a group of men in black suits suddenly appeared. The leader pointed and ruined the scenery. The car disappeared in that direction. "You guys search along the coast. We have to find them." Wong Jang, wearing only swim trunks, seeing the imminent danger, boldly proposed an idea. "We can't let them find us." Wu Yan, in a two-piece swimsuit, was also helpless, hesitatingly speaking. He didn't wait for her to finish before pouncing, pinning her underneath him. "We have to hide. Cooperate a little." Wu Yin reluctantly cooperated, putting her arms around his neck. If her face weren't abnormally red, her complaint would have been more convincing. "After this, I'm never going on a mission with you again, you pervert." Wang Zheng replied vaguely, "Okay, whatever you want." They acted like a loving couple on the beach. This cheesy trick actually fooled the minions passing by. Wang Zheng and the other person held their pose until the men in black moved in a different direction. After the danger passed, Wu Yin couldn't help but ask directly, "So what now? Are we just going to keep sunbathing here?" He quickly came up with a new suggestion. "Rest and regain our strength. Otherwise, we'll be tortured to death by those people from country else sooner or later." Wang Zheng stood up first and urged, "Let's go. They're still waiting for us." The star-crossed pair, braving the sun and wind, quickly arrived at the new building on the main road. Both were disguised from head to toe, looking like celebrities trying to dodge the paparazzi. They had only taken a few sneaky steps when trouble appeared. Katie let out a soft snort, making them both jump. Caught in the act, Wang Zheng questioned, "Why are you here?" This dim-witted question made her find it ridiculous. To fight, of course. He reached behind his back for a hidden weapon, but his mouth uttered a very shameless proposal. "I don't want to fight you." "Okay." Not wanting to dally either, Katie pointed her index finger at the man looming behind him. "I can't decide. You have to ask him first." Dong Song, holding a cold weapon, threatened as soon as he appeared, "You're not getting away today." Sensing a big fight was coming, Wang Zheng quickly pushed Wu Yin away. "You go first. Their target is me." "Yet," she cluelessly shouted, "I can't let you die here." Losing his patience, he pulled out his gun and pointed it at this clingy woman. "You foolish woman, this is an order." After Wu Yin successfully escaped, Wang Zheng turned back to continue the verbal sparring. "The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet." Dong Song, not wanting to waste time on meaningless words, immediately raised his sword and charged. "Die!" He cleverly threw his hat to the ground, and a layer of pinkish-purple smoke quickly spread around. He thought he had some amazing follow-up move, so he quickly slammed on the brakes. But to his disappointment, Wang Zheng chose the 36 stratagem from Sun Tzu's Art of War. By the time Dong Song recovered, he had already fled. Katie, witnessing this regrettable miss, softly comforted him. "I've already set things up. He can't escape." Wang Zheng rushed out to the main road. Before he could steady himself, he ran out to block a taxi that was passing by. He generously handed the driver a stack of cash and coldly ordered, "To the nearest pier. Drive fast." With capitalist energy fueling the engine, the car revved its engine and shot forward. But they hadn't gone far when they encountered Ping-In, who ran out as an obstacle. He stood firmly in the middle of the road, scaring the timid driver into yanking the steering wheel and driving onto the sidewalk. The driver, having survived the scare, immediately looked at the old man and cursed a blue streak. "Are you tired of living?" Ping-In said nothing, silently using his remaining intact arm to punch the hood of the car to express his attitude. Only then did Wang Zheng slowly get out of the car. The moment he appeared, he started running his mouth. "What? The Su family is all out of people. They send a cripple like you?" This taunt hit a nerve, and the old man let out a cold, annoyed snort. He cracked his knuckles and continued with a few more fatal provocations. "Aren't you afraid I'll break your other arm this time? Then you'll really become someone who can't function normally." Ping-In couldn't take it anymore, channeled his strength into his legs, and leaped into the air. "Brat, die?" Wang Zheng, unfazed, threw a series of hidden weapons at his opponent. But this was only enough for the old man to kick them away with one leg. After the sharp projectiles fell, he didn't forget to ask contemptuously, "Are you underestimating me?" Ping-An had just landed and hadn't even warmed up his spot before he stuck his leg out again, preparing for the next attack. This time, he directly extended his leg to strike. Judging by the posture, it seemed to be a direct kick at the target. He carefully observed the move, then closed in to engage. Bullying an old man, huh? Wong Jang didn't hesitate, leaping high into the air. While Ping-An hadn't retracted his leg, he raised his shin to meet the kick, causing the old man to let out a pained grunt. The powerful impact sent them both flying back in opposite directions from the aftershock. Wong Jang feigned ignorance and checked on his opponent. How was that, old man? Did you like the taste of your own medicine? Ping-An seemed to be in so much pain that his language skills were impaired, so he could only let out a cold snort. Before the old man's eyes, he slowly removed the metal weights wrapped around his calves. This little toy turned out to be just an appetizer. Wong Jang threw it away and spoke seriously. The battle has just begun. He channeled strength into his legs to launch himself into the air again. When he was within striking distance, he drove his knee into his opponent. Ping-An unexpectedly lost his balance and cried out. Not stopping there, Wong Jang took advantage of the moment the old man was distracted to land a thunderous punch right in his face. Eat this. To continue this chain of beatings, he reached out with his other hand and grabbed the empty sleeve of the old man's shirt. As Ping-An bent over from the momentum, he promptly raised his knee and delivered a blow to his stomach. Finally, after a series of continuous punches and kicks, the old man lay motionless on the ground. Wong Jang asked with satisfaction, well, do you submit? Only when the curtain fell did Ming Hao run over to check in. Looks like I'm late. I missed a good show. He pointed his gun at Ping-An's head and replied slowly, you still made it for the climax of the story. But before he could pull the trigger, a mysterious figure swept past, leaving behind a single sentence. A grandmaster of a generation. How can he die in such a disgraceful way? A thick, dangerous aura emanated, causing Wong Jang to turn his head in alarm and question it. In that brief moment of distraction, Ping-An's body was already lying in a pool of blood. Ming Hao shouted anxiously, who on earth was that? Wong Jang wanted to ask the same question, but didn't have time. In any case, it's someone we can't afford to provoke. At Lisan Manor, Fu Hua was leisurely enjoying tea when he suddenly dropped his cup in alarm. It shattered into pieces upon hitting the ground, tea splashing everywhere. The person sitting opposite him jumped up and asked worriedly, Grandpa, are you okay? He stared at his own hand and mechanically uttered a sentence, I suddenly have a bad feeling. 3 days later, Ming Hao, sitting in the passenger seat, finally couldn't hold back and asked Wong Jang, are we just going to keep driving like this? His eyes never left the road as he calmly spoke, his words like the wind. What else? Things have gotten so messy. If we don't get out of here quickly, something bad will happen. The silent phone suddenly vibrated repeatedly. Wong Jang picked it up and handed it to his friend. See who sent the message. Ming Hao's eyes quickly scanned the message, his teasing tone barely suppressing a laugh. Are you sure you want me to read this out loud? He suddenly spoke strangely, making him press impatiently. Stop being so mysterious. Just get to the point. Ming Hao channeled the girl in the message, his voice so smooth that even karaoke aunties would ask for tips. I've arrived in Country L. I'll be back in 3 days. Thanks for everything. Wong Jang slammed on the brakes. The 4 wheels screeched against the road, creating a harsh, dry sound. Before Ming Hao could regain his composure, his entire body lurched forward. The phone in his hand flew away without a word of goodbye. His hand still trembling, he quickly picked up the phone and handed it back to the person grinning beside him. Zhang Mingqi. After calming down, Ming Hao switched to teasing mode with Wong Jang. Captain, you're really lucky. I'm still happily single over here. His eyes glued to the screen, he replied perfunctorily. Do you need me to introduce you to a few people? A casual sentence was enough to send him into a daydream with beautiful women. Well, it's not impossible. Amidst the chatter, Wong Jang managed to send an equally cheesy message to Mingqi. I'm coming back to the country immediately. I don't want to be a minute late. After a moment, Ming Hao suddenly remembered something important and asked the person with his face on the steering wheel. Captain, does this mean we'll get a good rest when we get back? His voice wavered slightly with embarrassment, but he still answered properly. Probably. Wang Zhang's phone received another call from Shigue. The moment he answered, he immediately recognized his characteristic hoarse voice. I'm on Yokohama Street. Wang Zhang immediately shed his relaxed mood and replied seriously, we'll be right there. The atmosphere in the car changed 180 degrees, silencing Ming Hao. He quickly turned the wheel and drove off. The black car sped down the lonely road, carrying the many worries of its occupants. The dust from the car slowly swirled into the face of Mufu, who had been standing by the roadside watching him for some time. His face was wrinkled, silent but filled with unspoken thoughts. Wong Jang's black car slowly came to a stop in a vacant lot next to Yokohama Street. Shigue ran over and managed to report just before he slammed the car door shut. "Everything is ready. We can leave now." Without hesitation, Wong Jang led the way with a decisive attitude. However, he had barely lifted his foot when a man's voice from behind stopped him. "My hospitality hasn't even been shown, and you're all leaving already?" Mofu walked slowly, his gentle smile concealing a sinister intent. "Since we're lucky enough to meet, why not catch up on old times?" The moment he saw the old man, his heart immediately burned with hatred, to the point where he spoke with venom. "I only came here for revenge. Since you've shown up, let's not waste words. Let's do this." Before losing all reason to his burning anger, Wong Jang turned to give his comrades instructions before the battle. "You two stay put." He pivoted on his heel, gathered momentum, and leaped into the air. To start the fight, Wong Jang flew through the air like he was in an action movie, his hand raised high, aiming for Mufa's head. His fighting instincts kicked in, helping the old man spring back as if he had never been weak. Mufa's counterpunch was stopped mid-air by a large hand. Before his opponent could withdraw his hand, Wong Jang twisted it back, causing him to scream in pain. Wong Jang flexibly jumped back after the warning shot, not forgetting to taunt his seasoned opponent. "So, Mr. Matsushima's martial arts are quite something. But you're still far from my level." Struggling through the dull ache, he replied with an unyielding attitude. "Did you think I came here unprepared? This road has long been surrounded by my men." His words were like a signal to attack. A barrage of firepower rained down on Wong Jang's group. The whole group scrambled into the armored car to save themselves from the scythe of death. Ming Hao, panting, crawled into the car and immediately asked, "Captain, why don't we just drive away?" He raised his hand to signal him to calm down, his tone as casual as if it were nothing. "Just wait a moment." At the same time, Mufa stood outside alone, his voice growing weaker by the second. "Let me see how long you all can last." His whole body went limp. He struggled to say his last words before collapsing onto the cold ground. "How much longer?" Feeling his body heat up abnormally, Mufa struggled to make a slow accusation. "You poisoned me." When, after the rain of bullets passed, Wong Jang calmly stepped out of the car and continued speaking to the man lying face down on the road. "When I poisoned you isn't important. What's important is that this poison was made by my own hands. You should feel honored." Unable to move, Mufu could only reply with his voice, his eyes still fixed on the tip of Wong Jang's shoe. "I never thought you'd have such a vicious trick up your sleeve. Truly formidable." The pathetic state of his enemy made Wong Jang so happy, he burst out laughing. "Thank you for the compliment. You can rest in peace now." Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Mufu gasped for breath as his lungs overexerted, uttering his final words before dying. In the end, "I still lost." Seeing his rival was gone, he felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and patted his comrades. "You two head back to the country first. I still have some business to take care of here." Worried, Ming Hao quickly dismissed his idea. "No way. We have to go together. If something happens, we can provide support." But Wong Jang used another reason to gently, but clearly send him away. "You have to go back to keep an eye on the domestic forces." The sharp blow hit its mark, leaving him unsure of which way to turn. His words became hesitant. "But if the captain stays here alone?" Seeing the young man still lingering, he didn't hesitate to kick Ming Hao and shoo him away gruffly. "When I was out conquering the world, things were much more dangerous than this. Get back now." Time flew by. No one knew when Wong Jang had arrived at the beach to recuperate. Finally, I'm free and alone." Sui Feng approached, his words sounding like a professional fortune teller. "Young man, I've finally found you." He looked at the old man with a blank expression, his brain busy thinking, who is this old man? But Sui Feng had no intention of saying more and launched an attack. Wong Jang, who had been relaxing, suddenly jumped back defensively, questioning breathlessly, "Who are you? Who sent you?" The old man adjusted his displaced mask with his hand. His sharp yet emotionless eyes sent a chill down one's spine. "You can call me Chionu. You don't need to know anything else. In my eyes, you're already a dead man." Before the words could even fade, Sui Feng decisively charged forward. Unable to stand still and take the second attack, Wong Jang switched to offense and threw a knife at him. "Chionu, let me see who your master is." The Chinese kitchen knife accidentally hit Sui Feng's partial mask, causing him to pause for a beat. The mask was about to shatter, revealing Sui Feng's stunning beauty. Wong Jang cried out in astonishment at the image reflected in his eyes. "You are? Senior Dantai." The old man's slow voice and calm demeanor were a stark contrast to his earlier hurried attack. "There is no longer a Dantai in this world. There is only a dog. Seeing the horrific, mottled scars on Sui Feng's face, he couldn't help but ask, "What on earth happened to you?" Without arguing, the old man impatiently attacked again and again. "You talk too much." Wong Jang risked fighting back with one hand, the other holding a knife, waiting for an opportunity. "You're too naive." Before he could even turn, Sui Feng had already kicked him squarely in the hip. "With no respect, your basic scratching moves can't even hurt me." His whole body flew straight into the golden sand, causing Wong Jang to get a large mouthful of it. As soon as he spat out the sand, his competitive spirit flared up and he shouted, "Fight back." The two men wrestled in broad daylight, unaware that everything was being watched by Katie nearby. You Huaxia people have a saying, when the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman profits. She stood there, watching intently, her mouth muttering as if she were a customer who had booked a front-row VIP seat. "If that's the case, then I'll just sit back and reap the rewards." After the 30th exchange, the once arrogant Wang Zheng was still being gifted with the soft sand of the sea. Before he could get up, he saw Sui Feng approaching with a mysterious, latent power, completely different from before. The old man looked down on him, offering one last chance of salvation. "Do you have any last words before you die?" Knowing he couldn't hold out much longer, he resorted to a trick everyone learns on their own, crying for help. "Ericly, I asked for your help before I came to Japan. Now I'm about to die, and I still haven't seen you." The mournful cry startled the dark figure into action. Ericly jumped up, taking the opportunity to crack a joke. "I never thought the great Eastern Evil King would be beaten like this." "Huh?" He paused for a beat, then shouted as if he were a boss fighting on equal terms. "What?" Sui Feng seized the opportunity of Wang Zheng's carelessness to launch a surprise attack. A decent reinforcement, but you're too late. With a lightning-fast reaction, he turned, ready to retaliate. "Do you really think I'm a stuffed animal? You're addicted to stabbing, aren't you?" Wang Zheng's long stride backward quickly increased the distance between them. But Sui Feng had anticipated this and had already dashed behind him, his fist raised. "It's over." The perilous situation forced him to pull out the pistol hidden in his pocket. "You underestimate me too much. I am the great and famous Eastern Evil King." His merciless finger quickly pulled the trigger to save its owner. To escape, Wang Zheng pointed the gun at his own chest, shooting through his own flesh to wound the man's heart. The pain caused Sui Feng's body to release adrenaline, strengthening him as he threw Wang Zheng into the sea. "Go to hell." His body fell straight into the water, completely out of control like a toy with dead batteries. Wang Zheng struggled in the water, his mind a jumble of memories of the women who had passed through his life. Wait for me to come back." At the same time, in the CEO's office of Lanhai Group, Mingqi stared blankly into the quiet room. She let out a sigh, her mouth whispering formless worries. "He said he would come back to the country. Why is there still no news?" Mingqi's heart sank further into despair as the phone answered soullessly as soon as the ringing stopped. "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." In the villa where Shirshir was staying. For some reason, she clumsily dropped her glass of water today. The shattered glass flew across the floor, making her scream in alarm. With a skipped heartbeat, she suddenly felt a sense of unease for no clear reason. Why do I have such a bad feeling? 2 months later, in a wooden house in a land where the sun shone even at night, Wang Zheng was limping, practicing walking in the warm room. The closed door was suddenly opened. Katie, wearing a kimono, stepped in, her voice as gentle as a spring day. "You seem to be recovering quite well." She gently brought the medicine to his mouth, her words a slow enticement. "This is the last bowl of medicine. The rest of your recovery will depend on your own vitality." Wang Zheng silently looked at the girl who had cared for him so diligently, his heart filled with indescribable feelings. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally voiced the question he had been holding back for so long. "Why did you save me?" Katie looked into his beautiful, calm eyes and uttered 2 words. "To repay a debt." He heard her words and thought it was nothing more than a joke. He didn't forget to inform her of one thing. "If you don't want to say, then I won't press you. I've been here too long, they'll be worried. I have to go." She didn't reply, only gently held his hand as if to speak for her. Feeling it wasn't persuasive enough, Katie used her beauty on him. "Are you willing to change to a different way of life, with just you and me?" Wang Zheng's heroic mentality was quickly swayed by the sweet fragrance emanating from the beautiful woman. "I also want a simple life. To come home from work every day to a hot meal, a gentle wife, and obedient children waiting for me. But I can't have that." Slightly annoyed by his refusal, she used it as motivation to forcibly kiss him. "Then let's seize this moment." The beauty had paved the way. How could he be foolish enough not to agree? His wicked hand removed the clothes from her body. The small wooden house suddenly shook violently, echoing with the sounds of lovemaking from the fiery battle of wits inside. That's enough. Aren't you still not fully recovered? You underestimate me too much. Elsewhere, in the north of Baizhou City, Nanjiang Province, Ningxia was intently reading a newly received design plan in the break room. She gradually relaxed as she finished reading the contents. Wong Jang, the next time we meet, I will definitely thank you properly. On a luxurious yacht, gliding across the vast ocean. Seeing Wong Jang standing there in a daze, Katie approached and asked, "Are you missing them?" He kept his gaze fixed on the distance, his tone a little melancholic. Maybe so. Suddenly, Lewandowski appeared from behind, interrupting their conversation. "May I get to know this lady?" Wong Jang, who had been distracted just a moment ago, immediately stepped in front of Katie. "No." She smiled smugly and took the opportunity to clarify. "What are you to me?" Wang Zheng avoided the question, answering vaguely. It's dangerous to casually interact with strange men. This answer obviously didn't meet her expectations, so she took the initiative to introduce herself. "My name is Katie, from America. And you?" Lewandowski, having achieved his goal, was overjoyed. "I am Lewandowski, from Poland." Then, without hesitation, he placed a kiss on her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Suddenly, two strange men appeared out of nowhere and started shooting at them. Wang Zheng frowned, immediately recognizing them. "I didn't expect to see you guys here." The man named Hendry aggressively charged forward to attack. But he was stopped with a single move. With a gentle flick of his hand, Wang Zheng knocked the gun from his grasp. Then, he delivered a beautiful kick, aiming straight for his opponent's head. Watching him writhe on the ground, Wang Zheng's eyes couldn't hide his contempt. The great Kuang Fong squad, fallen to the point of robbing people like this? Johnson, seeing his comrade on the ground, cautiously peeked out. "Who on earth are you?" He ignored the rambling and just wanted to clarify the current situation. "It doesn't matter who I am. Tell me why you're messing with him. If you don't talk, none of you will get out of here alive." Hendry's face grew gloomy, and he began to mumble incomprehensibly. "The heart of the sky. It's all because of the heart of the sky." Hearing this, he became even more curious. "The heart of the sky?" Lewandowski, trying to calm himself, explained further. "The heart of the sky is a diamond of mine." Wang Zheng basically understood the situation and warned the two robbers, "He's with me. You can forget about the diamond. Take the ship back to Huaxia, and I'll let you live." But Johnson looked terrified and explained the problem. "This heart of the sky is a silver list mission. Neither you nor I can afford to mess with the person who issued this mission." This made him feel a little interested, and he couldn't help his curiosity. "Who is it?" Hendry cautiously approached and whispered to him. Finally, Wang Zheng realized who he was really up against. "It's true, I'm no match for him." Even so, he didn't hesitate to give Johnson a painful kick. "But if he likes something, I have to take it." Then he made a powerful declaration. "If he wants it, he can come find me himself. As for you two, if you want to live, you have to do as I say." Hendry immediately agreed to comply. "We will take the ship back to Huaxia safely." Hearing the answer, Wang Zheng immediately shooed them away. "Get lost." Lewandowski, having been saved, was overjoyed and rushed to hug and kiss him passionately. "Ah Zheng, you are my savior." Feeling awkward, he immediately tried to step aside. "Get away from me. I'm a straight man who likes women, okay?" Later, the two moved their conversation to a lounge in the ship's cabin. Wang Zheng got straight to the point. "Tell me, what's this about the heart of the sky?" Lewandowski happily shared the details. "The heart of the sky is a diamond that was mined 20 years ago. It's the only light blue diamond in the world, and it's incredibly valuable." With his experience, Wang Zheng understood part of it. "I'm sure a lot of people have their eyes on such an expensive item, right?" He honestly confessed his situation. "For the past few years, my family has been targeted no less than 20 times because of this diamond." With that, he crossed his left leg and fumbled for something in his shoe. Unexpectedly, the sole of the shoe could be removed. Inside was a sparkling diamond. Lewandowski, with great trust, presented his treasure. "Look, this is the diamond." The moment Wang Zheng saw the precious diamond, his eyes lit up like car headlights. "Please don't be so reckless with this." But Lewandowski was smitten and turned to sincerely offer it to Katie. "Please, I'd like to give this precious stone to this beautiful lady." She didn't refuse the high-quality gift and gave him a kiss on the cheek in return. "Thank you." The yacht continued to glide swiftly across the sea, heading straight for its destination, Huaxia. Katie stood on the deck, feeling emotional. "What will happen the next time we meet?" Wang Zheng also sent a heartfelt message. "If we are enemies, I hope we never meet again." With that, the two shared a tight hug, a substitute for all the emotions they had experienced. Today, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sun was golden, signaling a good day. A while later, at a construction site at the port, Wong Jang was a little annoyed to see Lewandowski tagging along behind him. "What are you following me here for?" He quickly explained his reason. "Not only did you save me, but you're also a local. I'm here to invest, so of course I have to follow you to find clients." He started looking around, curious about his surroundings. "Why did you bring me here?" Wong Jang put on a mysterious expression and emphasized each word. "To inspect the local conditions, of course." Suddenly, a panicked voice shouted from somewhere. "Oh no, something big has happened." The workers were shouting something. "Brothers, the people from Hengxing are here to cause trouble again. Time and time again. We have to teach them a lesson they won't forget." He couldn't help but be curious when he saw the group's reaction. "Let's go see what's happening." At that moment, Li Haoming swaggered over, puffing on a cigarette. "Get your manager out here. If not, I'll smash this whole place up." The sight of him immediately annoyed Wong Jang. "What's going on? Who is this guy to be so arrogant?" Wu Qi, who was nearby, anxiously explained the situation. "It's the Hengxing group. Our boss outbid them for this piece of land, so they hired these thugs to come here and cause trouble. 3 days ago, that guy who's smoking declared that if our construction team didn't leave in 3 days, they would use force to drive us out. The man, tired of waiting, started to cause trouble. You won't drink a toast, so you'll have to drink a forfeit. Get them, boys." Suddenly, a figure emerged from a luxury car behind them. "All right, Li Hao, stop putting on a show." Lu Wan, relying on his power, brazenly gave an order. "Today, anyone who agrees to leave, I'll give them 200 yuan." The group of workers was not easily subdued and protested fiercely. "You want us to kick over our own rice bowls for just 200 yuan? Lu Wan stood there, smirking nonchalantly, deliberately showing off a wad of cash in his hand. "Then how about 5,000 yuan? And you can also join Hengxing. Work for Hengxing." Li Hao, excited, gave a thumbs up. "The young master is truly brilliant." He was immediately cursed at by the crowd. "Brilliant, my ass." The man, relying on his backer, swaggered over and challenged them. "I dare you to say that again. If I don't beat you to death here today, my last name isn't Li." No one responded. They only saw a bag flying through the crowd. It landed squarely on its target, knocking Li Hao to the ground. Seeing his side being bullied, Lu Wan stepped forward to handle it. "Who did that? If you've got the guts, step out here." Wong Jang slowly made his way through the crowd, gradually revealing himself. "It's only been a short while, and Director Dong's wings have gotten quite stiff, haven't they?" He immediately frowned in annoyance. "It's you." With a soaring spirit, he confidently issued a challenge. "Let me see how capable you are. Come on out." Lu Wan, of course, wouldn't let himself be embarrassed and decisively ordered his underlings. "Get him. Beat him to death." They rushed forward in droves, even carrying iron rods. But in a flash, Wong Jang had slipped behind the crowd. He directly engaged with the ringleader, Lu Wan. Seeing him about to launch a kick, he quickly caught his opponent's ankle. Then he slammed him to the ground with a painful thud. Just a few cat-like scratches. Then he grabbed Lu Wan's hair and pulled it back, his growl a clear threat. "Young Master Dong, I taught you how to be a person last time. Why are you such a slow learner?" Lu Wan struggled free from his grip and cursed angrily. "I'll fuck you up." Wong Jang, annoyed, snapped a warning. "You've got some nerve. Let me see if disrupting this construction project was your idea or your father's." The moment his father was mentioned, he was startled. "What's it to you?" Without another word, he rushed forward again and slammed Lu Wan's head to the ground. "It must be your father's idea. Go tell that old man that I'll personally visit him at his headquarters tonight." He clutched his forehead in pain, but still challenged him defiantly. "Don't get too cocky. Sooner or later, I'll settle this debt." Wong Jang, of course, wasn't afraid of anyone. He cheerfully welcomed his enemy. "I'm ready anytime." Finally, Li Hao had to help him leave, returning the peaceful atmosphere to everyone. Their car roared to life, spewing smoke before speeding away. The group of workers came forward to thank Wong Jang profusely. "Brother, you're amazing. If they dare to come back, we'll make sure to beat them until they're crying for their parents." He cheerfully put his arm around them, not forgetting to remind everyone with concern. "Don't worry, they won't dare to come back. Everyone, go get some food. You have to work this afternoon." They all nodded in agreement. As they left, they shouted together, "Okay, we sent those bastards running. Let's go eat." Lewandowski, who had witnessed the scene, was extremely curious. "Zhang, it seems the business order in your huaxia isn't all that great, huh?" He could only sigh in response. "There's trash everywhere. Where there's sun, there will be shadows." At that moment, Yiping hurriedly drove up. As he got out, he apologized anxiously. President Wong, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were coming today, so I wasn't able to greet you properly. Wong Jang's attitude immediately changed, his tone annoyed as he gave an order. No need for greetings. I'm just here to give you a reminder. If there are any more problems with the Ideal City project, you can pack your bags and get out. He bowed his head in fear, sweat pouring down his face like he was in a shower. I guarantee that something like this will never happen again. Please rest assured. He temporarily set the matter aside and began to arrange his next schedule. Prepare a car for me. I want to go to Jinling. Elsewhere, in a private dining room of the Hengxing group, Shin Peng was raising his glass to a distinguished guest. Jiyong International is just an empty shell. They don't stand a chance against me on my home turf in Nanjiang. Suddenly, the sound of a door being kicked open shattered the peaceful atmosphere in the room. Wang Zheng brazenly walked in, loudly greeting him. Hello, Boss Dong. Shin Peng's face showed clear surprise as he asked, Who are you? Without hesitation, he walked straight to an empty chair at the dining table. You were just talking about our group. What? Not happy to see us? He reacted quickly and agreed. Of course, you're welcome. As soon as Wang Zheng sat down, all the big shots stood up to leave. We have some business to attend to, so we'll be leaving first. He remained composed and began his questioning. Boss Dong, you're quite impressive, aren't you? He replied without a trace of fear. I'm just telling the truth. Just then, Shin Peng's phone rang repeatedly. He answered the phone, and his expression became extremely panicked. What? Luwen has a moderate concussion? I see. He seemed to understand something, his tone suspicious as he probed. Are you the one who beat my son? Since you're here, I think we need to have a proper talk. Wang Jing showed clear contempt. There's nothing to talk about. This made Shin Peng a little confused. Then he stood up aggressively, grabbed a wine bottle from the table, and threw it hard. Because I hate talking to thugs. The attack was so fast that he could only take the hit right in the face, crying out in pain. Blood gushed out like a spring, staining his hand red. What do you want? After his action, Wang Zheng calmly gave his order. If you want to cooperate, transfer the new land in Jinling to Jiyong for free. Shin Peng finally exploded, slamming the table and cursing. What kind of fucking cooperation is this? Don't even think about it. If you dare to rob me, I'll call the police immediately. He used his domineering CEO persona to declare, if you don't agree, then I won't force you. But I'm warning you, if I want you dead, you won't live. Then he and his sidekick, Lewandowski, quickly turned and left. Shin Peng, left alone, began to figure out how to resolve the situation. Big brother, I need your help. The time was 9:30 in the evening. In Mingqi's office, she stood lost in thought, looking out the window. Her mind began to wander. Finally, Ruan Ling is on the right track. Just then, there was a knock on the door. She hesitated for a moment, then called out loudly, Come in. As the door opened, Wang Jing's handsome face was gradually revealed. Seeing her beloved, Mingqi's cheeks immediately flushed red. You're finally back. He quickly caught her and held her tightly in his arms. You must have been tired during this time, right? She seemed to have found an outlet for her feelings, and tears quickly rolled down her cheeks. I want to go home. The scene shifted to a dimly lit bedroom under a yellow light. Wang Zheng gently carried his lover in a princess carry. Mingqi whispered softly, How long are you staying in the capital this time? He replied indulgently and tenderly, I'm not leaving for now. Then he sat her down on the bed and gave her a kiss after so many days apart. The two became more and more entangled, causing Mingqi to start having trouble breathing. Wang Zheng loosened his grip and held the beautiful woman with longing. You've worked hard during this time. It was soon the next morning, as the sunlight gradually crept into every corner. The figure of Yang Ming, with a soaring spirit, set foot in the airport. He carefully looked at the bounty poster in his hand, preparing for a hunt. This money is as good as mine. At the same time, in a magnificent luxury villa, Shishir happily announced the latest news. It seems Han Xingye is coming back tomorrow. Sheng Fei also felt a little expectant. It's been a long time since I've seen that girl. I wonder. Suddenly, Shishir's expression became mischievous, her words full of hidden meaning. Who else does she remember besides him? Sheng Fei immediately flicked Shishir's forehead. What nonsense are you talking about, you little brat? Shishir smiled teasingly. Am I wrong? You miss Wang Zheng's Peter, don't you? Sheng Fei gradually understood and quickly grabbed her little sister to stop her. Shishir, don't talk nonsense. The two of them continued to play happily, giggling at each other. Just then, a hand gently pushed the door open. The moment Wang Zheng appeared, the atmosphere in the room changed. Seeing the two girls wrestling, he became a little flustered. Is this your welcoming ceremony? Shishir, excited, rushed over to greet him like a whirlwind. You're finally back. Sheng Fei, behind her, could only chuckle. Shishir, Why are you more anxious than I am? Just as Wong Jang was about to turn on his charm, his eyes quickly scanned her body. You're showing a little too much, you know. Hearing this, Shir looked down and realized one of her dress straps had slipped, causing her to panic. Her embarrassment turned to anger, and she rushed over to hit him repeatedly. Why didn't you contact us? Suddenly, her expression changed, and she turned to cling to Sheng Fei. Wong Jang was completely bewildered by this situation. What's going on? This isn't how the script goes. She's supposed to rush over, bite me, and then cry, right? He then muttered to himself, has my charm faded? Shir heard every word. Annoyed, she turned and walked away. You thick-skinned pervert. How can you be so narcissistic? The two sisters immediately returned to their room. Shir didn't forget to grumble. That guy was gone for so long, and when he comes back, he doesn't even care about us. Sheng Fei reminded her. All right. It's late. You should go to sleep. Shir nodded. Yes, I know. I'm so mad. Sheng Fei pushed the door open, not forgetting to gently remind Shir as she left. Okay, I don't care about talking. Just don't lose your cool first. I'm going to my room to sleep now, she replied shyly. As soon as she entered her room, Shir felt her heart flutter like a group chat at 2 in the morning. That pervert. He saw everything just now. If I don't look back, won't I be at a huge disadvantage? She paced back and forth anxiously, but the clock hands moved agonizingly slow. It was unclear what time it was, but Wong Jang, shirtless, came to knock on her door. He waited for a long time, but it was silent inside. He began to hear his self-esteem plummeting. His joyful mood was suddenly doused with cold water, making Wong Jang's face show his disappointment. No way, she's already asleep this early? A final glimmer of hope made him risk a probing question to see if fate was on his side. Then I'll go find Sheng Fei to talk about life's ideals. Shir had been pressing her ear against the door the whole time. Thinking he had left, she peeked out. The moment she did, she was met with Wong Jang's chiseled abs and a greeting that couldn't be more flirtatious. Hello, beautiful. Furious at being teased, Shir huffed and slammed the door shut in his face. He quickly ran over and started talking with a cheesy grin. What are you doing? Are you afraid I'll eat you? His bulky frame pressed against her as he squeezed into the room, making Shir bite her lip to keep from laughing. What are you doing? Out of nowhere, the strap of her nightgown broke. It was hard to tell if it was due to poor quality or something else. With the help of gravity, the dress slipped at just the right moment, revealing a spring seam that made him want to chant sutras to make the distracting thoughts go away. The dress slipped down uncontrollably, getting caught on her leg in an instant. Because her balance decided to take a vacation at that exact moment, she cried out and fell forward like a ripe banana. Without thinking, Wong Jang activated his hero mode and reached out his arms. Careful. He had intended to be a hero, but his hand touched a D-cup treasure, turning him into a mortal man spouting wicked words. This feeling is to die for. Shir had never met anyone so shameless. The operating system in her head immediately crashed, making her whole body tremble and turn bright red. Her embarrassment turned to madness, and she curled up into a giant, writhing caterpillar. Get out. It's unclear where his brain went wrong, but he sat down on the bed with a flirtatious air, like a villain in a movie. Beautiful, don't be shy. He thought he could handle it with words, but he only added to her anger, causing her once melodious voice to growl a warning. Get out now. Wong Jang jumped up and quickly looked for an escape route. Okay. I'm leaving right now. He swallowed his embarrassment and regret, silently retreating from the chaotic scene he had created. Not knowing where to hide after his self-destructive act, Wong Jang took his wounded heart to bother Sheng Fei. Are you asleep? Although she didn't know what had happened, she was still concerned and called out, come in. But with his current state, he started with a preamble. How have you been lately? Sheng Fei tucked her hair to one side to calm her heart. She took a light breath and replied, summer in Lanhai is almost over. The new designs are done, so I haven't been too busy lately. Suddenly, a new topic came to mind, and she had to update him urgently. Oh, Xiaoyi is coming back tomorrow afternoon. Wong Jang, excited, switched to gossip mode. Han Xingye? That girl is coming back. Feeling sleepy, Sheng Fei quickly ended the heart-to-heart. She's on leave for about 20 days to visit family. I have to go to sleep. I have to pick her up tomorrow. No longer teasing, he chose to retreat with dignity, adding a few narcissistic comments. Then you go to sleep first. Don't miss me too much. The next morning, the sinner Wong Jang, wearing an apron, brought breakfast to Shir's door to apologize. Hey, beautiful, I made you a special breakfast. The door opened as slowly as a turtle, waking the sleeping lioness inside. She threw the door open, scolding him while pulling him into the room. You bastard. Get in here. Wong Jang didn't dare to move, trying to balance the food so it wouldn't fall. My dear, what on earth do you want? In the room, she prioritized placing the breakfast safely on the table, using it as a way to calm her earlier impulsive mood. Shir blushed and got straight to the point. You have to take responsibility for me. Seeing her adorable appearance, he couldn't stop smiling. How do you want me to take responsibility? Not realizing she was being teased, she crossed her arms and replied seriously, her aura like a parent-teacher conference. You bastard of a man. You saw everything of mine but didn't show any reaction. He boldly kissed her, leaving her stunned for 5 seconds. She gasped for a moment, then shouted to hide the obvious embarrassment on her face. That was my first kiss. The bright sunlight shone directly into the main entrance of the vast airport. The trio of Wong Jang, Shir, and Sheng Fei patiently waited for someone in a secluded spot. As soon as she stepped out with her suitcase, Xingye quickly recognized them and cried out with joy. The loud noise attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, making Wong Jang shyly cover his face. She rushed over to the three of them, chattering nonstop. I missed you guys so much. Did you miss me? Shir, standing beside her, scolded her like a mother. You annoying girl. Have you no shame? Can't you act a little more like a lady? While hugging her affectionately, Xingye winked at him. Did you miss me? Wang Jang sighed and replied perfunctorily. We all missed you very much. She raised her hand like the leader of an online sales group and enthusiastically invited everyone to join the fun. Let's go eat. I'm so hungry my stomach is touching my back. Sheng Fei stood behind her, her voice soft and full of affection. Xiao Yi, what do you want to eat? Xingye, finally hearing some loving words, turned to be coquettish with her. Roasted donkey meat. Hearing this, Wang Jang nodded decisively, sealing the deal before anyone could change their mind at the last minute. Okay, let's head there right now. An hour later, the group was anxiously waiting in a long line with others at Old Dan's roasted donkey meat shop. After a period of silent waiting, as soon as it was their turn, Xingye shouted, making the people behind her laugh. Finally, it's our turn. Hurry up, I'll buy everything. A black car suddenly cut in front of them and stopped at the shop's entrance, creating a chaotic scene. A dong got out of the car, shouting ignorantly as if he were important. How much roasted donkey meat is left? Pack it all up for me. The shop employee maintained a deadpan expression and replied politely, I'm very sorry, sir. This gentleman has already bought the last few portions of roasted donkey meat. With that, he gently handed the bag of food to Wang Jang. A dong, not giving up on the delicious food, blocked his way and made an offer. 400 yuan. Sell me these 4 portions of roasted donkey meat. With a giant fly suddenly in his face, he switched to his unbeatable pillar of the house mode to reply. I'll only sell it for 10,000 yuan per portion. The moment the price was announced, a dong went into full drama mode, screaming as if he were being hounded for a past life debt. Are you trying to start something? 10,000 yuan a portion? Why don't you just rob me? Not getting the answer he wanted, Wang Jang lost interest and walked past him. Buy it if you want. Without a word, a dong grabbed his shoulder and snatched the bag of food with lightning speed. Don't go. He wasn't about to let it slide. The moment he saw a dong's hand move, Wang Jang grabbed it, foiling his plan to eat for free. You can't buy it, so you resort to stealing? You're quite shameless. His shamelessness exposed, a dong flew into a rage and swung his fist as if to teach Wang Jang a lesson. Let go of me. Xingye, reacting quickly, kicked him hard in the groin from behind. Humph. His 2 precious jewels crushed, a dong was in so much pain, he almost started chanting sutras to get through the ordeal. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his family jewels like a woman in labor. Xingye happily watched the miserable state of the clueless worm. After all, we're martial artists from the military. Qing Long, who had been waiting in the car, grew impatient and got out. What's going on? He looked down at his friend writhing on the ground and clicked his tongue. A dong, who did this to you? He immediately got an answer from Wang Jang. I did. Qing Long frowned, looked up at him, and questioned, why did you hit him? Xingye's sharp tongue wouldn't rest, letting out a stream of dis-rap to vent her anger. Your lackey couldn't buy the roasted donkey meat, and when things didn't go his way, he tried to start a fight. What's happening to him now is just karma. If he dares to try it again, I'll definitely crush his balls. Her blunt words were like chilly water in his ears, making him lecture her. It's not good for a girl to be so violent. You have to explain what happened today. His half-hearted threat didn't scare anyone. Wang Jang casually pointed at her and added to the verbal battle. My friend here has already explained. If you're still not convinced, then I'll have to play along with you. A momentary rage flared up, causing Qing Long to grit his teeth and threaten. Such arrogant words. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I will. He was cut off mid-sentence by Sheng Fei, who was tired of listening. You'll what? The familiar voice made him turn in surprise and ask, You are? Sheng Fei. From a distance, a gray car sped down the street like a cheetah hunting its prey. With the food in hand, Xingye enjoyed it with a sense of satisfaction. Being able to eat my favorite food from home is the best. Sheng Fei, watching her eat with such gusto, finally decided to speak her mind. Xiaoyi, why did you accept Li Qinglong's invitation? He's not a good person. Enjoying her food, she was reminded of that arrogant young master. Xingye leaned close to her and teased. He's so handsome. Aren't you moved? Sheng Fei shook her head without a second thought. No need to think about it. I'm not interested. Seeing her pout, Xingye took out some food to share and lift her spirits. Don't be mad. Tonight, we'll give him a good beating. But Sheng Fei was still down. This is his territory. How can we fight him? Wong Jang, who had been driving silently in front, suddenly noticed something in the rearview mirror. Behind them, a bright turquoise car was tailgating them, reeking of a conspiracy. To keep the ladies in the car informed, he quickly and vaguely announced the situation. Hey beautiful ladies, it seems we have a small problem. I have to go take care of it for a bit. You stay in the car and wait. Wang Zheng turned into a nearby gas station, and the pursuing car quickly followed. This kind of thing happened all the time. He walked over and knocked on the car window casually. Brother, which side are you on? Let's have a chat. The person inside didn't bother to answer, only cracking the window and resting a gun barrel on it, intimidating him. But Wang Zheng wasn't scared at all. He even spoke kindly. It's hot today. Spilling blood on the street wouldn't be good. I just want to know who sent you. To avoid revealing his identity, the assassin growled softly. Someone paid a lot of money for your life. The arrogance of the faceless enemy made him laugh contemptuously. Then that's a huge loss. Without waiting for the person inside to react, he smashed the car window to get a clear look at the clown inside. The dark barrier suddenly disappeared, revealing Yang Ming's utterly clueless face. Recognizing the familiar face, he switched to a cheerful mode, as if he were at a discount market. You're still alive, kid? He stammered, shouting with a mix of emotions. Captain. Amidst the emotional reunion, he still remembered to ask his comrade a proper question. Who are you with now? Why are you doing this kind of work? Yang Ming, still trembling before his authority, summarized everything for him. I'm with Qin Shaoan, a gangster. Shin Peng is his sworn brother. He's the one who sent me this time. Sheng Fei couldn't hear the conversation, and her anxiety was clear on her face. I hope nothing bad is happening. Why are they hugging? Sure. Hearing this, comforted her, calming her unease. Don't worry. Who is Wang Zheng? No one can hurt him. Noticing the strange looks directed at him, Yang Ming gestured and asked, Captain, in the car is. He leaned back, his voice calm and gentle as a cloud. They're all my guests. I'm taking them out. Seeing his old boss living it up with beautiful women, he nodded and praised him. Captain, you're as stylish as ever. Let's meet up some other time. I'm in the capital often these days. I'll take you to meet someone then. Wang Zheng heard the long speech, but only caught the last part. Yet Yang Ming smiled mysteriously, his mischievous look hinting at a secret. Captain, let me keep it a secret. You'll find out then. At 7 in the evening, at the Tiangong International Club, Li Xiang shook hands warmly, welcoming his old friend. Back then, you said you'd return in a blaze of glory, and now you've done it, Qing Long. He wasn't arrogant. Instead, he pointed at his watch as if to keep the peace. Li Xiang, you've become very successful too. Hearing this, Li Xiang could only bow his head in embarrassment. A meal here probably costs more than my watch. As the conversation ended, Qing Long was startled to find 2 beautiful women already waiting in the room. He walked over and gently greeted the familiar faces. Shen and I, Han Chong, long time no see. Seeing her old classmate's handsome face, Shen and I covered her mouth, trying to maintain her composure in front of the handsome man. Qing Long, it's been years. You've gotten even more handsome. He accepted the compliment and tactfully replied with a fitting praise. You've also become more beautiful. I'm sure many people are pursuing you. Seeing the conversation was going well, she leaned in to reply, her words laced with a hint of flirtation. Many people pursue me, but I don't like any of them. Before he could answer, he was interrupted by 2 friends who had just arrived with a cheerful greeting. Long time no see. Qing Long nodded a greeting to the acquaintances, exuding a mature, worldly air. Long time no see. Looking around and seeing that everyone was there, but it was still quiet, Shun and I asked, everyone's here. Who are we still waiting for? He mentioned a name that made her freeze. Waiting for Sheng Fei. Like a catalyst, the name sparked a strong curiosity in her. Sheng Fei? I heard she went to work at the Lanhai group after graduation. I wonder how she's doing now. Hyung, sitting next to her, spoke sharply, without any courtesy. Even if her life is better now, she can't make us wait this long. As soon as he finished, Sheng Fei and Wong Jang arrived just in time, as if it were a scene they had planned. Sorry, I'm late. Qing Long suppressed his anger and stood up to speak. Sheng Fei, why didn't your two friends come? She saw through his fake attitude but still replied politely, they went home. Thinking his act was perfect, he calmly invited the two guests to sit at the dining table. Sit down first. Jishin started a friendly conversation to liven up the atmosphere. Sheng Fei, introduce us to your boyfriend. Without needing Sheng Fei to step in, he humbled himself and extended his hand to be friendly. My name is Wong Jang. Qing Long, seeing his respectful attitude, cheerfully shook his hand back naturally. I'm Gu Jishin. I used to have a crush on Sheng Fei, but I'm not your rival now. Unable to sit still with the growing excitement, Yuan Shun immediately joined the conversation. Wong Jang, what do you do for a living? Wang Zheng's mouth was faster than his brain, and he blurted out a self-deprecating speech. I'm just an employee. I don't even have a house in the capital. I still have to live with others. He had barely said 3 sentences when Sheng Fei kicked him under the table, causing him to wince in pain. Yuan Shen clicked his tongue and let out a vague statement. The capital is a big place. It's not easy to buy a house. Despite the painful kick, Wang Zheng didn't stop talking nonsense. My abilities are limited. There's nothing I can do. Just waiting for the prey to fall into the trap, he launched into a long-winded speech of empty principles. This isn't a matter of ability, but a matter of awareness. You can't even buy a house in the capital. How can Sheng Fei be happy with you? Those sharp words were like sticking a toothpick in his ear backward, making him frown. Brother, whether I can make Sheng Fei happy or not is none of your business. Why don't you spend some time learning how to manage your own mouth? The unceremonious comeback made the narcissistic Yuan Shin switch to lecture mode. You can't plaster a wall with mud. At this point, Wang Zheng had had enough. His anger began to show on his baby face. What? The tension between the two was so thick it made Jishin choke. He quickly switched to national MC mode, changing the subject to avoid a drama storm. Come on, it's been so long since we've all been together. Let's have a toast to our reunion after all these years. Cheers. To our reunion after so many years. Youth is gone, but our friendship remains. Riding the wave, the whole group raised their expensive wine glasses and cheered enthusiastically. Cheers. The joyful atmosphere lasted for about 2 seconds before being suppressed by Qing Long's disrespectful voice. Wait a minute. He pointed at the 2 different colored drinks in front of Sheng Fei and her partner, his tone sharp and tasteless. We're all drinking wine. Why are you 2 drinking juice? Before she could recover, Wang Zheng blurted out an answer for her. My girlfriend isn't feeling well today, so she can't drink. Not letting go, he continued to question as if he were about to uncover a 10-year-old secret. What about you? Realizing this guy was a persistent leech, Wang Zheng gave a half-hearted answer. I don't drink. Shin and I, seeing a straight man who didn't touch alcohol for the first time, covered her mouth and giggled. No way, you don't even drink wine? Are you even a man? He looked at the ridiculous scene unfolding before him, so annoyed he didn't even bother to think. I don't know how to drink. Li Xiang, who had been silent until now, was forced to speak up against Wang Zheng's indifferent attitude. I say, brother, this attitude of yours will make Sheng Fei lose face. Hearing this, he didn't reply immediately but turned to hug her and ask, My love, do you feel like you're losing face? Sheng Fei's fair face instantly turned pink with embarrassment. With solid proof, Wang Zheng slowly spoke up in rebuttal. You see? My girlfriend says no. So why should I care? Qing Long stood frozen, silently cursing in his heart like a live streamer swearing. You lowly woman. I'll definitely mess you up today. Yuan Shin listened for a moment and came to a swift, unneeded conclusion. In the end, you're still just a man who leeches off women. Wang Zheng's eyes widened, his voice low as he tried to suppress the Godzilla that was about to awaken in his heart. Thinking he had found a weak-willed show-off, he let out a loud hiss and shot a sarcastic remark at him. Look at your own situation. Aren't you just a toad trying to eat swan meat? In his next life, Yuan Shun would never have guessed that for a few thoughtless words, he would be hit on the head with a glass bottle by Sheng Fei to enlighten him. It's not your place to judge my boyfriend. Clutching his head and barking, he played the part of a wronged victim too well. Sheng Fei, don't be so unreasonable. I'm going to kill you. With lightning speed, Wang Zheng rushed forward and put the loudmouth in a headlock. Then go ahead. Let me see how capable you are. The tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by someone kicking the door open without any manners. Hao Tian brought a whole team of security guards, storming in as if they were filming a primetime crime drama. He pointed at the person, thinking he was in a movie. So it's you who dares to cause trouble and fight here, huh? Are you tired of living? Seize him and take him away from me. Yang Ming, seeing the chaotic situation outside, rushed in to save him. Stop! Who gave you the guts to touch him? Fearing the chaos would escalate, he pulled out a gold-plated business card to intimidate the manager. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. He's not someone you can afford to mess with. Before his eyes could even read the contents of the business card, his mouth was already spewing sarcastic remarks. Humph, so you're putting on a show. The words Tiangong International Club, Chairman, Wong Jang, hit Hao Tian's eyes like a final verdict. Seeing his boss's face, the underling curiously peeked and also gasped, "CH Chairman Wong." He quickly knelt down, kowtowing to Wong Jang under the shocked gazes of the witnesses in the room. It was this lowly one who was blind. "Please, Chairman Wong, be magnanimous and forgive me. I guarantee I will never do it again." Wong Jang looked at the pathetic sight, feeling too bored to care, but still spoke coldly. "Fine, but you have to break one of your own fingers as a lesson." His gaze swept over the crazy group of people still dawdling at the table, and he delivered a final ultimatum. "As for you all, I will visit each of your homes." Sheng Fei, afraid that things would get more complicated, pulled his hand and urged, "Let's go." Before the two could escape the chaotic room, Hao Tian used all his strength to break his own finger in exchange for the little mercy he had been shown. The car sped forward as if being chased by a ghost. He sat silently, letting her rest her head on him, his mind a mess, but he still managed to ask, "Why did you come here?" Startled while driving, Yang Ming quickly replied, "Boss, I was worried someone would cause trouble for you, so I followed you." Taking advantage of the reunion, he let down his usual guard to say the words he had been holding back for so long. "I have a feeling that the recent things I've encountered are related to the Su family. This old and new hatred, sooner or later, I'll have to find a chance to settle it all." The moment he heard that name, which he had blocked out for ages, the anger inside him flared up like a gas tank on fire. The damn Su family. We still haven't avenged what happened 5 years ago, and now that old bastard dares to come to our door. It's so frustrating. Though his anger was boiling, Wang Jang forced himself to calm down. He couldn't let his reason be clouded by momentary emotions. They're all in the same boat. Sooner or later, I'll wipe them all out. Yang Ming didn't want to miss the opportunity and quickly offered to join before being forgotten. "Captain, if you need anything, just call me. I'm always ready." Forgetting his camaraderie for the sake of a woman, he ignored his eager gaze and urged, "Drive faster. Take her home first. I still have things to do." Yang Ming's dark mind immediately came up with some indecent ideas, his tone perfectly villainous. "Captain, what's so urgent?" Without raising his voice, Wang Jang said one sentence that left him speechless with admiration for his 2 extraordinary kidneys. "To meet other beautiful girls, of course." The two continued to chat in the car to ward off the boredom of the long, empty road. The next afternoon, while Lu Xian was eating, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" A deep, mysterious voice rang out. "Would you ladies like to buy some milk?" Iran, while chewing, quickly replied, "No." But her answer was immediately drowned out by herself just a few seconds later. Wait a minute, that voice. Carrying 2 bags of things, Wang Jang stood awkwardly outside the door like a dedicated delivery driver. "Hey, beautiful ladies, open the door for me." Recognizing the voice, Lu Xian eagerly opened the door. "You're finally back." He still managed to smile in return, but his heart was a tangled mess. "Something came up in Country L, so I was delayed for a while." Of course, Iran also stepped out right after. "Long time no see." Wang Jing's voice suddenly trailed off as his mind went blank. "Yeah, long time no see." Lu Xian casually introduced her friend, oblivious to how captivating the sight of the two of them was. "This is Iran, the super popular TV drama queen in our Huaxia, you know. Have you two met before?" After talking for a while without a response, she looked up at him. "Wang Jing." She pointed at Wang Jing in alarm, who was wide-eyed from the irresistible charm of the 2 girls. "Why is your nose bleeding?" Sensing the strange vibe from their special guest, the 2 girls glanced at each other and froze like a malfunctioning computer. Realizing they were only wearing skimpy sleepwear, they both scrambled into their separate rooms after leaving a trail of screams behind them. They also left the poor, blood-losing boy by the door. The 2 opposite bedroom doors slammed shut simultaneously, cutting off the awkwardness and embarrassment in the living room. Wang Jing sank onto the sofa, taking a long breath to calm himself. He looked at the fragrant food. He couldn't resist taking a bite. The rich, home-cooked flavor exploded in his mouth, making him pause for a beat. After swallowing the morsel, the exquisite aftertaste ignited his emotions. This cooking skill is incredible. Iran stood with her arms crossed, watching her guest eat with a dissatisfied tone. My dad is the head chef at the Sheraton Hotel. Like father, like daughter. Lu Xian came out of her room and quickly chimed in with praise. That's right, that's right. Sister Iran is an amazing cook. Whoever marries her will be truly blessed with good food. When his girlfriend was settled beside him, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder, his deep, warm voice full of care. Lu Xian, I saw your huge poster on the subway. You're really getting more and more popular. How have you been lately? It had been a while since she received such caring words from him. She happily gave him a quick update. It's thanks to Sister Iran introducing me to a few directors that I've achieved what I have now. I have to meet Director Ho tomorrow. Hearing the familiar name, Wong Jang asked to be sure. Ho Xiaolong? Let me go with you. He glanced at the person opposite him and said modestly, also, thank you, Iran. Iran leaned back comfortably in her chair, her sharp tone a stark contrast to her relaxed posture. I've always considered Lu Xian my little sister. Why are you thanking me? This has nothing to do with you. Wang Zheng was no less competitive, changing his tone to a playful one. I wouldn't mind having something to do with you. Her words, full of hidden meaning, made her choke, her cheeks flushing noticeably. He laughed inwardly but took pity on her and changed the subject. Do you two have any plans for the near future? Lu Xian, who had been pushed to the side, seized the opportunity to jump in. Sister Iran turned down a very good opportunity. The gossip fiend in him immediately surfaced, and he blurted out, oh? After some time, the sun returned, shining so brightly it exceeded all standards, beaming down on the buildings like a live stream of fire. Seeing him get up, Lu Xian said dejectedly, it's been so long since you visited. Why don't you stay here tonight? Her sad tone was so obvious that even the dense Wang Zheng noticed. Under Iran's astonished gaze, she continued to humble herself and beg him, stay. Not keeping his girlfriend waiting, Wang Zheng immediately put on a shameless face and suggested, I'll sleep in your room then. Lu Xian rushed over to Iran to hide her embarrassment. What are you thinking? I'll sleep with Sister Iran. Despite his own embarrassment, he resolutely stated his bold idea in full upon seeing her reaction. Oh, actually, Iran's bed is also very big. There's plenty of room for the three of us. Upon hearing that nationally ranked cringy line, she was utterly horrified and dragged Iran straight into the room, as if escaping a live TV interview. In your dreams. Alone in the vast living room, he was stunned to hear Lu Xian's voice from outside, his heart simmering with an unidentifiable reaction. Wang Zheng, we're going to bed first. We have to get up at 6 tomorrow morning to prepare for the meeting with Director Ho. He thought he was about to reach the pinnacle of glory, but instead, he slipped and fell straight to the bottom. Crestfallen, he could only sigh to himself. Why is reality so different from my imagination? Xiaolong comfortably settled into his chair, leisurely sipping tea and enjoying the view before work. Along with Wang Zheng, Lu Xian approached from a distance and greeted him with a friendly attitude. Hello, Director Ho. His scrutinizing gaze swept over the person behind her from head to toe. Are you her boyfriend? Faced with unexpected interest from such an influential figure, she smiled and replied cheerfully, You've misunderstood. He's just a good friend of mine. Xiaolong, wearing black glasses, looked at him with 30% respect and 70% interest. This good friend of hers is not so simple. As if to prove his words, he stepped forward to shake Wang Zheng's hand. Let's reintroduce ourselves. My name is Ho Xiaolong. Although he didn't understand, he responded cautiously, afraid of affecting his girlfriend's career. Wang Zheng. The probing handshake ended as quickly as it began, leaving both men with inscrutable thoughts. He raised his hand, cautiously inviting him to sit. Have a seat. Before the two opposite him could speak, Xiaolong quickly made an offer that came out of nowhere. If you agree, you can be the male lead in my film. As expected, Wang Zheng blurted out a firm refusal. I have no acting experience. I'm afraid I can't handle it. It was clear at a glance that he was a pro. He skipped the haggling and handed over his business card as quickly as a master parrying a blow. All right, I won't make things difficult for you. But if you change your mind, you can call me anytime. Reluctantly taking the business card, Wang Zheng glanced at it and replied politely, of course. After the short, strange conversation, Xiaolong clapped his hands and announced a snap decision. My film will start shooting in half a month. Lu Xian is the female lead. She joyfully hugged the handsome benefactor next to her. Wang Zheng, this is great. As everyone was about to leave, he spoke his last words to him with regret. I hope we have the chance to meet again in the future. Seeing his serious face utter these words, Wang Zheng tried to hold back his laughter and ended the meeting. Of course. After the other two had left, Lu Xian gently sighed to him. To be able to act in his film, that's really lucky. It's a pity you don't want to be a movie star. Wong Jang remained firm in his earlier decision, his words resolute. This isn't what I want. Her mind flashed through memories of her time with him, and she blurted out in protest. Isn't everyone's dream to be famous and rich? So what do you want? Caught off guard, Wong Jang hesitated, then seriously racked his brain. This. I want. His superhero-like sixth sense suddenly detected something. He turned his head to look. Trouble. The moment his brain sent the signal, he shot off, leaving Lu Xian frozen in place like she'd seen a fugitive. Elsewhere, Jiang Cheng was busy expressing his concerns to Xiaolong, unaware of the danger creeping up from behind. Brother Long, why did you invite that Wong Jang to play the male lead? He doesn't look. Before he could finish, Li Ming rushed over, making him scream in terror at the dazed face on the other side. Brother Long, be careful. Taking the blow for Xiaolong, Jiang Cheng's arm was cut by the sharp blade. He let out a cry. The lightning-fast attack left him stunned, only able to ask his friend, "Are you okay?" Realizing he wasn't the target, Jiang Cheng struggled and pushed away the frantic Xiaolong. Run. He was in such a panic he couldn't think, just blindly running at the other man's urging. Option 1 was that Li Ming was too unskilled, so Option 2, Bai Song had to drop his jogger act to block Xiaolong's path. Trying to run? Not so easy. In that hair-raising moment, Xiaolong just managed to turn and face the assassin, Li Ming, his eyes wide like a deer in headlights. Faced with the cold steel of the sword, he could only cover his head in fear, accepting his fate. Just as the Grim Reaper was about to knock, Wong Jang arrived with a timely kick. He brushed his hair back, playing the hero who saved the damsel in distress. Good thing I got here in time. Suddenly, Bai Song appeared behind Xiaolong, a knife in his hand, ready to kill his target. Let's see how you save him now. Wong Jang spun around like a ballet dancer, throwing a hidden dart at him. Bai Song was hit instantly, blood spurting out like a high-pressure spray. Then he passed out on the spot. He calmly questioned the person opposite him. Do you know who tried to kill you? Xiaolong, having just recovered, answered immediately, I have a rough idea. Wong Jang glanced at him, asking for his opinion. Want to strike back? Needless to say, he wouldn't let this go easily. Of course. Then he helped Jiang Cheng sit up. Before leaving, he kindly added, I believe you can handle this. But if it gets too difficult, find Lu Xian. She has my phone number. As he walked away, he didn't forget to say thanks. Thanks. A while later, at the Tianping Mountain Villa, the scene was peaceful in the early morning. Xingye came out, looking sleepy. You're back. Come home with me. Before Wang Zheng could be moved, he spoke sternly as if checking a household registration. Comrade Han Xingye, tell me the truth. Did you forge old Master Han's imperial edict this time? She immediately defended herself. No, how could I? This time, it was really Grandpa who invited you for dinner. He coldly refused, even rejecting Xingye's friendly hug. Forget it. Help me apologize to old Master Han. Suddenly, Wang Zheng's eyes lit up like car headlights. It turned out his attention had been caught by her chest. Xingye blushed, crossing her arms to cover the danger zone. Pervert, have you seen enough? Not only did Wang Zheng dodge the beauty's trap, but he also successfully knocked her out. He gently helped her onto the bed. I'm not going to the Han family. I can only knock you out first. When you wake up, don't blame me. Then he carefully tucked Xingye in. And just like that, he left silently. At that moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. It turned out it was all an act. Xingye lay on the bed, looking pleased. I managed to trick you just like that. You're so easy to fool. In another development, Wang Zheng was speeding down the road. As soon as he arrived at the office, he greeted her. Hello, beautiful boss. What are you busy with? Sure looked up and handed him a stack of documents. You're just in time. Take a look at this. Wang Zheng read the report intently, then exclaimed in a surprised tone. The three major shareholders all sold 10% of their shares in Jurong International? She had to admit it. That's right. Jurong International doesn't just have my family as shareholders. Some shareholders from the Shangwan family also have nominal shares. Wang Zheng didn't understand. 1,000 questions in his head. Why would they want to sell their shares in Jurong International? What did your father say? Sure calmly answered each question. He told me to handle it myself. No need to report these small matters to him. However, there were a few things that made her unhappy. But some other people in the family aren't so willing to give up. They just wish the group would collapse sooner. He patted her head knowingly. Let's go find out who these people sold their shares to. Won't that solve it? She immediately replied, they don't care at all. Especially Shangwan Jinglang. For Wang Zheng, this wasn't too difficult. He took her hand and led her away. It's actually very simple. Come with me. A moment later, at Shangwan Jinglang's villa, he pressed his ear to the door to eavesdrop, not forgetting to quip, The soundproofing in this villa is terrible. Sure, standing outside, was very curious. What's going on? She decided to move closer to listen. Suddenly, a series of suggestive sounds made her blush. Wong Jang winked teasingly at her. If you're so embarrassed, I'll take you to see a good show. Then he took out a pin and proceeded to pick the front door lock. Soon, the door swung open. He walked in as if it were an abandoned house, interrupting Jinglang's romantic scene. Sorry to interrupt. Jinglang wished he could kill the spoilsport. He had to comfort the beauty. Go to the room and wait for me. Then he turned and yelled out all his frustration. Do you people have any decency? Barging in without knocking. Sure sat leisurely on the sofa, giving orders like a rich person. Buy back the shares you sold. Whatever you sold them for, I'll give you double. He retorted, clearly finding it absurd. Big brother already told you, but I didn't agree. Do you think I'll agree with you? She asked urgently. Second brother, who did you sell the shares to? Jinglang leisurely lit a cigarette and uttered the name, Albert Financial Group. The largest financial group in Australia. Sure subconsciously called out, Wong. Before she could finish, he took her hand to reassure her. Then he acted like a cool guy. Leave it to me. Sure nodded in agreement. Wong Jang shot up and approached him. He pulled out a mysterious vial from his pocket. Then he pinched Jinglang's mouth and forced him to drink the medicine. Without waiting for him to react, he directly threatened, contact the Albert Financial Group and tell them you want to buy the shares. I'll be back tomorrow. If you still haven't done as I said, you can just wait to die. Then he took Shurshu's hand and left. Let's go. He left Jinglang behind, fuming. What did you make me drink? The two of them then drove home. In the car, Wong Jang couldn't help but ask, do you know much about the Albert Financial Group? She propped her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. A little. This financial group has ruined many promising companies. It's definitely not a good thing that Juyong is being targeted by them. After hearing this, he made an assessment. It seems Albert is no good. I'll help you solve the matter of Juyong's shares. Sure was overjoyed and gave him a kiss. Wong Jang, thank you. A true master of seizing opportunities, Wong Jang put on a perverted face. If that wasn't enough, I'll come to your room tonight, and we can continue. How about it? Sure wished she could call the police and have him arrested, only managing to scold him lightly. You scoundrel. Your mind is full of dirty thoughts. Fearing she would get angry, Wong Jang quickly defended himself. Just kidding. How about I take you to a bar? She snorted shyly to dismiss the matter. Soon, they arrived at their destination. In front of the T&I bar, the sign was already off, but he didn't care. Let's go. As they walked in, they ran into Xingye. Wang Jang put his hand on her shoulder. She reflexively turned her head and shouted, "Who's disturbing my peace?" But as soon as she saw a familiar face, her attitude did a complete 180. Wang Jang. He laughed and asked, "Why are you drinking alone?" Xingye looked confused. "Aren't you guys here to watch the boxing match?" Wang Jang was confused. "What boxing match?" She looked straight at him and answered decisively, "HQ Empire." Sure, who was playing with her phone beside them, suddenly received a call. As soon as she answered, a voice came from the other end. "Can you come back to the villa for a bit?" Sure nodded. "I'll be right there." Then she stood up to say goodbye. "Something came up on my end. I have to go back first." He replied politely, "Then be careful on your way." Xingye took the opportunity to tease her. "Not staying? You go ahead and take care of your business. I'll borrow Wang Jang for a while. Don't be so stingy." Sure shyly turned away without a word. From her expression, she could guess what was going on. "Did you two just go on a date?" Wang Jang put his arm around her waist and said domineeringly, "According to you, what we're doing now could also be considered a date." She immediately pushed him away, her tongue tied. Wang Jang replied casually, "As long as someone likes it, it's fine." Just then, it was time for the match. She stood up and invited him to go with her. "The boxing match is about to start. Let's go." At that moment, the two fighters were already in the ring, surrounded by a large audience. The two of them quickly squeezed in and got a pretty good seat. A man on the opposite side noticed the situation. "I didn't expect the little princess of the Han family to come to a place like this. This is going to be a good show." That person was Tianhai. He took the opportunity to glance at the person next to him. "Comparatively speaking, I'm more interested in the man next to her." Then he called a waiter over and gave some instructions. "Get everything ready. I want to give them an unforgettable memory." The bell rang, starting the match. Jian Luan focused his gaze on his opponent. Xingye pointed in one direction and suggested, "While the match is just starting, let's go place a bet and earn some pocket money." Wang Jang looked confused. "How?" Her first move was to ask the person opposite her for a trick. "I know you're an expert. Who's better between the two in the ring? Help me out a bit." Wang Jang crossed his arms and said slowly, "What if one of them intentionally throws the match? How can I guess correctly? Xingye quickly retorted, they won't throw the match. Because the rule here is that the loser dies. He couldn't help but be surprised. Since when did Huaxia's underground boxing have to be a life or death fight? Meanwhile, the referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. The referee raised Jian Luan's hand high, announcing the winner. Wong Jang looked at the person in the stands and couldn't help but wonder, what's his background? Xingye immediately answered without missing a detail. I heard he used to be a top soldier in the capital's military region's Special Reconnaissance Brigade. He was kicked out later for making a mistake. Now he's a member of the ecchi in Longlin. After hearing this, he immediately turned to question her. A member of the ecchi in Longlin is fighting in an underground match here? You didn't just bring me here to watch a fight, did you? She didn't hide it anymore and asked directly, don't you want to fight them once? Wang Zheng was at a loss with her. This taunt won't work on me. I'll get what I want in my own way. She brushed his hand away, expressing her disappointment. So boring. Suddenly, the waiter whispered something to Jianlun. Then he pointed to the audience seats. You come up here. Xingye immediately turned to him and said worriedly, look, you've been challenged. Now you have to fight even if you don't want to. Wang Zheng was no pushover. He raised his hand and called a nearby waiter. I want to place a bet. Then he confidently placed his credit card on the tray. 2 million. On myself. The crowd below immediately went into an uproar. If you can't do it, don't embarrass yourself. I've bet my entire fortune. That tall, skinny guy, beat him for me. Wang Zheng looked at the nearby scoreboard. The odds were 1-3 in favor of Jianluan. He thought to himself with amusement, this is going to be good. As soon as he entered the ring, he started with a question. I heard you're from Ecchi in Longlin. I didn't expect to see you fighting in an underground match here. Jianluan couldn't help but wonder. Who are you? This is a national secret. How do you know? Then Wang Zheng rushed forward to gain the upper hand. It seems they don't tell you everything. Later, I can be kind enough to tell you who I am. He threw a punch forward, but luckily, the man managed to block it. Seeing this, he didn't hold back his praise. Your defensive reaction speed isn't bad. A pity. Then he added a fatal blow. Jianluan was hit and immediately coughed up blood. I'm one step ahead. He was sent flying, looking extremely pathetic. Not stopping there, Wang Zheng suddenly grabbed his opponent's shoulder. Then he kneed him straight in the stomach. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Jianluan clutched his stomach in pain and stammered his surrender. Stop. Time out. I give up. He was determined to press his opponent to the end. Wang Zheng grabbed his pants. It's not over yet. Then he threw Jianluan into the air. It's too early to give up. He gathered his strength and threw his opponent in one direction while he was still in the air. Wang Zheng stomped his foot and launched himself up. He delivered another fatal blow to end the match. After a series of continuous moves, he cheerfully waved to the waiter. Brother, don't forget to send me my winnings. After finishing his business, Wang Zheng took the opportunity to glance down at the stands. The person who met his gaze said worriedly, Brother, he's targeting you. You'd better pray. Then he ran away. As soon as he got down, he questioned, Young Master Tianhai, did you arrange this? Tianhai denied it vehemently. No. Wang Zheng grabbed his collar and shouted angrily, Don't play dumb with me. Since he was already cursing, he might as well curse the whole family. You Su family are really like lingering ghosts. Tianhai screamed in fear. Let me go, or I'll have you killed. He tightened his grip on the collar and questioned him, threatening me. Then he threw Tianhai onto the fighting ring with great force. Wang Zheng looked at his pathetic opponent with satisfaction. This is the price you have to pay. He slammed his face onto the floor, his expression one of extreme pain. He pointed at Jianluan and lectured him. Don't look at me like that. This has nothing to do with me. You brought such a master from the special forces here. Don't the elders in your family know anything about it? The more he spoke, the more smug he became. Su Tianran knows my skills very well. But why didn't he stop you? Why did he just watch as his own brother came to get beaten? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Impressive. Truly impressive. Tianran walked over, applauding. I didn't expect that, Wang Zheng. Your skill at sowing discord is truly top-notch. He reflexively turned his head towards him. I haven't even come looking for you, and you've already come to my door. Wang Zheng continued speaking to Tianhai. I wasn't lying to you, was I? Your brother even knows what we're talking about. Tianran stepped forward, not holding back his praise. Your verbal skills are no less than your fighting skills. Wang Zheng acted modest. You flatter me, you flatter me. Seeing the situation was not favorable, he raised his voice to negotiate. Is there really no possibility of reconciliation between us? He sneered. Reconciliation? You arranged for Xiao Shenwu to assassinate me. Your grandfather almost got me and my brothers killed in Japan. And there's Long Lin. How do you want me to reconcile? Of course, Wong Jang would never agree, even in death. If I shake hands and make peace with you, what's the difference between me and those traitors? It's either me or the Su family. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly rushed forward and grabbed his opponent by the throat. The bodyguards behind him immediately drew their guns and warned, "Let go of the young master, or I'll blow your head off." Wong Jang showed no fear, instead threatening them back. "You can try. Let's see if you blow my head off first, or if your master's neck gets broken first." Tianran, scared, softly pleaded for peace. "Do we really have to be like this?" He looked straight into his opponent's eyes and explained slowly. "Su Tianran, from the moment you ordered Xiao Shenwu to assassinate me, there was no longer any possibility of reconciliation between us." Finally, he decided to let him go. "Be careful. I won't let you live an easy life." Tianran clutched his throat in pain. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Zheng had already turned and walked away. "We'll meet again if we have the chance." Then he took Xingye's hand and left. Tianran, after recovering, said to his younger brother, "Come back with me." Tianhai snorted in frustration. He stood from a distance and sighed in disappointment. If people's hearts are no longer united, the team is doomed. A while later, in the main hall, the two of them were waiting for someone. Qianfeng arrived and spoke respectfully. "Mr. Wang Zheng, sorry to keep you waiting. There are 30 million in this card, your winnings. The initial password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can check it now." Wang Zheng took the card. "No need. I trust you." 2 million turned into 30 million. It was quite a hefty profit. He hesitated before calling out to his opponent. "Mr. Wang Zheng." He didn't wait for him to finish before interrupting. "Tell your boss to come out and see me. I want to ask him why he didn't intervene." Qianfeng gently tried to dissuade him, not wanting to complicate matters. "Our boss is not here. You and Mr. Su Tianran were not injured. Was there a need to intervene?" Wang Zheng was busy on the phone. Just then, Zhaonan slowly walked over and questioned him. "Young Master Wang, aren't you making things difficult for me?" He put away his phone and turned his attention to him, his tone a bit sarcastic. "Young Master Chu, you hide yourself quite well." Zhaonan was no pushover either, retorting sharply. "What? Surprised? I just wanted to find a place to watch a fight, but you forced me to show myself." Wang Zheng stood up and reminded him of a few things. "Since we've met, why not be a host and treat your guests?" A while later, they were at a bar on the second floor. Zhaonan was happily having his wine poured by the beautiful Xiao Wan. Suddenly, someone loudly interrupted the romantic atmosphere. "Where's Xiao Wan? Where did you guys hide her? Come out here for me." She quickly went out to check the situation and saw Jing Huan cursing loudly in the hall below. "If you don't let her make a drink for me, I'll call a few hundred people to smash this place up." A waiter quickly stepped forward to explain. "Sir, Xiao Wan is really not here today. She took a leave of absence. This will affect the other customers." The man, without any restraint, directly attacked him. "Who the hell are you to talk to me?" Qianfeng immediately retaliated with a punch to his face. Miraculously, Jing Huan clutched his stomach in pain, but his face was fine. Then, he recovered and returned the favor with a similar punch. The two of them started brawling, determined to fight to the death. Xiao Wan, seeing the tense situation, wanted to resolve it herself. "Why don't I go down?" This, Zhaonan's fun was interrupted, so he held the beautiful woman's hand to keep her there. "Don't go. Don't even think about anyone targeting my people. This is definitely not as simple as it looks." Wang Zheng, who had been observing, also saw through the man's intentions. "He's very skilled. He's going to great lengths to lure you out." He nodded in agreement. The two of them went out to the balcony to observe the situation. He raised his voice to consult with the person next to him. "Before the police arrive, let's think of what to do." Zhaonan looked confused. "The police?" Wang Zheng was clearly an expert in these matters and carefully analyzed the situation for him. "The police and reporters will block all the exits and conduct a thorough investigation of the bar. The matter of the underground fighting ring will be exposed." "Brother Zhaonan, you're playing with fire." After hearing this, he had no choice but to ask the person in front of him for help. "Consider it a favor I owe you. Help me." As soon as he was given full authority, Wang Zheng calmly pulled out a handgun and casually fired a few shots at the ceiling. The bullets immediately shattered the light bulbs inside the bar. One here, another there. The partygoers in the bar quickly fled. "Someone's shooting. Run, run. Find a place to hide. Don't block my way." After the exit was cleared, Zhaonan took the beautiful woman's hand and fled, not forgetting to turn back and thank Wang Zheng. "Thanks." A while later, police cars had arrived and surrounded the entire bar. But it was too late. Wang Zheng had already gotten into a car and escaped. He sped down the highway. Xingye, sitting in the car, looked regretful. After today, There will be no more underground fighting rings. There won't be anywhere to watch fights anymore. He, on the other hand, had already seen the positive side of the issue. But if Chu Xiaonan can turn this situation around, people will see him in a different light. She suddenly changed the subject. Right? Are you going to participate in that special forces competition or not? Give me a straight answer so I can reply. Wong Jang was still hesitant for some personal reasons. Let me think about it. I really don't want to lead the Xian Longlin team this time. She looked at him with wide eyes, her voice coquettish. But I want to see you in a military uniform again. Wong Jang smiled gently and replied, You will. A while later, after returning to the Taiping Mountain Villa, the sky had turned to afternoon. Wang Zhang's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Shangwan Jinglang. He quickly answered. Speak. What is it? The other end started and ended the conversation in one go, admitting defeat. I surrender. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Wang Zhang delightedly informed Sure, your brother has surrendered. She had achieved her goal and gave the order to retreat. Then let's go collect our winnings. The next morning, at Shangwan Jinglang's house, the sky outside was clear and peaceful, but the person inside was miserable. Jinglang lay curled up on the sofa, covered with a blanket. Wang Zhang walked in leisurely with a condition. Contact the Albert Financial Group and tell them you want to buy back the shares. As long as you contact them, I'll give you the antidote. Jinglang was probably the most miserable person in the country. His face was gaunt. He replied weakly, Half an hour ago, I told my assistant to contact them. The more he spoke, the more desperate he became. But before I could finish, they hung up. Wang Zhang looked at him with disdain. You're so useless. Then he handed his phone to Jinglang, wanting to call and find out for himself. Give me the contact information. As he took the phone, he provided more information. Enzo, the resident representative of the Albert Financial Group. He's staying at the Shinran Hotel. Once he got what he wanted, he immediately turned to leave, being so heartless. Let's go. He left Jinglang behind, screaming until his throat was hoarse. You haven't given me the antidote yet. Wang Zhang turned his head, each word a dagger to Jinglang's heart. If my calculations are correct, you still have 15 hours of uninterrupted exercise. I believe you can do it. At this point, reincarnation would be better. He screamed in agony, while the other two calmly discussed. He's probably only second to the French in terms of nationality. What? Seeing him half dead like that, isn't it satisfying? Very satisfying. Wang Zhang, taking advantage of the situation, put on a triumphant face and asked the beauty for her opinion. Are you excited enough to kiss me? Shure's face turned beet red, and she refused vehemently. No, don't even dream of it. In another development, on the balcony of a hotel room, Enzo was leisurely sipping wine while admiring the vast landscape before him. This place has finally been conquered by us. His fun was interrupted when Wang Zhang appeared out of nowhere. What? So smug. He turned around in surprise and asked for his identity. Who are you? Even for money, Wang Zhang wouldn't reveal it right away. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that a beautiful lady wants to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, Sure opened the door and walked in. It's time for business, so get out of the way for me. Enzo, seeing a familiar face, fired off a series of questions. Miss Shangwan Shishi, I didn't expect the manager of Zhuyang International to have a habit of barging into people's private residences. Aren't you afraid I'll sue you? Sure wasn't afraid of heaven or earth, and certainly not a lawsuit. She retorted, suing is useless. Mr. Enzo, we should have met sooner, shouldn't we? Ignoring the world, the flirtatious Wang Zhang leisurely poured a cup of coffee. Then, he took a sip, not forgetting to compliment the host. The coffee is pretty good. I didn't expect you to have such taste. I'm over 70 years old, and I've never seen anyone as presumptuous as this guy. He raised his voice to argue. I didn't invite you to sit, and I certainly didn't tell you to drink my coffee. Sure pulled up a chair, demanding a clear resolution. Don't be so agitated. Let's sit down and calmly discuss the issue of the shares. How about it? Enzo immediately shifted all responsibility to the headquarters, acting as if he were useless. Miss Shangwan, I have already reported the acquisition of 10% of Zhuyang International's shares to the headquarters. They are taking this matter very seriously. This is now beyond my control. Wang Zhang, having finished his coffee, finally got to the point. I don't care how you plan to handle it. We intend to buy it back at the original price. I'm just asking if you agree or not. He waved his hand and shook his head vehemently. I can't make that decision. He shot up, clearly wanting to make a scene. Then we don't need to talk anymore. Enzo subconsciously stepped back and asked, what do you want to do? Wang Zhang approached, determined to press him to the very end. I'm not doing anything. But your Albert Financial Group suddenly played dirty. This makes me very unhappy. From now on, we can only be enemies. Without letting him react, he threw the cup of coffee he had been drinking right in Enzo's face. This is just a small warning. Wong Jang put on a serious face and emphasized each word. Remember this lesson. After settling everything, he returned to his apartment. Wong Jang sat leisurely in the living room, playing with his phone. The screen showed a conversation with Mingqi. A handsome guy is treating me to dinner tonight. Do you want to come along? He immediately typed a reply. A moment later, the message was sent. Wait for me. I'm coming to find you now. As soon as he sent the message, Wang Jung quickly said goodbye to Sure. A beautiful lady has a date with me. I'm leaving now. Call me if anything comes up. She slammed the report shut in anger. It was a lie to say she wasn't jealous. Isn't the person in front of you a beautiful lady? In another development, at the headquarters of the Lanhai group, Mingqi anxiously checked her watch repeatedly. Why isn't he here yet? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Beautiful, have you been waiting for me? She shot up, her face showing clear joy. Let's talk inside. As soon as Wang Jung entered, he threw himself onto the sofa. This place of yours is quite luxurious. Mingqi shyly approached, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Wang Jung, what do you think our relationship is now? He didn't answer right away, only sighing. Then he reached out, wrapped his arm around her waist, and placed her on his lap. Wang Jung looked at Mingqi tenderly and spoke his most sincere words. You are very important to me. She was won over by his sweet words and sympathized with him. I know you have a lot to do. I can't tie you down. But Mingqi fell into his arms, shyly uttering her words of love. But my heart is already with you. What should I do? Then the two shared a passionate kiss, hotter than free fire. Mingqi took the opportunity to give him the green light. The bed in my room can finally be put to use. Wang Jung was quick on the uptake with this kind of thing. He carried her in his arms and slowly walked towards the bedroom. Just as they were about to make things official, there was a knock on the door. Suddenly feeling like the most miserable person in the world, he regretfully complained, what bad timing. Who could be so clueless? Mingqi blushed and scheduled him for another time. You take a nap here. I'll go to dinner with you tonight. Early the next morning, the golden sunlight shone through the Lanhai group building. As soon as Wang Jung woke up, he looked around for Mingqi. Where did she go? He found a piece of paper in front of him and went to look at it. The note was on the table, with a clear time and place. But it was the girl who had made the promise. I saw you were tired last night, so I didn't wake you. I have something to do today, so I left first. It was really nice talking to you. I look forward to our next meeting. Zhang Mingqi. Wang Jung scratched his head and smiled foolishly, feeling a little regretful. I actually fell asleep. I missed the chance to have dinner with a beautiful woman. After a moment of sadness, he took out his phone and called Yang Ming. The other end picked up immediately. Brother Zhang, what's up so early? As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked for a favor. Help me investigate the Albert group. Yang Ming, who was cuddling a beautiful woman, couldn't handle it and let out a cry. Wang Zhang, hearing his hesitant tone, questioned him. What? Have you heard of it? He shot up and pressed for an answer. I heard about it when I was in the army. Brother Zhang, why are you involved with this group? He couldn't answer conveniently, just wanting to get the favor done. It's complicated. Help me investigate who the Albert group has been cooperating with recently. Then he hung up without a word of thanks. Wang Zhang stood there, pondering the earlier advice. You'd better not get involved with the Albert group. Suddenly, Xingye burst in, screaming, looking extremely rushed. I finally found you. Come with me, quick. Then she took his hand and dragged him away. He was as dazed as a golden deer, not understanding what was happening. Young lady, what are you in such a hurry for? Xingye, running, said, There's no time. We're going to Fuzhou immediately. I'll tell you on the way. A while later, they arrived in Fuzhou. The weather there was beautiful. Wang Zhang, after hearing the explanation, couldn't hide his curiosity and pressed for more. So your father wants us to go there to visit a relative? Xingye, walking beside him, confirmed, Your understanding is not wrong. He held his head, looking dejected. I've been tricked by your Han family again. She quickly defended her actions. That's not it. You know them too. Wang Zhang temporarily set aside his sadness, wanting to know the name of the person he was about to meet. Who is it? Xingye pointed to a traditional-style mansion and said slowly, You know him well. An expert. As soon as he heard, he turned and walked away. Forget it. I'm going home to sleep. Xingye quickly grabbed his arm, her voice pleading. We're already here. Let's just go in and see. Finally, he had to agree. The two of them went to the front of the mansion. She reached out and knocked on the door. Anyone home? Someone immediately came to open the door from inside. Zhang Hui peeked out and recognized a familiar face. Xiaoyi. She asked politely, Are my cousins home? Not wanting to be rude, he quickly invited them in. They're out. You can wait in the room. Hearing the word wait, Wong Jang didn't feel happy, but instead slumped down as if he had just lost his ration book. Xingye, being perceptive, politely declined. Then we'll come back later. The two of them left. She tagged along behind, using a kitten-like voice to plead with him. Let's go play in Fuzhou first. It's been a long time since I've been here. Wang Zheng's face finally relaxed a little. He put his arm around Xingye's shoulder. What do you want to play? I'll play with you. Suddenly, she put on a mischievous expression, signaling that there was more fun to be had in Fuzhou. There's one thing I've been thinking about for a long time. He was curious and let out a sound of surprise. A while later, the scene shifted to a clear blue beach. Wang Zheng's mouth watered as he looked at the line of beauties in bikinis in front of him. His eyes turned into hearts. This is truly a man's dream world. Xingye quickly pulled the pervert away. All right, stop staring at the pretty girls. Let's go play on the jet skis. They ran happily on the golden sand. Suddenly, from a distance, someone was quietly watching them. And he showed a look of disgust. Those two adulterers, how dare they come here? Seeing she was unhappy, Bowen hugged her to comfort her. Don't worry, my dear. Big Brother has already prepared everything. She quickly changed her attitude, using a spoiled, arrogant tone to ask him. Big Brother, you can't let them leave the general's mansion alive. Bowen was overjoyed and wholeheartedly agreed to her request. Of course, I'll make sure they die in Fuzhou. A while later, the two of them were speeding across the sea on a boat. Wang Zheng looked back and teased. You little brat, you really play whatever is exciting. Xingye, holding on tightly to his waist, replied excitedly. Can I? He nodded his head repeatedly, even suggesting a game. Okay. You can do whatever you want. Why don't we play something more exciting? Then he suddenly accelerated, trying to be a beach boy. She shouted with excitement. I'm in. While they were having fun, a boat suddenly chased after them. Wang Zheng glanced back, on guard. Hold on tight. Someone wants to cause trouble for us. The two sides continued their chase. Seeing the situation wasn't looking good, he immediately turned and moved Xingye to the front. You drive. She was startled and replied nervously. But I don't know how. Wang Zheng, sitting behind her, reassured her. It's just like riding a motorcycle. You can do it. He stood up to observe the other boat, constantly giving orders. Just drive straight to the riverbank. Xingye, scared, revved the engine, her heart pounding with fear. But, before she could finish, Wang Zheng jumped straight into the water, not forgetting to leave a few words of encouragement. Don't worry, you'll be fine. The water immediately splashed everywhere. Ming Kai, standing on the yacht, continuously fired into the water. Countless bullets rained down, but luckily, thanks to his main character plot armor, none of them hit him. Xingye fled, but her heart was filled with worry. She cursed under her breath. You have to be careful. While the man was distracted, Wang Zheng secretly climbed onto the yacht and challenged him. Brother, stop chasing the woman. Let's have a one-on-one. Ming Kai reacted quickly, pointing his gun at him. You really are a lingering ghost. Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the man's gun away. The gun fell to the floor without a second thought. Without his weapon, Ming Kai had to resort to hand-to-hand combat. But unfortunately for him, the main character was Wang Zheng. He kicked him straight in the stomach, not forgetting to taunt him. You weak chicken, I advise you to give up. Then he added another fatal blow. Ming Kai cried out in pain. Don't underestimate me. No one in this country was more miserable than him. He had been beaten black and blue and even hit in the groin. Ming Kai knelt on the ground, clutching his Peter in pain, whimpering. Wang Zheng casually picked up the gun and used it to threaten the man into confessing everything. Speak. Who sent you? Ming Kai was as stubborn as they come. He gritted his teeth. No one. Wang Zheng remained calm and rattled off the man's background. If I'm not mistaken, you used to be a mercenary and also a master of Thai boxing. I just need to ask around a bit to find out your identity. So, are you going to tell the truth or not? The man, in so much pain he was delirious, kept asking back. What's the difference between telling the truth and not? He acted like a kind person and explained in detail. Of course there's a difference. If you answer me, I'll hand you over to the local police. Whether you can escape or not is your own business. If you don't talk, I'll break your arms and legs and then throw you into the sea. Luckily, Ming Kai knew when to turn back and quickly confessed everything. Pan Xiaoning of the West Black Society. He's the one who told me to come here. I don't know anything else. Wang Zheng pressed for more. The West Black Society? Be more specific. The man knelt and answered honestly. I've already been very specific. But he didn't think so. He slowly approached, then grabbed Ming Kai's hand and continued the interrogation. Is that so? He added a little more pressure to threaten him. The man immediately screamed in pain. Ming Kai had been through enough and resentfully questioned him. I already told you. You didn't keep your word. Wong Jang wasn't about to let go of this valuable source of information and was determined to get an answer. This is just a small warning. If you still don't tell the truth, I'll throw you to the bottom of the lake to feed the fish. Answer me. Who does Pan Xiaoning usually associate with? Ming Kai finally obediently confessed. Zhang Bowen of the general's mansion. Hearing the familiar name, he was also surprised. I didn't expect that bastard to be the mastermind behind this. Having achieved his goal, Wang Zheng pointed the gun at him. It's okay to break a promise a little. Thank you for your honesty. However, a cold shot rang out. Ming Kai was reunited with his ancestors. A while later, at a coffee shop on the street, Wang Zheng arrived to see Xingye enthusiastically greeting him. He looked at her with a serious expression. Kid, there's something I think I should tell you. True brothers in arms. She had already guessed part of it before he could even speak. Is it about the assassin? Come in and talk. Xingye sat down at the table and got straight to the point. Who's the mastermind behind this? Based on the information he had gotten from Ming Kai, he answered frankly. Zhang Bowen. And your cousin is also involved. She lowered her head, trying to suppress her emotions. I never thought my own family would treat me like this. As expected, Wang Zheng tried to comfort her. Kid, if you're upset, you can cry. Xingye suddenly grabbed his shirt and sobbed into his chest. Wang Zheng, why do they want to kill me? He gently comforted the beautiful woman. Don't worry, I won't let them get away with this. But they were still family, so Xingye hesitated. But Wang Zheng wasn't swayed by that family bond. He analyzed the situation clearly for her. You see them as family, but they want to kill you. They're worse than animals. I'll pass the message on to your father. In another development, a person was quietly observing the situation at sea with binoculars. And he asked impatiently, do you see anything? Even though he couldn't see anything, Bowen was full of confidence. No, but they're probably dead. After all, the people sent this time were all from the H-Bang. And he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, that adulterous couple is dead. We can go home now. Bowen quickly grabbed her shoulder, his face a mask of perversion. Little sister, have you forgotten something? And he understood immediately and hugged him tightly, whispering in his ear, big brother. And so, a man carried a woman and slowly walked towards the bed. Good girl. I can't hold it in anymore. Bowen placed her on the bed. She continued to tease him. Big brother is so thirsty. Yang Ming, watching from behind a screen, couldn't help but exclaim, ooh, a good show to watch. He took out his phone and recorded every scene. I can't let you miss this show. Then he kindly sent the video to Wang Zheng via text message. At the same time, he was walking with Xingye when his phone buzzed. Wang Zheng quickly took his phone out of his pocket. He carefully watched the video. This is going to be a real show. This guy has some disgusting hobbies. Xingye, seeing him so engrossed in his phone, was very curious. What's wrong? Wang Zheng casually deflected. Nothing. Where are you planning to go now? She looked down, looking pitiful. I want to visit my grandfather. But I probably can't get into the house now. He tried to think of a way to please Xingye on the surface, but his mind was full of the movie. The general's mansion probably only has a few guards. We can still get in. Hearing this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Wang Zheng put on a cool guy act and questioned her. Have I ever lied to you? A while later, the two of them were at the general's mansion. Xingye held Zhang Ren's hand and whispered, Grandfather, I'm back. She cried as she spoke. Grandfather, I've been in Ningxia for half a year. I've gotten a tan. Your good granddaughter is very capable now. The more she talked, the more enthusiastic she became. Unintentionally or intentionally, she took the opportunity to nudge him a few times. Grandfather, I even brought my boyfriend back. He's quite handsome, just a little bit of a womanizer and a bit of a jerk. Open your eyes and help me teach him a lesson. Xingye buried her head by his bed and cried like a child. Wang Zheng gently comforted her. Kid, we should go? The guards in the mansion are about to wake up. We still haven't dealt with those two bastards. You'll still have a chance to be with your grandfather. She wiped her tears and nodded in agreement. The two of them left. Xingye cried until she was exhausted and couldn't even walk straight. He asked with concern, do you have the strength to get out? This little thing was no match for her. Xingye confidently pointed at herself. Don't underestimate me. My physical fitness is. Before she could finish, she stumbled and fell forward. Luckily, Wang Zheng caught her in time. No wonder Xingye was trying too hard. He, on the other hand, was worried and concerned. Don't force yourself. You've cried until you're about to faint. Then he carried her in a princess carry. The scene suddenly became romantic. The man gently comforted her. Be good and don't move. Otherwise, if you fall and become disabled, it's not my fault. The girl put on a spoiled, arrogant look, unwilling. But then she gave him a kiss on the cheek. This will be our little secret. A while later, the two of them returned to the hotel room. Wong Jang silently watched her sleep soundly, feeling a little pity in his heart. He casually checked his phone. Then he started on the next task. The screen displayed, transferring video. Wong Jang smiled triumphantly. This is going to be a real show. Let me deal with you two first. In another development at the general's mansion, a black car stopped at the gate. The two of them, unaware of the impending storm, were still laughing and joking happily. Suddenly, Wong Jang's figure appeared outside, scaring Annie so much she almost passed out. She screamed in terror. She quickly opened the window and questioned him. Why are you here? He smiled innocently and started gently. I waited for you two with Han Xingya all day, but you never showed up. You two are really taking your time, aren't you? Bowen suddenly felt a chill down his spine, but he stammered a reply. We had something to take care of today. We just got back. Wong Jang made an okay sign with his hand and scheduled another time. If that's the case, then I'll visit another day. The adulterous couple immediately sped off. He watched them go, his mind already calculating. So it really was you two. I knew it. Then he opened his phone and called Yang Ming. As soon as he answered, Wang Jang quickly teased him. The stuff has arrived. You really have some disgusting hobbies. Yang Ming, falsely accused, defended himself. Boss, I'm helping you, and you're saying I have disgusting hobbies? He didn't want to waste any more precious time and immediately gave the next order in his plan. All right. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Send me his address. I'll be there in 20 minutes. If you're late, you can expect a beating. He stammered a reply, wanting to get it over with quickly. Hey boss, right now Before he could finish, Wang Jang threatened him. Cut the crap. Stop talking nonsense. You have 19 minutes. Then he coldly hung up. Suddenly, the phone displayed the next location, Tianluan Amusement Park. As expected of his reputation, he works fast. Time flew by like a dog running in a field. 20 minutes had already passed. He had been waiting here since the afternoon, while Yang Ming ran, panting. Brother Zhang, I can't make it. Wang Jang put his hand on his shoulder and reminded him. Why is your stamina so poor? We still have to stretch our muscles later. It's unclear if he had been watching too many movies, but his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked extremely excited. Brother Zhang, what kind of activity are you talking about? Wang Jang couldn't help but kick Yang Ming in the butt to urge him on. All right, let's get to work. As the two of them walked in, Qi Bing and a line of beautiful hostesses from Tianluan came out to greet them. Welcome, gentlemen. May I help you with anything? Yang Ming was all business, ignoring the line of beauties and getting straight to the point. No need. I want to see your boss. She politely refused. Our boss is not easy to see. If you want to meet him, you'll have to spend a lot. Hearing this, he casually grabbed a bottle of wine nearby. Spend? Then I'll take this one. Qi Bing smiled and praised him. You're so generous. Then Yang Ming threw the wine bottle forward with great force. A second later, the bottle hit the wall and shattered. The surrounding crowd cheered excitedly. Ugh Wong. He turned around and asked his senior, his face full of anticipation. How did I do? Wang Jang crossed his arms and gave some praise, along with a few reminders. Just right. Don't break everything. Hearing these words, Yang Ming felt a surge of strength. He rushed forward and flew straight into the bar. The bar was in an uproar. This might be the most miserable amusement park in the city. Yang Ming reached for 2 bottles of imported wine. He was determined to cause a scene. Wait a minute. It's my turn to play. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the 2 wine bottles forward with great force. Shards of glass and red wine flew everywhere. The more Yang Ming threw, the more excited he became. Wine bottles flew everywhere like stray bullets, shattering upon impact. People didn't know where to run. The situation in the bar was extremely chaotic. He punched the air, his face full of glee. Just as he was having fun, the authorities arrived to quell the 12 warlords. Yang Ming flew into a rage and unleashed a series of continuous attacks on them. If your boss doesn't come out, I'll destroy this whole place. One man against all is real. In a flash, he had a pentakill. Wang Jang stood in the middle of the battlefield and criticized them bluntly. You mafia guys are really too much. Just then, Xiaoning arrived. As soon as he saw him, he asked, You are? He replied with a bossy tone. So what? You just sent someone to assassinate me, and now you don't know me? Xiaoning denied it vehemently, pretending to be innocent. What are you talking about? Who are you? He didn't waver at all, slowly introducing himself. I am Wang Jang, the one you sent Hu Mingkai to assassinate. The man only admitted to knowing his underling. Hu Mingkai is my underling, but I didn't know he was doing these things. Wang Jang was determined to press him to the end, but I believe his dying words more. Hearing this, Xianming had to back down and use money to compensate. What do you want? I'll give you 200,000, okay? He didn't like the sound of that and snorted. 200,000? Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? The man didn't blame the young man in front of him for being naive, but instead taught him a lesson. You have to be clear. This is the mafia, the biggest gang in Fuzhou. Killing you is as simple as squashing an ant. If that was the case, then Wong Jang wouldn't be polite anymore. He immediately kicked him straight in the stomach. Xiaoning rolled on the ground. Wong Jang didn't speak, but used force to express his intentions. He grabbed the man's leg and dragged him like a mop. His CEO image plummeted. I just need an explanation. Xiaoning, enraged, spat at him. You're playing dirty. Wong Jang angrily grabbed his head, letting him know what was what. Tell your father to come and save you. If he doesn't come within an hour, I'll torture you for an hour. If he doesn't come for a day, I'll torture you for a whole day. Xiaoning was not convinced. He saw that this stubborn guy needed to be taught a lesson, so he took matters into his own hands. I'm not worthy? If that's the case, then I've changed my mind. Then he slapped him repeatedly while lecturing him. Now do you know who's your daddy? Go call your father. Tell him to come find me at the general's mansion on Huaqiao Alley. If he doesn't come, your life will be in danger. Then Wang Zheng turned and walked away, leaving Xiaoning behind to swallow his anger. You just wait. After a night of fun, Yang Ming excitedly asked, Captain, where are we going next? He was basically done, but he tried to protect his brother in front of him. I'm going back first. I'll go to the general's mansion with Han Xingye tomorrow. You go do something else. He looked confused. The next morning, in the office of Zhang Yinxing, the father of the Zhang brothers, he was engrossed in writing. Suddenly, Yang Ming broke in through the window. Yinxing screamed in fear. Who is it? He didn't bother to introduce himself, just holding up a camera in front of him. Who I am isn't important. I came to show you this. He reached out and took it, unable to help but wonder, what is this? Yang Ming was mischievously vague. Consider it a documentary. A true story. Although he didn't understand what the hell was going on, Yinxing opened the camera to watch. And oh my god, what a show. I only know how to make my parents proud, having an affair with my own sister. Yinxing was shocked to his core. His hand subconsciously went to his heart to prevent him from passing out. He stammered, this is... Yang Ming took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. If you don't believe me, you can go home and ask. Maybe you can see the real thing. Then he kindly gave him a bottle of heart medicine. So reliable. Uncle, don't be angry. Yang Ming comforted him with all his might, hoping he would get over this shock. My mission is over. I wish you good health. Finally, he jumped out the window and fled. Yinxing held his head in agony. What a mess. At the same time, Wang Zheng had just returned home. Xingye, having rested enough, had recovered. You're finally back. He took the opportunity to tease her a little. Were you waiting for me? Without waiting for her to answer, Wang Zheng jumped onto the bed and started mukbanging the girl. We still have some time. Let's have a little chat. Xingye, in a panic, kicked him in the groin. Wang Zheng cried out in pain. Little sister, that kick almost castrated me. In the bedroom of the general's mansion, Bo Wen's smile gradually twisted with his intentions. Don't think about that adulterous couple anymore. Let's continue. But life is not like a dream. He didn't anticipate an uninvited guest today. The two of them were diligently working out when they were unfortunately ambushed by Yinxing, caught completely off guard. His expression changed faster than a monkey's. It was so unbelievable. You two are so shameless. And Yi and Bo Wen were both shocked and stammered, not knowing what to say. Dad, he had lived for decades and was still helpless in this situation. How could I have raised such an animal like you? Then he couldn't control his anger and slammed the door shut. As soon as Yinxing left, she started to plead for help. What should we do? Dad won't kick us out, will he? Luckily, he was there to comfort her. There will be a way. Don't worry. So, Bo Wen chose to contact another star of hope. The other end had just accepted when he greeted. Hello, Xiaoning. But the other person was very direct. If you're asking for help, then I can't help you right now. I can't even guarantee my own safety. He immediately changed the subject when he heard the news. What's wrong? The man didn't beat around the bush and demanded payment. It's all thanks to you. Wang Zheng came to my club and caused trouble. I got beaten up. You have to compensate me. Knowing they both shared a common enemy, Bo Wen took the opportunity to tattle. My father found out about me and Ani. This is definitely related to Wang Zheng. We can't just ignore it. Both sides reached a consensus. This grudge must be avenged. If my father personally takes action, that Wang Zheng is dead for sure. Bo Wen could only rely on him. If your father is willing to take action this time, we'll definitely turn this misfortune into a blessing. Xiaoning, just tell me what you need me to do. The man was extremely confident. Just wait. With that assurance, he confidently hung up. He didn't forget to comfort his beloved. It's okay. With Xiaoning's father taking action, we can be carefree this time. The morning sun of the next day shone directly on the tall building. Xingye was awakened by the light and rubbed her eyes, waking up in a daze. She had just sat up when she noticed a back. Wong Jang. He had already gotten ready and reminded her, "Hurry up and pack. I'll wait for you in the lobby. I'll take you to a fun place." Before she could even wake up, she immediately reacted. A fight. He had to be helpless with this childish mentality. "You little brat, what's in your head that you're always thinking about fighting and killing? Hurry up and pack." Soon, the two of them were in the car, speeding down the main road. Xingye yawned, but couldn't hide her curiosity. "Stop being so mysterious. Tell me what's going on." Wang Jing kindly gave a hint. "Do you remember Pan Xiaoning?" In terms of face, she immediately became more serious. "Of course. You found him. You want to take me to see him." He calmly confirmed it. Just then, an event caught her attention. "That fire over there is." He held the answer in his hand. "That's right. Pan Xiaoning's property was burned down. You don't have to think too hard to guess who did it." "You did it," Wang Jing frankly admitted. "Of course. This is just the second warning." Xingye couldn't help but look forward to similar blockbusters. So what happens next? He had to calm down her drama-loving mind. There's still a long way to go. Let's take it slow. For now, let's go to the general's mansion first. Elsewhere, Xiaoning was nursing his injuries when his assistant suddenly burst in. "Young master, this is bad." He was extremely annoyed at being interrupted mid-snack. "Just say what you have to say. Don't be so panicked." The other person hesitated for a long time before getting the words out. Tianluan Club is on fire." He was so shocked he forgot the grape he was about to eat. "What?" A few minutes later, the car arrived at the general's mansion. The moment Wang Zheng saw Bowen's face, he started teasing him. "Well, if it isn't second young Master Zhang. Not stretching your muscles today?" He ignored it and got straight to the point. "You've caused so much trouble. Are you satisfied now? You can stop now." He expertly played dumb. "Stop? I don't understand what you're talking about." But the other person had lost all patience. "Stop pretending. The entire Fuzhou has been thrown into chaos. Can we just call it even and forget our old grudges?" No matter how softly he spoke, he wasn't moved. "No." Bowen was extremely frustrated by the condition. "Why? I'll give you however much money you want." Wang Zheng couldn't stand his thick skin. "Zhang Bowen, you sent people to kill us and failed. Now that you're facing a counterattack you can't handle, you're begging me to stop? Do you think you can have all the benefits in the world?" In contrast to his calmness, Xingye didn't bother with words and acted immediately. "Zhang Bowen, let me tell you, the debt you owe us can only be paid with your life." The moon gradually rose, standing out against the starry night sky. Even though it was late, Xingye still obediently sat by General Zhang's bed. The wrinkled hand she was holding twitched slightly. Her face immediately brightened. "Grandpa, you're awake." His eyes were still closed, but he didn't forget his small wish. "I want to eat wontons." Xingye didn't need any urging and quickly left. "Grandpa, I'll go buy them for you right now. Wait for me." The assistant could only try to stop her with words. "Miss, what are you doing?" She didn't hear him, only hurriedly announcing as she ran past, "I'm going to buy wontons. Grandpa wants to eat them." Soon, she was out on the main street. There were no cars around at this hour. As she was running to a turn, she suddenly encountered a strange man. "Miss, wait a moment. I want to ask for directions." The naive Xingye approached without any suspicion. "Sir, are you lost?" Who couldn't need much effort to lure the prey into the trap? "That's right. Can you help me see how to get to this address?" She honestly took it and focused on reading the information on it. But strangely, the words seemed to have a hypnotic effect. Her eyes gradually lost control and closed. Before fainting, she could only subconsciously think of the person she trusted most. "Wang Zheng, save me." The old man successfully caught Xingye in his arms and gave an order. "Take her away." The underlings who had been ambushing nearby quickly swarmed out. "Commissioner, who is mighty?" Meanwhile, the person she was calling for was in Zhang Yanqing's office. His face was not happy at all. "What are you doing here?" Wang Zheng negotiated as if he were on a stroll. "I want to discuss a project with you." He refused flatly without thinking. Not interested. He didn't force it, but instead issued a blatant threat. "I don't want these videos to circulate online either. But your son provoked me. I don't mind making a big deal out of this." Yanqing was furious at being cornered by a younger person. "You're so shameless." But these words were just like an itch to him. "Well, I'm still far worse than your son." The other person maintained his firm attitude. "Don't you dare use this to threaten me." Just then, a knock came from outside, in a very urgent voice. "This is bad." He quickly allowed the person in. "What is it?" "Come in and talk." The subordinate immediately reported concisely. The Han family's daughter is missing." Yanqing remained very calm and gestured. "You can go out first." The other person didn't dare to disobey. "Yes, sir." This time, it was Wang Zheng whose face changed drastically. "If she is harmed in any way, Contrary to his thoughts, the man was not one to cover for others. You don't need to tell me. I will investigate this thoroughly. At this point, he could only punch the wall to show his power. You'd better not be playing any tricks. If I find out you're the one behind this, I won't let you off. The spot where his fist landed had become a cracked and shattered piece of the wall. In a simple wooden house deep in a deserted forest at night, Xingye coughed violently in front of the men surrounding her bed. Asan was the most impulsive among them and reached out his hand first. You're awake. She showed no respect and insulted him. Get your dirty hands off me. The man immediately changed his soft, flirtatious attitude from before. You think I'm dirty? How clean are you? She didn't care and only had one question. Why did you kidnap me? The man didn't answer directly and was only good at teasing girls. Do I even need to say why? This little face is so sharp. Big brother, I can't hold it in anymore. Wei Long was disgusted with his subordinate's nature. You hold it in for now. Wait for news from the boss. Asan was still focused on the immediate benefits. Then I can touch a little, right? Haha. He couldn't stand it and gave a warning kick. No. If anything happens, I'll hold you responsible. The man immediately became as obedient as a quail, not daring to move a muscle. Got it. What a waste. A gray car sped down the road. Wong Jang was driving peacefully when he received a call from an unknown number. Hello? The person on the other end laid out the conditions. Within 15 minutes, go to the exit of the People's Road subway line 2 and find a man in a straw hat. Buy a black luggage bag with a colorful letter C on it from him. Remember, you can only go alone. Otherwise, this girl's life will be over. He didn't comply and asked for their identity first. Who are you? But the other person quickly hung up. This was expected, so Wong Jang reacted quickly. Can you trace the signal's location? Wu Yin immediately reported, the call was too short. We haven't been able to trace it yet. Yang Ming, overhearing the situation, asked, Brother Zhang, where are we going next? He gave clear instructions. You go back first. Cooperate with national security to continue searching for clues. I'll go find little Yi alone. He pulled over to the side of the road to let him out. After the car sped off, Wang Zhang began to roll up his pant leg and remove the equipment. 15 minutes is enough. The leg weights fell to the ground with a heavy thud. As soon as the weight was removed, he ran at full speed towards the target location. Soon, he arrived at People's Road as instructed. He quickly saw the item he needed to buy. How much for this bag? Gangwon started making things difficult. That bag is not for sale. I'm keeping it for myself. Wang Zhang stuck to the plan. Someone told me to come here and buy it. The man, feeling it was enough, blurted out an exorbitant price. 10,000. He immediately let the other person know what it felt like to be hit in the face with cash. Take the money. Give me the bag. As soon as the item was in his hand, his phone received another notification. The other side continued to issue challenges. Take the subway to exit 2 of Xiaohua Road. Give the bag to a mango seller wearing a white t-shirt, headphones, and black sunglasses. Don't try any tricks. We're watching you. Wang Zhang was starting to lose patience with this runaround. Are you guys going to stop or not? The sun gradually rose higher, the heat increasing. He had to run, sweating profusely, to get to the location as quickly as possible. The other person had been waiting there for a long time. Thanks. The next instruction was sent to his phone. The new message appeared. Today's mission is complete. Go back. He decided to call the number that had just sent him the message, only to be met with disappointment. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. Finally, Wang Zhang realized he was being toyed with. Are you kidding me? Suddenly, a voice spoke up nearby. A little thing like this has already gotten your feathers ruffled? It seems that little girl from the Han family is quite special to you. He turned around and was very surprised. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to keep watch? Wu Yin walked over calmly with a nonchalant expression. Isn't it because I was worried about you? I came to see how things are. He turned on the flirtatious mode again. Your little mouth is still as sweet as ever. This made her a little embarrassed, and she changed the subject. What's wrong? Any clues? At this, Wang Zhang's mood soured. We'll talk when we get back. They finally returned to the high-end apartment. Wu Yin couldn't contain her curiosity. Can you talk now? He didn't beat around the bush any longer. I put a micro-tracker in the bag. I made a new discovery in the process. She continued to dig deeper. What new discovery? But Yang Ming was too busy singing praises. As expected of Brother Zhang. He didn't respond, just took out a needle. She was stunned when she saw it. This is... Before she could finish, Wang Zhang revealed it for her. Bingo. If I'm not mistaken, this matter is related to the Black Hand Society. Then he focused on the location map on his phone. The situation was updated, so he quickly gave orders. Wu Yin, you go back and find Xia Yin. Tell him to investigate this matter thoroughly. Yang Ming, you come with me. She felt a little resentful. You called me all the way here from thousands of miles away, and now you're just sending me away? This isn't over. Wong Jang hugged the angry beauty and made a promise. After this is over, I'll treat you really well. No matter how angry Wu Yan was, she had to give in. Before leaving, he didn't forget to blow a kiss. Saving little Yi is more important right now. We're leaving first, at a secluded building on the outskirts of the city. Finally, the mastermind behind it all, Fan Xianing's father, Fan Lianming, appeared. Miss Han, have my subordinates been courteous to you? Xingye was disgusted by his hypocritical act. I spit on you. One of your men here is a pervert who harassed me. He cooperated with her. She didn't hesitate to point him out. It was him. Asan immediately denied it as if he were innocent. When did I harass you? But his reaction didn't bother her much. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. The man tried to act intimidating. Isa, we're already at the Black Hand Society. Don't think that just because the boss is here, I won't do anything to you. Lianming had to interrupt this childish argument. Asan, don't speak so rudely to Miss Han. Xingye didn't give him any face either. And you, stop being a wolf in sheep's clothing. Despite this, his expression remained calm. Since Miss Han feels I have ill intentions, then I can no longer be indifferent to you. Men, put the special device we made on Miss Han. Only then did she have a bad feeling. What do you want to do? Just as they were about to act, the walkie-talkie crackled. Boss, someone's here. It seems to be Wong Jang. Despite being discovered by his opponent, Lianming could still praise him leisurely. I didn't expect your little lover to find his way here. As expected of the man who dared to burn down my amusement park. Quite interesting. Xingye immediately protested with a wad of spit. Who the hell do you think you are? Yet, that fake face didn't flinch. Don't be hasty. Your little lover will die here soon. He didn't say any more and ordered into the other end, opened the gates and let him in. Wang Zheng got his wish and rushed straight into the territory with a large sack. He didn't forget to praise Yang Ming's professionalism. You did a good job with this. Leave the rest to me. The other person's spirits lifted. Don't worry, Captain. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. The motorcycle started to speed towards the building. As soon as the bike stopped in the courtyard, he brazenly announced his presence. Everyone upstairs, get the hell down here for me. Then he bluntly threw the tightly wrapped sack to the ground. Lianming leisurely came out to the balcony to respond. Wang Zheng, your woman is in my hands, and you're still so aggressive? But his momentum never faltered. Who the hell do you think you are? The boss of the Black Hand Society? He coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment and then introduced himself. I am Fan Lianming. The moment he heard the other's identity, his expression became unusually smug. So you're Fan Xiaoning's father? Good, I have a big gift for you. Wang Zheng quickly tore open the sack. Inside was his golden boy, Fan Xiaoning. Now, he also had leverage. How about we exchange hostages? The other party still tried to act tough. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? When the father wouldn't listen, he decided to beat the son a few times to vent his frustration. Then he casually tossed him aside like a used toy. If you don't agree, I'll just have to keep hitting your son. He finally succeeded in getting Lianming's attention. Very well. Do you think you can get out of here alive? At that moment, his subordinates also appeared one by one with guns in hand. They all aimed their weapons at Wang Zheng. Not only did he not show any fear, but he also uttered words that confused his opponent. Yang Ming, you're too slow. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the loud commotion he had caused. Hey, didn't I arrive just in time? And this appearance came with shocking news. Oh my god, the brakes failed. All of Lianming's subordinates were run over like bowling pins. With just one car, his formation was shattered. Yang Ming even got out of the car with a bright smile. Boss, this was an accident. Wang Zheng didn't hold back his praise for his decisive action. Well done. Not bad. Lianming finally couldn't remain so calm anymore. Why must you fight the Black Hand Society to the death? Wang Zheng calmly retorted, you sent people to kill me. I'm just returning the favor. He seemed confused by what he just heard. What do you mean by that? With things having come to this, Xiaoning didn't dare to hide it anymore. I was the one who told Hu Mingkai to kill him. Dad, it's all my fault. The other party felt extremely humiliated that the instigator was his own son. You useless thing. He had to interrupt this heartwarming family conversation. Boss Fan, do you still want this useless son of yours? Or should I take him back and teach him a lesson for you? Lianming remained very calm as he negotiated. Let Xiaoning come upstairs first. Obviously, Wang Zheng was no fool. You think I'm stupid? Bring Han Xingye down first. We'll exchange hostages. But he remained unmoved. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? He didn't mind laying out the current situation for the other party. I dare to kill your son, but do you dare to kill Han Xingye? Can you withstand the Han family's revenge? Yet Lianming still tried to bluff his way through. If you push me to the edge, there's nothing I won't do. Yang Ming quickly chimed in to mock the opponent. I spit on you. If you really had that kind of courage, why didn't you notice that I jammed your phone signals? Only then did he realize and check. Sure enough, the corner of his phone screen showed no service. Even so, Lianming still tried to place his hopes elsewhere with a gambler's mentality. What about you guys? Do you have a signal? The subordinates with him checked, and all shook their heads, which was like a slap to his face. Wong Jang didn't want to drag it out any longer and got straight to the point. This is just a small warning. Don't test my limits. After a long struggle, he couldn't avoid the outcome of having to compromise. Exchange hostages. The main door of the building began to move. Xing Yi was escorted out by 2 subordinates. His attitude was still calm and vigilant. Let Han Xingye come over here. I'll let him go over there. Lianming simultaneously instructed Wei Long, do as he says. She immediately ran happily and quickly towards her savior. Wang Zheng. He didn't hold back and kicked Xiaoning straight towards the other side. Then he opened his arms wide, ready to embrace the young lady. It's good that you're back. But life is not a dream. As the touching reunion was interrupted, the person who snatched Xingye landed successfully, separating the two by a considerable distance. AP Cheros revealed his cunning, sly face. I really didn't expect that my brother and I would meet the renowned evil king of the East here. Lianming was suddenly startled, hearing his identity for the first time. Evil king of the East? You are the evil king of the East? Without needing an introduction, Wang Zheng had already recognized his identity. You must be AP Cheros, also known as the king of hidden assassination from Yera. I wonder what wind blew you to Huaxia. The old man acted modestly, not daring to accept the praise. The evil king is truly discerning. But when it comes to hidden assassination, my brother and I are far inferior to the evil king. He didn't want to waste time socializing with this kind of person. What are you doing in Huaxia? Why did you capture my person? The old man got straight to the point. Lord Evil King, I want to make a trade with you. As long as you give us the heart of the sky, I will immediately release this little girl. How about it? Wang Zheng honestly revealed the information he knew. I'd like to give it to you, but the diamond is not with me. The heart of the sky is in Li Weino's hands. AP Cheros pondered for a moment without emotion. So that's how it is. In the end, he still decided to continue tangling with him. Then I can only ask the evil king to help me find the heart of the sky. Then we will return this little girl to you. How about it? Wang Zheng maintained a very cooperative attitude to negotiate. No need for such trouble. I have a very simple way. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately leaped into the air, then shot towards his opponent without any warning. In just a few seconds, the distance between them had shortened to face, causing the old man to jump back instinctively. The result was not what Wang Zheng wanted because AP Cheros's twin brother, Epic Taz, suddenly rushed forward. Although the situation was unexpected, he reacted quickly, turning around and deploying something. A gray, cement-like liquid suddenly moved. He took the opportunity to swipe forward in a straight line as the opponent approached. Epic Taz took the full force of Wang Zheng's smoke and mirrors diversion tactic. Before he could react, he turned around only to take another blow. You stinking little brother, take a punch from me. The angle he chose was aimed precisely at the opponent's hip bone. Just one punch sent him flying far away, almost hitting the wall of the building. This move had an 8 out of 10 damage rating, but he himself had to take 30% of the pain. Your butt is really hard. Epic Taz immediately got into a defensive posture, hovering in midair. Talk less. Wang Zheng indulged his enemy. It seems you really want to have a showdown with me. In that case, I'll accompany you to the end. He stood tall, facing him without flinching. Come on. The taunt that had just rung out a few seconds ago had to yield the stage to his divine kick. It was accompanied by the cracking sound of several ribs, like chewing on chicken cartilage. Epic Taz flew in a straight line back to the spot where he had just fallen. His face turned pale as he clutched his aging waist. Damn it. He calmly pulled out the gun he had ready. Then he aimed it straight at his opponent and declared a cool motto. For those who want my life, I will not let them live. AP Cheros, seeing the situation was not good, quickly intervened. Lord Evil King, don't forget, this girl is still in my hands. If you kill my brother, I can't guarantee the safety of this little friend. Wang Zheng was not only undeterred, but also threatened back. If she's missing a single hair, do you think you'll live to see tomorrow? Thanks to a few minutes of distraction, Epic Taz successfully returned to his brother's side. When the Evil King unleashes his power, I'm actually a little scared. His attitude proved who was in charge of the game. Don't think that just because you have Han Xingye as a hostage, I can't do anything to you. AP Cheros, who had not yet been blessed with a beating from Wang Zheng, was still talking tough. I'd really like to witness the Evil King's methods. Yang Ming, who had been dozing off while waiting, was by his side. But he suddenly changed the subject. That's a chemical plant that was abandoned not long ago. There are reserves of ammonia gas installed inside. The old man hadn't yet figured out his intention. What do you mean? He casually offered a small suggestion. That's a large ammonia gas storage tank. It's full of ammonia gas. If you detonate it, what do you think will happen? Even so, Apicheros was still not sure where Wong Jang got his confidence. But you're also trapped here now. How can you detonate it? Only then did he kick the only person who was brazenly nodding off. Stop sleeping. It's your turn. Yang Ming even pretended to be grateful for a moment. Brother Zheng, you finally remembered me. Do I have it easy? He had to put an end to the other's fake drama. All right, stop wasting words. He didn't joke around anymore and seriously introduced the mechanism. I've installed a pressure-changing device on the gas tank. It can be activated by a phone signal. As long as I press this on my phone, it will explode. How about that? Impressive, right? Yang Ming went on a long tirade, but Wang Jing only paid attention to the reaction of the person opposite him. Apicheros, I'll say it one last time. Either let her go, or no one gets out of here. The sun had begun to shine on both massive gas tanks. The old man understood that he only had one choice. Lord Evil King is truly a vicious person. The two of us don't want to die yet. We will meet again in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the twin brothers vanished without a trace. He quickly went over to support Xingye and comforted her. It's okay. I promise this kind of thing won't happen again. Lianming, who had been a bystander watching the show, was belatedly enraged. You madman. You're truly a madman. His baboon-like face only made him more amused. Fan Lianming, are you only feeling scared now? Don't worry. I'll come for your life another day. Finally, when the two were settled in the car, Xingye finally voiced the question in her mind. Is that gas tank really full of ammonia? Would it have exploded? Yang Ming, who was driving, suddenly became interested and answered for him. Just a bluff. The concentration of gas inside isn't even 1%. She immediately praised him endlessly. Wang Zheng, as expected of you. He responded to her affection with very suggestive gestures. It was just a little trick. The only single person in the car cried out in anguish. Can you two stop being so lovey-dovey? It wasn't until night fell that they returned to the general's mansion. As soon as the three of them got out of the car, someone came out to greet them personally. Yanqing politely asked, Little Yi is back? Xingye responded very politely. Yes, thank you for your concern, second uncle. We plan to leave tomorrow. He couldn't help but sigh about the recent events. It wasn't easy to come to Fuzhou, but so many things happened. As your second uncle, I have been too negligent. How about this? I'll see you off tomorrow. Wang Zheng didn't refuse and even confirmed. Indeed, a lot has happened. Bowen showed a clear look of displeasure, so she tactfully didn't want to get further involved. No need. We came back to let everyone know. We'll just take a walk around tonight. We won't bother you anymore. And E, standing beside them, wasn't afraid to add fuel to the fire. You shameless thing. Get lost. Ren Xing immediately tried to reprimand her. What nonsense are you spouting? But instead of reining in her emotions, she became even more extreme. Am I wrong? She's not even a specialist. Shouldn't she get lost? How could Wang Zheng let her run her mouth? Secretary Zhang, you should keep your precious daughter in line. If you can't, then I'll do it for you. Outside, Ren Xing was furious but still protective of an E. Even if my daughter is being unreasonable, it's not for an outsider to discipline her. Wang Zheng didn't say another word and gestured to Yang Ming. He calmly approached the wary E. What do you want? In the next moment, she received a free, soul-shaking lesson about the gifts of life. And E reacted violently. Who the hell do you think you are? He shamelessly gave a flimsy excuse. My apologies, my hand slipped. Ren Xing pointed at him, so enraged he was speechless. Wang Zheng had never been afraid of anyone, young or old. I told him to hit her. If you have a problem, come to me for payback. If I ever hear you people insult Han Xingye again, I absolutely will not let you specialists off the hook. He left them with that clear declaration and took her hand, walking away with her. By now, the night sky was pitch black, without a single star or moon in sight. Even though it was dark, the beach was still as crowded and lively as it had been in the morning. Yang Ming was catching crabs and snails on the sand by himself, complaining, Why did you two call me here on your date? The kind-hearted Xingye gave him a valid reason. Didn't you say you wanted to stay and protect your brother Jing? Wang Zheng also chimed in to console him. There are a lot of beautiful women in bikinis on the beach at night. I called you here to give you a chance, but you insist on being a third wheel. Just by changing his perspective, Yang Ming's spirits lifted. Thanks, brother Zheng. I'll get lost right now. I won't disturb your private world anymore. After the shining third wheel left, Xingye finally had a chance to talk to him. Our time in Fuzhou is too short. When we get back to the capital, I'll have to return you to Sister Sheng Fei and Shi. Wong Jang shamelessly put on the label of a true playboy. I am your shared boyfriend. Even she was helpless against this level of thick-skinned shamelessness. You're so shameless. You want to have it all. He flashed a handsome, flawless smile and argued. Of course not. I'm very pure. Xingye could only change the subject to ignore his flirtatious expression. Are you leaving with me tomorrow? Wang Zheng gave a brief schedule. I'll take you to the capital, then I'll come back to deal with the people who kidnapped and tried to assassinate you. But she suddenly grabbed his wrist and tried to persuade him. Just let it go. They didn't succeed anyway. Even so, he wouldn't go against his principles. This is non-negotiable. Xingye had no choice but to give up. She let go of all her pressure and fell into his arms. I knew I couldn't convince you. You absolutely must be careful. The confidence in Wang Zheng never waned, just like his love for his girls. Don't worry. Who could possibly hurt me? The bright sunlight shone down on the airport. Yang Ming, walking beside him, teased relentlessly. I'm telling you, Brother Zheng, as soon as Han Xingye left, you immediately rushed back to finish things without a moment's rest. You're really in a hurry. Before he could laugh any further, his butt met with a disciplinary kick from Wang Zheng. You little brat, you're getting more and more out of line. It's only been a few days since I last beat you, and you're already trying to walk all over me? He could only scratch his head and laugh sheepishly to cover it up. My bad, my bad. I just didn't expect the power of the Pan and Zhang families in Fuzhou to be wiped out just like that. Brother Zheng, you're really amazing. Hearing that, Wang Zheng switched to arrogant mode. Their little bit of power wasn't even enough to get stuck in my teeth. They wasted 2 days of my precious time. Yang Ming put on a knowing, sleazy smile. I think you mean time with your sisters-in-law, right? However, just a dark glance from the man beside him made him jump. A wise man knows when to retreat. Yang Ming quickly scurried away. Brother Zheng, call me if you need anything. I'll be there in a flash. Just then, a supercar suddenly stopped beside Wang Zheng. Ming Qi, sitting in the driver's seat, called out, Wang Zheng. Seeing a familiar face, he bent down to ask, why are you here? She leaned forward and explained the coincidence. I just dropped off Sheng Fei and Shangwan Shishir. I didn't expect to see you here. Get in. I'll give you a ride. Wang Zheng didn't hesitate to open the door and get in. I just got back and don't have anywhere special to go. How about I rest at your place? Ming Qi's brain immediately went into overdrive, her face flushing red. No wonder Shishir always calls you a pervert. She wasn't wrong at all. He was too lazy to argue, leaning back in his seat to rest his mind. The car sped down the road. They quickly arrived at Ming Qi's house. She handed him a glass of water and asked with concern, you look so tired. Haven't you been resting well lately? Wang Zheng, perhaps not wanting to worry her, smiled teasingly. A beautiful woman's concern can relieve any fatigue. Ming Qi couldn't handle it and turned away, embarrassed, about to run off. With his strong arm, Wang Zheng accurately caught the person who was about to flee. He leaned his tired head on the delicate shoulder beside him, much to her surprise. He didn't even bother to open his eyes, whispering softly, let me rest for a bit. The next morning, the gentle sunlight woke Ming Qi. As soon as she sat up, she saw a letter on the table. It turned out to be a message left for her by the man in her heart. I had something to take care of, so I left first. I'll come find you later. I'm borrowing the sports car for now. Wang Zheng. At the same time, in the suburbs, Wang Zheng complained without hiding his frustration. Because of your urgent matter, I gave up a chance to be alone with a beautiful woman. Ming Hao shot out from the nearby bushes like a leaf village ninja. Boss. He stood with his arms crossed, looking like he was about to lose his patience. If you have something to say, spit it out. Don't drag your feet. Ming Hao got straight to the point. Boss. Do you remember I told you before that I wanted to take you to meet someone? Wang Zheng paused for a few seconds and quickly remembered. But you never brought it up again. What's up? You're finally going to tell me. He scratched his head awkwardly and explained the situation. Boss, I hadn't made the proper arrangements for him before, so I didn't want to bother you. We're going to see him now. Their car sped down the road again. Soon, the two of them were at 175 Tianfu Road. Wang Zheng stood at the door, observing his surroundings. The characters on this sign look a bit familiar. Chen Kong, a former subordinate of Wang Zheng, was pushed out in a wheelchair by his wife to greet them. Please, come in. The moment of reunion was as emotional as a long-running drama series. The two men embraced. Chen Kong, Brother Zheng. Ming Hao temporarily interrupted them, pointing into the house and inviting them in. Let's go inside and talk. Wang Zheng cheerfully put his arm around his subordinate's shoulder and praised him. Well done. You kept this such a good secret. Why are you only telling me now? Ming Hao was always thorough and cautious. Boss, I didn't want to bother you. The deafening sound of smashing suddenly caught Wang Zheng's attention. Brother, is this place under construction? Chen Kong was also very surprised by this. No. Hearing that, he quickly grabbed the door. Then let's go see what they're smashing. The scene of a group of people destroying the surrounding furniture appeared. You? What are you doing? Qian Feng, seeing someone arrive, stopped and warned, we're demolishing an illegal structure. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. Chen Kong, pushed forward by his wife, angrily retorted, we followed all the legal procedures for this building. How is it an illegal structure? You say tear it down, and you tear it down? Is there no law? To his surprise, the man refused to listen to reason. The law? Who the hell are you to talk to me about the law? Wong Jang, seeing the situation was not good, coughed lightly as a signal. Ming Hao received the order and immediately shot forward. He accurately grabbed the opponent and threatened, tell me who sent you. Wong Jang, from behind, pressed the interrogation. Talk now and get it over with. Otherwise, my brother here might just torture you slowly. Qian Feng squinted and hesitantly confessed. It was Su Shuyang. Seeing this, Ming Hao pressed for more information. Where is he now? The man, knowing his place, honestly told them everything. North 7th Ring, Huanhua Village. Even so, to be safe, Ming Hao didn't loosen his grip. You don't look like you're lying. Qian Feng quickly waved his hands, sweating in fear. Everything I said is the truth. Seeing that this man was now useless, he ruthlessly threw him away. What a piece of trash. Qian Feng lost his balance and fell to the ground, to the astonishment of the remaining men. They were all scared out of their wits, kneeling and begging for mercy. We were just following orders. Please spare us. Wang Zheng didn't make things difficult for this group and let them go. Don't let me see you again. The men, ignoring their boss lying on the ground, scrambled to escape. He turned to the side and ordered, Li Mingho, clean up this scene. Wang Zheng also thoughtfully arranged for the aftermath. You and Hua Hong are being targeted now. I'll have Yang Ming get you two out of here quickly. Chen Kong, despite the situation, was still worried about his friend's safety. What about you? He stood with his hands on his hips, thinking carefully. I'll deal with those two troublemakers, Tang Tian and Su Shuyang, first. Ming Hao, who was cleaning up the mess, turned his head to chime in. All right, Brother Zheng. I'll go help you after I'm done here. 20 minutes after the incident, Chen Kong, reflecting on what had happened, couldn't help but sigh in frustration. I thought this place would be our sanctuary. Suddenly, Huangze jumped through the window with a knife. Your sanctuary is becoming part of my collection. Your wife, on the other hand, is quite a looker. The incident happened so suddenly that Chen Kong didn't even have time to react. The man restrained Hua Hong and held a knife to her throat, threatening, don't do anything stupid. Come with me quietly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your wife will remain unharmed. At the same time, at the Huanhua New Village Villa, Shuyang sat in the dark room, his anxiety palpable. How did it go? Tang Tian, frowning deeply, was no better, waiting for news. The sudden ringing of a phone shattered the silence. He hurriedly took it out and stared at the screen notification. It turned out to be a message from Huangze. The fish has taken the bait. The bait is set, waiting to catch the big fish. After reading it, Tang Tian carefully deleted it. Shuyang, observing from below, had already guessed some of it. But it seems there's news. Tang Tian's expression was now clearly more vibrant. Second uncle, I guarantee there will be no mistakes this time. We've captured Chen Kang's wife. Wang Zheng is coming alone. A murderous glint flashed in Shuyang's eyes. He had probably made up his mind. I will make them die. Wang Zheng's car crashed straight through the gate of the Independent Ecosystem, 1975. Wang Zheng got out angrily and shouted, get the hell out here. Tang Tian led his subordinates forward. I was wondering who it was. So it's Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng, having anticipated this, smirked contemptuously. What's wrong? Not happy to see me. The man seemed very pleased, clapping his hands in agreement. Of course I'm happy. Soon you'll be able to die in the same place as your brother. At this, Wang Zheng could no longer remain calm. You bastard, you actually had a backup plan. Where did you take Chen Kong and his wife? Tang Tian, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, maintained his mocking tone. Military secrets can't be revealed. I can't tell you where they are just yet. He was really about to lose his patience with this guy, his entire body radiating killing intent. Only a beast like you could think of such a despicable tactic. If you dare to harm them, I will kill you. The man naively thought he had the upper hand. The hostage is in my hands. It's not your place to act tough here. How about we make a bet? Wang Zheng loved this kind of game, smiling with interest. Bet on what? To his surprise, Tang Tian spoke without thinking, uttering foolish words. Let's see if you kill me first, or if my bullet takes you out first. He was extremely excited and gave a thumbs up. Bring it on. The man, full of confidence, raised his hand high to give the order. Wong Jang closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. Brother, your captain's life is entirely in your hands. Tang Tian wore the smile of a victor, as if everything was going according to his plan. Rewind 5 minutes. The bright sunlight shone down on a nearby skyscraper. Ming Hao suddenly appeared behind the sniper. With just one move, he easily eliminated his opponent. After finishing the job, Ming Hao contemptuously dusted off his hands and looked at his work. Made it just in time. Back to Tang Tian's side. The hand gesture had been made a while ago, but everything was still as peaceful as before. Wong Jang, knowing his teammate had succeeded, spoke in a mocking tone. Director Tang, did your sniper fall asleep? Where's the bullet? Tang Tian also guessed the situation and pointed angrily. I didn't think you'd bring help. A notification came through his earpiece. The hostage has been rescued. The man, arrogant and self-important, still thought everything was under his control. Even without a sniper, as long as the witness is still in my hands, the upper hand still belongs to me. Wang Jing finally regained his composure, his fists clenched and ready. Tang Tian waved his hand, ordering his subordinates on both sides, kill him. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed through the room. Contrary to his plan, 2 of his subordinates were shot and lay motionless beside him. Tang Tian looked at Chen Kong, who had just appeared, in disbelief. How did you guys get out? Where are my men and my uncle? Yang Ming didn't hesitate to describe the scene from a moment ago. Your trashy men have already been taken care of by me, and I knocked Su Shuyang out. Wang Zheng, with a condescending gaze, looked down at the loser. Surprised, Tang Tian? The debt you owe me, it's time to pay it back today. With that, he turned to arrange the situation. Yang Ming, get them out of here first. I'll handle this. Yang Ming smiled brightly and accepted the order immediately. All right, we're leaving. Wang Zheng tapped the stick against his hand, creating a terrifying scene. This time, it seemed he really wanted to collect both principal and interest. You've got some nerve. Wang Zheng threw a punch straight into his opponent's face. Tang Tian was hit so hard, he spat out fresh blood and fell to the ground. Only then did he notice that his relative was already unconscious. Second uncle, wake up. Wake up. Wang Zheng leisurely approached. You can take a punch pretty well, so you still have some fight in you. Tang Tian, now like a fish on the chopping block, sat on the ground. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Shuyang struggled to wake up after the series of painful events. What's the situation now? He never expected that the outcome had already been decided by him. Old man, see for yourself. The surrounding scene was so tragic that even an outsider would be scared. He kept backing away and begging, we can talk this out. Don't kill me. Wang Zheng still wanted to use them to extract more information. You're a meritorious old man, and now you're begging me like this. Tell me who the mastermind behind this is, and I'll consider it. At this moment, they, like cornered dogs, took turns blaming each other. It was all him. It has nothing to do with me, second uncle. Wang Zheng watched this display and smiled sarcastically in praise. Not bad, not bad. I like this script. Suddenly, a sense of danger filled the air. His pupils widened as his brain sent out a warning. Not good. Wang Zheng, like a Leaf Village ninja, immediately shot outwards. At the exact moment he got out, a fierce explosion sounded from behind him. The powerful blast shook the entire sky. Yang Ming's group, sitting in the car, was shaken by the sound. The car immediately stopped by the side of the road. He slammed his fist on the steering wheel, worried about the situation over there. That was a C4 bomb. Chen Kong, in the passenger seat, was no better, cold sweat dripping down his face. Captain. Suddenly, the sound of a message notification was heard. Yang Ming immediately picked up his phone to check. It turned out to be Wang Zheng reporting his safety to them. I'm fine. Go back first. The bright sunlight shone down on the nearby forest. Wang Zheng was lucky to escape, but his body was severely injured. Why was there C4? Could it be? He lay by the river, panting, his brain piecing together the information, becoming even more shocked. Could it be that from the very beginning, the person behind this was prepared to sacrifice Su Shuyang and Tang Tian? At the same time, at Toza, Tianran rushed in from outside to report, Grandfather, old Su is dead. Fu Hua stopped his movements, frowning as he asked about the situation. Who did it? Heitu's face was clearly grave. We don't know yet. He was an experienced man. Faced with this, he quickly made a judgment. For us, this is good news. Is that Wang Zheng dead or not? Tianran also regained his composure, thinking calmly and carefully. Probably not dead. His body wasn't found at the explosion site. No matter what, The person behind the scenes has given us a great gift on the surface, but in the shadows, they want us and Wong Jang to fight to the death. Fu Hua clasped his hands behind his back, his attitude suddenly turning grim. Even knowing it's a trap, we have to jump in. With such a temptation, can you resist? He too inherited his decisiveness, acting with great maturity. Grandfather, I'll listen to you. He placed all his trust in this grandson, waving his hand and leaving. I'll leave this matter for you to decide. I won't interfere. Just then, Tianron's phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed the caller's name as Su Nuanu. He answered slowly, half believing, half doubting. Nuanu, why are you calling at this hour? It must be the middle of the night for you. An urgent voice came from the other end of the line. About this matter with Wong Jang, I hope you won't make a move. Hearing this, Tianron couldn't help but frown warily. You're in country M. How do you know about this? Nuanu sounded mysterious, not giving a clear reason. A stranger told me. I know everything. Please, don't make a move against Wong Jang, okay? Another new day passed. The gentle sunlight embraced the city. Ming Hao looked at the person below doing push-ups with all his might, looking puzzled. Didn't you just drink a little dirty water from a garbage pit? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Captain, what's your plan for this? Wong Jang jumped up, panting and frustrated. Someone is clearly trying to frame me for this. So I'll just turn the tables and frame someone else. He knew he had hit the nail on the head and played along. Captain, have you found a suitable guinea pig yet? Xia Yan entered from outside, his voice mocking. Look at his chest, it's as flat as a bamboo pole. Don't you get it yet? Wang Jing knew exactly what he was thinking, turning to him sarcastically. Spit it out. Did you come here because you have a problem you can't handle? As if he could read minds, Xia Yan quickly presented the document in his hand. There's been some small movement in Jiangnan recently. They're smuggling illegally. He only took the item but kept complaining. Then can't your people go? You're coming to me for such a small matter. He was very good at sweet talking, not forgetting to weigh the pros and cons. If I had someone like you under my command, I wouldn't need to call you in. Haven't you always wanted to take down Chen Engshi, the economic tycoon of Jiangnan? This is a good opportunity. To his surprise, Wang Jing didn't even give the man a second glance. What tycoon? He's just a low-class gangster. Xia Yan still tried to find a way to get this person to accept his mission. Go and we'll fully cooperate with you. If you need it, I can even lend you the special operations team to use. Seeing that it was hard to change this person's mind, he could only sigh in frustration. All right. Even if I say no, you'll just think of another way. Help me book a plane ticket. I really don't want to drive this time. Suddenly, the sound of a car came from outside. Wang Jing, looking down from above, exclaimed in surprise, You bastard. From the gate, a car sped in. It turned out that the surprise Xia Yan had prepared was the driver, Miao. He smiled and patted his shoulder suggestively. Why book a plane ticket? Look how considerate I am, finding a great beauty for you. Wang Jing lost his cool and grabbed his collar, shouting, Don't think I'm a fool. You know I went to Jiangnan because I was bewitched by this girl. What did she give you? Xia Yan closed his eyes, his face looking innocent and blameless. Nothing at all. He was a petty person, so he held this grudge in his heart. Sooner or later, I'll settle this score with you. To his surprise, instead of placating him, he added fuel to the fire. A beauty's favor is the hardest to repay. Just think about how many women you owe favors to. You should enjoy it. The car stopped precisely in front of the door. Miao, in a very comfortable outfit, stepped out radiantly. Ming Hao, who had been enjoying the show, covered his mouth and teased, Captain, looks like you're getting entangled with another girl again. Wang Jing, who had been holding it in, kicked his subordinate to vent. Get lost. Miao stood watching the man approach and asked probingly, What's wrong? Not happy to see me. He could only scratch his head and laugh sheepishly, trying to smooth things over. How could that be? For this trip to Jiangnan, are you the driver, or should I? Before he could finish his sentence, she cut in and took the lead. Of course, it's me. At the same time, at the Jiangnan River dock, Dali was holding a whip, controlling everything there. Hurry up, all of you. Move it. The middle-aged man, unable to bear the pressure, suddenly fell to the ground. To his surprise, the other man, having lost his humanity, shouted even louder, Get up for me. Ningxia, seeing this, ran over and quickly helped him up. Uncle, are you okay? Can you still get up? Because of this, she received the full force of the blow from Dali. Get up and carry it for me. Moreover, the man noticed the woman, intending to possess her. Girl, you've grown up to be quite a beauty. Without waiting for an answer, Dali picked up the beauty. Why don't you come with me? Just then, a rock suddenly flew from somewhere. It aimed straight for the man's head, accurately causing an injury. Dali's head was bleeding a dark red liquid as he turned angrily. Who is it? Who dares to hit me? Wong Jang strode forward from a distance, playing the hero saving the damsel in distress. Forcing yourself on a civilian girl in broad daylight. Your head must be as hard as iron. The man didn't waste words and signaled to his lackeys behind him. He anticipated this and playfully reminded Mio, who was walking beside him. This might get a little bloody later. Be careful not to let it sting your eyes. Wong Jang transformed into a Superman, charging straight through each man. Dali watched in astonishment as his lackeys, who hadn't even had a chance to do anything, collapsed to the ground. From the beginning, there was almost nothing that could stop him. I'll give you a choice. Either crawl out of here, or stay here and see how I deal with you. To his surprise, the man became enraged, using the beauty in his hands to threaten him. If you dare to act rashly, I won't be polite with her. No more words were wasted. Wong Jang gathered his momentum and lunged forward. His long, straight legs accurately kicked his opponent's knee. Following that was a series of punches straight to Dali's face. Even though he tried to block the blows, the power was too overwhelming, causing fresh blood to gush from his nose. Wong Jang's heroic rescue of the damsel in distress was a complete success. The onlookers who watched the whole scene cheered enthusiastically. Good hit. He deserved it. With a contemptuous look from above, he spoke. Luckily, you messed with someone I care about. If I crippled you, you wouldn't mind, would you? Ning Xia, standing in the crowd, blushed at the attention. Dali was only now beginning to feel fear. His body trembled as he begged. Sir, spare my life. Wong Jang paid no attention to his words. He kicked him squarely in the crotch. His punishment was truly ruthless enough. Too bad. From now on, you can only live a life of celibacy. While he was at it, he turned to the remaining lackeys and warned. All of you listen up. If you dare to oppress the common people again, this will be your fate. Those men, taking Dali's lesson as an example, didn't dare to mess around. We'll remember. Wong Jang pointed at the pile of trash at his feet and ordered, take this guy with you. You can all get lost now. This group was just waiting for that sentence. They hurriedly dragged the man away and fled. Okay. We'll get lost right now. We're getting lost right now. The villagers, who had been exploited for so long, finally saw a glimmer of hope, hugging each other and bursting into tears. They're finally gone. Ning Xia couldn't help but run into her beloved's arms. Why are you here? Wang Jing gently held her soft body and comforted her. Isn't it because I sensed you were in danger? I came to be the hero who saves the beauty. She was charmed by his sweet words and smiled brightly. You're still so humorous. Mio, who was standing by, waited for them to finish their lovey-dovey moment before getting to the point. Hello, beautiful. I'm Zhang Mio. We're not here to chat. Is it convenient to talk at your place? Seeing another person, Ningxia quickly adjusted her state. The gentle sun enveloped the classic apartment building. At Ningxia's house, Wang Zheng accepted a glass of water, looking puzzled. Ningxia, why are you doing such hard labor at the docks? What are those people doing? Ningxia didn't hide anything and told him the truth. They came here a week ago, using high wages as bait to trick people into signing contracts to transport goods. I was also investigating the inside story. You know the rest. Hearing this, he became even more interested and continued to press her. Transporting goods? Did you find out what they're transporting? Who's the mastermind behind this group? She had put a lot of effort into this, but the results were not very promising. Most of the goods are kitchen supplies. I haven't been able to infiltrate and investigate other matters yet. Mio analyzed the available information and exclaimed, those old foxes have some tricks up their sleeves. Wang Zheng, after considering his next move, gave his orders. Ningxia, Mio, and I will stay in Jiangnan to investigate thoroughly. To ensure your safety, don't get involved anymore. I'll arrange for someone to take care of you. Ningxia understood that he only wanted what was best for her and happily agreed. It's true. I can't help with anything anyway. You two must be very careful. He was very satisfied with this reaction, gently stroking her head dotingly. Don't worry. You have to take good care of yourself too. She smiled obediently like a little kitten. I know. Wang Zheng, making full use of his available resources, made a request. There's one more thing. I need your help. Deep in the shopping mall, Wang Zheng seemed very pleased with his companion's new look. In just a little while, your whole vibe has changed. Much fresher. Mio, although she went along with his idea, was not very willing. What's so great about these clothes? They don't even show off my figure. At this moment, his sweet-talking skills came into play again. We have to travel low-key. Ningxia lent you the clothes, so don't complain anymore. Besides, your figure doesn't need clothes to show it off. She really knew how to grasp the main point of his words, leaning on him gracefully and teasing. How do you know it's not needed? Have you been meticulously studying and researching my figure? To her surprise, Wong Jang was not moved in the slightest, quickly dodging to the side. Stop messing around. Let's go. The flickering lights enveloped the luxurious nightclub. Mio, draped in a stunning, seductive red dress, asked, instead of following the warehouse lead you found, why are we at this rich kid's party? Wong Jang was also dressed in a stylish suit. They both wore masks as they entered. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the king. I have my own arrangements here. A waiter, seeing the customers, followed the procedure. Hello, may I see your invitation? Wong Jang was prepared. He pulled out a flashy golden invitation. We're looking for some excitement. The young waiter had to marvel at the customer's extravagance. Rich people really know how to have fun. They quickly entered the main gate. The guard respectfully opened the door for them. Inside the private room was a group of handsome young men and beautiful women gathered together. As soon as Wong Jang entered, he noticed the host, Chen Maidong. He didn't expect to have a breakthrough so quickly. He couldn't help but feel happy inside. Found him. Maidong, seeing the guests arrive, stood up to greet them. Newcomers wearing masks? Afraid of losing face. Wong Jang had already thought of an excuse. It's not convenient to show our faces. It'll make it harder to get around later. He audaciously placed his hands on Mio's slender waist. Beauty, however much dreamer you want, I'll give it to you. Just spend one night with me. Those words made his brain jump into high gear. Dreamer? Could this be what Xia Yin told me to investigate? Maidong, seeing the beauty in his arms looking anxious, teased her. Beauty, you can decide this for yourself. Do you still need your friend's permission? The girl sitting on the chair behind them echoed his words. That's right. That's right. Wong Jang couldn't risk alerting the enemy, so he cheerfully waved his hand. Since young Master Chen has spoken, as her brother, I won't say more. Little sister, keep young Master Chen company for one night. Mio's heart froze at his quick change of face. Wong Jang, are you really throwing me into the fire pit? They quickly went to a private room. She ignored the person opposite her who had already changed into pajamas, still waving her hand and playing hard to get. I can't let you see my face just yet. You have to satisfy me first. Maidong didn't force her, happily going along with it. All right, tell me what you want. Mio got straight to the point. What I want is, of course, Dreamer. He casually reached into his pocket to find the toy. Maidong pulled out a vial of pale yellow liquid, a sinister smile on his face. Take it. I guarantee it will make you drunk on a sweet dream. She took the item, her eyes wide as she examined it. Just this little bit. He stood watching, his voice tinged with mockery. Isn't this enough? This is for you, but you might not live to take it out of here. Mio heard this like a clap of thunder, cold sweat dripping down her face. What do you mean? He had to continue the act, clapping his hands to signal the end of the show. The lackeys who had been hiding in ambush suddenly appeared. She knew she had been exposed, but still pretended to be innocent. Young Master Chun, what are you doing? Maidong lost his patience and forcefully ripped off her mask. You and Wong Jang must think I'm a fool, trying to trick me with this little game? He even kindly revealed the trap he had prepared beforehand. The little bottle in your hand is just a common spice. The real dreamer has already been hidden by me. You'll never find it. In not too long, I will be the biggest dealer in all of Huaxia. Just saying that made Maidong so excited, he burst out laughing. Haha, but surprises always come at the end. A voice rang out, signaling the turning point. What are you so happy about? Wong Jang stood triumphantly at the door, carrying a large bag of items. You're quite clever, turning it into a spice to sell. From the bag, vials of the pale yellow liquid slowly rolled out. Maidong, who thought he was so smart, refused to accept reality. How is that possible? I hid it so carefully. And I even had people following you too. How did you find it in half a day? Wong Jang was annoyed by the noise and scoffed sarcastically. I'm not afraid of you being stupid, just of you being overconfident. He was on the verge of death, but still stubbornly refused to submit, wanting to struggle one last time. Get him. I paid a lot of money for you guys. What are you standing around for? The group of lackeys, before they could even make a move, all collapsed to the ground. Maidong watched as his last trump card also vanished, frowning in fear. Who are you? Wong Jang held a vial, testing the feel of it. I heard the properties of this stuff are unstable. If you don't know how to use it, it becomes useless. Maidong, seeing his brainchild being threatened, immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Big brother, I beg you, have mercy. You can torture me however you want, but please don't touch my babies. He solved the problem without forgetting the beauty who had followed him in here. Mio, stand behind me. Wong Jang held it tightly in his hand, his voice firm as if he had a plan. Don't worry, I'll make good use of these useless babies of yours." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm and threw the vial. The pile of drugs crashed into each other, creating a crisp sound. Immediately, a hazy purple smoke enveloped the room. Maidong's screams gradually faded. "Help! Help!" Wong Jang dragged his teammate away to escape, leaving only a single sentence behind: "We'll meet again." They quickly returned to the secret room. He looked at the layout of the place and exclaimed in admiration, "Wu Yan's taste is not bad. This office is set up just how I like it." Mio, who had countless questions, finally had a chance to ask, "Why didn't you use Dreamer to threaten Chen Maidong into revealing the powerful force behind him? You destroyed everything, making them wary. How are we supposed to investigate now?" He waved his hand, revealing the real reason behind his actions. At that time, there were other forces around. If we had confronted them, it would have been very difficult for us to escape safely. She hadn't noticed such small details and was inevitably startled. "What? Do you know who they were?" Wong Jang leisurely hopped onto the table and sat down, slowly revealing his speculation. "Little sister, I'm a person, not a god. I don't have X-ray vision. But one thing is for sure, those people were there for Chen Maidong." Mio, being a sensible person, didn't ask further, only wanting to know the plan for the future. "So what's your plan now?" He decided to relax after the recent stressful days. "Wu Yan has arranged a welcome party for us at the Jinling restaurant. Let's go there tonight." At the same time, elsewhere, the sky was clear and the clouds were sparse. The sound of a teacup shattering echoed through the room. Maidong, furious, took his anger out on the furniture, smashing it. "A bunch of useless trash. You can't even find one person. I'm wasting my money feeding you." A series of urgent knocks from outside suddenly interrupted him. He frowned and ordered repeatedly, "Come in." Luo Di appeared grandly with 2 bodyguards. Maidong, seeing this person he couldn't afford to offend, changed his attitude. "Mr. Luo Di, why are you here? You didn't even give me a heads up. I could have sent someone to pick you up." Luo Di, with a leader's demeanor, got straight to the point. "I ran into some people trashing your place on my way here. I figured I'd wait until you finished your business before coming to see you." Maidong maintained a respectful posture, clasping his hands together cautiously. "Indeed, I ran into some unpleasantness. I've made a fool of myself in front of you, Mr. Luo Di. I wonder what brings you here this time." He pointed to the 2 suitcases brought by the bodyguards and asked, "Is this the new stuff?" Luo Di waved his hand, signaling to the person behind him. "That's right. The boss told me to deliver this new batch to you." The pale blue glass tubes were revealed as he spoke. "Mr. Chun, this batch is much more precious than the last. It needs to be stored in a temperature-controlled container to maintain its properties." Luo Di gently closed the suitcase, carefully revealing the next plan. "From now on, regarding Dreamer, I will help you eliminate any obstacles at the root." Hearing this, Maidong lost his composure and slammed the table in anger. "If we eliminate them at the root, with your help, I'll be 100 times more confident." He quickly regained his composure, smiling and offering, "Luo Di, let me arrange for all your accommodations in Nanjiang. I'll definitely treat you well." Luo Di, having already made his plans, signaled his refusal. "No need. We've already booked a room at the Jinling restaurant. I will report this matter to the boss and have headquarters send some powerful experts to help." The agreement between them quickly reached its final stage. Maidong politely shook his opponent's hand. "Then I hope we have a pleasant cooperation." The lively evening at the Jinling restaurant. Luo Di's appearance caught Wong Jang's attention. "All right, boss, I understand." His intuition told him that the person who had just walked by was by no means ordinary. This person is not simple. Could he be related to Dreamer? Wong Jang, not wanting to alert his teammate just yet, found a way to separate. "I have to step out for a moment. You wait for me in the private room first. I'll be right back." He transformed into Spider-Man and leaped through the window. His agile body landed precisely on the air conditioning unit without making a sound. Luo Di, inside the room, was extremely troubled, his mind filled with a myriad of questions. Why is the Eastern Evil King targeting Chen Maidong? This is a bit difficult to handle. The bodyguard behind him keenly noticed the difficult situation at hand. Lord Tianfu has always been looking for the Evil King. Why don't we report this news to the higher-ups? If we find the Evil King, you can definitely be promoted to a high-level deacon of the nation. Luo Di, full of worries, held his head in his hands. We alone cannot capture the Evil King. Grand Elder Rocky and Grand Elder Bei Pu have already set out early. They are on their way to Huaxia. The bodyguard, hearing this, became even more excited. If the 2 Grand Elders join forces, then subduing the Eastern Evil King will definitely not be a problem. Even though the plan was complete, for some reason, his heart remained tense. I hope so. Wong Jang, outside the window, took in the entire conversation, a sarcastic smile playing on his lips. Since you've sent experts, then you might as well stay in Huaxia for good. He quickly leaped through the window and escaped. At that moment, in the restaurant's private room, Miao was trying to find a topic of conversation with her new friend. When did you meet Wong Jang? Wu Yin leaned back gracefully in her chair, about to recount the story. Actually, not long ago. Before, Wong Jang finally opened the door and walked in. He looked at the empty dining table and complained in dissatisfaction. You two really didn't hold back. You didn't leave anything for me. Is the waiter outside one of ours? Wu Yin highly praised his cautious attitude. Your vigilance is as sharp as ever. Don't worry, he's one of us. It's very safe. Miao gave him a bright smile, her voice tinged with teasing. You said you'd be right back, but you were gone for a whole hour. By the time you got back, the food was all cold. Wu Yin, being sensible, turned and signaled to the waiter. Go order 2 more dishes. The young man bowed respectfully and accepted the order. Miao waited until this person had eaten his fill before pressing him. What did you find out just now? Wong Jang remembered the earlier incident, and his attitude suddenly turned grim. There's going to be a fierce battle ahead. Wu Yin seemed to sense the seriousness of the situation as well. Then what do you need us to do? Just then, the food they had ordered was brought out. He saw the plate, and his eyes lit up with craving. Let's eat first. Wang Jing chewed on the chicken that had just been brought out, ignoring his teammate sitting beside him who was handling work. Miao slowly answered the incoming call. What's wrong? An urgent voice came from the other end of the line. Come home quickly. Something's happened. Before she could even ask what was going on, the line was abruptly cut. Wang Jing sensed the change and asked, Is something wrong? Miao closed her eyes and sighed, not knowing what she was about to face. My brother called me home, said something happened in the family. After he had eaten his fill, he stood up and gave his orders. Then you should go back first. Leave the rest to me to handle. Wu Yin, take her home. Wu Yin didn't say another word and simply followed his instructions. Got it. The next morning at the airport, Bei Pu and his companion had landed safely. Rocky, you know, the place I hate coming to the most is Huaxia. The last time I was here was 10 years ago, on Lord Tianfu's orders to kill someone. I ended up stuck in traffic on the capital's overpass for a whole 6 hours. The mission failed too. Rocky, hearing the story, burst out laughing. What's your favorite country? As he thought of a certain place, his face couldn't hide its perverted expression. Iceland. I miss the passionate, hot girls there. It's truly a man's paradise. She suppressed her laugh, her voice tinged with sarcasm. I really don't know how a lecher like you became a grand elder. Bei Pu was no pushover, retorting with a phrase that left her speechless. And you dress up like a 20-something girl because you don't want people to know you're 41, right? After saying that, he even gave Rocky a lewd look. But then again, this 41-year-old body of yours is really something you can't help but admire. Rocky was angered by Bei Pu's teasing. Stop talking nonsense and focus. He quickly regained his composure. Let's not talk anymore. We'll continue at the hotel. At that moment, a staff member approached the two of them and greeted them. Welcome, you two. Let's head back to the hotel now. But in a hidden corner, a car had appeared, stalking them. The person in the car was none other than Wang Jing. He spoke in a low voice. I've finally been waiting for you two. The two of them quickly returned to the Jinling restaurant. Rocky was leisurely soaking in the bathtub. Suddenly, the doorknob turned slightly, attracting the attention of the person inside. She, with her high level of alertness, immediately noticed it. The door burst open, much to Rocky's surprise. Rocky threw open the bathroom door and shouted, Who is it? Get out here for me. Wang Jing took that opportunity to suddenly throw a punch inside. But not only did she dodge as quickly as a shopaholic snagging a flash sale on Shopee, she also successfully counterattacked with a kick right to his chest. It's you. While exchanging martial arts moves with his opponent, he smirked. It's an honor that Grand Elder Rocky still remembers me. After just a few exchanges, her towel decided to betray her. It slipped a little, startling its owner. Seeing this, Wang Jing wouldn't let the opportunity pass. He immediately gave Rocky's buttocks a slap, as if testing if they were real or fake. She froze for 2 seconds. Then her entire body flushed with the flames of hatred, burning away the memories of the two of them. I'll kill you. No man has ever touched my body. Wang Jing was completely unfazed, his voice nonchalant as if he hadn't done anything at all. Grand Elder Rocky, did I make you angry? His opponent wasn't one to back down, retorting immediately. I didn't expect the Eastern Evil King to come knocking on my door himself. Not paying attention to those mocking words, he quickly changed the subject. Why do you people keep sending assassins after me? She replied as coolly as a cucumber. It is the will of heaven. He was just asking for fun, as he had already known the answer to this blood test. He shook his head in frustration. That thing is not with me. Stop wasting your time. Rocky thought those words were just a lie and warned him with a low growl. Lord Evil King, don't say I didn't warn you. When necessary, Lord Tianfu will personally take action. Wong Jang kept changing the conversation as if he were playing with a plump prey. I'm waiting. But I have to ask, can an old woman like you stop pretending to be a young girl? I heard that practicing this kind of evil art requires one to be a virgin. So you. He poked where it hurt, bringing up a woman's age. As expected, Rocky was so enraged that blood rushed to her head. She didn't hesitate to charge at her enemy. Enough nonsense. Time to die. The two of them continued to dance and twirl inside the house, completely unaware that someone was secretly observing from afar. Dong Song lowered his binoculars, suppressing a laugh as if he had just gotten an extra holiday. He then turned to ask his subordinates. It seems the intelligence Chun Maidong provided was accurate. Are you ready? Now, if they weren't ready, they'd be in deep trouble. Of course, when two tigers fight, the fisherman benefits. He was confident that this time, he would be the winner. Kill them all. This good fortune can't fall into the hands of the ideal nation. And the Eastern Evil King cannot be allowed to live. Fire. A subordinate quickly pulled out a small cannon and fired a shot straight at that room. Well, surprise, old man. A lead candy flew from somewhere and sent his subordinate to have a face-to-face chat with his ancestors. This also caused the gun's aim to be off. Nevertheless, it still made the opposite building explode like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Seeing the situation, Dong Song quickly hid behind a wall to avoid being attacked, cursing under his breath. Damn it. There's someone else. Could it be going? Inside Rocky's room. No, it should be called a battlefield now because the aftershock of the explosion had caused one side of the wall to collapse. She was pinned by her leg, her mouth sputtering with dust and smoke. Wong Jang, having luckily escaped, crawled over to her side. Then, without a word, he put his hand into the gap under the piece of wall. She suspected he was trying to take this opportunity to assassinate her and shouted loudly. It hurts. What are you doing? Wong Jang ordered coldly. If you don't want to die, shut your mouth. Next, he used all his strength to lift that piece of wall, at the same time hurriedly urging, hurry, pull your leg out. I can't hold it much longer. Rocky painstakingly pulled it out, the pain spreading throughout her body, her beautiful face contorting in pain. Once the deed was done, his strength reached its limit. He quickly dropped the piece of wall. She looked at the young man, panting like a dog, who had to lie flat on the floor to rest for a moment, and a question suddenly arose in her mind. Thank you, but why did you save me? He paused for a moment to gasp for a few mouthfuls of air. A moment later, Wong Jang calmly replied, because right now, we have a common enemy. Besides, killing you means nothing to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly unbuttoned a few buttons of his shirt, making her almost think she had snagged a young, green pilot. What are you doing? It turned out that seeing the body of the 40-something-year-old lady wrapped only in a bath towel almost blinded him, so he had to cover her with his shirt. Relax, I'm not interested in you. Then he tore another piece of cloth from his trouser leg. Then he carefully bandaged the wound on Rocky's ankle, not forgetting to brainwash her. This is the humanitarianism of a great nation. I'll stop the bleeding for you first. The wound could get infected. Remember to disinfect it when you get out. After the flirting was done, he got down to business. Who do you think caused this explosion? She was still busy shyly looking at Wong Jang's six-pack abs, so she was a bit startled when he asked. Either the Shadow Army or the Atlantic Alliance. Only these two major forces would dare to act so lawlessly in Huaxia. He thought for a moment and immediately ruled one out. It wouldn't be the Atlantic Alliance. Just then, the phone in his hand suddenly rang. He quickly answered and gave orders like a true CEO. Send someone to rescue me. Hurry. Someone here is losing a lot of blood. Rocky opened her eyes uncomfortably. The harsh sunlight made it impossible for her to sleep in any longer. Looking around, she saw that it was not a familiar room and weakly asked Wong Jang, This is? He sat by the bed to watch over her. Knowing she was a little worried, he smiled reassuringly. This place is very safe. Rest here until you recover, then leave. My people won't harm you. Don't worry. With that, he stood up to leave. She sat up and asked like a lost baby bird, Where are you going? He had no intention of hiding it, smiling in reply. To deal with the Shadow Army. She was so busy chatting with the handsome man that she had only just remembered her unfortunate teammate. How is Beipu? Wong Jang lingered a little longer to answer Rocky's question. He's out of danger, being treated at our place. He suddenly felt like gossiping, his sharp mouth no different from a magpie's. Do you have a thing for that old man? You seem so concerned. Green veins popped on her forehead. That old bastard never gives up. It would have been better if he'd died in the explosion. It's just my bad luck that he survived. Understanding that her personality was just all talk, a tough exterior with a soft heart, he covered his mouth to keep from laughing out loud. I didn't realize the resentment between you two ran so deep. Just then, the phone rang. Wong Jang quickly took it out to check. It was an urgent message from Wu Yin. There's a car waiting for you at the hospital entrance. Come quickly. Rocky had now shed her hasty demeanor from before. Instead, a gentle smile urged him on. From your expression, it must be a beautiful woman looking for you, right? You should go. Don't keep her waiting. He followed her lead and said goodbye. We'll meet again if we have the chance. In the parking lot at the hospital entrance, Wong Jang got into the car and immediately questioned her urgently. Why did you call me in such a hurry? Wu Yin replied right away. Let's go back quickly. It's very important. Seeing her tense face, he also dropped his joking manner and quickly guessed. Something happened with Xia Yin? He received a nod in return. Time flew by as fast as looking at your salary at the beginning of the month and then looking at your account at the end of the month. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. The two of them had just stepped into Xia Yan's office when they were politely asked to leave. Wu Yin, you can go out first. She seriously raised her hand in compliance. Wong Jang, with no patience at all, immediately demanded, you called me here in such a hurry. What is it? Spit it out. He didn't want to beat around the bush either. Men should be direct and concise with each other. This is good news for you. I'm giving you a chance to go back to the West. What do you say? Even this reason made his ears itch. He thought it was something urgent. The West? I can go back whenever I want. I don't need you to give me a chance. Seeing him so arrogant that he didn't know his own place, he couldn't help but mock him. Don't think I don't know why you ran back from the West in the first place. His opponent's rude words successfully made Wong Jang look down at the ground, retorting uncomfortably. What do you mean ran back? I was seriously injured on a mission and came back. If it weren't for an old woman who treated me, you wouldn't even be seeing me now. As a seasoned veteran, Xia Yin was not one to give up easily. Your strength alone is not enough to deal with those people. But now, Goen can help you. I've already prepared everything for you. Aren't you moved? In the agency, the boss is the father and mother, so he didn't argue further and changed the subject. When do we leave? His opponent quickly gave his orders. In 3 days. Come here tomorrow afternoon, and I'll give you the specific arrangements and personnel deployment. Wong Jang snapped his fingers and then smiled slyly, setting a condition. Then have Wu Yin pick me up tomorrow afternoon. What's this? This is easy. Xia Yin agreed in a heartbeat. No problem. After finishing their business, he walked out of the headquarters leisurely, but his heart was in a tangled mess. Just when things were starting to look up, he had to go off to fight and kill again. Suddenly, a car slowly approached and then stopped right beside him. Sure rolled down the window and signaled to Wong Jang, get in. The sudden appearance made him wonder, how did you know I was here? She teased him mysteriously. Someone told me, of course. At 1 a.m. at the Tianping Mountain Villa. He was sound asleep in his beloved bed. The two beautiful women were also in their own separate spaces. One was enjoying the feeling of smoke swirling around her. The other was deeply immersed in her own sea of thoughts. Just thinking wasn't enough. Sheng Fei even played the role of a famous detective, eavesdropping outside the door of the young man's room. I wonder if he's back yet. What a shocker. Wong Jang suddenly opened the door, catching her off guard and causing her to fall forward. He skillfully caught her and covered her mouth to avoid startling the other wives. Eavesdropping on me? What are you up to? Before Sheng Fei could answer, he gave her a loud slap on the butt. Her face turned as red as a tomato. She questioned him through gritted teeth. What are you doing? And yet, the culprit argued back stubbornly. Don't act so innocent. That slap was your punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, he swept her off her feet, much to her surprise. As a man, when the fat is served up to your mouth, you have to eat it. Wang Jing certainly did not disappoint the men. He placed Sheng Fei on his bed, then leaned in close and whispered, "There's a price to pay for eavesdropping." She asked innocently, "What price?" The little white rabbit didn't know she had fallen completely into the gray wolf's trap and even let it devour her. A week later, in South America, in a warm inn with the sun beating down like Hanoi at noon, Wang Zheng was scrolling through TikTok on his phone. Oh wait, no, he was on a video call with Xia Yin. You tricked me into coming here to check on a clue, but there's nothing here. He heard the other person's sharp tone, but didn't seem to be in a hurry. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't that why I'm calling you now? Hearing that, he urged, hurry up and tell me. He received the shortest possible answer. Toramu port. As soon as he heard that, Wang Zheng hung up. This infuriated Xia Yin on the other end of the line. That rotten kid. I wasn't even finished talking. At Toramu Port, the waves lapped gently, and the warm sunlight bathed the scenery. People were busy. But Wong Jang wasn't here to see the sea or watch people. He hid in a hidden corner of a container, holding a pistol and quietly observing. Jiang Dongsong's voice rose from the crowd. Be careful when you receive the goods later. There can be absolutely no mistakes. The whole group immediately responded in unison. After scouting, he turned and left. Seeing his chance, Wong Jang quickly drew his gun and fired a shot. It's unclear what special preference he had, but the bullet hit the butt of a lackey who was carrying a crate inside. Seeing this, the whole group started to run around in a panic while cursing. The more he shot, the more energetic he became. Too slow, he then aimed at one person's, but after another's leg. At this moment, Jiang Dongsong, who was discussing business, glanced outside and saw the whole group running for their lives as if they had seen a ghost. He was extremely annoyed, shouting in anger, "What happened?" Beside him was a high-level instructor from the Dark Army Military Academy named Palest. "Instructor Palest, someone dared to barge in here. Find the enemy. I'll chop him to pieces." After firing to his heart's content, Wong Jang quickly hid in a room full of things. Hearing those grandiose words, he secretly provoked. "Then we'll have to see if you have the life to find me." He skillfully took a knife and cut the pipe. It immediately sprayed out a brown liquid. Not stopping there, he also kicked over a fuel barrel, creating a strange mixture of liquids that flowed out everywhere. Palesmo realized something was wrong and pointed, asking, "What is that liquid?" Dongsong was startled and shocked. He knew his life was over. "It's acid. Get out of here, quickly." Wong Jang was already safely on the roof of a car not far from the warehouse, holding a machine gun. He muttered happily, "I hope you like my gift." He even politely said, "Goodbye," then decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet flew to the liquid and sparked. Everything immediately exploded like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Looking at his masterpiece, which deserved to be recorded in history, he thought to himself, "Jiang Dongsong, you won't be so lucky this time." But life is not always as we dream. From inside the burning warehouse, two people suddenly rushed out of the fire. It was the lackey carrying Jiang Dongsong, running for his life. Once he had landed safely, he immediately observed the situation around him. A familiar back came into view. He thought to himself, "It's you again, Wong Jang." Time flew by like a dog running in a field. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Returning to the inn, as soon as he opened the door to his room, Wong Jang had a strange feeling. To prevent any danger, he quietly drew a gun. Then, he stood by the door and cautiously threatened, "Come out on your own. I won't make things difficult for you." A teasing voice from behind the door replied playfully, "But I hope you will make things difficult for me." Losing patience, he kicked the door open and rushed in. Then he quickly raised his gun and pointed it straight at the other person. "Who are you?" Inside the room was a girl with a beautiful back, bathing. Seeing that the other person didn't respond, Wong Jang continued to warn, "If you keep playing games, I'll shoot." Katie then slowly turned her head. "Long time no see. Do you really want to shoot me?" Seeing a good opportunity, he immediately changed his tune like flipping a pancake, greeting her cheerfully. "Why are you here?" Katie was only wearing a set of pink lingerie as she walked towards him. "You caused such a big commotion this morning. A lot of people are watching you now. If I can get into your room for a bath, others can come to take your life. Be careful." But Wong Jang was in no mood to pay attention to these things. His eyes were glued to Katie like a sticker. He replied enthusiastically, "Got it." It was time to get down to business. Katie put her hands on her hips and asked, "So, what are you really here for?" Wong Jang held up a picture. "The person in this photo. Help me find him." Suddenly, she moved closer, wrapping her arms around his neck and trying to seduce him. "I'll help you find him tomorrow. But tonight, I have to collect some payment first." The next morning, the harsh sunlight, no different from mid-June in Hanoi, shone straight down on the villa. Inside, an old voice, tinged with a bit of worry, asked, "Xiao Bin, what on earth happened? Why do we have to leave this place?" Hu Bin was arranging his things, replying hastily, "We're going back to Huaxia first. I'll explain to you later, Mom." From the doorway, "I've finished packing." Hu Bin's face relaxed. He gently placed his hand on his wife's shoulder. "Then I'll move the things to the car first." As he carried the suitcase out of the gate, Hu Bin saw a back with arms crossed, posing towards him. He asked warily, "Who are you?" Of course, the person posing was none other than Wong Jang. At this, Hu Bin completely relaxed, happily exclaiming, "Captain." Then he looked at his family and instructed, "You guys get in the car first. I need to say a few words to my old friend." Wong Jang economically reassured them, "Don't worry, everyone. We'll be quick." Mamai nodded gently. He was looking for Hu Bin, of course, not to reminisce about old times. He didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. You probably know why I'm here. He nodded lightly in response. Captain, ask whatever you want. Wong Jang's sharp eyes looked at his old teammate, questioning him. What have you been hiding all these years? Hu Bin lowered his head, his voice heavy as he answered. Before the Southern Vietnam mission, my family was threatened. They told me to withdraw from Longlen. Seeing a strange point, he continued to ask, you didn't agree? Only then did Hu Bin slowly explain. That's right, I didn't agree. But because of my hesitation, I almost made a mistake in the Southern Vietnam mission. Based on his understanding of the opponent's brutality, Wong Jang guessed the development. You didn't act according to their instructions. They probably won't let you go. He naturally knew this. They probably thought I was useless, so they released my family. To avoid those people, our whole family moved to another place. Finally, with the background of the Dark Army Military Academy, we were able to have a peaceful life. But now it seems I've been exposed. Wong Jang didn't agree with the plan. I had someone investigate your whereabouts. If they could find you, it seems your situation is not safe now. Hu Bin looked at the person in front of him and suddenly remembered something. Captain, the explosion at the military academy, was that you? But Wong Jang was nonchalant, as if he had nothing to do with it. Yes, I gave them a welcome gift first. The real show is still to come. At this moment, his expression flickered with hesitation, but he still made up his mind and said, Captain, there's one more thing. He asked curiously, what? His expression serious, he slowly explained, there's a mole in Longlen. But contrary to Hu Bin's expectations, Wong Jang just replied lightly, I know. I will definitely drag him out. After you've settled your family, we'll meet again. In Dongsung's office, this guy's temper was as hot as ice cream these days. He slammed his hand on the table. He jumped up and shouted, It's been 2 days, and you still haven't found Wong Jang. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. After shouting, he gave an order. Madisa, Henry, Johnson, Vanfield, you 4 follow me. With that, the group of old men walked out. As night fell, at the Bolivia secret base, Wong Jang was ambushed at an ideal location for a sniper shot. Beside him was a Barrett M82A1. This must be the D-class processing workshop Marquiti mentioned. Katie's beautiful figure appeared in his thoughts, reminding him, the documents you want are all in here. Contact me anytime if you need anything else. Wong Jang decided to act. He took a gas can and entered the warehouse. He poured gasoline all over the flammable goods. Once done, he quickly returned to his ambush spot. Getting into a shooting position, Wong Jang calculated, Jiang Dongsong, today I'll definitely make you suffer. A gunshot ripped through the night. The gasoline fire he had set up immediately burst into a fierce blaze, engulfing the warehouse. Panicked sounds rang out. Fire. Damn it. Who took the fire extinguisher? Don't sleep anymore. Hurry up and call people to put out the fire. Wong Jang, seeing his work, smiled smugly. Nice, nice. The next day, still in Dongsung's office, curses were spammed continuously. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Dongsung slapped and yelled at his subordinate. I go out to do something for a bit, and someone burns down my warehouse. You bunch of useless trash. At the door, a hoarse voice suddenly appeared. You have your own faults, yet you only know how to blame your subordinates. This is not the kind of leadership I want to see. In short, he hadn't heard Hugh Thursday High's speech yet. Dongsung quickly bowed his head in greeting. Instructor. He took 300 cigars, and then continued to question, don't you need to explain this? With that, he stroked his beard and ordered, the one who was just hit, come here. The subordinate who had just been hit, bowed his head and approached. Instructor. He puffed on his cigar, his voice cold as he made his request. Whatever he just did to you, you do it back to him now. If you don't dare, I'll kill you right now. This made the subordinate tremble like a leaf. Instructor. I can't do it. This answer successfully awakened the bloodthirsty beast within him. So he took out a sharp knife. Truly hopeless. With that, he decisively made a cut on the other person's neck. Blood spurted out like a broken water faucet. After that, he wiped the blood off his knife on one side, and on the other, he coldly ordered Dongsung, kneel. He didn't forget to warn this disobedient person, kneel for a full 24 hours. If you move before the time is up, you know the consequences. What else could he do? He could only endure it. I understand. It seemed that everyone liked to peek at each other. This pathetic scene happened to fall into the eyes of another. It turned out that the eavesdropper was Wong Jang. The drama was over. He lowered his binoculars, a meaningful smile on his face. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I had a drink. Why not go to that place to celebrate? At a shop called White Snow World. He opened the car door and stepped out, his expression a little nostalgic like a student returning to visit his school. It really has been a long time. Roy, seeing a customer at the counter, asked, "What can I get you?" Wong Jang, out of old habit, said a special drink, Blue Mountain coffee. Hearing this name, he smiled politely. "Sir, I'm very sorry. We stopped serving Blue Mountain a long time ago." He was a little surprised. "Bella doesn't make it anymore? Where is she?" Knowing it was an old customer, his tone became more open. "Only Bella could make Blue Mountain coffee. She stopped 2 years ago. Bella rarely comes to work these days. I'm not sure where she is." The table next to him suddenly burst into a lively discussion, awakening his gossipy nature. The deathmatch later, who are you betting on to win? Of course, Beast number 1. This guy has won continuously for over 20 matches. He's really good. He deserves his name. It sounded interesting. Wong Jang was determined to get in on the gossip. So there's such a master. I have to see this. A moment later, he followed the stairs down to the underground arena below. It was packed with people, and the roars echoed everywhere like fans cheering for their idol. Beast number 1. Hurry up. Finish him. On the stage, 2 muscular men, the center of the crowd's attention, frowned, sizing each other up. Suddenly, the spotlight shifted to a beautiful woman, as all eyes and the shameless shouts of the lecherous men were fixed on her. "Oh my God, Bella is here. She's my goddess. Is she here to see Beast number 1 too?" Ignoring the common crowd who could only hoot and holler like monkeys in a zoo seeing bananas, something had caught her captivating eyes. Who else could it be but the handsome Wong Jang? But this meeting seemed to be unexpected, because as soon as he saw her, he quickly covered his face. Being too handsome is also a problem. Seeing this, Bella strode forward aggressively and questioned him. "Stop right there. You can ignore your responsibility to me, but you're going to run when you see me?" As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed his arm. Then, under the murderous glares of the lecherous crowd around them, she deliberately acted intimate. But her every word was as sharp as a knife. "Where do you think you're going? Don't make me say something more dangerous." Wong Jang knew that it would be hard to escape from this spider demon's clutches this time, so he cleared his throat and tried to stall for time. "How about we watch the match first?" Just then, the beast took the initiative to attack with a frontal blow. Die! But his opponent nimbly dodged to the side. His mouth, free for a moment, retorted, "We'll see who dies first." The man's patience was quite low, because just one sentence made his blood boil. "You've successfully pissed me off. I'll make sure you die a horrible death." It's true that the mouth gets you killed. It was clearly the mouth's doing, but now Humei's body had to bear the brunt of those swift kicks. His ribs hadn't even had time to raise a white flag before they were broken into many pieces. The match ended. Wong Jang hurriedly pulled Bella away. "The winner is clear. Let's go." But things weren't over yet. The beast suddenly pointed at the two of them and arrogantly provoked. "Do you dare to accept my challenge? Do you dare to come up here?" The crowd, who had long been annoyed by him, joined in and shouted, "Accept! Accept!" He was helpless in this awkward situation, turning to blame the beautiful woman beside him. "Bella, this is all your fault," she retorted bluntly. "So, are you going up or not?" Wong Jang cleverly took advantage of Bella. "Then you have to give me a reason to go up." She mysteriously leaned close to his ear and whispered something. After hearing it, he nodded slightly. "I hope you don't break your promise." Then he calmly walked down from the stands amidst the cheers of the crowd. "Go, go." The beast on the stage seemed to have an arrow of resentment in him, his fighting spirit high. "Come on, come on." The man smirked and provoked Wong Jang. "Once you're on this stage, don't expect to leave alive." Feeling that his opponent wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin, he was a little contemptuous. "Big talk." After confirming that the two were ready, the host waved his hand and shouted, "The match begins." As soon as the sentence was finished, the beast rushed forward and threw a punch. "Die." He didn't bother to dodge and decided to face it head-on, just like how women charge straight into red flags. And it seemed to have worked, as the man had to quickly retreat to maintain distance. The crowd outside was terrified when they witnessed this scene. "Oh my God, he actually blocked a punch from Beast number 1. But wait, the match wasn't over yet. The man switched to flight mode and shouted the name of his move, not afraid that his opponent would have time to dodge. "Take this kick of mine." There was no way Wong Jang was going to take that. He quickly gathered his momentum and jumped up after him. Next, he used his long legs to kick hard at his opponent's weak spot. The man was caught off guard and was sent flying into the barrier post behind him. Riding the wave of victory, he slowly approached to humiliate his opponent. "You're really quite good. It's just a shame you ran into me." But he was on top, talking nonstop, and the beast was clearly not reconciled. So he pulled out a folding knife that he had hidden in his leather shoe and took the opportunity when his opponent was off guard to stab him. But unfortunately, This despicable plan failed from the very first step. Wong Jang once again used his long-legged advantage to kick the man's arm into the fight, causing the victim to scream tragically. The sound of breaking bones was so crisp that it could be heard from outside the earth. The excruciating pain shot straight to the man's brain. However, that alone was not enough to satisfy his anger. If you're in such a hurry to die, then I'll send you to the afterlife. As he said, he did. Wong Jang immediately launched a kick right at the beast's neck. And so, another one got a free ticket to hell. The spectacular match ended. He leisurely walked off the stage, but there was absolutely no applause, because the crowd was still immersed in endless astonishment. He walked straight up to Bella and gave a smug smile. Now it's time to fulfill your earlier promise to me, right? This isn't the right place to talk. She took Wong Jang's arm and urged, let's go. I'll take you. The two of them walked away arrogantly under the countless stunned gazes of the crowd. In a high seat in the stands, two people were attentively observing everything below. The mysterious blonde man ordered his subordinate beside him. Tell the higher-ups that the beast is dead, killed by an Eastern man. Back to the cat and dog couple. They had now returned to Bella's room. As soon as the door opened, a messy scene with dozens of clothes lying everywhere hit their eyes. It looked no different from a rat's nest. Wong Jang turned helplessly to the girl beside him, trying to find a glimmer of hope. You live here. But her answer completely extinguished that small wish. Of course. After all, she was a woman. Even if she was a little messy, as a gallant man, he tried to choose his words carefully. The environment is a bit poor. You should move when you have the chance. She smiled, shrugged, and joked. Aren't I waiting for you to support me? Then she changed her tone. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get down to business first. He had just heard that when his eyes lit up like a dog seeing a bone. All right. He thought something exciting would happen after that, but Bella turned her back and took out a package, at the same time questioning the other person. Before my brother died, he asked you to take care of me. Why did you suddenly disappear? Wong Jang hesitated to answer. You have the ability to protect yourself. Do you still need me to take care of you? She sincerely expressed her feelings. I know you're not interested in me, but I only see you as a brother. Seeing his eyes glued to the bag in her hand, she burst out laughing at his childishness. Don't be impatient. After today. 15 minutes later, a pot of hot coffee was ready. Bella poured a cup and gave it to Wong Jang to taste. See if the taste has changed. The warm liquid flowed down his throat, bringing out the characteristic aroma that made him so happy his eyes lit up. Yes, this is the taste. While waiting for him to finish drinking, she got down to business. My brother once said that if he died, he would transfer all his mission points to you. Wong Jang put the cup down on the table and shook his head coolly. These points are useless to me. What would I do with them? But she knew a secret. In the mission guild, the higher the points, the more amazing the rewards. Hearing that there was a freebie, he was very eager but still had to pretend not to be interested. If you want to transfer them, go ahead. I don't care. Having reached an agreement, Bella quickly started up her computer and began entering the data. Finally, she moved the cursor to the confirm button when a notification popped up. Transfer to the Eastern Evil King. Immediately, the people in the mission hall, at the White Snow World bar, noticed. Look, the scoreboard. The scoreboard is changing. Sure enough, the Eastern Evil King's score was constantly increasing. Then it stopped at the number 310,000. This shocking number left everyone dumbfounded. Oh my god, what happened? The Eastern Evil King has returned? He's not dead. Over here, Bella was enjoying the schadenfreude. Your score just skyrocketed in a flash. The whole bar is probably going crazy and targeting you now. Wong Jang didn't believe she was simply fulfilling her brother's wish and pressed her. Bella, tell me the truth. What do you want to exchange the points for? She explained with an obvious expression, because 300,000 points is a threshold for a huge prize. With the points, you can exchange for a huge prize from headquarters. Aren't you interested? He was also excited to join in on this lame joke. All right, then I'll go to headquarters and see what this huge prize is. Speaking of which, are there any high difficulty missions in the guild? Bella heard this and nodded affirmatively. Of course there are. Do you want to try a super high difficulty platinum mission? Obviously. With that, she typed away on her computer, searching for information. Then she turned the screen towards him so he could see clearly. Take a look. Wong Jang looked so hard his eyes almost crossed. He exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, who is so crazy to issue this kind of perverted mission? A few lines of notice appeared on the screen. Platinum mission. Kill Special Forces soldiers in the international competition. $100,000 for each regular soldier. $300,000 for each Huaxia soldier. This request made him frown like a monkey eating a chili pepper. These bastards. Bella, seeing him so angry, asked about the next step. So what are you going to do? Join in or stay out? He immediately laid out a plan. Of course, I'll disrupt the situation. I also need you to help me investigate the location of the International Special Forces competition. She quickly searched and then pointed to a spot on the map. Here, Wilson Peninsula Primeval Forest. About 2,000 kilometers from here. Time is quite tight. Wong Jang didn't want to waste too much time on travel. Is there a shortcut? Once again cosplaying as an intelligence agent, she searched and proposed a feasible plan. Go north from the Amazon River tributary, turn into the sea, and then come ashore from the sea. You can probably save half the time. He decisively chose this solution. We can't delay. I'm leaving now. As soon as he finished speaking, before he could even take another step, he saw Bella hurriedly packing her things. Wang Zheng looked at this leopard, ready for any game, and had a bad feeling. I'm planning to go alone. What are you doing? She whined and pulled on his arm to plead. You can't leave me behind. What else was there to cry about? He could only sigh helplessly. You're really not afraid of death. She playfully teased him. I believe you won't let me die. A few days later on a ship at sea, Bella, in Special Forces gear, turned to the person beside her and asked, when will the assistant you called arrive? Wang Zheng was clearly unwilling to reveal anything. They'll come when they're supposed to. She suddenly had a terrible thought. If we just barge in like this, and we meet them head-on, will they treat us as enemies? He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. Definitely. I usually end up being punished for my good deeds. Hearing that, she smiled gently, her words tinged with a bit of helplessness. I really don't understand you. Bella suddenly looked at the watch on her hand, making Wang Zheng curious. What's wrong? She suddenly uttered a meaningful sentence. Someone has issued a platinum mission for $100 million. You, on the other hand, can easily complete this mission. He asked back immediately, what mission? He received a top-tier, dramatic answer. Kill the Eastern Evil King. This made him immediately change his attitude, pondering deeply. It seems the road ahead of us won't be easy. Being unexpectedly put on a bounty like this made Bella suspicious. Could it be that we've been located? He didn't pay much attention to that, because there was now a more worrying matter. I guess in the next few days, a large group of assassins will be coming to the Wilson Peninsula. She worriedly grabbed his arm and suggested, then let's go. There's still time for everything. Wang Zheng had a bolder and more noble idea. How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? If we don't go, those Huaxia Special Forces soldiers will have only one path, death. I can't let them die in vain. The weather today was very favorable for outdoor activities thanks to the cool breezes that tempered the harsh sun. But in the minefield, the outdoor activity here was quite violent as unexpected explosions gave a few people the feeling of flying in their final moments. Tian Ming, on one side, flew into a rage. Damn it, this area is full of strange mines. Everyone, be on high alert. Hong Chi, also covered in injuries, was furious at the extreme absurdity of it all. They said it was a mine-clearing competition, just a small-scale simulation. But in reality, they pushed us into a minefield. He thought for a long time and came to a conclusion. Damn it, someone is definitely trying to set us up. He was a little confused. I don't know how the teams from other countries are doing. Are they facing the same thing as us? Still in the middle of the competition, he quickly regained his composure and commanded his subordinates. Everyone, stay alert. Watch your feet and above your heads. A soldier went ahead to scout the way. His foot suddenly stepped on a mine. As soon as it exploded, someone with quick reflexes shouted, urging everyone, get down quick. The explosion passed, and they forcefully dusted themselves off and stood up. Hong Chi took the initiative to give his teammates a pep talk to boost their morale. We are elite Special Forces soldiers who have undergone rigorous selection. If we can't even get through a minefield, we don't deserve to represent Huaxia, and we don't deserve the title of Longlin. Tian Ming, on the side, was longing for Wang Zheng from the bottom of his heart. If you were here, what would you do? In another area not far from there, two people were hiding, scouting the situation. From now on, anyone who comes here has bad intentions. Through the binoculars, a boat with a large number of people could be seen approaching. Bella patted his back and teased, there's a group of people coming over there. It seems you're very popular. Wang Zheng wasn't one to lose in the humor department. He immediately joked back, of course, my charm hasn't faded. After observing again, he had to admit, there really are a lot of them. Then he gave a cold order. In the blink of an eye, that group of people was dead before they even knew what had happened. Daniel, representing the group on land, declared, if you've come this far, moving forward gives you a chance to get a handsome reward. Retreating means leaving your life behind. Choose for yourselves. After about 10 minutes of no one leaving, he raised his hand high and created a slogan for his newly formed group. Since you've chosen to stay, let's do our best to find the Eastern Evil King, kill him, and get the reward. Daring to talk about fighting and killing in front of Wong Jang, as the person about to be harmed, he had to deal with the person who created the problem first. It seems you've all chosen the path of death. A shot was fired, and fresh blood stained a patch of some unlucky young man's shirt. But with his 20/20 vision, Daniel had already detected it. The shot just now came from the 1 o'clock direction. You guys follow me. Whoever gets him first gets 100,000 US dollars. While tracking, Xian suddenly discovered something. It was a deep footprint on the ground along with some dry branches that had been broken by being stepped on. He immediately pointed in that direction and reported, "Boss, there are footprints ahead." He might have left them while fleeing in a hurry. Daniel smiled with satisfaction and ordered, "Follow them." In another place, Wong Jang was holding Bella's hand and asking with concern, "What's wrong?" "Scared." She shook her head, expressing herself with some hesitation. "Not scared. You're just too violent." He laughed mockingly. "This is violent? It seems your skills still need more training." From a bush near them, a gun barrel suddenly appeared. It was aimed straight at the two of them. As soon as the bullet was fired, Wong Jang reacted quickly, pulling Bella to the side. "Careful." Then he carefully instructed her, "Hide here. Their target is me." With that, he confidently stepped out to provoke the sneaky group to reveal themselves. What's the fun in playing cat and mouse? If you have the guts, come out here. With the little bit of conscience left in their hearts, the two culprits behind the failed assassination attempt just now also showed their heads. This face seemed all too familiar to him, so he contemptuously insulted his opponent. "Isn't this Epicus and Epictus? Are you two in a hurry to be reincarnated too?" The old man paid no attention to those nonsensical words and instead turned to chat for a bit. "Lord Evil King, you Huaxiao people have a saying, money can make ghosts turn millstones. We wanted to try our luck. Maybe we'll not only find the heart of heaven, but also get a big reward." Hearing that, Wong Zhang's face darkened, and he threatened through gritted teeth. "Then let's see. I'm just afraid you only have the guts to take the money." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to jump up high. Then he intended to use a dangerous move to take his opponent's life, but unfortunately, the enemy nimbly dodged it. Once you have the upper hand, you can't let others know your next move. Therefore, it wasn't until a few seconds later that they realized his presence was no longer in front of them. "Careful behind you." Seizing the moment when they were caught off guard, Wong Jing fired his gun. Epictus was immediately hit with a lead candy right in the chest, dying before he could even gasp. Wong Jing looked at his work with satisfaction, his judgmental mouth not sparing even the dead. Quick reaction, but still not faster than my bullet. Witnessing his twin brother die right in front of him, Epicus still roared, "I'll kill you." But he only received a cold snort from his opponent. Suddenly, something flew from somewhere, hit a tree, and ricocheted back. In the blink of an eye, the old man also had a hole in his chest. He fell to the ground in pain, his mouth full of blood. Wong Jing approached the old man, looking down on him arrogantly, and then sneering coldly. "I don't understand where you guys got the confidence to think you could kill me." Epicus struggled to say his last words. "The evil king is truly the evil king. We were not skilled enough." Then he also went to sell watercress with his brother. He shook his head and sighed at the foolish people. "Heaven has a path, but you chose not to take it." Learning from last time, he carefully erased his footprints, then led Bella away with him. It wasn't until 2 hours later that someone discovered the bodies of the two. "What's this?" He bravely turned over Epicus's body to check. Albiz was immediately thrown into a state of confusion and fear. The Jiangshi brothers have actually been killed. Who could be so powerful? A long day finally came to an end. In this gloomy forest, an explosion went off every few minutes. Wong Jing was hiding on a high cliff to conveniently observe everything. He commented, "Looks like the fight has started over there too." Suddenly, a stray bullet flew by, but his skills were nimble, so he managed to pull Bella to the side in time. Then he carefully instructed her, "You wait here. I'm going ahead to check the situation." With that, he immediately dashed off as if being chased by a dog. Wong Jing tried changing his angle to observe the battle situation in the distance. A sniper hidden behind a tree was continuously firing ahead. In the next second, the population of Hell increased by 1. Bella, hiding behind a bush, took on the task of warning Wong Jing of danger through the walkie-talkie. "Someone is coming towards you. Very fast. Looks like he's skilled." While he was peacefully being a useful member of society, Dragon suddenly appeared from nowhere and grabbed her by the neck, at the same time coldly threatening, "Don't move, or you'll lose your little life." He took the walkie-talkie and made a demand to him. Eastern Evil King, if you want to see this beauty again, come back in 2 minutes. As soon as he heard it, he guessed she was in danger. He immediately dropped everything and ran back, not forgetting to find a way to de-escalate. Wait there. I won't disappoint you. Exactly 2 minutes later, he saw him arrive in front of him. He couldn't help but praise him with satisfaction. You're quite punctual. Do you know who I am? Wong Jang didn't even need to look at his father, let alone this guy. Do I need to know who you are? Don't waste time. Spit it out. To try and salvage a little bit of his dignity, he publicly revealed his identity. I am Dragon, ranked second on the Mission Guild's total scoreboard. What's scared now? Although the hostage was still in his hands, he couldn't stop his sharp, sassy mouth. So the second-ranked piece of trash is you. On one side, he pointed the gun straight at Bella's temple. On the other, he smiled slyly and proposed to the person opposite him. How about we play a game of one life for one life? Wong Jang didn't have time to be a child, so he asked back concisely, how do we trade? Dragon not only didn't bother to explain to him, but also played dirty by pushing her out first. Then he used her as a shield to charge forward and attack. Just as Bella was about to fall into his arms, he quickly grabbed one side of her backpack, then decisively threw this leopard to the side amidst the opponent's ridicule. That's not a very nice way to treat a beautiful girl, is it? Even though he was being pressed against a tree, he didn't seem to care, immediately retorting, what the hell does it have to do with you? Wong Jang nimbly changed his attack method to using his knee. But Dragon also used the exact same move to counterattack. As soon as there was a little distance between them, they pulled out their guns and fired in a flash. After fighting to this point, he had to give a word of praise. You've got some skills. Not bad. But he took these words as an insult, so he went into a rage and charged at him. Don't underestimate me. Dragon switched to a philosophical mode, spouting nonsense while delivering a powerful punch. Underestimating the enemy will cost you your life. Just as the two were about to engage in a martial arts exchange, a figure suddenly appeared. That figure clearly knew some martial arts, but was clueless as he barged into the one-on-one solo, landing a blow on the enemy's shoulder that made him scream in pain. Not stopping there, Manhwa continued to kick Dragon in the stomach with a fatal blow. Go to hell. Wong Jang waited until after he had taken him down before calling his name. Manhwa. He smiled and turned around to greet him. Captain, Night Wolf reporting to you. He was both surprised and curious as he approached and asked, why are you here? He didn't answer the question but pointed to the person lying on the ground and suggested, Captain, you guys leave first. Leave this guy to me. Wong Jang didn't ask any more questions, nodding in agreement. Be careful. Manhwa suddenly threw something at him. Captain, take this. A moment later, Wong Jang was carefully helping Bella find a suitable place to rest and recover. There's a hot spring not far ahead. Let's go over there and rest for a bit. The scene around the two of them was filled with bubbles of happiness. The man and woman were shy and didn't dare to look each other in the eye. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the hot spring. The sight of the beautiful woman, wrapped only in a towel, soaking in the water made him have a nosebleed like a pervert. Wong Jang didn't hesitate to offer, let me massage your arm for you. And yet, she also nodded in agreement, as if giving the green light. That was all he was waiting for. He immediately used his 1-second close-off technique. Then he plunged into the hot spring, gently taking Bella's injured arm and comforting her. Bear with it for a bit. It'll get better soon. After massaging for a while, he asked again, how does it feel? This method seemed to be effective. She smiled and replied, much better. But then she became sad. I'm sorry. I held you back. It was true. She was a burden, but this leopard also had some looks, so he didn't have the heart to scold her much. Of course not. You still need me to take care of you. Wong Jang sensed movement in the distance and immediately stood up to warn her. Someone's coming. Get dressed first. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a group of people led by Tian Ming ran to the hot spring. The Longland team can't be destroyed in my hands like this. The two of them were already hiding behind a bush by the side of the road. Bella looked at the group of people running for their lives as if being chased by a dog and asked curiously, what's going on? Whoa. A man dressed as a native suddenly swung in on a vine and ambushed them. He attacked relentlessly, not giving Tian Ming a second to breathe. Luckily, he was still able to block with his knife in time while urging his teammate nearby, Hong Chi, move. But before he could do anything, another teammate fell, shot through the chest. He saw through the corner of his eye that he was busy taking care of the injured person, so he couldn't do anything. His hand, gripping his weapon, was already trembling violently. Tian Ming closed his eyes, mourning for his own tender youth. Am I going to die here? Just then, someone decided to take action. Wong Jang leaped up and kicked Charlie straight in the stomach. leaving him stunned on the spot. He saw the person he had been longing for days, and was so stunned he couldn't believe his eyes. Wong Jang. But he temporarily had no time to chat, because he was busy teaching the enemy a lesson with his fatal blows. Then he added another stab with a knife, deep into his shoulder. After restraining his opponent, he turned his head and instructed Tianming, "You guys watch him. Don't let him commit suicide. I'll go deal with the other one." Suddenly, a dark gun barrel appeared out of nowhere. It fired a shot straight at Wong Jang, but to him, this was nothing. He just had to dodge, and it was over. But thanks to that, he had discovered the sniper's hiding place. "Found you." But Paul had already managed to swing away on a vine. But how could he escape, my boy? He had quickly jumped up and blocked his path, asking, "Are you and your friend from the same school?" He replied while throwing his gun at Wong Jang, "You're right." He quickly caught it with his hands and eyes, at the same time smiling contemptuously. What an idiot. Who throws their weapon to the enemy? Then he used it to fire. Trying to run? Not a chance. Bo didn't expect this and was hit by a lead candy. Immediately, pain spread throughout his entire body. The group below watched his series of fluid actions with admiration. If he can, why not? His mouth split into a wide grin, but he still tried to appear modest. A small matter, a small matter. He swung down to the ground. Tianming quickly ran to meet him. Suddenly, Zhang Kai from behind pointed his gun at Wong Jang. Seeing this, he hurriedly tried to stop him. "Zhang Kai, are you crazy? What are you doing?" He didn't bother to listen to these words, still arrogantly threatening. "Captain, this is an order from the old matriarch." He immediately raised his gun to his own head and declared righteously, "Wong Jang is our savior. If you want to kill him, kill me too." The group of subordinates looked at me. I looked at you, communicating through their eyes. Finally, Jing Ding was the one who fired, his mouth still feigning righteousness. "Sorry, Captain." As if he had known this would happen, Wong Jang immediately pulled Tianming to the side, successfully escaping death by a hair's breadth. He couldn't stand this betrayal, so he angrily aimed at him. "You've got some nerve." But his attitude was still very calm. He even pointed out the suspicious points of the group. "Tianming, don't you see? These people wanted to kill both of us from the beginning." He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What?" Only then did he decide to reel in the net, calmly giving an order. "Zhang Kai, stop acting." The one who seemed to be the ringleader of the betrayal now obediently followed Wong Jang's words. "Captain." After a wave of his hand, the three real traitors were shot through the head in a single second. It turned out that Bella wasn't just lying around doing nothing. She was hiding in a suitable position and assisting him when needed. Tianming, after switching to energy mode, had caught up with the developments here. Who gave the order for these men to kill Wong Jang, regardless of their own lives? Could it be? He boldly made a guess. Su Tian ran. Wong Jang didn't have a fierce expression like him, but just comfortably offered some candy. "Want one?" In this situation, what mood was there to eat or drink? Tianming, his mind in a mess, asked him for a plan. "Forget it. Wong Jang, tell me what to do." Not disappointing him, a very reasonable plan was proposed. "How about you disappear for a while? Pretend you died in the Wilson Peninsula forest." For now, there was no better option than this. He smiled and accepted. "That's a good idea. Thanks." 3 days later, Wong Jang sat discussing with Ming Hao in his room. "Did you get Su Tianming out?" He shook his head and sighed. "Not yet. There's still a ways to go. I let him go on his own. He looks like a different person, completely lost." This was understandable because, how could he not be lost after almost being killed by his own brother? He also expressed his disappointment. "To be honest, I'm also very surprised by this. I really didn't expect Su Tianran to be that kind of person." Wong Jang had seen through the mastermind's plan. That guy was trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Too bad he still miscalculated. This made Ming Hao curious. Miscalculated what? But before he could say the answer, Bella, who had just opened the door, slipped into his lap. Of course, he didn't count on Wong Jang having so many capable assistants. Hearing this familiar voice, Wong Jang didn't need to look to know who it was. "You're here." At the same time, on a large tree branch not far from his place, Albiz was holding binoculars to observe the situation, his tone full of smugness. "Evil King, oh evil King, I've finally found you." He had a gut feeling of danger and exclaimed, "Not good." Then he immediately jumped down to dodge the attack. Then he opened an airbag. Albiz, proud of his top-tier products. "Good thing I have high-tech gear." But when he saw the series of bombs and mines exploding below, his smile gradually twisted and then vanished. Although he had landed safely, he was still dazed. "Who's ambushing me?" While he was still in a daze, a shoe print took the opportunity to stomp on his face, distorting his features and making him cry out in pain. Albies quickly threw a large amount of yellow powder at Wong Jang. He knew this trick all too well, so he covered his nose and warned his subordinate. The yellow mist is poisonous. This is his usual trick. He took advantage of the mist not yet dissipating to hide behind a large tree, cursing under his breath. Damn it. He had recognized the person hiding as an old acquaintance and smirked, insulting his opponent. Albies, it's been so many years, and you're still such a chicken. You don't dare to fight head-on. Hiding behind a tree like a coward. How interesting. But unfortunately, he remained calm in the face of adversity and took out a pill. Taunting me is useless. If you're not convinced, come at me again. He put it directly into his mouth and swallowed. Outside, Wong Jang suddenly felt like playing with something hot. As he pulled the pin on a grenade, his mouth still challenged. I don't believe you won't come out. With that, he threw it straight at Albies' hiding place. Although he was hit by some of the aftershock from the explosion, which scorched his clothes, he still managed to say defiantly, "You think this can force me out? You underestimate me." Hearing these words, Wong Jang eagerly threw another grenade. Then try this one. This time, he was scared green. Are you done yet? Both he and Ming Hao, regardless of the opponent's life or death, kept throwing grenades one after another. After 10 minutes of a small-scale fireworks display, he leisurely walked over and questioned the person lying unconscious on the ground. How was it, Albies? Did you enjoy the party? However, there was no response because he had already passed out. He saw him fumbling around on his body, and a suspicion arose. Captain, what are you doing? And the answer he received was very standard. I think his bulletproof vest is pretty good. I want to take it and wear it. But a good bulletproof vest can't protect against shockwaves. Ming Hao suddenly changed his attitude, smiling and suggesting to him, Captain, how about you let me handle this guy? A moment later, Albies was hanging upside down from a tree branch, looking no different from a dangling jackfruit. Wong Jang looked and burst out laughing. You really know how to have fun. He discovered something through the handheld surveillance screen. Captain, a group of people is moving quickly towards us. He was just waiting for that and immediately started on his plan. Then let's prepare a little. We'll catch them all in one go. The weather today was very suitable for setting traps to hunt prey. The group, led by finally arrived. He pointed and ordered his subordinates. You go scout ahead. The rest of you, stay here and wait for my command. He quickly complied. 5 minutes later, he hurriedly greeted them. What's the situation ahead? But there was no answer for a long time. A suspicion arose in Bai's heart. Could something have happened? Just then, a strange sound from the other end of the line pulled him out of his thoughts. You weaklings from the Dark Army Military Academy. Your old man has been waiting here for a long time. However many of you come today, I'll take care of all of you. Yang Ming was hiding on a high branch for convenience. This time, we've gathered everyone to help the captain. We have to deal with these guys quickly. Yongxing, hiding right beside him, heard this and teased. Yang Ming, long time no see. You're still as talkative as ever. But then he became serious. Someone's coming. Should we retreat? In response to the earlier sarcasm, he retorted immediately. Why ask? Just deal with them. As soon as the words were out, he hung himself from the tree, using the distance to make a cut on his opponent's neck. In the blink of an eye, he saw his teammate had already taken care of one. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This kid's ability to act cool has really leveled up. Yongxing quickly regained his composure, carefully aiming at the enemy. I can't fall behind. Another unlucky person had to fall. Bai, on this side, after receiving the threat, ordered his trusted man. You take 10 men and deal with the ambushers. Behind, he confidently patted his chest and guaranteed, I guarantee they'll all die. Ming Hao, standing on high ground, happened to observe the outsiders below, muttering to himself, they're here. Wong Jang also had a sniper rifle ready in his hand, prepared to punish in all directions, not forgetting to kindly welcome the uninvited guests. You brats from the Dark Army Military Academy, welcome to hell. In that instant, the bullet tore through the wind and hit the bullseye, making everyone jump. Bai, holding a cigarette, calmly said, they're here. The group of henchmen following him immediately became alert and looked around. Ming Hao, witnessing everything, laughed and boasted, I told you, our help has arrived. But Wong Jang was always focused on the target. Forget that. This time, do you want to fight close quarters or long range? To his surprise, he decisively threw all the work to him. With you here, do you still need me? I'll just watch. He didn't hesitate to raise his gun and pull the trigger. The series of fluid actions quickly took down one. However, this was equivalent to being discovered by Bai. The cigarette broke in half. Amidst the dense barrage of bullets, he showed no fear, steadfastly charging towards the enemy. Unfortunately, Wong Jang was ready to meet him head-on. You've got guts. Bai's elbow grazed past his face, followed by a timely kick. In reality, they were nothing to him. Good thing I'm fast. Relying on his extensive experience, Bai threw a punch while exclaiming, Evil King, you are very strong. However, Wong Jang was not an arrogant person. He took advantage of the safe distance to continue. I am indeed very powerful. Matt said so too, but you're no pushover either. He quickly leaped up to avoid a powerful kick, at the same time growling a warning. If you met the headmaster, he would kill you instantly. And yet, he calmly announced his victory. Is that so? 3 years ago, wasn't that old bastard from your military academy injured and bedridden for 3 months? That was my doing. After all, no matter how careful one is, there are times when one wavers. Bai froze. What? This golden opportunity was seized by Wong Jang. He aimed his elbow straight at his opponent's neck. Don't believe me? The painful blow forced him to retreat to maintain his balance. Who knew the problem wasn't over? The other end of the line suddenly rang. The enemy's attack is too strong. We can't hold on any longer. Bai decisively removed his earpiece, reluctantly admitting, Evil King, your assistants are quite good. To his surprise, he shrugged and denied it. I have assistants. I didn't know about that. Maybe someone else just doesn't like the look of you guys and decided to help. How about you just surrender? Wong Jing's words had just helped him when he shot off like a rocket with soaring determination. People from our military academy don't have this option to surrender. Naturally, he continued to run into the sturdy knee belonging to him, not feeling the blood and gore, but he was no pushover. After taking the pain, he immediately retaliated. Unfortunately, Wong Jang fully understood the outcome of the game. You really don't want to live, do you? You used all your strength in those 2 moves. Let's see how you block my next attack. Bai quickly gritted his teeth and resisted. You don't need to worry about that. However, he was truly helpless against the follow-up blow. He took the opportunity to offer some advice. Stop struggling. You're dead for sure. Seeing his opponent struggle to get up, Wong Jang teased him. Still want to come at me? And yet, he was greatly mistaken. He seriously raised his gun and pointed it straight at his temple. From the first day I stepped on this path, I knew I would have to face this day. Please allow me to keep my remaining dignity. The release came surprisingly quickly. In the end, the life of the legendary bloody instructor ended here. At that moment, Wong Jang felt a little emotional. No matter what, he was a man. Ming Hao only now landed and asked, should we dispose of his body? He immediately pointed at him and replied, bury him with respect. After dealing with the urgent matter, he continued to ask, Captain, someone helped us deal with the Dark Army men. Do you think it was them? Wong Jing thought for a moment. To be able to wipe out the Dark Army's men in such a short time, it could only be them. The vague guess was a bit meaningless, so Ming Hao suggested, how about we go take a look? Maybe there's a miracle. He immediately rolled his eyes and sighed softly. There aren't that many miracles. Suddenly, the sky above them burst into a dazzling display of fireworks. Both of them were stunned for a few seconds by the sudden event. Immediately after, he was moved to tears and shouted, Captain, the assembly signal. It's the Longlin Army's private assembly signal. The good news made him happy too. He kicked his opponent with his foot. Then what are you standing there for? Let's go. Of course. Ming Hao's heart was blooming with joy. Wang Zheng nimbly weaved through the dense bushes. Seeing his shadow, they all saluted. Captain, the Longlin Army has assembled. To his surprise, before he could interact with them, he was interrupted by someone. Did I come at a bad time, interrupting your reunion? But this is good. It saves me the trouble of finding you one by one. Wang Zheng sharply turned towards the source of the sound. Tantai Sui Feng, I didn't expect you to come too. He answered frankly, of course. I came to repay you for that gunshot. Faced with a dangerous situation, Wang Zheng urgently requested, he's after me. You guys get as far away as you can. However, Yuan Bao was determined to stay. Captain, we're not leaving. Brothers stick together, even if it means breaking gold. Hearing that, he couldn't help but shake his head. You guys have really learned my stubbornness, haven't you? Thanks to that companionship, he was much happier. Tantai Sui Feng, all my brothers are here. Are you satisfied? But I'm very curious. You're a grandmaster. Why are you working so hard as someone else's servant? Sui Feng interrupted impatiently. My business is none of your concern. All of you will die here. Seeing the attitude of a cornered dog, Wang Zheng quickly warned his teammates. Be careful of this old monster. Who knew that before he could finish his sentence, the opponent had already teleported. The sudden change made Yongxing shout in alarm, while Hu Bin had already bravely charged forward. But Sui Feng was not afraid at all, calmly uttering a light sentence. You're the first. It was clear that he had used extremely fast speed, yet he was still easily blocked by him. At the same time, he took a terrifying kick. He felt extremely confused. How can this be? Hu Bin was like a human bullet, crashing into a tree. The impact forced him to spit out blood in pain. After taking out one, Suifeng immediately visited the next one. Your turn. Yongxing didn't have time to react before he was kicked straight in the waist. The fierce force sent him flying far away. He lay flat on the ground, getting angrier the more he thought about it. Damn it, I can't use my strength. However, his opponent didn't stop, gliding to where Lao Jin was standing and saying, the third one, who knew that he would decisively restrain him with a firm grip. If that's the case, then I have to leave you with something. Suifeng raised his knee to knee his opponent in the stomach. Yang Ming immediately seized the opportunity when he was distracted from behind, leaping up and getting into a tight stance. I don't care how strong you are in a solo fight. We are a team, you understand. In the end, he was still too strong, treating them like stuffed animals. Even if there were 100 of you, you'd be no match for me. As if to make everyone understand the problem better, in a flash, Lao Jin was thrown away by Suifeng. However, the Longlin army knew no fear. Chongqing immediately seized the opportunity and rushed forward. I'm here too. It was clear that they had coordinated from front and back, but he still nimbly dodged. Another one who wants to die. At the same time, he clenched his fist and fiercely punched him in the chest. The force of the attack was so great that it sent him flying several meters by inertia. Chongqing coughed up blood and trembled, trying to get up and whispering, how can this be? He just touched my shoulder and I'm seriously injured. This guy is terrifying. Seeing his shadow returning to form, Yang Ming urgently shouted, Lao Jin. Lao Jin naturally understood his opponent's intention and immediately gathered his momentum. As soon as he grabbed Suifeng's arm, he narrowed his eyes. Tantai Suifeng, I won't let go even if I die. He was not flustered at all. Do you two think this is a family game? You want to control me? Who knew that Yuan Bao would quickly lend a hand to hold him down? What if you add me? Then the three of them shouted in unison, Captain. Wong Jang quickly took advantage of the opportunity they created to rush forward. He decisively launched a kick in response. This time, it was finally Suifeng's turn to be helplessly sent tumbling. While observing him, Wong Jang leisurely teased, how does it feel? Not so pleasant, is it? Even ants can kill an elephant. Suddenly, he shook his head and sighed. You are very strong. The rare opportunity to chat helped him voice the question that had been bothering him for a long time. What on earth happened to you? But he only added to the sentence he intended to say. The stronger you are, the more you will be hindered. He tried to persuade him again. Actually, we shouldn't be enemies. And indeed, the other party didn't care for that step. I'm old and suddenly feeling a bit sentimental. But today, there must be a result between us. Then, to show his sincerity, Wang Jing quickly got into a stance. It's not yet certain who will win or lose. Suifeng, wearing a cloak, was determined to fight to the death. You'd better be prepared to die. Suddenly, Ming Hao, from a distance, keenly fired a shot. Wherever he jumped, he followed closely. Before the rain of fire, he took it off and exclaimed, underestimating your opponent will get you killed. It turned out that it also had the effect of a bulletproof vest. Witnessing that magical scene, he was like being struck by lightning, extremely confused. What's going on? This person is too strange. Immediately, Ming Hao warned anxiously, Captain, be careful. Luckily, Wang Jang was experienced enough to meet the terrifying punch from Suifeng head-on. Not only that, he also took the opportunity to throw a knife, and of course, it did nothing to his opponent. He even drew a line to force it to change direction and embed itself in Ming Hao's leg. Seeing his weapon being used by him, he became furious and gritted his teeth. Damn it! And he was already helplessly lying on the ground. Facing Suifeng's relentless attack, Wang Jing thought for a moment. It seems I'm really going to die here. He then gave a very gentle smile. Girls in the city, remember me. His fallen comrades around him shouted anxiously, Captain, get out of the way. Who knew that at the most critical moment, a beautiful woman's back slipped in between, leaving her last words too soon. You're not dead yet. At the magical appearance, Wang Jing was suddenly stunned. It's you. Katie, having just blocked a move for him, replied cheerfully, long time no see. He quickly stood up and exclaimed with joy, I can't believe you're the one who came to save me. She then sighed in agreement. Of course. To her surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, there was movement from Suifeng's side. It was a bullet tearing through the air. It went straight through his heart. Being taken down so suddenly left him unable to resist. Wang Jing looked around warily and asked loudly, Who is it? Jiangzi immediately shouldered his gun and pretended to be heartbroken. It seems you've all forgotten about me for a long time. This support and reunion was too sudden and too wonderful for him. Jiangzi, I really didn't expect it to be you. Then he tilted his head excitedly and asked, did you find him? Katie then brought up a more important matter. It's a long story. We'll talk another day. The important thing now is what to do with the guy on the ground. Sure enough, the opponent's stamina was greater than a buffalo's. He was crawling up. Wong Jang's voice softened slightly. Senior Tantai, do you have any last wishes or anyone you're worried about? Because of his severe injuries, Sui Feng struggled to speak. Protect Feng. Feng Qingming. If you want revenge. The name, which seemed to be from a distant land, confused him. Feng Qingming. Is he very important to me? Why should I protect him? Senior. The moment Wang Zheng anxiously rushed over and called out, Senior, he could no longer hold on. He decisively gave a military salute to Sui Feng one last time. Senior Tantai, no matter what happened before, in the end, I still have to thank you. A hard afternoon quickly gave way to night. At a lively bar, exquisite wine glasses clinked together decisively with a resounding cheer. Wang Zheng quickly asked, Jiangzi, how do you and Katie know each other? Jiangzi, having just taken a sip of wine, replied, I met her on my way to find you guys. We even had a little skirmish. Then we realized we had the same goal and came to find you. The answer only pushed him further into confusion. You all knew I was here. Yang Ming immediately boasted proudly. Captain, don't underestimate me. He keenly noticed. Did you find Katie too? Mentioning that, he quickly waved his hand to correct him. That wasn't me. She probably also received the news and was worried about you, Captain. Why don't you ask her directly next time you see her? Wang Zheng then took another gulp and sighed. Katie, I owe you another favor. Ming Hao, sitting next to him, suddenly remembered. Captain, I heard the Su family's youngest daughter is studying abroad here. Aren't you going to visit her? Sure enough, when it comes to gossip, everyone is interested. He quickly cleared his throat and said seriously, you guys rest for a few days. I have some personal business to take care of. 2 days passed by in a flash. Shanming stood on the lecture platform and asked carefully, Nuanu, are you free to have dinner with me tonight? Despite his handsome appearance, she still politely refused. Sorry, I'm not free tonight. He nimbly changed his mind. Nuanu, when we have a break, let's go to Hong Kong together. To his surprise, Nuanu continued to refuse. I'm not free during the break either. The series of head shakes immediately provoked his limit of endurance. The atmosphere around Shanming became gloomy, playing hard to get with me. However, he always tried to maintain a gentlemanly facade. Nuanu, how about you give me a chance, and give yourself a chance too? Just then, a cold voice suddenly interrupted. She's already refused you so clearly. Are you still going to pester her? It turned out that the newcomer was none other than the handsome Wang Zheng. The prey he was about to get his hands on was snatched away, making Shanming annoyed and snappy. Who are you? Before he could open his mouth, Nuanu's voice rang out in a cheer. Wang Zheng, you're here. He quickly became her bodyguard, protecting her. I came especially to visit you, and I ran into your impolite pursuer. Nuanu, who is this? Nuanu quickly corrected him. He's just my classmate. Seeing that things were getting difficult, he immediately turned around and fled in anger. You guys just wait and see. After his opponent had disappeared, Wang Zheng whispered, at the same time pointing to a beautiful and sweet cake box. You must know he won't let you go? So, who knew she would directly mention, it's my birthday. Aren't you going to protect me? Faced with that gentle invitation, he immediately burst out laughing. Of course, not today. In the future. However, she decisively dismissed the risk, taking Wang Zheng's arm. Let's talk about the future later. Today, you're my boyfriend for a day. Having grabbed him, Nuanu immediately took the opportunity to pull him along, making him flustered and exclaim, blue skies, white clouds, golden sun, love gently visits my school. Amidst countless admiring gazes, Nuanu leisurely strolled with him. You didn't just come to find me for my birthday, did you? Wang Zheng broke out in a sweat and quickly affirmed, I came specifically to celebrate your birthday with you. They had no idea that the other person's inner thoughts were also in sync. Nuanu, I'm sorry. Wang Zheng, I'm sorry. After a very awkward laugh, she suggested, then let's go on a date. Time flew by faster than a horse galloping past a gate. Just like that, sunset arrived. A day full of surprises gradually passed. Nuanu suddenly fainted and hugged his waist. When will you come to visit me next time? He slowly comforted her. It will probably be very soon. Next, Wang Zheng gently stroked her hair and instructed, take good care of yourself. After saying goodbye, she watched his back with unease. Wang Zheng, will we meet again? In a place they were completely unaware of, the arrogant Shanming was taking out his anger on an innocent ball. The butler asked carefully, "Young master, is something bothering you?" And the entire answer was overheard by Wong Jang. "Does that guy who came looking for Nuanu today know how powerful the Qiao family is? How dare he provoke me, Qiao Shanming? Take good care of them for me." He immediately obeyed, bowing and assuring, "Young master, you can rest assured." This made him much happier. "I'll be waiting for your good news." Indeed, he was very honest. However, he had been waiting for this from the beginning. He decisively brought a brick down on his opponent's head. He even pressed down on his leg to be extra sure. After completing everything, Wang Jing thought to himself, "Don't blame me for being heavy-handed. This is the only way you won't be able to continue doing evil." The quiet night hung with the moon. Someone's house was filled with shy echoes. The naked scene behind the window gave him an idea. "Let's see how I mess with you." Exactly 15 magical minutes. The short-term lovers were suddenly confronted by a terrifying ghost. Shanming, a coward, was a far cry from his usual cool image. "Tina, go see what that is." Tina looked around in confusion and then said, puzzled, "There's nothing there. Are you hallucinating?" He couldn't believe it, hiding under the blanket and pleading, "I'm sure I didn't see wrong. Go look by the window." The result for him was her indifferent back. "I'm going home first. Are all you Huasha men such cowards? What a turn-off." As the main door closed, Wang Jing quickly appeared. "Young Master Qiao, you let the beauty run off angry just like that." The all-too-familiar voice startled Shanming. "It's you. How are you here?" He smugly explained, "I was just coming to visit you. I didn't expect to catch you in the middle of a romantic encounter, so I couldn't resist playing a little joke." The answer contained enough information, so he repeatedly pointed his finger. "You were pretending to be a ghost just now. What do you really want?" He then calmly and directly mentioned, "I'm just a freeloader supported by Nuanu. I just want to remind you to stay away from her." Each word, though magical, carried an infinite momentum. "If anything happens to my sugar mommy, I'll make sure you don't even know how you died."